Suffering from a heart condition, Shen Wenjing finds himself transported into the male-male romantic reality show novel he had perused just before his death, only to discover that the original character has fled, leaving him as the mere foil. The good news, he inhabits a body blessed with a healthy heart. The bad news, this body is frail, and he is thrust immediately into the demands of work. Shen Wenjing muses. The original character's aversion to social interaction is rather fortunate. With no one to pester him, he can simply lie back and embrace a languid existence. However, the atmosphere of the reality show begins to shift in a most peculiar manner. Chapter 1. The Sudden Cardiac Arrest. The Repository of the Mind. Firstly, I must caution that the protagonist character may not appeal to everyone. If you find yourself disliking the narrative's triggers, it is advisable to refrain from continuing. After all, the purpose of reading novels is to find joy, not to incite frustration. I strongly recommend The Repository of the Mind. Shen Wenjing. Brother, this novel, The Heartthrob's Rule, is absolutely captivating. All my friends are raving about it, so I brought it to alleviate your boredom. In the hospital room, his sister pressed a book with a cover featuring two handsome men entangled in an ambiguous embrace into Shen Wenjing's hands. Her voice hushed, as if engaged. In a clandestine transaction, she was soon ushered away by a nurse, glancing back anxiously. Shen Wenjing lowered his eyelashes, staring at the flamboyant title, and weakly flipped open the pages. He had congenital heart disease and had spent his life in a haze of medication. The hospital was akin to his second home. The scent of disinfectant enveloped him as he lethargically flipped through the book, merely passing the time. The story's premise was tolerable, revolving around the pairings of contestants in the country's first male-male dating reality show. Heart Signal. Shen Wenjing felt little connection to it, but just as he was about to close the book, a name arrested his attention. Shen Wenjing. Within the narrative was a minor character sharing his name. According to the book's description, this other Shen Wenjing was merely a background figure, barely captured by the camera. His profession was that of an unremarkable painter, recently signed by a small agency, lacking any semblance of popularity. His character was a taciturn wallflower, seemingly included by the author merely as a foil to the charming protagonist. Curiously intriguing that a slight smirk curled at the corners of Shen Wenjing's lips as he pondered the fate of his literary counterpart. At that moment, an excruciating pain suddenly gripped his heart. Not again, he thought calmly. His vision swiftly darkened, the book slipping from his weakened grasp, landing with a thud on the floor. The sharp beeping of the monitor pierced his ears, accompanied by his sister's heart-wrenching cries from outside. In the final moment before consciousness faded, the thought that crossed his mind was, he hadn't yet discovered the fate of that unfortunate character. Such a loss. Silenced a boundless expanse of darkness and stillness. Had he perished? It seemed so. There was no agony, nor was there a sense of resentment. Rather, an overwhelming relief washed over him. He had lived too exhaustingly in this life. Just as Shen Wenjing believed he would sink into eternity. A beam of light pierced through the darkness. Chaotic sounds flooded his ears. He felt the gentle vibrations of wheels rolling beneath him and a warm sensation on his eyelids. Struggling, he managed to lift his eyelids. Before him was not the stark, sterile ceiling of a hospital, but rather the interior ceiling of a moving vehicle. He found himself seated in the back of a chauffeured van. Wenjing, you're awake. I called your name several times, and you didn't respond. It startled me. I thought you were car sick. A young staff member leaned in with a cheerful grin. Shen Wenjing remained silent, slowly raising his hand that it was a pair of long, elegant fingers, pale and beautifully shaped, but they were not his own. His hands, accustomed to years of intravenous therapy, bore the marks of countless needle pricks and faint bruises. Instinctively, he placed the unfamiliar hand on his chest. Thud, 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 his heart pulsated steadily and robustly within his chest, brimming with vibrant life. Each beat was so distinct, so vigorous, a sensation he had never experienced before. He attempted to inhale deeply, air flowing smoothly into his lungs, free from the familiar constriction and dull pain. What is happening? Hadn't he died? Shen Wenjing turned to gaze out of the car window. The glass reflected a youthful visage. In his early 20s, the face was strikingly beautiful, exuding an aggressive allure with enticing almond-shaped eyes, a prominent nose, and pale lips. This face bore a striking resemblance to his own, yet it was more exquisite and captivating. However, the complexion was unnaturally pale, and the expression was tinged with a lingering weariness and detachment. An absurd thought emerged, but he required more information to validate it. "How long until we arrive?" Shen Wenjing inquired, his voice slightly hoarse yet steady in tone. The staff member glanced at the navigation on their phone, replying, "We'll be there soon, Wenjing. We're almost at the dock. We'll take a yacht to the Heartthrob Cabin shortly." Heartthrob Cabin. The name acted as a key, instantly unlocking Shen Wenjing's disoriented memories. The novel titled The Heartthrob's Rule, the dating show Heart Signal, the recording site, Heartthrob Cabin. He abruptly bent down, rummaging between the seat cushions until he discovered a phone. His fingerprint effortlessly unlocked the device. The screen illuminated, the wallpaper depicting a deep blue night sky. He opened WeChat, and the pinned contact read, "Brother Wong." The chat history was dated half an hour prior. "Brother Wong. Wenjing, this is a rare opportunity. Heart Signal is an S-level project, a fortune beyond measure. Make sure to perform well and capture more screen time. Brother Wong, don't be like before, so reserved. Be proactive and engage with others. Brother Wong, have you arrived yet?" Shen Wenjing turned off the screen. All the clues interconnected, pointing towards a singular, outrageous conclusion: he had died. Then, he had entered the very novel he had been reading before his demise. He had become a background character, sharing his name. Leaning back in his seat, Shen Wenjing closed his eyes, a faint chuckle escaping his throat. The events of the novel could indeed transpire, and astonishingly, it was happening to him. He felt no panic, nor did he experience euphoria. Instead, his heart was unsettlingly calm. Perhaps it was the heart that had suffered for more than 20 years, which had accustomed him to accepting any surprises that fate might bestow. At that moment, a wave of alien emotions and memories surged into his consciousness, akin to a tide. It was an all-encompassing weariness. Endless banquets, forced smiles directed at oily faces, all in pursuit of so-called connections and resources, treated as a mere tool by his agent. Undermined by galleries, oppressed by seniors, ground down by reality. Day after day, an unending cycle. The original owner of this body, that Shen Wenjing in the book, could no longer endure. He longed only for the tranquility of painting, yet found himself ensnared in an inescapable vortex. He was utterly exhausted, so fatigued that he could not even conceive of struggling. A faint consciousness drifted within his mind, like a candle flame on the verge of extinguishing. So tired. I can't continue like this. Freedom. If it were you. Please. That flicker of consciousness dissipated after leaving its final words behind, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, leaving no trace. So, that was it. The original owner hadn't died. He had chosen to withdraw. He had exchanged his exit for Shen Wenjing's entrance, entrusting this weary body and the future of his life to him. Shen Wenjing opened his eyes. The sunlight outside was just right. He could feel the blood coursing through warm veins, hear the robust thumping of his heart. Health. This was something he had fervently prayed for in his past life, but could never attain. He raised his hand once more, placing it against his chest, savoring the solid sensation of existence. The past Shen Wenjing has perished. He succumbed within that frigid hospital room. What remains is the Shen Wenjing of the narrative. His gaze drifted towards the swiftly retreating landscape outside, the towering edifices of the city gradually yielding to the verdant trees of the suburbs. He reminisced about his younger sister, the little girl who perpetually worried for him. He wondered how she fared in the present moment. Surely, she must be weeping inconsolably. A pang of bitterness lodged in his throat, accompanied by a heaviness in his chest. The vehicle came to a gradual halt. "Brother Jing, we've arrived at the dock," a staff member gently reminded him. Shen Wenjing retracted his thoughts, suppressing the flicker of sorrow in his eyes. He addressed the reflection in the window, speaking softly as if to the original owner of the identity and to himself simultaneously. "Rest assured that I will. Live well." He opened the car door and stepped out. Chapter 2. Perfect for slumber teacher Shen, this way please. The staff's voice jolted Shen Wenjing from his chaotic reverie. He nodded, his canvas shoes making a gentle imprint on the yacht's deck. The sound of his suitcase wheels rolling behind him echoed softly. Before him, the briny, Humid sea breeze rushed into his nostrils, lifting the soft black strands of hair from his forehead. The sunlight, dazzling and almost excessive, poured down directly, forcing him to squint. This warmth felt utterly delightful. Shen Wenjing inhaled deeply, almost greedily, as if savoring the vibrant, life-affirming air that filled his lungs. A sensation so exhilarating it made him feel as if he might tremble with joy. This forceful gust washed away the lingering scent of antiseptic that had long been embedded in the depths of his soul, overpowering even the cold. Rhythmic beeping of the medical instruments that had accompanied him for so long, now drowned out by the resounding waves. He slowly opened his eyes. The azure sea sparkled under the sun, strewn with flecks of gold, where water met sky in a seamless horizon. A few verdant islands punctuated the ocean, resembling exquisite pieces of jade. How splendid! Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a cold, reflective object. Not far away, on another elegant white yacht, several men with cameras had taken their positions, the dark lenses aimed squarely at him. Had the cameras already begun recording? Upon boarding the yacht, he had casually found a corner by the rail, placing his suitcase at his feet, and leaned languidly against the railing, his gaze drifting towards the distant sea. In the book, the protagonist Lin Baiyu rose to fame, adored for his innocent, kind, and gentle persona on this very variety show, not only becoming the nation's cherished figure, but also captivating the illustrious Shen Wenjing, resulting in a flourishing romance and a thriving career. As for him, Shen Wenjing, he was merely a filler, a dull and uninteresting character who received a pitifully low screen time, awkwardly garnering 0 votes in the first round of selection, and was swiftly optimized out of the show due to his utter lack of presence. Ultimately, he found himself the target of derision from the protagonist's fans, accused of squandering a precious guest spot without contributing anything worthwhile. Reflecting on this, Shen Wenjing's previously tense shoulders relaxed completely. He let out a long sigh, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint, nearly imperceptible smile. A mere background character? Bro. How serendipitous. It was as if a celestial script had been tailor-made for him. His current plan was refreshingly simple. He intended to dutifully follow the plot and collect a handsome fee for his participation. Then, he would seek a quaint seaside town where no one recognized him, purchase a small house with a garden, and raise a languid golden retriever. He envisioned the garden filled with his favorite hydrangeas and roses. On sunny days, he would paint. On gloomy days, he would recline in a chair on the porch, listening to the rain and observing the clouds, living a life of blissful idleness that he had never dared to dream of in his past. As for engaging in heart-throbbing games with a group of 20-somethings, no, thank you. Nurturing this hard-won healthy body and living freely until the end was the utmost priority. Shen Wenjing was lost in a reverie, blissfully envisioning his retirement life, entirely oblivious to the fact that the live broadcast of the show had quietly commenced. In several inconspicuous corners of the dock, high-definition cameras captured his solitary figure, starkly contrasting with the bustling scene around him, relaying it in real time to millions of viewers. Here it comes. The dating show I've been waiting for half a month is finally on. Who has the second one to arrive? Oh my, does that level of beauty really exist? It's the newcomer artist Shen Wenjing. I check his profile. It states he is an artist. The production team truly knows how to scout talent. His aura is simply extraordinary. Wow, with that face and physique, I do believe he is a top-tier star in the entertainment industry. Why isn't he part of it? He looks so serene, standing there motionless, almost like a painting, radiating a chilly sense of fragility that makes my heart melt. His complexion is so pale. Is he unwell? He looks so delicate. I just want to rush over and drape a coat over him. Calm down, sisters upstairs. The current trend is the sickly beauty persona. He might be putting on an act. He seems so despondent, lacking any enthusiasm, his gaze utterly vacant. Indeed, Shen Wenjing felt no interest in his surroundings. He was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, savoring the warmth of the sunlight on his skin and the gentle caress of the cool sea breeze against his face. At that moment, a middle-aged man holding a cue card, presumably the show's director, approached him with a formulaic, enthusiastic smile, briskly walking toward him. This was the customary interaction before the guests entered, intended to enrich the live broadcast. "Hello, Mr. Wenjing." The director's voice brimmed with professional zeal, while internally he marveled at the decision to cast such a striking figure, recognizing the strong camera presence that made him appear like a magazine cover model, absolutely bound for success. Shen Wenjing extricated himself from his thoughts, turning his head to meet the director's gaze with his clear, yet emotionless eyes. "How do you feel about participating in this reality show for the first time?" The director brought the fluffy windscreen microphone closer, anticipating standard responses filled with excitement and eagerness. Shen Wenjing pondered for a moment. "It's all right." Two succinct words, devoid of any superfluous expression. A subtle, imperceptible stiffness crept into the director's smile. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. He quickly recalibrated, striving to make amends. "Our recording location is the heartfelt cottage on that island over there." He gestured toward the distance, enthusiastically elaborating. "The environment is particularly delightful, nestled between mountains and sea. Do you like it?" Shen Wenjing followed his gesture and gazed towards the island in the distance, shrouded in dense greenery, lush and serene, enveloped by the embrace of the sea. He nodded gently. "MHM." The director felt a bead of sweat forming on his temple. This conversation was proving difficult to sustain. Just as he prepared to segue into a scripted introduction, he heard Shen Wenjing speak again. As if struck by inspiration, he added, in an utterly sincere tone, "It's quite suitable for sleeping." His voice was soft, imbued with a languor reminiscent of someone just roused from slumber, yet it resonated clearly through the microphone, reaching the ears of everyone in the live stream. The director's professional facade momentarily cracked, revealing a web of fine fissures across his face. "Sleep? Good sir, we are engaged in an S-tier romantic variety show. This is your opportunity to weave tales of love and spark hormonal collisions, not to indulge in relaxation." He opened his mouth, only to find that the arsenal of platitudes he had meticulously crafted for various artists had abandoned him entirely in this moment. All that remained in his mind were the words, "live stream disaster." At that moment, the live stream room, having endured a brief 3 seconds of silence, erupted into chaos. "Pfft. Am I hearing this correctly? What did he just say? Suitable for napping. Haha, help. Are you a devil, sir?" The director's smile just ran away. "Director, I've tried my best, but I simply cannot continue this conversation today. Farewell." "I can't breathe, folks. It seems he's serious. He merely wishes to find a place to sleep." The director took a deep breath, slowly exhaling as he forcefully reassembled his shattered professional mask, ultimately resigning to the idea of ceasing communication with Shen Wenjing. He offered an awkward smile and nodded at Shen Wenjing before hastily departing. Continuing this conversation might very well bring an untimely end to his career. Shen Wenjing, however, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil he had caused. He watched the director flee in apparent disarray, blinking in confusion. Did he say something wrong? The location appeared undeniably tranquil, seemingly ideal for slumber. Wasn't tea that a merit? The afternoon sun enveloped him in warmth, and he genuinely felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. As for the potential backlash, what did it matter? The remuneration was already secured. With such splendid sunlight, prioritizing rest seemed paramount. Chapter 3. Please do not disturb mode. He truly felt fatigued. The original owner had toiled until the early hours of the morning, striving to complete a painting, pushing through until 3 a.m. Now, with the sea breeze caressing him, he felt as if he might float away. The yacht smoothly docked, emitting a gentle, muffled sound, signaling the conclusion of their brief maritime journey. Shen Wenjing grasped his suitcase and, without waiting for assistance, descended the gangway independently. A sightseeing electric vehicle awaited him at the dock. "Teacher Shen, over here. We will take this vehicle to the Love Shack," a young staff member exclaimed, hastily keeping pace with him, eager to guide. Shen Wenjing nodded in acknowledgement, handing his suitcase to the staff member to stow it away before choosing a spot by the edge to sit. The electric vehicle silently commenced its journey, gliding like a leaf along a woodland path, venturing deeper into the island along the well-paved road. On either side, towering tropical plants of indeterminate names stood sentinel, their thick leaves glistening with an almost palpable moisture, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow beneath the blazing sun. The air was devoid of the salty tang of the sea, replaced instead by the refreshing scent of roots and damp earth, which generously filled his nostrils and surged into his lungs. He extended his hand, palm open, allowing the warm breeze to weave through his fingers. The tangible sensation, imbued with warmth, captivated him. He could even catch a whiff of the scent released by plants under the sun's gentle caress. This feeling was so indulgent that it rendered him somewhat addicted. The electric bicycle gradually came to a halt before a splendid, pure white two-story villa. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows were so pristine that they reflected the distant sea and sky. "Mr. Shen, we have arrived. We will assist you with your luggage," came the voice. Shen Wenjing acknowledged with a nod, ascending the steps and pushing open the heavy wooden door that appeared quite weighty. Inside was an immense living room, adorned in a minimalist modern style, where black, white, and gray dominated the palette, harmonizing with metallic and glass elements, creating a spacious yet somewhat desolate atmosphere. A man sat with his back to the entrance, positioned in the center of a vast gray plush carpet, engrossed in fiddling with a vintage turntable. Dressed in a simple white cotton linen shirt and khaki trousers, he exuded a tall and elegant presence. Even from behind, there was an undeniable air of refinement. Upon hearing the commotion at the doorway, the man turned around. His face was gentle and handsome, framed by exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, with clear and profound eyes peering from behind the lenses. Upon seeing Shen Wenjing, he appeared unsurprised, rising to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and revealing a perfectly measured smile. "Hello, I am Ji Ran." His voice was melodious and soothing, akin to a sound refined by professional equipment, making a pleasure to hear. Shen Wenjing nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Ran seemed unperturbed by his aloofness, stepping closer and extending his hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Shen Wenjing glanced at his clean, slender hand and offered a perfunctory handshake, their fingers barely touching before parting. "Likewise." His tone was devoid of inflection, as if freshly extracted from icy waters, carrying a hint of chill. Shen Wenjing's gaze lingered on Ji Ran's face for less than a second before diverting away, avoiding the probing eyes. Shen Wenjing. His voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, seemingly undeterred, and took 2 steps closer with genuine interest. "I have seen your paintings, the online solo exhibition last year." He refrained from offering vague compliments, instead mentioning a specific piece. "The Withering and Flourishing series is quite intriguing." Shen Wenjing paused momentarily, unexpectedly lifting his head to meet Ji Ran's smiling gaze. The original owner's online exhibition had made scarcely a ripple, purely a self-indulgent endeavor, something he had unearthed from fragmented memories. The fact that this individual was aware of it surprised him. "Thank you." There were no further inquiries, no signs of joy, not even a hint of curiosity. The atmosphere fell into a serene silence. Thus, the conversation came to a standstill. It seemed as though he had completely missed the social cues projected by the other, as he bypassed Ji Ran and began to survey the living room with a clear objective in mind. Soon, he found himself in the far corner of the living room, captivated by a creamy white single beanbag chair that seemed soft enough to swallow a person whole. Beside it stood a small floor-to-ceiling window, perfectly framing the swaying shadows of trees and a glimpse of the azure sea beyond. It was an idyllic spot. He strode over, tossed his backpack onto the floor, and sank deeply into the chair, releasing a satisfied sigh. There he remained, as if a finely crafted sculpture had been placed there. Ji Ran stood still, observing the fluidity of his movements, his expression unchanged throughout. Only when Shen Wenjing had fully settled did a flicker of genuine amusement pass through his eyes behind the lenses. Truly, he was utterly unpretentious. Ji Ran chose not to intrude further, turning instead to explore the gramophone. Soon, the melodious strains of classical music filled the spacious living room, breaking the awkward silence. "Is that it? Is the conversation over? I just set up my little stool." Shen Wenjing. "Oh." And then he left. "Ha ha, a social terrorist." Ji Ran's temper is astonishingly good. He's even smiling? I feel like he's discovered some delightful toy. This Ji Ran must be that renowned music producer. Goodness. The phrase gentlemanly grace was surely coined for him. I ship this couple already. The aloof and arrogant king with the gentle yet cunning soul. A perfect match. Dear sisters, let's not meddle. Can't you see our Jingjing only wants to sleep? Please do not disturb him. Thank you. About 10 minutes later, the villa door swung open once more. A girl in a pink puff-sleeve dress, pulling a similarly pastel suitcase, bounced in like a little rabbit, peering around with curiosity. Upon entering, her eyes lit up at the spacious, sunlit living room and Ji Ran, who was adjusting the gramophone, emitting a small gasp of delight. Hello, hello. I'm Suk Xintian. Her voice was sweet and vibrant, akin to a freshly unwrapped fruit candy. Ji Ran turned, offering her a warm smile. Hello, I am Ji Ran. Wow, it's teacher Ji Ran. I have looped your song Galaxy for 100 times. Su Xintian transformed into a starstruck fan in an instant, her cheeks flushing with excitement as she chattered incessantly. Ji Ran simply listened with a smile, nodding occasionally, exuding patience and gentlemanliness. Su Xintian's gaze swept rapidly around the living room, and then, as if frozen by an invisible pause button, she became still. Her expression was frozen, mouth slightly agape and eyes wide, forgetting to hold onto the suitcase's handle. Following her line of sight revealed Shen Wenjing, curled up in the corner of the sofa. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a warm, fluffy golden hue over him. He lay with his eyes closed, his pale face devoid of color, long, thick lashes casting a quiet shadow beneath his eyes. He appeared so beautiful that it felt unreal, so still that he seemed almost lifeless. Su Xintian felt as though her heart skipped a beat. My goodness, is this a real human being? Is this an undebutante with a divine visage? When did such a figure emerge in the entertainment industry? Instinctively, she softened her breathing, her movements with the wheeled suitcase becoming cautious, lest any sound disturb this exquisite scene. Approaching the two individuals, she first offered a shy smile to Ji Ran, then took a deep breath and turned toward the corner, summoning all her courage. Hello, my name is Su Xintian. Her voice was soft and gentle, laced with a hint of unrecognized nervousness. Shen Wenjing was caught in a state between dreams and wakefulness, on the verge of a victorious meeting with the realm of slumber, when suddenly a chirpy voice pierced through the haze, yanking him back from the edge of oblivion. He furrowed his brow and reluctantly opened his eyes. Before him was a magnified face adorned with delicate makeup, beaming at him radiantly. Who is this? Ah, the third guest. Upon noticing him awake, Su Xintian became even more animated, quickly adding, You are exceptionally handsome. Truly, as if you have stepped out of a painting. The irritation of being disturbed from sleep swirled in Shen Wenjing's chest for a moment, only to be forcefully suppressed. Never mind. What was there to quibble over with a young girl? He regarded Su Xintian with a blank expression, his gaze sweeping over her pink puff-sleeve dress. Then, in an utterly sincere tone, devoid of any discernible emotion, he slowly remarked, Your dress is quite beautiful. With that, he gave Su Xintian a polite nod, a silent acknowledgement. Immediately after, to Su Xintian's astonished gaze, he donned his headphones and turned away, curling deeper into his seat, signaling through his actions. The conversation has concluded. I shall return to my slumber. Finally, he adjusted to a more comfortable position, leaning back into the sofa and closing his eyes. The entire sequence was executed with such fluidity, it was almost heart-wrenching. The world around him fell into an instant hush. Su Xintian's mind went blank. Utterly unsure of how to respond, she could only stiffly turn her head and cast a pleading glance toward Ji Ran, who was leaning against the bar, sipping a glass of lemonade, watching the scene with great interest. Upon meeting Su Xintian's desperate eyes, rather than offering assistance, he relished the unfolding drama. Raising his glass to her, his eyes behind the lenses sparkling with uncontainable amusement. Yet, why does he look so handsome even while wearing headphones? At that moment, the livestream's comments exploded into chaos. Ha 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 ha. This is a heart-wrenching blow. The sweet girl is petrified on the spot. I can see her pupils shaking. Shen Wenjing. Hello. Conversation concluded. Goodbye. I am sleeping. Do not disturb. Physical isolation. This guy truly spares no mercy. I shall refer to him as the deity of anti-socialization. Su Xintian mustered her lifelong courage, only for Shen Wenjing to give her a compliment and then demonstrate a 1-second slumber. Is the director backstage all right? Do we need a respirator? Ha 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 ha. I have learned that when I wish to avoid conversation, I shall simply sleep. Ji Ran's smile is indulgent. He undoubtedly understands everything. In the living room, only the melodious strains of classical music linger, accompanied by a bewildered young lady and a shrewd producer who is thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Additionally, there is an artist, completely disconnected from the world, preparing to indulge in a well-deserved nap. Chapter 4. Can one sleep? Before the classical piece concludes, the heavy wooden door swings open for a third time. This time, a woman enters, exuding an entirely different aura. Dressed in a sleek black jumpsuit that accentuates her tall and slender figure, her face is partly obscured by oversized sunglasses, and her lips are a striking crimson. Unlike Su Xintian, she carries no cumbersome luggage. Instead, she casually holds a delicate makeup case in one hand while the other rests in her pocket. Striding in high heels, she moves with an air of authority, as if she were not attending a dating show, but rather inspecting her business empire. With a flourish, she removes her sunglasses, revealing a vibrant and commanding visage, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Su Xintian instinctively straightens her posture and stammers, Gu Pan Jia. Ji Ran also rises, nodding at her with the same gentle smile. Pan, it has been a while. Ah, producer Ji, back to experience life again? Gu Pan teases, raising an eyebrow, her tone familiar and playful. She does not linger long with Su Xintian and Ji Ran. Her attention shifts beyond them, landing squarely on the corner of the living room. There, nestled on the sofa, is a figure cocooned in a hooded sweatshirt and headphones, appearing entirely out of place, yet captivating amidst the bright and open space. With a hint of intrigue, Gu Pan raises an eyebrow. Approaching the sofa, she gazes down at the unsuspecting sleeper. Ah, sleeping beauty, she muses, her voice soft yet impossible to ignore. The sun is up, it's time to rise. Shen Wenjing is blissfully immersed in slumber, dreaming of having purchased a quaint house with a yard, where he nurtures a golden retriever named Mantu. He envisions himself lounging on a rocking chair in the sun, with Mantu's furry head resting on his lap. Life is serene, and the world is worthwhile. However, in the next moment, he feels a sharp jab, as though someone has pricked him with a needle. Instantly, his brow furrows in irritation, and with great reluctance, he opens his eyes. Before him is an enlarged, exquisitely made-up visage. Another one? He blinks in confusion, still tethered to the dream of the rocking chair, his mind struggling to catch up. The misty gaze of his just-awoken eyes betrays his bewilderment. Observing his dazed expression, the mischievous delight in Gu Pan fades inexplicably. He appears rather dim-witted. Hello. Shen Wenjing finally recovers his voice, offering a polite nod, but the conversation halts there. In front of Gu Pan, he sinks deeper into the sofa, closes his eyes, and attempts to seamlessly return to the beautiful dream of his golden retriever. Gu Pan, having traversed the entertainment industry for numerous years, found herself encountering an unprecedentedly unyielding situation. At that moment, Ji Ran approached with several bottles of mineral water, effectively shattering the delicate atmosphere. Have some water, he offered, distributing the bottles to Gu Pan and Su Xintian before taking the last one to Shen Wenjing. Instead of handing it directly, he first surveyed Shen Wenjing's face. You don't look well, Ji Ran remarked gently. Haven't had enough rest? Shen Wenjing raised his eyes to meet his gaze, noting the acute perceptiveness of this individual. He acknowledged, accepting the water, twisting off the cap, and taking a sip. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, alleviating some of his fatigue. Thank you, he said, unusually verbose. Ji Ran chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and returned to the record player. Ah, Ji Ran is so gentle. He truly cares about Jing's well-being. Ji Ran, while everyone else perceives him as aloof, I alone recognize his vulnerabilities. Imagining 1,000 words, Why do I feel that Gu Pan and Ji Ran look at Shen Wenjing as if he were a rare creature? Because our Jing Jing is one of kind, an artist who simply desires sleep. Who wouldn't adore him? Just as the living room had regained a brief moment of tranquility, the villa's front door swung open with a resounding bang. "Hello, everyone!" A vibrant voice burst forth like a little sun, instantly igniting the entire space. A boy clad in a bright yellow sweatshirt and sporting a backpack rushed in like a gust of wind. His flamboyant golden hair, sun-kissed skin, and dazzling smile radiated an aura of cheerfulness and approachability. "Ziang!" Su Xintian exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight. "Tian Tian!" Song Zhang enveloped her in a warm embrace before casually greeting Gu Pan and Ji Ran, Sister Pan. "Brother Ji Ran." Gu Pan lazily lifted her eyelids in acknowledgement. Ji Ran smiled and nodded. "You've tanned again." "Really? This way I look more handsome." Song Zhang replied nonchalantly, showcasing his arms, before his gaze landed on the sole person in the room who had not responded to him. "Hey, and this gentleman is?" he inquired curiously, approaching like an exuberant golden retriever discovering new territory. Ji Ran glanced at the quietly sipping Shen Wenjing, his smile deepening, and softly explained, "This is Shen Wenjing, an artist. He may just be a bit shy and somewhat fatigued." "Oh, an artist, I understand. They often behave like this," Song Ziang expressed with an enlightened demeanor, showing consideration by refraining from further disturbance. At that moment, a short gasp erupted from the doorway, drawing everyone's attention instinctively. There stood a slender young man in a white shirt, seemingly tripped by the threshold, his body swaying precariously as if on the verge of falling. Clutching a ukulele, his face bore a perfectly timed expression of alarm and uncertainty. "Be careful." Song Zhang reacted almost reflexively, dashing forward to steady him. "Are you all right?" he inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, thank you," the young man replied, slightly flustered. The young man lifted his head, revealing a clean and handsome face. His large eyes, reminiscent of those of a puppy, easily evoke a sense of protectiveness. At this moment, he timidly gazed at Song Zhang, his cheeks slightly flushed. "I am Lin Baiyu. I am Song Ziang." Song Ziang was instantly captivated by this bunny-like demeanor, smiling even more brightly. "Are you here to participate in the program too?" Gumin. Su Xintian hurried over to assist him on the other side, asking with concern, "Did you fall?" No. Thank you both," Lin Baiyu replied in a soft, timid voice, evidently shy and nervous. "Oh my, this younger brother is so adorable, like a startled fawn." Song Ziang's boyfriend energy is off the charts. A hero saving the beauty. "I'm shipping this couple already." Lin Baiyu? Is he the newcomer who just released a single? The song is beautiful, and he is so soft and cute. Haha. How are those still shipping Song Ziang and Shen Wenjing? Your golden retriever loves everyone it meets. Shen Wenjing suddenly lifted his head, his gaze cutting through the exuberant Song Ziang and Su Xintian, landing precisely on the pitiable youth surrounded by a crowd. It couldn't be mistaken. It was him. In the book The Heartfelt Rules of the Top Stream, he was the innocent, kind-hearted protagonist who ultimately captured the heart of the top movie star, Xie Wenjing, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Shen Wenjing reclined on the sofa, observing the scene before him that perfectly mirrored the opening of the novel, and found it somewhat amusing. The narrative truly is a stubborn thing. He withdrew his gaze, donned his headphones once more, and pulled the hood of his sweatshirt lower. Since the protagonist had made their entrance, it was only fitting that he, as a mere background character, embraced his role as such. Sleep. Nothing could be more important than that. At this moment, Lin Baiyu, encircled by the crowd, finally had a moment to express his heartfelt gratitude to Song Ziang and Su Xintian before surveying the other guests in the living room. The refined Ji Ran and the commanding Gu Pan were figures he had researched prior to his arrival. His gaze eventually settled on the individual huddled in the corner of the sofa. This was the other ordinary guest mentioned by his agent, the artist named Shen Wenjing. He certainly had an eye-catching appearance. Lin Baiyu's attention lingered for a moment on Shen Wenjing's strikingly beautiful face, even partially obscured by his hood. However, he seemed to possess a gloomy demeanor, disinterested in conversation, exuding an aura of indifference. Lin Baiyu quickly formed a mental image of him. Chapter 5. The top stream has arrived with the support of Song Ziang and Su Xintian. Lin Baiyu finally found his footing. He wore a perfectly measured expression of bashfulness as he repeatedly thanked the two, his voice soft and mellifluous, nearly melting hearts. Thank you both. I was so careless. It's all right, as long as you're fine. Song Ziang patted his chest, grinning widely, his sunny smile dazzling. Once settled, Lin Baiyu began to showcase his exceptional social skills. He first respectfully greeted Gu Pan, saying, "Sister Pan, hello. I am Lin Baiyu. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gu Pan lazily lifted her eyelids, emitting a soft sound from her nose as a form of acknowledgement. She then turned to Ji Ran, offering a slight bow. "Teacher Ji Ran, I'm truly fond of your music. It is an honor to meet you in person." Ji Ran responded with a gentle smile. "Hello, welcome." With this exchange, he flawlessly greeted everyone present, evoking a sense of goodwill among them. Eventually, his gaze settled on a corner of the room. Lin Baiyu hesitated for a moment, but decided to approach, lowering his voice to avoid disturbing the other person. "Hello, I am Lin Baiyu." Shen Wenjing did not respond. His eyes were closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. A hint of awkwardness flickered across Lin Baiyu's face, quickly masked by a perfect smile. He chose not to press further, turning back to the center of the living room, sitting down naturally and initiating conversation. "It is fate that brings us together. Holding my ukulele, I look at everyone with bright eyes, and since we will be living together for a while, how about we discuss our ideal types to get to know each other better?" This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from Su Xintian. "Sure, I'll go first," she said, shyly twisting her fingers. "I like someone who is sunny, cheerful, a bit humorous, and caring." As she spoke, she covertly glanced at Song Ziang. However, Song Ziang seemed oblivious to the signal, boldly chiming in, "I prefer someone cute, kind, a bit delicate, who can evoke my protective instincts." After saying this, he flashed a radiant smile at Lin Baiyu, who, in turn, felt his cheeks flush at the moment. The live stream was instantly inundated with comments. "Geupanskoft," crossing her arms and parting her red lips. "Only a child would discuss ideal types. I go by feelings. The most important thing is not to be a nuisance." Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, speaking slowly. "I appreciate those with a unique worldview. An interesting soul is paramount." Once everyone had shared their thoughts, all eyes converged on the only person still detached from the conversation. Gathering her courage, Su Xintian asked softly, "And what about you, Teacher Shen?" Ji Ran walked over, extending a hand to gently touch Shen Wenjing's arm. Feeling the touch, Shen Wenjing stirred, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with sleepiness. "What?" Lin Baiyu gently reiterated the question. "We're discussing ideal types. What kind of person do you like, Wenjing?" Shen Wenjing regarded him, his beautiful peach blossom eyes particularly bright and devoid of emotion upon waking. It appeared he was genuinely contemplating the question. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, including millions of viewers in the live stream, he parted his thin lips to utter two words: "A person alive." The living room fell into a profound silence. Song Ziang gaped, momentarily forgetting his next words. Su Xintian's eyes widened in shock, her expression reflecting disbelief. Gu Pan was first taken aback, then could not contain herself, bursting into laughter, shaking uncontrollably with mirth. Ji Ran pressed his forehead, unable to suppress the smile that lingered at the corners of his lips. Lin Baiyu's flawless smile finally revealed a hint of a crack. After 3 seconds of stunned silence in the livestream chat, chaos erupted. "Ha ha ha. We've just birthed a classic line from this dating show. I'm laughing so hard my neighbors called the police. What a live show. Shen Wenjing, your demands are too high. Mine are quite simple. Just a living person will suffice." "This is insane. He has truly lost it." With the calmest expression, he uttered the most absurd words. "Lin Baiyu, let us discuss romance." Shen Wenjing, "I'm just concerned whether the person is alive or dead." "Director, quick, bring me the oxygen tank. I feel like I'm about to pass out." Shen Wenjing remained blissfully unaware of the awkward silence and laughter he had instigated. He merely found the reactions of these people rather perplexing. He even pondered seriously whether he could feign illness and leave for the hospital, pocketing his appearance fee in the process. Amidst this bizarre yet joyous atmosphere, the heavy wooden door of the villa swung open for the fifth time, catching everyone's attention with a soft creak. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the light at the entrance. The afternoon sun illuminated him from behind, casting a golden halo that obscured his face. Yet an overwhelming aura filled the entire living room, suffocating in its intensity. The previously uproarious Gupan subdued her laughter. The boisterous song Xiang fell silent. Even the composed Ji Ran stood straighter. The figure stepped inside. As he approached, his face became distinctly visible to all. With chiseled features, a prominent nose, and thin, sensual lips, he was striking. Most captivating were his eyes, long and sharp, resembling obsidian tempered by frost, scanning the room with a detached indifference, as if the gathered crowd were mere inconsequential backdrops. Clad in a simple black t-shirt and cargo pants, he exuded an air of haute couture. He resembled an ancient sword sheathed in its scabbard, radiating an undeniable sharpness even in stillness. "Thank you, Teacher Xie," Su Xintian gasped, covering her mouth, her voice trembling. Song Xiang appeared dumbfounded. "No way. It's really Teacher Xie. How'd he come here?" Lin Baiyu's pupils dilated, his heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the ukulele in his arms, his face a blend of incredulous joy and just the right touch of shyness. Xie Wenjing, a figure of legend, had debuted a decade ago, with virtually no rumors or negative press circulating online. An award-winning actor, he had long been the unrivaled top star in the domestic entertainment industry, having transitioned from idol to actor due to family circumstances. The mere thought of such a legendary person participating in a dating reality show was nothing short of surreal. Everyone in the living room stood, some in shock, others in excitement, and some in curiosity. Yet one person remained unmoved. Shen Wenjing, still lounging in that corner of the beanbag sofa. He merely lifted his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at the man who had entered. It was the protagonist described in the book. The lovesick male lead who would go to great lengths for the main character, Lin Baiyu. He was not unpleasing to the eye, and now he felt a pang of hunger. When would he be able to dine? Was there ice cream available on this island? He had a desire for vanilla flavor. Shen Wenjing donned his headphones once more, pulling his hat lower to completely shut out the world around him. At that moment, the live streaming room was rendered utterly chaotic due to the appearance of Xie Wenjing. Oh my goodness! Xie Wenjing. It's the real Xie Wenjing. Production team, you are incredible. You invited Xie Wenjing. You are my idol. Help! Is this truly a dating show? What a celestial lineup. Am I dreaming? Best actor, top-tier female star, gold medal producer, wealthy heir, rising starlet, newcomer singer, and a stunning artist who only wishes to sleep. I declare, heartbeat signal, a divine assembly. Wait, have you all noticed? Only one person remains seated throughout. Shen Wenjing, he is still sitting. He even put his headphones back on. Brother Jing, truly, I'm in tears. While others are chasing stars, you're sleeping. You are the true top-tier celebrity. Chapter 6. Washing vegetables, Su Xintian's mouth formed an A shape. Her hand gripping Song Xiang's clothing as if that would provide her stability. Song Xiang, shedding his previously fearless demeanor, tensed up, appearing somewhat at a loss. It truly was Xie Wenjing, he murmured softly, more to confirm he wasn't hallucinating than to speak to anyone. Gupan leaned against the sofa, adjusting her crossed long legs. She remained silent, merely removing her sunglasses to toy with them, her sharp gaze unabashedly scrutinizing Xie Wenjing. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, maintaining his gentle smile, though anyone could discern the added depth behind it. Yet, Xie Wenjing, the center of attention, seemed blissfully unaware of the complex scrutiny directed at him. He simply held a plain black duffel bag, casually placing on the ground, standing there as if awaiting something. His gaze swept around the living room, ultimately settling on the solitary figure huddled in the corner. The only individual who had offered no reaction since his entrance, even after his arrival. They had returned to wearing their headphones. A barely perceptible movement flickered in the arch of Xie Wenjing's brow. Just then, the program director burst through the door, beads of sweat on his forehead, a conciliatory smile adorning his face. Dear esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. A slight change has occurred, he said, bowing and nodding towards everyone, especially Shen Wenjing. Our production team has unexpectedly invited a few more guests, so we may need to ask you to familiarize yourselves with this setting for the time being. Once everyone arrives, we will arrange the accommodations. Upon hearing this, everyone's thoughts diverged. More guests? Has the production team invited nearly everyone from the entertainment industry? How long must we wait for everyone to arrive? Gu Pan spoke first, her tone laced with impatience. They'll be here soon, the director reassured, wiping the sweat from his brow. Isn't it almost dinner time? Everyone has worked hard throughout the day. The kitchen is fully stocked with ingredients. How about we prepare a meal together to foster camaraderie? Upon hearing this suggestion, Lin Baiyu's eyes instantly sparkled. Clutching his ukulele, he shyly raised his hand and offered, I can make a few home-cooked dishes. Shall I take the lead? Wow, Baiyu, you can cook? That's incredible. Song Zhang immediately transformed into the #1 supporter, his face brimming with admiration. I'll help you. Su Xintian eagerly chimed in. Ji Ran smiled warmly, adding, I'll lend a hand as well. Many hands make light work. Gu Pan lazily stood up. All right then, I suppose idleness is not productive. All eyes eventually converged on a corner of the room. Ji Ran approached, once again familiar with the surroundings, and patted Shen Wenjing's arm. Shen Wenjing, bewildered, removed his headphones, his expression a canvas of confusion. We are preparing dinner. What about you? Ji Ran inquired. Shen Wenjing glanced towards the kitchen and then at the enthusiastic group. He hesitated before responding, I don't know how to cook. As everyone anticipated him to retreat once more, he paused, seemingly deep in thought, and added, but I can wash the vegetables. With that, he stood up, threw his backpack onto the sofa, and strode purposefully towards the open kitchen, his posture exuding a firm resolve that this daunting task of washing vegetables was his alone. Yes, truly something. I'm in tears. To avoid socializing, he willingly took on the most solitary task. Shen Wenjing. Cooking is an impossibility in this lifetime. Washing vegetables is a monumental contribution to the team. I bet he'll end up peeling a cucumber with dish soap. Shen Wenjing observed the figure walking into the kitchen, remaining silent before striding in after him. This action instantly ignited a frenzy in the live stream. Teacher Xia has entered the kitchen. He has gone in. The kitchen was spacious, with the central island gleaming as if brand new. After placing his ukulele aside, Lin Baiyu skillfully tied on an apron and began assigning tasks like a little host. Brother Zhang, could you assist me by chopping the potatoes? Xinqian, would you wash the tomatoes? Teacher Ji, could you help blanch the ribs? His organization was impeccable, while he himself began to handle a fish, his knife skills appearing quite adept. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing occupied a corner of the sink. He turned on a gentle stream of water, picked up a carrot, and, with a focus akin to crafting a work of art, began to wash it meticulously. Ji Ran approached with a plate of ribs and stood beside him at the sink. You seem quite knowledgeable about washing vegetables, he remarked with a smile. Without lifting his gaze, Shen Wenjing replied, simply, dirty. The single word effectively concluded the conversation. Ji Ran did not feel embarrassed. Rather, he found the situation even more amusing. He began to tend to his ribs. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the individual beside him. Lin Baiyu busied himself with the ingredients while striving to enliven the atmosphere. Sister Pampan, do you enjoy spicy food? It's all right. Teacher Ji, I heard you don't eat cilantro. Is that true? Yes. Thank you for remembering. Finally, he mustered the courage to glance at the man who merely stood nearby, seemingly existing within his own world. Sun, Brother Wenjing, do you have any dietary restrictions? His voice carried an almost imperceptible tension and anticipation. Shen Wenjing leaned against the central island, hands tucked into his pockets, not looking at Lin Baiyu, his gaze fixed upon the figure engaged in a struggle with a carrot. Only upon hearing the question did he lazily withdraw his gaze. No. The coldness of his response left Lin Baiyu's prepared follow-up conversation stuck in his throat. He offered an awkward smile, lowering his head to continue working on the fish. He sensed it. Shen Wenjing's attention seemed entirely elsewhere. In the kitchen, the sounds of various ingredients being prepared intertwined, creating a peculiar symphony. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing had finally finished washing his first carrot. He placed it solemnly in a clean draining basket and then picked up a second one, a potato. Observing the dirt-covered potato, he frowned slightly, then silently retrieved a brand-new steel wool pad from a nearby basket. Song Zhang, who was cutting potatoes, watched this scene unfold in disbelief, his knife coming to a halt. "Dude, are you going to polish the potato?" Shen Wenjing ignored him, beginning to scrub the potato meticulously with the steel wool pad. Everyone in the kitchen, including the perpetually stoic Xie Wenjing, paused in their tasks, all eyes fixed on him. "Help me, ha 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 ha. Steel wool on a potato." This artist possesses some remarkable life hacks. "Potato. I've never been this clean in my life. Thank you, Teacher Wenjing." Xie Wenjing's expression, ha 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 ha. He can't hold it in. I see the corners of his mouth twitching. He is definitely stifling laughter. Shen Wenjing remained oblivious to their reactions. He simply thought that the potato was exceedingly dirty and needed a thorough cleaning. As for what others thought, he couldn't care less. Chapter 7. Lack of enthusiasm for eating, a questionable mindset in the kitchen. Shen Wenjing finally concluded his in-depth cleaning of the potato. He handed it over to Song Zhang, who accepted it with an expression as if he were receiving a rare treasure. The potato gleamed under the light, reflecting a pristine whiteness that was almost unreal. "Bro, you're amazing," Song Zhang remarked sincerely. Shen Wenjing ignored him and silently picked up the next item awaiting purification, a broccoli. He turned on the faucet and began to break it into small florets, rinsing them under the water flow with a focus akin to defusing a delicate bomb. Meanwhile, Lin Baiyu had finished preparing the fish, and the hot oil in the pan began to sizzle. "Brother Zhang, cut the potato into rolling pieces, all right? Xin Tiang, you may have the tomatoes now. Teacher Jiran, could you please chop the scallions and ginger?" He directed with methodical precision, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead, his fair cheeks slightly flushed from the heat of the stove, appearing both capable and harmless. The entire kitchen buzzed with life, filled with the clattering of pots and pans and the enticing aromas of various ingredients, while one corner by the sink remained tranquil, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. Meanwhile, Xie Wenjing leaned against the central island, motionless throughout. His presence was so pronounced that, even in inactivity, he commanded attention. His gaze, intentionally or not, drifted towards the figure at the sink, engrossed in a battle with a stubborn broccoli. After more than half an hour, Lin Baiyu emerged from the kitchen, carrying the final platter of sweet and sour ribs. "Dinner is served," he announced with a smile, a hint of pride in his voice. The dining table was already adorned with a feast: braised fish, cola chicken wings, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and garlic greens, all visually appealing and aromatic. "Wow, Baiyu, you are simply amazing. This could easily be a private dining experience," Su Xintian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Incredible, Baiyu. Whoever marries you is truly fortunate." Song Zhang chimed in, showering compliments. Lin Baiyu, slightly embarrassed by the praise, waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, it's just some home-cooked dishes. Please sit down and try them. I hope they suit your taste." Gu Pan pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up a piece of chicken wing to sample. She raised an eyebrow. "Quite tasty." Jiren also took a seat and gently remarked, "Well done." Xie Wenjing pulled out a chair directly opposite Lin Baiyu, picked up his chopsticks, and remained silent. Lin Baiyu's heart skipped a beat as he discreetly observed Xie Wenjing's reaction. Only Shen Wenjing, at the very moment Lin Baiyu announced dinner, had quietly exited the kitchen and chosen a seat closest to the door. He barely glanced at the dishes on the table before grabbing a bowl and diving straight into the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, as if he had been starved for 3 days and nights. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively. Song Zhang and Su Xintian formed a vibrant core, showering Lin Baiyu with compliments in various forms. Lin Baiyu, in turn, humbly responded, occasionally drawing others into the conversation, striving to ensure everyone felt included. "Sister Pan, I specially added a bit more vinegar to these ribs. You should give them a try." Teacher Jiran, the fish is very fresh and has few bones. However, 2 individuals remained detached from the lively exchange. One was Xie Wenjing, the center of all topics yet reticent with words. The other was Shen Wenjing, who had no intention of engaging, wholly focused on his meal. Finally summoning his courage, Lin Baiyu steered the conversation towards that quiet corner. "What do you think of the food?" All chopsticks paused momentarily, turning in unison to gaze at Shen Wenjing, having just swallowed a mouthful of rice. He lifted his head at the question, his strikingly handsome face devoid of expression. He seemed to genuinely contemplate before, under the expectant stares of everyone, he uttered 2 words. "Delicious." Then, he lowered his head and resumed his fervent enjoyment of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes mixed with rice. No more than a single word of evaluation. Lin Baiyu's smile momentarily froze. The livestream room was on the verge of hysterical laughter. "Ha ha ha! I implore you, just say 2 more words, Shen Wenjing." Shen Wenjing, delicious. Evaluation complete. Next, Lin Baiyu had meticulously prepared a feast, eagerly anticipating lavish praise, only to receive the briefest of commendations, delicious. He was truly earnest in his dining, his cheeks puffed adorably. Shen Wenjing quickly finished his bowl of rice mixed with the savory tomato and scrambled egg sauce. Savoring the moment, he licked his lips and surveyed the dining table. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the center of the table, where a plate of steamed fish lay. The fish's flesh was tender and white, glistening with sauce, appearing utterly delectable. Yet it was too far out of reach. Standing to serve himself would be a hassle, and asking someone else for assistance seemed even more troublesome. After staring at the fish for 3 seconds, Shen Wenjing decisively abandoned the idea. Never mind. He would stick to plain rice. He lowered his head, just about to take another bite of rice, when a white porcelain spoon hovered over his bowl. A piece of succulent fish belly, coated in delicious sauce and devoid of bones, was gently placed into his bowl. Shen Wenjing was momentarily taken aback, glancing sideways to follow the elegant hand that had just served him. Ji Ran was retracting his hand, returning the serving chopsticks with a natural grace. He did not meet Shen Wenjing's eyes, but merely smiled gently at him, as if he had performed a trivial act. Shen Wenjing regarded the fish in his bowl, then looked back at Ji Ran. He did not speak, but subtly nodded in acknowledgement. He then picked up the piece of fish and placed it into his mouth. It was even better than the tomato and scrambled eggs. This silent exchange did not escape the notice of everyone at the table. Su Xintian covered her mouth, her expression one of delightful realization. Gu Pan wore a smirk, clearly enjoying the unfolding spectacle. Song Zhang glanced from one to the other, belatedly exclaiming in surprise. Lin Baiyu, holding his bowl, struggled to maintain his smile. Meanwhile, sitting opposite him, Xie Xuanqing picked up his chopsticks and reached for the plate of fish. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he selected the largest piece of fish back meat, pausing momentarily in midair as if contemplating something. Finally, with a neutral expression, he placed a piece of fish into his own bowl. Chapter 8. All gathered. The lottery begins once the meal concluded. The atmosphere brightened considerably. Lin Baiyu tirelessly sought conversation, while Song Xiang and Su Xintian played along, creating a lively ambience in the living room. Xie Xuanqing remained mostly silent, though his demeanor had softened since his arrival. Ji Ran and Gu Pan appeared as mere spectators, occasionally chiming in, but mostly observing. Shen Wenjing, fully satiated and free from fatigue, felt utterly at ease. Leaning back in his chair, he leisurely sipped the bottle of water Ji Ran had offered him, barely lifting his eyelids. "Are you full?" Geu Pan teased, playfully assessing him as if he had come back to life. Shen Wenjing lifted his eyelids to glance at her. He spoke with utmost seriousness. The atmosphere in the room shifted as laughter erupted from Su Xintian, who was tidying up the dishes, unable to contain herself. Gu Pan was taken aback momentarily before bursting into a broader smile, pointing at him and remarking, "You, indeed, possess a certain charm." Just then, the villa's grand entrance swung open once more, revealing 3 newcomers. Leading the way was a man adorned in flamboyant streetwear, his hair slicked back to a glossy sheen, his visage exuding an air of wealth and flamboyance. Upon entering, his gaze flitted over Gu Pan and Su Xintian, accompanied by a self-satisfied grin. "Greetings, lovely ladies. I hope I am not intruding. My name is Qin Hao." Following him was a younger boy, dressed in a simple hoodie, clutching a backpack and casting his eyes downward. seemingly shy and nearly tripping over his own feet. I am Lu Yao, he murmured, his voice barely audible. The last to enter starkly contrasted the preceding two. He wore a well-tailored silk shirt, his slender form and delicate features blurring the line between masculine and feminine. Yet his expression was cold and discerning. Upon entering, his sharp gaze swept across the room, landing on each individual. Su-yi, he stated succinctly, offering nothing more than his name. The ambience in the living room grew palpably delicate with the arrival of these new guests. Lin Baiyu promptly stood, donning his signature gentle smile, and extended a warm greeting. Song Xiang enthusiastically introduced the previous attendees. Qin Hao's attention, however, remained fixated on Gu Pan, addressing her as Sister Pan Pan in an overly familiar manner. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, having exchanged pleasantries with Song Xiang, quietly sought refuge in a corner, occupying a solitary sofa while engrossed in his mobile game, as if transported to an alternate reality. As for Su-yi, his gaze lingered on Xie Wenjing and Ji Ran for a fleeting moment before scanning Lin Baiyu's face, ultimately resting on Shen Wenjing, who had remained aloof and detached throughout. His brow arched in intrigue. All right, everyone, let's extend a warm welcome to our new friends. The director, brimming with enthusiasm, emerged with a lottery box in hand. Now that all 10 guests of our Heartbeat Cottage have gathered, we shall proceed to the first segment of our stay, a random draw to determine your roommates. Each pair will consist of 2 individuals of the same gender. Inside the box are 5 color balls. Drawing the same color indicates you will share a room. Quite simple. Isn't it? Let us begin. Gu Pan raised an eyebrow at Su Xintian, who exhaled in relief and smiled brightly. This is wonderful, Sister Pan Pan. Next came the boys' turn. Qin Hao jostled past Song Xiang, the first to reach into the box, retrieving a blue ball and playfully whistling at the camera. It was Lu Yao's turn. He did not lift his gaze from his phone screen, grabbing a ball at random. Song Xiang opened his hand to reveal blue. You will be sharing a room with Brother Qin Hao. Qin Hao approached, throwing an arm around Lu Yao's shoulders with a grin reminiscent of a miscreant. Little brother, I'll look out for you from now on. Lu Yao finally raised his head, casting a bewildered glance in Qin Hao's direction. Oh. Then he lowered his head and returned to gaming. Qin Hao remarked, next up is Song Xiang, as he groped around for a while before retrieving a green ball, murmuring, please let not be Xie Shun. The pressure is too immense. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Baiyu approached with a smile, also holding a green ball. Wow, what a coincidence, Baiyu. Song Xiang's face lit up, his earlier tension dissipating entirely. Lin Baiyu grinned. Indeed, Brother Zhang, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Now, only 4 balls remained in the box, white and yellow. The remaining individuals yet to draw were Xie Wenjing, Ji Ran, Su-yi, and Shen Wenjing. Everyone instinctively eased their breaths. Each possible combination of these 4 held great intrigue. Xie Wenjing stepped forward with a stoic expression, reaching in to retrieve a ball. It was white. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses and gracefully approached, also extracting a ball, which was likewise white. A moment of silence enveloped the living room. The film emperor and the award-winning producer, 2 men of equal stature and presence, were to become housemates. Xie Wenjing and Ji Ran exchanged a calm nod, betraying no emotion. Yet, the livestream's comments erupted in frenzy. The ultimate duo. One extraordinary pairing of roommates. A powerful alliance. Why do I sense tension in the air? Their expressions toward each other seem off. The director cleared his throat, announcing the final results. Thus, the remaining duo, teachers Shen Wenjing and Su-yi. You are the last group of roommates. All eyes turned toward Shen Wenjing and Su-yi. One was an antisocial artist, oblivious to the surrounding chaos. The other, a sharp-tongued fashion designer brimming with attitude. This combination appeared equally explosive. Shen Wenjing remained unfazed. It mattered little where he lived or with whom. As long as there was a bed, he had already begun to contemplate drawing the curtains and sleeping upon entering the room. However, he had a different perspective. Striding forward, he approached Shen Wenjing directly, his demeanor imposing. Without uttering a word, he scrutinized Shen Wenjing from head to toe with a critical gaze. Finally, Shen Wenjing, growing impatient, lifted his eyelids to meet Su Yi's stare. "Is there something you need?" Su Yi's lips curled into a meaningful smirk. "Nothing much." He leaned in slightly, his voice low yet audible to those around them. "I was merely contemplating how my new roommate appears to be the one most eager to leave, yet possesses a face that seems destined for overtime." Chapter 9. Is the fish delicious? Su Yi's comment about having a face that invites overtime rippled through the living room like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Qin Hao let out a loud whistle, his gaze darting between Su Yi and Shen Wenjing, wearing a mischievous expression as if itching to inquire about their relationship. Gu Pan crossed her arms, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She cast a glance at the directing team and indeed caught the hint of pride tugging at the corner of the head director's mouth, indicating that this unexpected turn had been woven into the script from the very beginning. Lin Baiyu wore a perfectly calibrated smile on his face as he instinctively glanced at the stoic Xie Xuanqing beside him. Xie Xuanqing's expression remained unchanged, yet his profound eyes lingered on Shen Wenjing for an additional 2 seconds, concealing an enigmatic emotion within their depths. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing, the object of everyone's gaze, remained entirely unresponsive. Over time, he lazily lifted his eyelids, directing a look at Su Yi that combined both curiosity and bemusement before slowly articulating 2 words: sick leave. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but burst into laughter, her mirth ringing bright and slightly mischievous, as though she had stumbled upon an amusing quarry. Truly, he was impervious to reason. All right. Now that the roommate assignments are complete, let us ascend the stairs to inspect our rooms." The director, sensing the conversation veering off course, quickly intervened. "Ladies first. Pan Pan and Xintian, please proceed." Song Xiang immediately gestured courteously. Gu Pan and Su Xintian ascended to the 2nd floor, dragging their suitcases behind them. The remaining 4 rooms stood in a row, each adorned with nameplates. Shen Wenjing located the room shared with Su Yi and pushed the door open. He had mentally prepared himself to coexist in close quarters, bracing for the various adjustments that would entail. However, upon entering, he realized he had overthought the situation. The room was spacious, a suite complete with a small living area. On either side, 2 closed doors bore their names, clearly leading to private bedrooms and bathrooms. In the center of the living room stood a shared refrigerator and water dispenser. And beyond that, there was no further interaction. The intentions of the production team were transparent. They aimed to create a spectacle from their cohabitation while simultaneously mitigating the risk of actual conflict through physical separation. The tension in Shen Wenjing's shoulders, which had been taut with resistance, instantly relaxed. He grasped his suitcase and strode directly toward the left bedroom designated with his name, not glancing back even once. "Hey!" came Su Yi's languid voice from behind. Shen Wenjing halted, turning back with annoyance. Su Yi leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, scrutinizing the suite with his discerning artist-esque gaze, before finally settling his gaze on Shen Wenjing. "I'll sleep on the right," he declared, tilting his chin as if announcing his claim to territory. "And by the way, I sleep lightly, so no noise at night." Shen Wenjing looked at him impassively, as if listening to inconsequential noise. "Oh," he replied dismissively, adding, "I sleep like a log, even if you set up a stage in the living room. I want tea here thing." With that, he entered his bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, effectively cutting off all visual contact. Su Yi gazed at the closed door, a mix of irritation and amusement washing over him, before muttering under his breath, "Bad temper." Meanwhile, in the room shared by Lin Baiyu and Song Zhang, the atmosphere was decidedly warmer. "Baiyu, you should take this side. It's by the window, and the view is splendid." Song Zhang graciously offered the best spot. No, Zhang, you choose," Lin Baiyu insisted, waving his hands in polite refusal. "Oh, it's settled then." After a long day of laboring over the stove, the evening meal rests entirely upon your shoulders. Allow this to be my small token of appreciation. Without further ado, Song Zhang seized Lin Baiyu's suitcase and placed it by the window. A shy yet touched smile illuminated Lin Baiyu's face, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Thank you, Zhang. You're truly wonderful." In stark contrast, the atmosphere in Xie Xuanqing and Ji Ran's room was eerily quiet. The two retreated to their respective chambers, exchanging not a single word. As the door closed behind them, it felt as though two worlds had been separated, leaving the corridor enveloped in an unsettling stillness. Ha ha, Shen Wenjing, don't say anything about performing. Even if you were dance, I wouldn't mind. If I hear it, consider it my loss. I hereby declare that I have locked in the pairing of Shen Wenjing and Su Yi, a couple that embodies mutual disdain. The sharp-tongued, aloof flower versus the languid. Artistic type, such tension. Song Xiang is utterly captivated by Lin Baiyu. Just look at that expression on his face, as if her smile were priceless. The atmosphere in Xie and Ji's room is so heavy that it feels as if the air might freeze. Are we not witnessing a royal standoff? I am more curious about why Ji Ran served fish to Shen Wenjing during dinner. Not long after everyone had settled in, the director's voice crackled through the room's intercom. Attention, everyone. Please gather in the first-floor living room in 10 minutes. We will commence the first heart-throbbing segment of the evening. Shen Wenjing had just flopped onto his bed, still savoring the comfort, when the announcement irked him. Do capitalists even comprehend the meaning of rest? Reluctantly, he dragged himself from the bed and made his way downstairs. In the living room, all had gathered, seated around the sofa. The director, holding a tablet, wore a mysterious grin. Now, we shall embark on the heart-throbbing text message segment of our first night. Each of you may anonymously send a message to the guest who left the deepest impression on you today. Remember, it must remain anonymous. As soon as the rules were revealed, a mixture of tension and excitement danced across the faces of the young participants. Lin Baiyu hesitated not a moment. He bowed his head and commenced typing, his aim clear, to solidify Song Xiang as his most ardent supporter, the first step in his subsequent plans. Su Xintian bit her lip, casting a furtive glance at the beaming Song Zhang seated beside Lin Baiyu, then directed her gaze at the latter, who wore a gentle smile. Her fingers wavered between the two names for a brief moment before ultimately settling, albeit regretfully, on the latter. Song Xiang, with an unabashed grin, eagerly sent Lin Baiyu an exuberant message. Gu Pan scoffed at what she deemed childish games. Yet upon witnessing her new roommate, Su Xintian's forlorn expression, she reconsidered and casually sent her a message saying, "Get to bed early." Qin Hao found himself in a dilemma, torn between the Queen Gu Pan and the sweet Su Xintian. Ultimately, he chose to be a Casanova, sending both of them similar flattering messages. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, engrossed in the rapidly fluctuating K-line charts on his screen, was wholly unaware of the unfolding rules. Ji Ran reclined gracefully on the sofa. In his mind's eye, a vivid scene unfolded. Shen Wenjing, after tasting the piece of fish that he had offered, momentarily paused with an almost imperceptible hesitation in his fingers gripping the chopsticks. A flicker of barely noticeable delight shimmering in his gaze. He resembled a finicky cat, swiftly tamed by the allure of exquisite cuisine. Ji Ran silently chuckled to himself, leisurely composing a line of text. Xie Xuanxing held his phone, its screen aglow, yet remained motionless. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing found himself grappling with what he deemed one of the most troublesome dilemmas of his life. Texting? To whom? Was he even well acquainted with this group? As he scrolled through his contacts, his mind was a blank slate. Just as he was about to randomly select someone to send a message, his finger inexplicably lingered on Ji Ran's profile picture. Suddenly, he recalled the piece of steamed fish that had mysteriously appeared in his bowl at dinner. It was Ji Ran who, noticing his hesitation to eat, had effortlessly placed the last piece of fish onto his plate. Having consumed someone else's food, it seemed only right to express gratitude. Adhering to the most fundamental social etiquette, Shen Wenjing began to formulate his words. Thank you for the fish. Too stiff. The fish was delicious. Thank you. Too effusive, bordering on odd. The fish was quite good. Concise, polite, and maintaining a safe distance. Perfect. Satisfied? He deleted all drafts and sent those 5 words. Simultaneously, Ji Ran pressed the send key, observing the notification on his phone confirming the message had been successfully dispatched. Zenda, Anonymous. Content. Was the fish tasty? Chapter 10. 0 votes. As dawn broke the following morning, the sun rose gently above the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the charming little abode. In the open kitchen on the ground floor of the villa, a busy figure was already at work. Lin Baiyu, clad in a pristine white t-shirt and a light blue apron provided by the production team, stood before the kitchen island, intently preparing breakfast. His movements were deft, indicative of someone accustomed to household chores. The crusts of the toast had been trimmed away, shaped into hearts with a small mold. The bacon in the frying pan sizzled, its edges slightly crisp. Meanwhile, a few eggs simmered in warm water, transforming into perfect soft-boiled delights. The kitchen was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of food. Wow, Baiyu, you're up so early. It smells wonderful. Song Xiang yawned as he descended from upstairs, dressed in a basketball jersey and shorts. His tousled golden hair reminiscent of a recently awakened golden retriever. Good morning, Xiang. Lin Baiyu turned, offering him a gentle smile. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to make breakfast for everyone. Hurry and wash up. It will be ready soon. You are too considerate. Song Xiang scampered off to freshen up, and upon returning, willingly took on the role of Lin Baiyu's assistant, helping to set the table and pour the milk. Before long, Jiran also made his appearance. He had changed into comfortable, casual cotton linen attire, holding a book in hand, exuding an elegance akin to that of a fashion magazine model. Good morning. Thank you for your efforts. He smiled at Lin Baiyu and Song Xiang, then made his way to the coffee machine to brew a fresh pot. As Gu Pan and Su Xintian descended the stairs, they were greeted by this harmonious and delightful scene. Ah, has the domestic chef arrived? Gu Pan leaned against the staircase railing, teasing playfully. Lin Baiyu smiled sheepishly. Pan Pan Jia, Xian, come and have breakfast. The dining table was adorned with an exquisite spread of sandwiches, crispy bacon, soft-boiled eggs, warm milk, and freshly squeezed orange juice. All presented so beautifully it resembled a fine dining establishment. One by one, the others took their seats, including Qin Hao and Lu Yao, who had mysteriously vanished the previous night. Upon seeing Gu Pan, Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly approached her. In contrast, Lu Yao sat down expressionlessly, donning headphones, shoving a sandwich into his mouth while his eyes remained glued to his phone screen, fingers deftly navigating the device. Among the 8 individuals at the table, 2 were conspicuously absent. Where are Xie Shun and Teacher Shun? Su Xin Tian In Quit Sop Ti. No sooner had she spoken than a tall figure appeared at the top of the staircase. Xie Wenjing, clad in a black tracksuit with damp hair, evidently returning from a morning workout, approached the dining table with an impassive expression and took a seat beside Jiran. Good morning, Wenjing Ge. Lin Baiyu promptly slid a cup of warm milk toward him. I made sandwiches. Would you care to try one? Xie Wenjing glanced at the meticulously crafted heart-shaped sandwich, but refrained from touching it, simply lifting the milk to his lips. At that moment, only one person remained absent. Suddenly, a sluggish, weary footfall echoed from the staircase, prompting everyone to instinctively look up. Shen Wenjing appeared, clad in an oversized gray hoodie, hat still perched atop his head, paired with loose pajama pants and hotel-issued disposable slippers. His tousled hair showcased a few rebellious strands peeking from the edge of his hat. The strikingly handsome face bore a pallid hue from sleep deprivation, eyelids drooping, radiating an aura of confusion and irritation, as if questioning his own existence in that moment. It was evident he had been awakened by hunger. Without acknowledging anyone at the table, his gaze fixated on the most unassuming dish, the plate of bacon lightly dusted with black pepper. In a daze, he drifted to the table, pulled out the nearest chair, and began to eat the bacon with fervor, cheeks bulging like a hamster hoarding food for winter. Seated directly across from him, He crossed his arms and scrutinized Shen Wenjing from head to toe. Unable to contain himself, he remarked with his characteristic, slightly mocking tone, "Ah, the sleeping beauty has finally awakened. I thought you intended to sleep until the end of the recording." Shen Wenjing didn't lift his eyes, merely spearing another piece of bacon and mumbling indistinctly in response. That wouldn't be impossible. Song Zhang nearly spat out his milk in laughter. Gu Pan burst into genuine laughter, finding the situation utterly delightful. Lin Baiyu maintained his charming smile, presenting a plate of his lovingly crafted heart-shaped sandwiches with a voice perfectly tempered in gentleness. "Wenjing, don't just eat the bacon. Try this. I've added an extra portion of cheese just for you. Finally, Shen Wenjing looked up from the bacon. His enchanting peach blossom eyes momentarily glanced at Lin Baiyu, then lowered to survey the meticulously crafted heart-shaped sandwiches. I apologize, but I cannot consume cheese. Please allow others to partake, he remarked, before his gaze returned to the last piece of bacon on his plate. With precision, he speared the morsel with his fork and deftly placed it in his mouth, subtly adjusting the angle of his face to avoid the camera's lens. Once finished, he set down his fork and took a sip of the plain water beside him, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly. Lin Baiyu paused momentarily as he held his plate aloft, then nonchalantly retracted it, placing the dish at the center of the dining table, his smile brightening further. Everyone should try some. There's plenty left. Only Song Ziyang, seated closest to him, caught a fleeting glimpse of the rigidity that flashed in his eyes as he turned away. Unable to eat cheese, the heart-shaped sandwich meets its demise. Shen Wenjing, do not disturb my meal with such frivolous items. Lin Baiyu's expression nearly cracked. I saw it. Song Ziyang, go comfort your little bunny. Xie Xuanxing is looking at him again. I swear, his gaze hasn't shifted from Shen Wenjing. The breakfast unfolded amidst an undercurrent of tension. As the atmosphere threatened to grow cold, the ever-vibrant Su Xintian could no longer contain herself, clearing her throat before tentatively inquiring, whom did everyone send last night's text to? The moment the question was posed, the air around the table shifted subtly. Su leisurely dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin before speaking. Who it was sent to is quite the topic of discussion. His sharp gaze swept across the faces of the group. Shall we take a guess at who the king of votes was last night? All eyes converged on Lin Baiyu in unison. With his charming appearance, gentle demeanor, and culinary skills, coupled with his stellar performance last night, he was undoubtedly the frontrunner. Lin Baiyu, feeling increasingly bashful under the scrutiny, repeatedly waved his hands. No, please don't guess. At that moment, the director, relishing the unfolding drama, approached with an iPad in hand. A grin plastered across his face akin to a cat that had stolen a fish. Since everyone is so curious about last night's heartfelt messages, shall we reveal the results? Wow, are we going to announce it? Su Xintian exclaimed with a mix of surprise and delight. No way, director, are you serious? Song Ziyang also perked up with interest. The director shook his finger playfully. We want to disclose who sent the messages, only the number of votes each person received. This way, it's thrilling while keeping the suspense intact. He tapped on the iPad, cleared his throat, and began to announce. First, let us start with our ladies. Su Xintian, you received 2 messages. Su Xintian beamed with joy. Gu Pan, you also received 2 messages. Gu Pan wore an expression of knowing satisfaction as she sipped her coffee. Next, moving on to the gentlemen, we'll begin with our new acquaintances. Qin Hao, 0 messages. Puffed. Qin Hao nearly spat out the orange juice he had just sipped, his face a canvas of disbelief. How is that possible? Director, you must be mistaken. The director ignored his protests and continued. Lu Yao, 0 messages. Lu Yao did not lift his head, merely uttering a sound as if discussing someone else's affairs. Song Ziyang received a text message. Immediately, Song Ziyang puffed out his chest, grinning like a peacock in full display. Lin Baiyu congratulated him, having received 3 messages. This was the highest vote count from last night. Wow! Su Xintian exclaimed in genuine astonishment. A look of surprise and bashfulness graced Lin Baiyu's face as he hurriedly bowed to everyone, expressing gratitude. Now, only 4 individuals remained at the table whose names had yet to be called. Xie Xuanxing, Ji Ran, Su Yi, and Shen Wenjing. Everyone held their breath. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceasing. The director deliberately paused, heightening the anticipation before continuing. Su Yi received 0 messages. He shrugged nonchalantly, clearly indifferent, as he had not come for this purpose. Now, only the 3 of us remain. The director's gaze oscillated between Xie Xuanxing, Ji Ran, and Shen Wenjing. I announce, Teacher Ji Ran has received 1 message. Ji Ran maintained his gentle smile, adjusting his glasses and politely nodding at the camera. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Only Xie Xuanxing and Shen Wenjing remained. One was a towering figure in the entertainment industry, while the other was an unconventional artist. The final outcome was announced by the director, stretching out his words. Teacher Shen Wenjing has received one message. Shen Wenjing, just having finished the last sip of water, looked up in confusion upon hearing his name, blinking as if unable to fully comprehend. One message? Who would send that to him? The living room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone realized something profoundly terrifying and surreal. If Shen Wenjing had received one, it implied that Xie Wenjing, the three-time Golden Award-winning actor, the man of legend, who had soared to stardom upon debut, was left with 0 votes. The air felt as though it had been siphoned away. Time seemed to stretch into a viscous thread. Qin Hao stood with his mouth agape, having forgotten to protest his own 0 votes. Song Xiang's peacock-like smile froze on his face, appearing both absurd and laughable. Lin Baiyu, whose cheeks had just flushed from receiving the highest votes, now looked utterly drained of color. All eyes turned in unison towards the man seated above, Xie Wenjing. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xie Wenjing maintained a stoic expression, even his eyelashes remaining motionless. His long fingers absent-mindedly stroked the warm surface of his milk cup. In this near-lethal silence, the eye of the storm, the sole variable, Shen Wenjing, finally sensed the peculiar atmosphere. He was not oblivious. He simply found it bothersome. Slowly, he lifted his head, surveying the shocked expressions of the crowd, then glanced at the director, who was barely containing his delight, his brow furrowed with impatience. He was unconcerned with the vote counts. He merely felt that the performance of this group was overly dramatic, giving him a headache. Shen Wenjing set down his cup, the base clinking against the table, shattering the silence. He stood up, traversed past everyone, and fixed his gaze directly on the director. Have you finished? The director subconsciously nodded. Oh, speak, it's over. Shen Wenjing received the affirmative reply, and a look of relief washed over his face as he casually remarked. Then I shall return to catch up on sleep. Without waiting for any further reactions from the others, he turned and made his way toward the staircase, his back eloquently conveying a complete disregard for the absurdity that had just unfolded. Chapter 11. The Art of Indifference. Shen Wenjing was wholly oblivious to the dense atmosphere behind him. He paid no heed to the director's strained, nearly shattered professional smile. After asking, "May I return to sleep now?" he genuinely turned away, shuffling in ill-fitting slippers, step by step ascending the staircase. Under the bewildered and inquisitive gazes of countless viewers and a myriad of onlookers, he ambled upstairs, exuding an air of utmost leisure, as if he were merely on a countryside retreat, rather than at the eye of a storm that had ignited a frenzy across the internet. Thus, he left behind a room full of individuals wearing expressions of various shades of shock, along with a live broadcast room rendered completely paralyzed by an overload of traffic. He has left. He truly just walked away. No, my friend, are you really going back to sleep? Ha ha ha. Director, thank you. Please, I beg you. Don't sleep. Just give us 5 more minutes of content. Has Xie Wenjing ever experienced such humiliation since his debut? Completely unaware of the uproar and turmoil, Shen Wenjing remained unperturbed. Or more accurately, even if he were aware, it would not have affected him in the slightest. He pushed open the door to his second-floor bedroom, the wooden door creaking softly. He then closed it behind him, the heavy door effectively shutting out all external noise. The world was finally serene. He cast his weary body onto the seemingly soft bed, the mattress yielding gently to his weight, cradling him in its embrace. Burying his face in the pillow, he exhaled a long, contented sigh. Changing positions, he lay on his side and instinctively retrieved his phone from beneath the pillow. As soon as he pressed the power button, the screen erupted with notifications from various apps, the barrage of message alerts ringing incessantly. The phone vibrated in his palm, the high-frequency tremors nearly causing it to slip from his grasp. A glaring, crimson 99 adorned the top right corner of the WeChat icon. The majority of messages stemming from his agent, noted as Wang Ge. Emotionless, Shen Wenjing opened the conversation. The latest flurry of messages, all sent within that very minute, flooded his screen. Furious rants and glaring red exclamation marks intertwined into a sea of crimson, almost spilling over the display. Wang Yi, ancestor. You are my dear ancestor. Do you have any idea what you just did? Wang Ge, you said you're going back to sleep in front of millions on a live broadcast. Do you know how the trending searches have exploded? Wang Ge, reply to me. Immediately. Don't play dead. If you don't respond, I swear I will storm into your room and drag you out of bed. Do you believe me? Shen Wenjing's gaze remained tranquil as his fingers calmly navigated through the cacophony of frantic messages. With a casual gesture, he dismissed the clamor of the chat window. He intended to cast his phone aside and succumb to slumber. However, his fingertip inadvertently grazed the screen, activating a light blue payment app icon. The interface transitioned, automatically logging him into the original owner's account. A clear figure of the account balance boldly displayed at the top of the screen. While the sum was not particularly substantial, it was certainly considerable for a fledgling star, relentlessly exploited by the company. Initially, he intended to simply press the back button to exit. Yet his gaze inadvertently descended, captivated by the densely packed transaction records that lined the bottom of the screen. On the same fixed date each month, a significant amount was unwaveringly transferred out. The recipient's name remained the same, Sunshine Home. This series of transactions was relentless, with not a single omission. Shen Wenjing frowned slightly. Sunshine Home. The name struck like a rusted key, probing deep into the recesses of his memory, turning forcefully in a long-sealed lock. He closed his eyes, and a flurry of vague, yet piercing fragments of images surged forth. They were tinged with gray, the walls marked by peeling paint. The air perpetually saturated with the acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with cheap laundry detergent. A group of children, clad in old clothes that had faded and clearly did not fit, surrounded a frail boy with a mixture of envy and admiration in their eyes. The boy clutched a paintbrush, its tip nearly worn to the nub, as he earnestly outlined a sunflower on a piece of cardboard scavenged from who knows where. Wenjing Gij, a timid little girl with 2 pigtails tugged at his sleeve, quietly asking, "What color is the sun?" In that moment, the colors of the world seemed to drain away, leaving only black and white. Yet, the boy's faint yet resolute voice resonated clearly. It is a warm color. As the tide of memory receded, Shen Wenjing reopened his eyes, quietly fixated on the intricate crystal chandelier above. An orphanage. It dawned on him that the original owner of this body had grown up in such a place. The young man, regarded by the company as a cash cow, had been thrust into the bewildering circus of fame and fortune, ultimately exhausted to the point of choosing to withdraw entirely. Every penny he earned was never invested in lavish luxuries for himself, but was quietly and consistently funneled into supporting the only family he had. Suddenly, Shen Wenjing felt the heart within his chest, beating healthily, grow heavy. It bore a responsibility he could not evade, one he must now shoulder. He picked up his phone once more, his gaze falling back on the balance figure. Then, he opened the chat window with Brother Wang. Completely disregarding the series of frantic red exclamation marks on the screen, his fingers calmly typed 2 words in the input box: transfer funds. In the restaurant downstairs, after Shen Wenjing ascended the staircase, a peculiar, suffocating silence lingered for a full half-minute. Ultimately, it was Su Yi, the fashion designer renowned for his acerbic tongue, who leisurely picked up the coffee cup before him. With a delicate silver spoon, he stirred the contents of the cup with grace, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the quiet room. His gaze, sharp as a scalpel, flitted back and forth between Xie Wenjing and Lin Baiyu, bearing an unmistakable scrutiny. How amusing, he chuckled lightly, deliberately elongating his tone. One a ticket king, the other a complete zero. TSK. This is far more riveting than our annual spectacles in the fashion world. His words pierced through the taut atmosphere like a needle, puncturing the tension. Qin Hao, who had been stifling laughter, could no longer contain himself and burst into a fit of giggles. However, as his laughter escaped, it was immediately met with Xie Wenjing's piercing gaze, compelling him to choke back the remainder of his mirth, his expression twisting comically from the effort. Lin Baiyu's complexion paled. He anxiously bit his lower lip, his long, curled eyelashes fluttering restlessly. Rising from his seat, he approached Xie Wenjing, his voice tinged with just the right amount of concern and deep remorse. "Brother Wenjing, please don't take it to heart. It's merely a game." Song Ziyang, like a loyal knight responding to a command, quickly interjected, "Exactly. This ridiculous game holds no significance whatsoever. Shen Wenjing, who had remained silent with his eyes cast down, finally reacted. Without uttering a word, he pulled out the chair beneath him, the legs scraping against the floor, producing a jarring sound. He strode purposefully toward the staircase. "Brother Shen Wenjing," Lin Baiyu called out urgently from behind, his face a portrait of earnest concern. Yet, Shen Wenjing's pace did not falter. He ascended the stairs. Chapter 12. The game begins. Shen Wenjing did not return to his room, but proceeded directly to the terrace on the third floor. The sea breeze, imbued with a hint of saltiness, rushed towards him, causing the strands of hair on his forehead to sway gently. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky. 0 votes. After a decade in the industry, he had garnered countless awards and faced numerous cameras and criticisms. His emotions had long been tempered to a state of serenity. The trivial voting segment of a dating reality show stirred no waves within him. Yet, Shen Wenjing seemed somewhat intriguing. The very Shen Wenjing, who remained aloof and indifferent throughout, seemingly oblivious to everything. In Shen Wenjing's mind, the image of Shen Wenjing's drowsy face surfaced uncontrollably, embodying an indifference to the world around him. He savored a plate of ordinary fried bacon with delight, disregarding the undercurrents of tension in the room, focused solely on one matter. Could he return to sleep after the dramatic announcement? He resembled someone encased in a transparent bubble, seemingly fragile, yet insulated from the chaos of the outside world. Shen Wenjing lowered his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the cool railing. For the first time, he became acutely aware of one thing. He could not decipher Shen Wenjing. Shen Wenjing, the object of fervent admiration, was currently enveloped in a deep slumber. The curtains of his bedroom were drawn tightly, allowing only a serene darkness to pervade the space. Wrapped snugly in his blanket, he remained blissfully unaware of the commotion occurring downstairs. His phone lay muted and discarded, the screen illuminated by a barrage of frantic messages from Wang. "Wang, money? You dare to mention money to me? If you keep sleeping, I swear I will storm over and drag you out. Wang, wake up, you ancestor. Get back to work. Look at Lin Baiyu. Now compare yourself to him. Wang, you can't be seriously sleeping, right? I just saw the live stream. Shen Wenjing has 0 votes. 0. A rare opportunity, and you choose to sleep instead?" The messages fell into silence, receiving no response. In a living room below, the atmosphere gradually warmed amidst the initial awkwardness. Both Shen Wenjing and the other focal point, Shen Wenjing, had retreated upstairs, leaving the remaining guests feeling somewhat relieved. Sitting here is dreadfully dull," Song Zhang exclaimed, unable to bear the quiet. With a clap of his thigh, he stood up. "Let's play a game. How about I have, you don't? What do you think?" This suggestion was met with enthusiastic approval from Su Xintian. "Sound great. What is the penalty for the loser?" Qin Hao stroked his chin, casting a mischievous glance at Gu Pan and Su Xintian. "How about a game of truth or dare for the loser? Quite thrilling. Would you agree?" "All right." Gu Pan raised an eyebrow, leaning back against the sofa with an air of determination. "Who is afraid?" Lin Baiyu smiled gently, naturally in favor of the idea. Lu Yao, noticing the excitement among everyone, nodded in agreement. Thus, aside from the 2 upstairs, the 8 individuals in the living room formed a circle, and the game commenced. "I'll go first," Song Zhang declared eagerly, raising a hand. "I want a golden retriever." He looked around proudly, only to realize that no one else had raised their fingers. "I've dated more than 5 girlfriends." Qin Hao boasted, his tone dripping with arrogance. As soon as he finished, he was met with synchronized eye rolls from Gu Pan and Su Yi. "I won a world championship," Lu Yao stated flatly, throwing down a powerful card. Everyone else fell silent. Song Zhang, "Qin Hao, all right. Let us stick to something more relatable." Su Yi interjected, unable to watch any longer. He adjusted his shirt cuffs, declaring, "I've kissed my boyfriend." After a few rounds of the game, with victories alternating among the players, the atmosphere finally became lively. Soon, it was Qin Hao's turn to face the consequences of losing. "Truth or dare?" Su Yi asked, his arms crossed, grinning like a fox. Qin Hao glanced at Su Xintian, then stole a quick look at Gu Pan, before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Dare." "All right," Su, he snapped his fingers. Now go upstairs. Knock on Shen Wenjing's door. Tell him you love him, and then run back immediately. Song Zhang burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Su, you're so wicked. Qin Hao's expression fell instantly. No way. He's definitely asleep. He'll kill me. Fear not. Summon the courage you use to woo girls, Gu Pan chimed in, fanning the flames. Hurry up. The barrage in the live stream erupted instantaneously. Ha ha ha. Su, you are my savior. What a mouthpiece for the audience. Hurry, hurry. I want to see how Sleeping Beauty reacts when awakened. Will she start cursing? Qin Hao, I just want to pursue a girl. Why must I face death? I bet a pack of spicy strips that Shen Wenjing will close the door immediately. Steeling himself, Qin Hao ascended the stairs under everyone's gaze, a tragic sense of duty enveloping him. He stood at the door of Shen Wenjing's bedroom, contemplating for a long while before cautiously raising his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. No response. He knocked again, this time with more force. Knock, knock, knock. Still, there was no sound. Just as Qin Hao thought he might escape unscathed and prepare to descend, a faint rustling sound emanated from within. Moments later, the door opened slightly. Shen Wenjing's face appeared behind it, clearly roused from a deep slumber. One side of his face bore the imprint of his pillow, and his hair was a disheveled mess, resembling a bird's nest. His beautiful eyes were filled with annoyance and confusion at the interruption. He gazed at Qin Hao outside the door, silent, his stare cold enough to freeze. Qin Hao felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze. The instinct for survival compelled him to swallow the I love you he had prepared. In a moment of mental chaos, he blurted out something he himself found utterly unexpected. The instant noodles you lent me last time, could I borrow another pack? Shen Wenjing. The eavesdroppers downstairs. The live stream? Shen Wenjing's brow furrowed tightly as he stared at the incoherent man before him, taking a full 3 seconds to process that nonsensical statement. Then, just as Qin Hao braced himself for an outburst, Shen Wenjing expressionlessly uttered 3 words. Not convenient. Bang. The door was decisively shut. Qin Hao stood dumbfounded before the closed door, feeling the chilly breeze sweep through the corridor, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just say? Chapter 13. May I borrow another pack? Qin Hao could hardly recall how he descended the stairs. He only remembered Shen Wenjing's impassive face and the resounding thud of the door closing before him. He felt as if his very soul had been extracted, leaving him in a daze. Ha ha ha. In the living room, Song Zhang was rolling on the sofa with laughter, pointing at Qin Hao, unable to articulate his words. Instant noodles. Ha ha ha. Qin Hao, you are truly something. Qin Hao's handsome face turned a pale shade, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He glared at the giggling Su. You set me up? Su, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes with his fingertips, showed no remorse. You were the one who was cowardly. Who can you blame? Gu Pan, holding a coffee cup, added with a smirk, indeed, I thought he was a sea king. But turns out he is a fool. Qin Hao, what a heartless attack. Ha ha, I declare, the annual scene of social death has been born. Qin Hao, I merely wish to partake in a grand adventure. Why must I endure all of this? Shen Wenjing, thank you for the invitation. As I lay in slumber, a knock on the door startled me, with someone inquiring if I could lend them another packet of instant noodles. I truly find myself on the verge of laughter. This dating variety show is not at all what I had envisioned. Enough, enough. Su, he clapped his hands, regaining control. Having failed the daring challenge, it was time for the consequence. His gaze shifted, lingering over Qin Hao's well-defined physique beneath his designer leisure wear. A mischievous grin spreading across his face. Let us do this. Let us offer a little treat to the sisters in the live stream. 50 push-ups, right here, right now, and without your shirt. What? Qin Hao exclaimed in surprise. I'm in. Su Xintian immediately raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Liu Yao also lifted his head from the game, earnestly agreeing, sure. Qin Hao cast a pleading glance towards Gu Pan, who merely raised an eyebrow and urged, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Under the overwhelming majority's insistence, Qin Hao reluctantly shed his shirt, revealing his meticulously sculpted muscles. He positioned himself on the living room carpet, and under Song Zhang's gleeful counting, he began his push-ups with gritted teeth. 1, 2, 3. Come on, how good? Can you keep up? Faster. 35. 36. The living room was filled with lively chatter. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase, soft, slow, and slightly dragging. Everyone instinctively looked up. It was Shen Wenjing. He seemed genuinely disturbed by the noise, having changed out of his pajamas into a pristine white t-shirt and light linen trousers. His hair, still tousled, but at least not resembling a bird's nest. His expression was neutral. He didn't even glance at the group in the living room as he made his way directly to the kitchen fridge, opened the door, and retrieved a bottle of mineral water. Throughout this, he disregarded the drenched Qin Hao sprawled on the ground and the surrounding spectators. After twisting off the cap and taking a sip, he turned to ascend the stairs once more. "Hey, Wenjing," Song Ziang called out hastily. "Don't leave. Come down and join us." Shen Wenjing paused, turned his head, and regarded him with his beautiful eyes, silent yet clearly conveying a singular sentiment. "I do not wish to play." Yes, Wenjing. Let's play a game together. It'll be lively with more people." Su Xinqian chimed in. Shen Wenjing's brows furrowed ever so slightly, his lips parting to utter 2 words. "I decline." After speaking, he lifted his foot to leave. Su's languid voice chimed in, not looking at Shen Wenjing, but directing his words towards Song Ziang and the others. "You should not press him. Wenjing's health is fragile. Overexerting his mind could be tiring for him. This kind of game isn't suitable for someone like him." His words dripped with sarcasm. Indeed, just as Shen Wenjing was about to ascend the stairs, he halted. He turned around, his calm and unruffled gaze landing squarely on Su for the first time. The living room fell into an instant hush. All eyes were riveted upon these 2 individuals, a sharp-tongued beauty and a frail artist. In the air, it seemed as though invisible sparks were flickering. Just when everyone anticipated that Shen Wenjing would retaliate or simply walk away, he leisurely strode over, extending his long legs to take a seat in the solitary chair farthest from everyone. He remained silent, quietly perched there with a bottle of mineral water in hand, exuding an air of casualness as if merely there to watch television. Yet, all understood, he had entered the fray. "Oh my, Su is impressive. This provocation technique deserves full marks." "Shen Wenjing, you say I'm not clever? Very well. Today I shall demonstrate what intellect truly is. Here it comes. The big moment is upon us. I've got my sunflower seeds ready. Am I the only one feeling sorry for Qin Hao?" He has still sprawled on the ground. Qin Hao had finally completed 50 push-ups, lying on the carpet like a defeated dog, casting a resentful glance at the instigator of his torment, who was now nonchalantly seated, seemingly unfazed and ready to play games. Is there no justice in this world? The game resumed. "I'll continue then." Su Xinqian extended her hand. "I've raised cats before." Gu Pan and Su retracted their fingers. When it was Lin Baiyu's turn, he smiled gently. "I can make over 8 types of Chinese desserts." No one in attendance, apart from him, shared that skill. The atmosphere momentarily chilled. "All right, enough showing off." Suki rolled his eyes. "Next, Lu Yao." Lu Yao pondered briefly and candidly remarked, "I've been beaten with a feather duster by my mother for gaming all night." The room fell silent, then erupted in uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha ha!" Even the usually stoic Ji Ran could not suppress his laughter. This topic resonated with the vibrancy of life. After the laughter subsided, the bottle spun and with uncanny precision pointed directly at the recently engaged Shen Wenjing. All eyes instantly fixed upon him. Even Xie Xuanxing, who had just descended from upstairs, paused at the corner of the staircase, instinctively halting his steps. He gazed at the figure under scrutiny, slender and upright, radiating an indescribable sense of detachment. He crossed his arms, leisurely speaking. "It's your turn, esteemed artist. Pray, enlighten us with what you possess that we do not." Shen Wenjing took a leisurely sip of water. He lifted his gaze, scanning the living room, finally landing it on Qin Hao, who had just risen from the floor, still shirtless. He regarded Qin Hao with an expression that was pure and innocent. Then, under the scrutiny of all present, he spoke in a monotone, as if stating a fact. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. "Someone knocked. Could I borrow some instant noodles?" The air thickened, enveloping the room in a deathly silence. 3 seconds later, Ha 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 ha. Su, he was the first to break, laughing so hard he tumbled off the sofa. Pointing at Qin Hao, gasping for breath. Gu Pan buried her face in a cushion, her shoulders shaking violently. Song Ziang and Su Xintian were initially stunned, but once they comprehended, they too succumbed to laughter, swaying uncontrollably. As Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of uncontainable mirth sparkled in his eyes. Lin Baiyu's gentle smile subtly mirrored this joy. In stark contrast, Qin Hao, the center of the tempest, stood frozen, bare-shouldered, resembling a statue struck by lightning. Public execution. This was nothing short of public execution. He has gone mad. Shen Wenjing has truly lost it. Ha ha ha. I declare that Qin Hao might as well forego sleep tonight and face utter social demise in the living room. Shen Wenjing stood at the top of the stairs, surveying the scene below. He observed Shen Wenjing, seated on the sofa, the undeniable focal point of the gathering. Yet seemingly detached, too disinterested to even curl the corners of his lips. His gaze then shifted to the petrified Qin Hao, who appeared to be questioning his very existence. Shen Wenjing's expression darkened slightly as he descended the stairs, each step resonating like a cold stone cast into a boiling pot of oil, instantly cooling the atmosphere of laughter. Sung Xingye. Lin Baiyu was the first to react, quickly rising with a perfectly measured concern. You've come down? Were we too loud? Shen Wenjing offered a nonchalant without meeting his gaze, proceeding to take a seat beside Ji Ran, directly facing Shen Wenjing. The moment he settled in, the subtle tension in the air returned. In this peculiar ambience, the director's voice crackled through the speakers, rescuing the suffocating crowd. Esteemed teachers, game time has concluded. Please pay attention as we announce today's group task. The inaugural group task of the Love Nest is themed a romantic dinner. Each group will be assigned responsibilities for shopping, cooking, and table setting. Tonight, we shall collaboratively create a sumptuous feast. The grouping will be determined by last night's votes. The director's tone carried a hint of mischievous excitement. Male guests who received 0 or 1 vote last night will automatically be assigned to the shopping group. At this announcement, all eyes darted between Qin Hao, Lu Yao, Su Yi, Song Zhang, Ji Ran, Shen Wenjing, and Shen Wenjing. 0 vote male guests, Qin Hao, Lu Yao, Su Yi, and Shen Wenjing. 1 vote male guests, Song Ziang, Ji Ran, and Shen Wenjing. This grouping was nothing short of a hellish ordeal. Oh my goodness! Director, you truly understand group dynamics. Shopping group. 2 who can barely articulate, Lu Yao and Qin Hao. 1 who merely wishes to recline, Shen Wenjing. 1 who prefers to observe, Su Yi. Another who seeks solitude, Shen Wenjing. Alongside an observant one, Ji Ran, and a golden retriever, Song Zhang. Are these 7 men truly going to buy groceries? The market will surely be in chaos. Chapter 14. The shopping group sets off. The shopping group comprised 7 individuals. Qin Hao had just endured social demise. Lu Yao finally lifted his gaze from his mobile game, his expression bewildered, as if to inquire, what just transpired? Song Ziang, brimming with enthusiasm yet devoid of a proper outlet, felt deflated at the thought of not assisting Baiyu, like a balloon that had been punctured, silently wilting away. Su Yi was exhilarated by the chaos around him, his captivating fox-like eyes shimmering with an insatiable curiosity for the unfolding spectacle. He could hardly contain his excitement. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips, resembling a detached chess master observing a game that had spiraled into disarray with keen interest. Shen Wenjing wore a stoic expression, devoid of discernible emotions. Yet the palpable tension radiating from him thickened the air around them. Shen Wenjing, recently roused from slumber and reluctantly thrust into the fray, leaned against the sofa, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. His exquisite visage bore the unmistakable mark of disillusionment. Ha ha! I would dare to call this the most extravagant yet hellish lineup in the history of dating shows. 7 men, 1 stage, if this vehicle rolls out. The traffic police will undoubtedly halt us to investigate for illegal assembly. Shen Wenjing's expression conveyed a profound sense of bewilderment. Where am I? Who am I? Why must I endure this? Shen Wenjing muttered, am exhausted. Let it all come to an end swiftly. The director, Lin Baiyu, could no longer bear the scene unfolding before him. With a touch of hesitation and concern, he stepped forward, casting a glance at both Xie Wenjing and Shen Wenjing, contemplating whether he might swap places with them. How about I handle the shopping instead? Upon uttering these words, Song Xiang's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, yes. Director, let Baiyu go. He knows how to select the ingredients. The director, grinning like a cunning fox, waved his hand dismissively. Rules are rules. They cannot be altered. Moreover, this is a team task designed to showcase contrast and collaboration. After delivering his decree, he handed a printed shopping list to Ji Ran, who stood closest to him. This menu has been prepared by our culinary instructors, Lin Baiyu and Su Xintian. Thank you for your hard work, procurement team. The production team has arranged a 7-seater van for you, just outside. Lin Baiyu could only muster a regretful expression as he approached Ji Ran, meticulously reiterating the details on the list. Ji Ran, be sure to select Matsutake with thick caps. The Australian Wagyu should be of M9 grade or higher. And as for the baguette, it must be freshly baked for optimal crispness. His earnestness was met with varied interpretations from the listeners. Su Yi leaned over to glance at the list, dramatically whistling. Darling, we're going grocery shopping, not sourcing for a Michelin-starred kitchen. Shen Wenjing, barely lifting his eyelids, murmured in a languid tone, couldn't we just buy ready-made dishes and heat them up? Lin Baiyu responded, but ultimately, under the director's urging, the 7 of them sluggishly made their way toward the exit. Awaiting them was a black van, spacious in appearance. The first question arose, who would drive? I'll do it. Song Zhang volunteered, brandishing the car keys as he rushed toward the driver's seat. Qin Hao swiftly intercepted him, tossing his hair in a flamboyant manner. Such a laborious task cannot fall to you. Allow me to demonstrate. Su Yi shot him a sidelong glance, coolly retorting, you driving? I fear you might end up asking a pretty lady on the roadside for her WeChat. As the others engaged in playful banter, Ji Ran silently approached the driver's seat and opened the door. Let me handle it. I'm familiar with the roads. His voice was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of stability. The crowd fell silent. As for the second question, how should the seats be allocated? Without hesitation, Su Yi opened the door to the front passenger seat and declared, this spot has the best lighting. Song Xiang, Qin Hao, and Lu Yao naturally settled into the middle row. The moment Lu Yao entered the vehicle, he donned headphones, while Qin Hao retrieved his phone to scroll through his social media. Song Zhang, like a curious child, gazed around inquisitively. Thus the last row, the most spacious yet eerily silent, was left with only 2 seats. Xie Wenjing, who had boarded first, chose the window seat and sat down in silence, exuding an aura that screamed, keep your distance. Shen Wenjing yawned, lazily climbed into the car, and took the empty seat beside Xie Wenjing. Almost instantly upon sitting, he pulled out a sleep mask from his pocket, donned it, and tilted his head against the window, swiftly descending into slumber. The fluidity of his movements was so seamless that Song Zhang, who wished to engage him in conversation, found no opportunity. Hilarious. Shen Wenjing's 3-step routine upon entering the car. Sit down, wear a sleep mask, fall asleep. I hereby declare the back row in no man's land. Please do not disturb those in the front. Xie Wenjing's entire being has tensed up. Is this his first time being so close to someone? The vehicle embarked smoothly, merging into the flow of traffic. Inside, a casual conversation unfolded between Su Yi and Song Xiang, accompanied by the faint sounds of a game leaking from Lu Yao's headphones. After a stretch of road, they encountered a red light, and Ji Ran applied the brakes with a steady hand. The car leaned forward slightly due to inertia. In the back row, Shen Wenjing, who had been peacefully napping against the window, was suddenly jolted as his head slipped along the smooth, cold glass, landing unexpectedly with a soft thud against Xie Wenjing's shoulder. The car fell into a profound silence. Everyone in the front turned their gaze to the rearview mirror. Witnessing this remarkable scene, their breaths momentarily caught. Song Xiang's mouth fell agape. Qin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. A smirk of amusement graced Su Yi's lips. Even Ji Ran, gripping the steering wheel, subtly tightened his fingers. The barrage of comments in the live stream, after a brief pause, erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, at the center of this storm, Xie Wenjing felt his body freeze, becoming a statue in that fleeting moment. He could even detect the faint scent of shampoo in Shen Wenjing's hair, the warmth of his breath brushing against his skin like a feather through the thin fabric of his clothing. Xie Wenjing lowered his gaze, resting on the head that had peacefully settled on his shoulder, his eyes darkening abruptly. Chapter 15. May I borrow your shoulder? In the back of the car, the air felt suspended. Xie Wenjing could distinctly sense the fabric of his right shoulder slowly absorbing the warmth of another's body. It was light, yet substantial. He felt himself stiffen, a rigid line forming from his neck to his spine. He should immediately, without hesitation, push this person away. Upon his shoulder rested a fluffy head, breathing steadily, emanating the warmth of recently slumbered breaths that gently brushed against his neck in a rhythmic manner. It resembled a defenseless creature, oblivious to the dangers around. The thought of pushing it away played repeatedly in his mind, yet it seemed rather harsh. Xie Wenjing's gaze descended slowly, revealing only the soft, slightly disheveled crown of Shen Wenjing's hair. The scent of shampoo was faint, a simple citrus fragrance mingled with the fresh essence of sun-dried linens, neither cloyingly sweet nor aggressive in nature. It struck him as peculiar. The individual known as Shen Wenjing had exuded an air of aloofness since the program commenced, yet in slumber, he appeared disarmingly docile. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Wenjing's tense shoulders relaxed imperceptibly, perhaps by half. So be it, he mused. Let it be a simple act of kindness, lending him a shoulder to rest upon. In the front row, Su Yi, who had been privy to the entire scene via the rearview mirror, could no longer contain himself. He turned slightly, lowering his voice, and whispered to the driver, "Jiran, I saw that." Our stoic Xie Shen seems to have a hint of crimson in his ears. Jiran, maintaining his focus on the road with steady hands on the steering wheel, merely smiled knowingly. "You must be mistaken. It is merely a trick of the light." Uft. Su Yi rolled his eyes, then turned to the middle row. "Hey, Song Xiang, did your little brother by you include brown sugar on his shopping list?" Song Xiang, discreetly messaging Lin Baiyu on his phone, paused at the question. "Huh? Brown sugar? No, why do you ask, Sui?" With a playful click of his tongue, Su Yi gestured subtly towards the back row. It seems someone could use a little nourishment. I fear he may be too proud to admit it, and his health may suffer. Following his gaze, Song Zhang peered through the rearview mirror, and his eyes widened in astonishment. What the? Is this development too swift? Oh my God, I'm dying. He leaned in. He actually leaned in. Ha ha ha. He protests. Yet his body is so honest. Can you smell it? The scent of budding romance. Those two in the back are in a world of their own, entirely different from the rest of us. Su Yi, you are indeed my internet spokesperson. Quick, say more. Let the camera capture the flush in Xie Wenjing's ears. The vehicle came to a halt in the parking lot of a large warehouse-style supermarket. Ji Ran turned off the ignition and unbuckled his seatbelt. But he did not exit immediately. Instead, he turned back, casting a gentle glance towards the rear. Wenjing, Wei arrived. His voice, though soft, shattered the tranquil bubble enveloping the back seat. At the very moment Ji Ran spoke, Xie Wenjing instinctively shifted, his shoulder slightly angling away. The head that had been resting upon him lost its support and slid down gently. Shen Wenjing let out a soft sound, finally awakening. He blinked in a daze, his long, curled eyelashes fluttering, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes still glistening with the remnants of sleep, appearing both bewildered and innocent. He first caught sight of the unfamiliar parking lot outside the car window, and only then did he gradually realize that he seemed to have been leaning against something. Stiffly and slowly, he turned his head, locking eyes with Xie Wenjing's fathomless gaze. The air once again became palpable, thick with tension. The onlookers in the front seat held their breaths, hardly daring to exhale. Shen Wenjing stared at Xie Wenjing for a full 3 seconds before his mind rebooted. A fleeting hint of embarrassment, so faint it was nearly imperceptible, flashed across his face, quick enough to be mistaken for an illusion. He then straightened his posture, increased the distance between himself and Xie Wenjing, and cleared his throat. "I apologize," he stated succinctly. However, sensing that these two words were insufficient, he earnestly added, glancing at Xie Xuanqing's shoulder, "Is your shoulder all right?" Xie Xuanqing pressed his thin lips into a straight line, remaining silent. He merely cast a deep glance at Shen Wenjing before wordlessly opening the car door and stepping out. His retreating figure bore an unmistakable semblance of hasty escape. Shen Wenjing mused. He seemed rather unwell. 7 men, each averaging over 6 feet tall and possessing distinct charms, emerged in unison from the business vehicle, forming a line at the entrance of the supermarket. The visual impact was overwhelming. Passers-by turned their heads, whispering among themselves, "Isn't that Xie Xuanqing? The guy in the floral shirt next to him is so handsome. Which star is he? Goodness, are they filming for the dating reality show Heartfelt Abode? That sleepy-looking fellow in the hat must be Shen Wenjing. He looks 1,000 times better in person. What are they up to? Is this a male model troupe doing a runway show at the supermarket? Quick, snap a photo and post it on Weibo." As the crowd around them grew and the flashes intensified, each individual reacted differently. Qin Hao immediately straightened up, striking what he believed to be his most attractive pose. Song Xiang enthusiastically waved at the camera. Su Yi crossed his arms, scrutinizing the supermarket sign with a discerning eye, as if to question the establishment's legitimacy. Liu Yao tugged at his hoodie, wishing to shrink into a ball. Ji Ran maintained his usual composed demeanor, taking the shopping list from Qin Hao and beginning to plot their route. Xie Xuanqing donned a mask, an aura of low pressure nearly tangible around him, exuding a clear message, "Do not disturb me." Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing yawned, still drowsy, and his gaze fell upon a row of shopping carts parked at the supermarket entrance. He ambled over and pulled one out. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone around him, he draped his arm over the cart's handle, leaning half his weight against it, and pushed the cart into the supermarket like a grandfather strolling through a park. The posture suggested that the cart was not for shopping, but rather his mobile wheelchair. Is Mr. Shen here to stock up? No, he is simply in search of a support point. While others shop, bye. Shen Wenjing shops, tired, weary, longing to return home. This combination is utterly amusing. One desires to appear charming, another yearns for social interaction. One seeks to voice complaints, another wishes to remain inconspicuous. One is eager to work, another is on the verge of anger, and yet another simply longs for a place to lean against. Please just hurry inside. The supermarket security guard has begun to question his existence, they urged. Upon entering the supermarket, the pressure of being observed diminished somewhat. Indeed, Ji Ran proved to be a masterful producer, remaining composed under duress and swiftly assigning tasks. Let us act separately for a swift resolution. Ziyang, Qin Hao, you shall handle the meat and seafood. Su Yi, given your discerning taste, you will take care of the vegetables and seasonings. Liu Yao, you are in charge of snacks and beverages. He paused, his gaze falling upon the two most uncertain elements, Xie Xuanqing and Shen Wenjing. Sending Xie Xuanqing alone could potentially clear the entire area due to his formidable presence. As for Shen Wenjing, Ji Ran harbored doubts that he might merely push the cart to the checkout, purchasing nothing but air before returning home to sleep. Xuanqing, Wenjing. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses and spoke in a conciliatory tone. You two are responsible for the staple foods and baking area, if that is agreeable. The list is not extensive, just baguettes, pasta, and some dairy products. Xie Xuanqing nodded in affirmation, while Shen Wenjing, leaning against the shopping cart with his eyes closed, lazily lifted his eyelids upon hearing his name, letting out a soft acknowledgement. Thus, the 7 of them split into 4 groups and dispersed with great zeal. Shen Wenjing, pushing the cart, trailed slowly behind Xie Xuanqing as they made their way to the staple food section, their conversation non-existent. The aroma of freshly baked bread and pastries enveloped the baking area. Armed with a list, Xie Xuanqing swiftly located the freshly baked baguettes that Lin Baiyu had requested. The bread still radiated warmth, exuding a rustic scent of wheat. He reached for 2, preparing to place them into the shopping cart. Wait! A languid voice emerged from behind. Xie Xuanqing paused and turned around to find Shen Wenjing leaning against the cart, extending a finger that was excessively pale, poking at the baguette's crust. He then cast a disdainful glance at the bread, remarking, Aside from being a weapon, I can't fathom any other use for it. Shen Wenjing replied, and so, this is what Lin Baiyu requested. Shen Wenjing seemed to grasp the question in his gaze, leisurely responding, I have dental issues. Without waiting for Shen Wenjing's reaction, he expertly turned the cart and retrieved a package of seemingly soft whole wheat toast from the shelf, tossing it into the cart. The entire sequence was executed with an air of conviction and fluidity. Shen Wenjing resignedly placed the baguettes requested by Lin Baiyu into the cart. Baguette, I have endured too much. Shen Wenjing, a man who articulates excuses in such a refreshingly unique manner. Shen Wenjing's expression conveyed his bewilderment. What am I listening to? Why must I hear this? I understand the reasoning, but why must it come from you? He contentedly patted the armrest of the shopping cart, pushing it forward at a leisurely pace. Next, milk. Shen Wenjing trailed behind, observing the slender silhouette before him, as a profound doubt regarding his life's trajectory began to take root within him for the first time. The two pushed their cart through the dairy section, ultimately locating the imported fresh milk listed on their shopping list. However, after dismissing a brand for its overly fishy taste and another for its excessive fat content, they settled for the most unremarkable domestic brand, the rationale being, support local products. Shen Wenjing had grown numb, relinquishing his thoughts and merely following behind Shen Wenjing, serving as a silent, emotionless porter. The shopping list, in Shen Wenjing's hands, was akin to a piece of scrap paper. As they turned into the vegetable section, they unexpectedly encountered Su-e, clutching a vibrant green asparagus like a rare treasure. He enthusiastically provided a fashion tutorial to the camera and his companions, Qin Hao and Song Xiang. Look, this is the finest asparagus. The base should be white, the tips tight, and the color reminiscent of emerald green. Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the contents of Shen Wenjing and Shen Wenjing's shopping cart. His beautiful fox-like eyes instantly narrowed as he pointed at the loaf of bread, his voice rising an octave. Am I mistaken? Aside from the French baguette Lin Baiyu requested, is that an elderly health-conscious toast? Qin Hao and Song Xiang leaned in for a closer look. No way, you really swapped it. Song Xiang exclaimed in disbelief. Leaning casually against the shopping cart, Shen Wenjing replied lazily, his teeth aren't great. As he spoke, he subtly tilted his chin toward Shen Wenjing. Instantly, all eyes, including the cameras, converged upon Shen Wenjing's face. Shen Wenjing. Ha 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 ha. Passing the blame. This is blatant blame shifting. Shen Wenjing. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say such things. I declare, Shen Wenjing is the most adept blame shifter I have ever encountered. The key is that Shen Wenjing seems to tacitly agree. What an extraordinary couple's understanding. Taking a deep breath, Shen Wenjing's expression remained hidden behind his mask as he said, let us go pick some vegetables. With that, he took the lead, heading toward the vibrant array of produce, his back exuding an air of urgency. The vegetable section proved to be a veritable Waterloo for these male celebrities. Qin Hao confidently picked up a tomato, weighing it in his hand. This one is good. Big and red. A robust voice interjected. Hey, handsome, that's not quite right. When buying tomatoes, you must check the bottom. The ones with little stars on them are the sweetest. An aunt, adorned in a floral apron and sporting a head of curls, had seemingly appeared beside them, clutching a bag of corn and casting an exasperated look at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, huh? Ignoring him, the aunt immediately recognized Shen Wenjing, her eyes lighting up. Oh my, aren't you that Shen Wenjing? My daughter adores you. Oh my, you're even slimmer in person than on television. What brings you here to buy groceries? Are you on some dating show? Shen Wenjing's body visibly stiffened for a moment, yet he still managed to nod politely. The aunt's enthusiasm had increased. She snatched the tomato from Qin Hao's hand and returned it to the shelf, then, like a commander, began to direct the proceedings. What dishes are you planning to prepare? Allow me to advise you. Choose greens with vibrant leaves and crisp stems. As for that eggplant, you must examine the cap on its head. Only those with a white line between the cap and the flesh are tender. As she spoke, she grasped Shen Wenjing's hand and forcibly placed a meticulously selected eggplant into his palm. Staring at the eggplant, Shen Wenjing felt utterly petrified. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing had completely surrendered. Leaning against the shopping cart, He watched the lively human comedy unfold, nearly succumbing to slumber. Just then, from a nearby cart, a little boy with a spiky ponytail, sucking on a lollipop, pointed at Shen Wenjing and called out to his mother in a sweet voice, "Mom, Mom, look at that brother. He is even more handsome than our kindergarten's prettiest girl, duo." The atmosphere fell abruptly silent. Even the aunt, who had been animatedly sharing her vegetable-picking wisdom, paused. All eyes turned towards Shen Wenjing. Slowly, he lifted his eyelids, his captivating peach blossom eyes devoid of emotion as they glanced at the little boy, then shifted to the young mother, now blushing furiously. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, he spoke in his characteristic, unruffled tone. "Your son has an excellent eye." A chuckle escaped from Song Xiang, breaking the tension. Qin Hao and Su Yi soon joined in, their shoulders shaking with laughter. The young mother's face was crimson, as she covered it with her hands. The affable aunt, momentarily stunned, soon erupted into laughter as well. "Oh my, this brother is indeed handsome. Like someone stepped right out of painting." While laughing, she added 2 cucumbers to Xie Xuanxing's cart, saying, Here, eat more cucumbers. They're good for your complexion." Xie Xuanxing glanced at the assortment of vegetables in his cart, a chaotic array of varieties, then looked over at Shen Wenjing, who appeared aloof, as if entirely detached from the situation. Suddenly, he felt that this trip to the supermarket was not solely a torment. Then, the young mother hurriedly pushed her son away, leaving behind an oddly silent, yet charged atmosphere in the vegetable section, infused with the remnants of laughter. Qin Hao's face had turned red, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Song Zhang turned away, making strange sounds at a row of potatoes. It was the same enthusiastic aunt in her floral apron who first broke the silence. She slapped her thigh, pointing at Shen Wenjing, and laughed heartily. "Oh my, this young man." Her laughter seemed to press the play button, and soon others could no longer contain themselves. Qin Hao's laughter finally burst forth, unrestrained. Su Yi leaned against the shelf, playfully touching the corners of his reddened eyes, laughing so hard he nearly trembled. "I declare the most eloquent in this reality show is not me, but him." He tilted his chin toward Shen Wenjing, his gaze filled with delight at the unfolding spectacle. Yet, the center of attention, Shen Wenjing remained blissfully unaware. He merely leaned against the disheveled shopping cart, lifting his eyelids slightly to cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, his expression seemingly conveying, "What is there to laugh about? I am merely stating the facts." "Ha ha." Shen Wenjing, a man who utters the most pretentious remarks in the calmest tone. "Little boy, brother, you are even more handsome than duo." Shen Wenjing, your son has good taste. This exchange could amuse me for an entire year. Xie Xuanxing's expression management has completely unraveled. I noticed the corners of his mouth rising wildly beneath his mask. This shopping excursion was far more riveting than binge-watching 8 episodes of a drama. The enthusiastic aunt, having laughed to her heart's content, redirected her gaze back to the perpetually stiff Xie Xuanxing. She gazed at his remarkably handsome face, still concealed beneath a mask, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Oh dear, Xuanxing," she affectionately called out. "My daughter watches your television shows every day at home. She adores you. Could you possibly give her an autograph? If I bring it back, she would surely leap for joy." Xie Xuanxing. He is least adept at handling such unexpected warmth from elders. Refusing would seem unkind, while agreeing to sign, why not? Song Zhang immediately chimed in. "Auntie, let me tell you, our Xuanxing brother is the best." Qin Hao also added supportively. "Exactly, it's just an autograph, a trivial matter." Xie Xuanxing, feeling cornered, could only nod. His voice emerged muffled from beneath the mask. "All right." But then came the dilemma. "Where's the pen?" Su Yi surveyed the surroundings, palms raised in confusion. Who brought a pen? A group of pampered male celebrities exchanged bewildered glances. Qin Hao patted his empty pockets. Song Xiang waved his phone. Liu Yao even fished out a power bank from his hoodie pocket. Jiren pushed up his glasses and smiled helplessly. "Oh dear, you big stars." The aunt could no longer bear it. She rummaged through her floral apron pocket for a while and finally produced a blue ballpoint pen emblazoned with advertisements, unceremoniously thrusting it into Xie Xuanxing's hand. Here, use the Andes. Xie Wenjing stared at the rustic pen in his hand, feeling more petrified than when he had been holding the eggplant earlier. Where should I sign? The ant inquired again. All eyes inadvertently fell upon the crumpled shopping list in Ji Ran's hand. It was the only piece of paper in sight. Ji Ran kindly smiled and handed over the list. Thus, under the bright lights of the supermarket's vegetable section, the top-tier superstar Xie Wenjing, wielding a pen sponsored by a fertilizer factory, meticulously inscribed his name on the back of a shopping list that had been utterly transformed by Shen Wenjing. The scene was both absurd and amusing. After signing, the ant contentedly folded the list like a treasured possession and returned it to her pocket. She cast another glance at their shopping cart, which contained high-quality ingredients specified by Lin Baiyu, the cucumbers and eggplants she had forcibly added, alongside the senior health toast personally recommended by Shen Wenjing. She smacked her lips, speaking in the tone of a seasoned individual. You young folks only know to follow the list. Is this all a task? Don't you all have anything you wish to eat? Each of you looks as thin as a reed. You ought to indulge a little. These words rang out like an incantation. Leaning against the shopping cart, seemingly on the verge of shutting down, Shen Wenjing froze momentarily. His typically listless peach blossom eyes gradually shifted, gliding past the vibrant vegetables and the bustling crowd, until they landed with precision on the row of refrigerated cabinets at the supermarket's end, emanating a chill of white air. Ice cream. The mere mention of it sparked like a small firework in his usually tranquil mind, illuminating his thoughts. Here it comes. I can smell it. Instructor Shen's radar is on. While he was just contemplating sleep, his eyes lit up at the thought of something he desires. Ha ha ha. Shen Wenjing, what? An extra treat outside the task? I must seize this fortune. In the next instant, before anyone could react, Shen Wenjing straightened up. He said nothing, merely extended his hand, expressionless, and took the shopping cart's handle from Xie Wenjing. Then, he turned the heavy cart around and ambled towards the freezer section, his posture exuding an unwavering determination and a clear objective. Hey, Wenjing, where are you going? Song Xiang called out from behind. Shen Wenjing did not look back. Xie Wenjing stood in place, observing the slender figure ahead, glancing at his empty hands, momentarily engulfed in confusion. You should follow him, Xie. Su Yi's voice whispered teasingly in his ear. Your companion with the bad teeth has a new craving. Xie Wenjing felt a slight warmth flush his ears, barely noticeable beneath his mask. Ignoring Su Yi's jest, he strode forward to catch up. In front of the freezer, the cool air rushed out, carrying a hint of sweetness. Shen Wenjing halted the cart, standing quietly before a row of ice cream cabinets, gazing through the transparent glass doors at the colorful boxes within. The light reflected off his profile, rendering his skin even more translucent, with long eyelashes casting delicate shadows. In that moment, he appeared less like someone choosing a product and more like an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece. This was the first time Xie Wenjing observed anything other than fatigue, annoyance, or indifference on Shen Wenjing's face, an almost imperceptible glimmer of interest. Xie Wenjing approached him, following his gaze. The gaudy packaging and an array of novel flavors greeted them. He assumed Shen Wenjing would be overwhelmed or simply grab anything. However, after a moment of contemplation, Shen Wenjing turned to him. You, he inquired softly, his voice slightly ethereal against the hum of the freezer. What flavor do you wish to have? Xie Wenjing was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shen Wenjing would ask him. Reflecting on the few times he had indulged in ice cream, he realized he had never cared about the flavor, simply eating whatever his assistant bought. Anything is fine. He provided the most standard official response. Shen Wenjing's beautifully shaped brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, as if he were dissatisfied with this answer. He let out a soft exclamation and refrained from further inquiries, extending his exquisitely beautiful hands, perfectly suited for wielding a paintbrush. He opened the freezer door. A rush of cold air greeted him. Instead of selecting the most lavishly packaged new products, he directly reached for a box of the simplest vanilla ice cream, tucked away at the bottom, and placed it into the shopping cart. Then, he bent down again and retrieved another box, this one chocolate-flavored, and added it to the cart as well. After completing these actions, he closed the freezer door, pushed the cart, and turned to leave. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. Shen Wenjing gazed at the two starkly contrasting boxes of ice cream in the cart, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Aren't you buying anything for yourself?" Shen Wenjing halted his steps. He turned back, regarding Shen Wenjing with a look that seemed to convey, "How could you not understand this?" He pointed to the box of vanilla ice cream. "This is mine." Then, he gestured towards the chocolate box. "This is for you." Shen Wenjing exclaimed, "I'm losing my mind. This is mine, and this is for you." Help! What an ethereal conversation. So simple, yet so impactful. The cool guy with chocolate, the ailing beauty with vanilla. What a perfect match. The ultimate pairing. Shen Wenjing's CPU has overheated. Just look at his expression. He doesn't even know how to react. Ha ha ha. Ultimately, the procurement team of 7, pushing a cart that could only be described as a blend of magical realism, arrived at the checkout counter. The cashier, glancing at this group of uniquely handsome men and the eclectic assortment of items on the conveyor belt, premium Wagyu beef, baguettes, elderly toast, truffles reserved for Michelin chefs, a large eggplant recommended by market vendor, along with 2 incongruous boxes of ice cream, wore an expression of bewilderment reminiscent of the supermarket security guard's earlier confusion. On the drive back, the atmosphere was considerably more relaxed than on the way there. Shen Wenjing, having finally indulged in the ice cream, leaned against the window in the last row, savoring each small, measured spoonful slowly and with great focus. After only a few bites, he replaced the lid and returned it to the bag. Beside him, Shen Wenjing looked at the nearly untouched box of chocolate ice cream in his hands, then glanced at the person next to him who had already donned a sleep mask, preparing to drift back into slumber. He suddenly felt that this individual named Shen Wenjing seemed somewhat different. Chapter 18, whose accomplishment as the black business vehicle of the procurement team continued to sway along the road, the behind-the-scenes battleground in the heartfelt cabin had quietly commenced. The villa's kitchen was spacious and bright, with fresh ingredients meticulously prepared by the production team, laid out on the central island. Su Xintian, adorned in a pink strawberry apron, was crouched by the sink, humming a tune as she diligently washed the vegetables. Today, she was in high spirits. In contrast, the other main figure in the kitchen, Lin Baiyu, exhibited a level of professionalism that starkly contrasted with his delicate appearance. Clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, his long hair was tied back simply with a rubber band, revealing a smooth forehead and gentle, refined features. He did not rush to begin, but first meticulously inspected all the kitchen utensils and seasonings, arranging them with precision. "Xintian, you've worked hard," he said, turning to Su Xintian with a gentle smile. "Those that are washed, please place them in the draining basket. I shall take care of the rest." "No worries at all." Su Xintian quickly waved her hand, lifting her face, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Baiyu, you are the one who has worked hard, preparing dinner for so many people. You're amazing." Lin Baiyu smiled softly, lowering his gaze, his long eyelashes casting shadows over the fleeting brilliance in his eyes. He picked up a German chef's knife and began to skillfully handle a piece of beef on the cutting board, his movements as graceful as his demeanor, a pleasing sight to behold. "It's not that impressive," he said with a hint of concern in his voice as he sliced the beef. "I'm just a bit worried about them. There's so many people at the supermarket. I wonder if they can find everything on my list." His words were both considerate and thoughtful. As expected, Su Xintian immediately displayed an expression of sympathy and agreement. "Exactly. Sending 7 people who can't cook to buy groceries. The production team really knows how to put us through our paces. You're the most reliable, Baiyu." "Here it comes, here it comes. Master Lin's tea art class is about to commence," a playful voice chimed in. "Be mindful, Xintian. They're subtly manipulating all of you. Am I the only one who finds Lin Baiyu quite handsome in his chef's attire?" Just as the kitchen radiated an atmosphere of harmony and camaraderie, Gu Pan, in charge of setting the dining table, descended the stairs with a glass of water in hand. She immediately spotted Lin Baiyu, showcasing his culinary skills at the central island, alongside the adoring Su Xintian. Gu Pan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as she walked straight into the living room to assess the lengthy dining table. The utensils prepared by the production team were exquisite, yet the tablecloth and decorations were regrettably lacking in taste. With a disapproving click of her tongue, She decisively tore off the lace tablecloth and tossed it aside. Xin Tian, come help me, she called out. Coming. Su Xantian wiped her hands and trotted over. What is up, Pan Pan? Go check if there are any solid-colored tablecloths in the storage room. Deep blue or gray will suffice, Gu Pan directed. And throw away those artificial flowers. They are tacky. Okay. Su Xantian accepted the task and hurried off. Lin Baiyu, listening to the commotion outside the kitchen, paused in his chopping. He glanced at the decorations that Gu Pan had deemed unsatisfactory, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Those were the romantic elements he had specifically suggested to the production team the night before. Suppressing his emotions, he continued preparing the ingredients. Before long, a lively commotion erupted at the entrance. They're back. They're back. Boomed Song Xiang's voice. In unison, Lin Baiyu in the kitchen and Gu Pan in the living room looked up. 7 men strode in, arms laden with bags, creating an impression reminiscent of a supermarket heist. Baiyu, we're back. Song Xiang was the first to dash into the kitchen, triumphantly brandishing a bag of premium Wagyu beef. Look, M9, I managed to snag it. Lin Baiyu promptly set down a knife he was wielding, a concerned smile gracing his face as he approached. You all must be exhausted. Please, set it down. Are you tired? His gaze swiftly scanned the shopping bags held by everyone, until from one of the bags he extracted 2 baguettes and a pack of whole grain toast. Lin Baiyu's smile faltered momentarily. He raised the items, an expression of just the right amount of perplexity crossing his face. What is this toast for? Oh, that's because when Jing mentioned he has dental issues and can't eat anything hard, so we picked this up instead. Song Xiang explained immediately. Lin Baiyu's eyes shifted to the figure of Shen Wenjing, who had plopped onto the sofa the moment he entered, now resting with his eyes closed. With a sigh, he spoke softly enough for all present to hear. It's quite all right. Everyone must have found shopping rather tiring, so it's only natural to mispurchase a few items. He set the pack of toast aside, his tone imbued with understanding and a hint of unspoken grievance. Song Xiang appeared remorseful. Em sorry, Baiyu. Oui. Qin Hao looked a bit awkward as well. Su Yi, leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, interjected coolly. Oh dear, our chef seems a tad displeased. Someone has dental troubles and can't manage hard, formidable weapons. Let us be considerate of those with disabilities. His remark pointed directly at the root of the issue. Instinctively, all gazes turned towards Shen Wenjing, who had been silent since entering, seemingly as if his soul had departed. The individual unfairly implicated, Xie Wenjing, wore a mask that concealed his expression, yet an even heavier air of tension surrounded him than during their supermarket excursion. He bit his lip, remaining silent. At that charged moment, Shen Wenjing stirred. He yawned and slowly approached Lin Baiyu, extending a small plastic bag he had been holding. This, he said, lifting his eyelids to reveal his alluring peach blossom eyes, his tone calm and unruffled. Please store it in the freezer. It will melt. Thank you. Inside the bag were 2 boxes of ice cream, 1 vanilla and 1 chocolate. Lin Baiyu stared at the 2 boxes, which stood in stark contrast to the surrounding gourmet ingredients. The carefully prepared words he had readied were instantly stifled. He felt as though he had exerted all his strength for a punch, only to find it landing on a cotton ball, or rather on a block of ice, leaving him with a painful sting. Ha! This is a heart-wrenching blow. Lin Baiyu, Jivunung, Sui, sardonic remarks. Shen Wenjing, oh, my ice cream is about to melt. I declare Shen Wenjing the strongest champion of this romantic variety show, a man living in his own world. A suppressed laugh erupted from the living room. It was Gu Pan, who had approached unnoticed, leaning against the connection between the living room and the kitchen, holding a roll of deep gray tablecloth she had just found. She gazed at the unfolding scene, a playful smile curling her lips, her amusement evident. She stepped forward, naturally taking several heavy shopping bags from Xie Wenjing's hands, and addressed everyone directly. All right, no need to block the entrance any longer. The heroes of procurement can go rest. We'll be ready for dinner in half an hour. She cast a sidelong glance at Shen Wenjing, her tone shifting. Especially you, make sure to put your precious ice cream away quickly, or else it will melt, and no one will compensate you for it. Shen Wenjing glanced at her, offered no retort, and slowly took the bags, opening the refrigerator door to neatly place the 2 tubs of ice cream in the freezer. Chapter 19. The kitchen. Lin Baiyu soon resumed his impeccable composure. He took the shopping bags from Song Ziang and Qin Hao's hands, speaking gently. Everyone has worked hard. Please take a moment to relax in the living room and have some water. This will be left to me and Xinqian. His words were considerate and thoughtful. Qin Hao, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, was the first to slip away. After suffering social embarrassment in front of Shen Wenjing and being repeatedly teased by Su Yi and Gu Pan, he yearned for a quiet corner to contemplate life. Liu Yao had long since drifted into his thoughts, and upon hearing this, he too floated out, curling up in a corner of the sofa as the glow of his phone screen illuminated his face. Su Yi crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at Gu Pan. The two exchanged a knowing glance before sauntering back into the living room. Xie Xuanxing had not glanced at anyone throughout. He turned and ascended the stairs without pausing, his back seemingly carrying an unshakable chill reminiscent of a freezer. Thus, in the vast kitchen, only 3 individuals remained. Baiyu will assist you. Song Ziang rolled up his sleeves. Yes, I'll lend a hand. Su Xinqian chimed in earnestly. A flicker of subtle satisfaction passed through Lin Baiyu's eyes. Yet he sighed. How could I trouble you further? Run, Xinqian. You can't compete with him. Lin Baiyu began methodically organizing the ingredients that had been haphazardly stuffed into the bags. He picked up a package of whole wheat toast, his elegant brows knitting together slightly, his expression reflecting just the right amount of dilemma. This toast, he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible, yet perfectly clear to the 2 nearby. Does Wenjing not eat baguettes? Does he only eat this? I had intended to pair the baguette with tonight's soup. He appeared as a perfectionist striving to meet everyone's expectations while feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Song Ziang immediately responded. Then I'll go ask Wenjing. Let us see how he wants to eat. Don't, Lin Baiyu quickly interjected, shaking his head with a smile that bore a hint of resigned indulgence. Let us not disturb him. He must be tired. Let us stick to what he likes. The most important thing is for everyone to enjoy themselves. With that, he carefully placed the package of toast on the cleanest part of the countertop. In the living room, Su Yi lounged on the sofa, his legs crossed, idly toying with a cushion. Observing the harmonious scene in the kitchen, a smirk crept across his lips. See that? He remarked in a low voice to Gu Pan. A single bag of toast has turned into quite the performance. Gu Pan was engrossed in browsing the latest fashion news on her phone. Without lifting her eyelids, she parted her crimson lips and remarked, standard procedure. He must be contemplating how to transform that chaotic assortment of items you all purchased into a splendid culinary showcase. TSK. Su, he clicked his tongue. Ah, you truly understand. His gaze drifted beyond the kitchen, settling on the solitary armchair across the living room. Shen Wenjing had somehow procured a thin blanket draped over himself, revealing only a tuft of fluffy hair, his breathing steady. Haha, Gilpan, a true beacon of clarity. Right to the point. Su Yi and Gu Pan are practically my internet mouthpieces. They could launch a stand-up routine right here. Lin Baiyu, I endure, I feign, I care. Shen Wenjing. Zizi. What will this dating show ultimately become? A green tea princess accompanied by 2 naive sweethearts, performing a one-man show for a sleeping deity and an ice mountain? In the kitchen, Lin Baiyu's solo performance continued. He swiftly organized all the ingredients. When he confronted the large bag of eggplants and cucumbers that a well-meaning aunt had forcibly stuffed into his hands, the look of consternation returned to his face. Oh, why are there so many vegetables? Su Xintian inquired in surprise. Song Ziang scratched his head, narrating the encounter with the enthusiastic aunt at the supermarket in vivid detail. So that's how it is, Lin Baiyu responded with a gentle yet resigned smile. The aunt is truly too enthusiastic. However, these ingredients aren't on the menu, and it's too late to make changes now. He paused, as if engaged in a profound internal struggle. Then suddenly his eyes brightened. I have an idea. We can't waste the aunt's goodwill. I'll add another dish, a fish-flavored eggplant. How's that sound? It will complement the Western cuisine perfectly. Wow, that is fantastic. Su Xintian immediately applauded, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Baiyu, you are so impressive. You can do anything. Song Jiang echoed with utmost respect. Baiyu, you are truly a culinary deity. Though Lin Baiyu modestly downplayed their praise, claiming he merely knew a little, his movements in the kitchen became increasingly deft. He picked up a knife and began to prepare the eggplants, the crisp sound of chopping resonating through the air as the purple vegetables were swiftly cut into uniform pieces. He directed Song Jiang to mix the fish-flavored sauce and enlisted Su Xinqian to assist with peeling garlic. Under his orchestration, the kitchen functioned like a finely tuned machine, with him as the composed and graceful conductor, while adeptly handling the ingredients. He also took the time to share culinary insights with Song Jiang and Su Xinqian in his characteristic gentle tone. The ratio of the fish-flavored sauce is crucial. Sugar and vinegar must reach a harmonious balance to unleash the fragrance. The eggplant should be salted first to draw out excess moisture and then fried to maintain their color without absorbing too much oil. Song Jiang and Su Xintian nodded in agreement, captivated by his expertise. He resembled a general commanding the battlefield, confidently navigating the challenges presented by the ingredients, ensuring that this culinary endeavor would be executed splendidly. Su Xintian and Song Jiang had utterly succumbed, their gazes towards Lin Baiyu filled with admiration akin to sparkling stars. One must admit, setting aside character, Lin Baiyu's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, otherwise, how could he have captivated someone like Song Jiang so effortlessly? His greatest strength lies in his genuine talent. Hence, his grievances and complaints carry such weight. So, what exactly are Xie Xuanxing and Shen Wenjing doing? One is idling upstairs, while the other lies lifeless in the living room. On the sofa, Shen Wenjing, the subject of their musings, was donning an eye mask, reclining against a cushion, his breathing steady, as if he had departed from this world. Finally, as twilight descended, Lin Baiyu emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last dish. A fine sheen of sweat adorned his brow, his fair cheeks tinged with a slight flush from the heat, and his eyes displayed a hint of well-deserved fatigue. A sumptuous dinner was laid before everyone. M9 grade pan-seared Wagyu beef, accompanied by his homemade creamy mushroom sauce and baguette, garnished with tomatoes and basil, a vibrantly colorful garden salad, and a plate of glistening, aromatic fish-flavored eggplant. The presentation was nothing short of perfect. "Let's feast," Lin Baiyu declared, removing his apron and offering a gentle smile to the group. His gaze swept across the room, briefly pausing at the empty seat of Xie Xuanxing for a fleeting second, as if to convey, "I've done my utmost, and I hope it pleases everyone." Chapter 20. This meal was truly lively. Wow. Su Xintian was the first to exclaim, her eyes sparkling like two little light bulbs. "Baiyu, you are simply divine. This spread is astonishing." "Indeed, Baiyu, you've worked so hard," Song Jiang chimed in, his face brimming with unabashed admiration as he surveyed the restaurant-quality dishes. "We even caused you extra trouble while shopping, and yet you managed to create all this." Upon hearing this, Lin Baiyu offered a somewhat weary yet profoundly gentle smile. He shook his head lightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before lingering seemingly unintentionally on Shen Wenjing for half a second. "It was no trouble," he spoke softly. "I am delighted to cook for everyone. However, the ingredients of the supermarket were somewhat unexpected, and I added some dishes at the last minute. I hope they suit your tastes. I did my best." His words, laced with humility yet tinged with a sense of grievance, revealed a hint of helplessness. In the living room, Shen Wenjing, recently roused by Gupan, was ensconced in a single sofa, his gaze vacant, clearly not fully returned to reality. Upon hearing Lin Baiyu's words, he couldn't even muster the energy to lift his eyelids. Seeing that no one engaged with his carefully crafted remarks, Lin Baiyu remained unperturbed. It seemed he suddenly recalled something. His gaze shifted towards the kitchen island. "All right," he said, looking at Shen Wenjing with a tone filled with cautious concern. "I placed your loaf of bread on the counter. The packaging looks quite intact, so it should require no further preparation, right? It could be eaten directly. Am I correct?" Song Jiang instinctively wished to interject on Lin Baiyu's behalf, while Qin Hao watched with a gleeful anticipation, eager to see Shen Wenjing's response. "His culinary skills are indeed impressive." A cool female voice shattered the tension. It was Gupan. She held a wine glass gracefully, reclining against the back of her chair. A playful smile dancing on her crimson lips as she regarded Lin Baiyu with pure admiration. Her compliments were solely directed at the food, neglecting to mention the person. For a fleeting moment, Lin Baiyu's smile faltered, a mere fraction of a second. At that moment, Shen Wenjing, who had been lost in thought, finally reacted. He lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at Lin Baiyu, responding in his characteristic, calm tone, indeed. After uttering those words, under the varied gazes of the onlookers, he rose from the sofa, shuffling in his slippers, and ambled toward the kitchen. He picked up a packet of whole grain toast that had been set aside on the counter, tore open the packaging, and extracted a slice. Everyone assumed he would simply stand there and eat it. However, he did not. Instead, clutching the slice of toast, he turned and made his way back to the dining table, contemplating that he should share the toast with Shen Wenjing, who had purchased a soft pillow and other items for him at the supermarket. Thus, rather than returning to his own seat, he approached Shen Wenjing directly. Shen Wenjing descended the stairs after removing his mask, exuding a cool, distant air, and sat silently, starkly contrasting with the lively atmosphere at the table. Sensing someone nearby, he instinctively looked up, meeting Shen Wenjing's tranquil, almond-shaped eyes. Then, he noticed Shen Wenjing extending his hand, long, slender fingers strikingly pale, holding the soft slice of toast. Moving unceremoniously toward his lips, time seemed to pause at that moment. The entire dining room fell silent. Song Xiang's mouth formed an O. Su Xintian inhaled sharply, covering her mouth. The knife and fork in Qin Hao's hands clattered onto his plate. Su Yi's keen eyes, usually so perceptive of human nature, displayed genuine shock for the first time, forgetting to lift his glass to his lips. Gu Pan raised an eyebrow, her interest igniting to its fullest. Ji Rant's gentle smile froze on his face. Lin Baiyu's usually warm expression was now filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, at the center of this storm, Shen Wenjing stood motionless. Like a statue, he could distinctly see the soft air pockets on the slice of toast and smell the citrus-scented shampoo that clung to Shen Wenjing. His mind was a blank slate. What was happening? Why was he feeding me? What should I do? Countless questions swirled through his bewildered mind like a barrage of confetti. Amidst this profound silence, Shen Wenjing finally spoke. His voice was soft, tinged with the rasp of someone just awakened, brushing against the eardrums of all present like a feather. Softer is tastier. Would you like a try? After speaking, he gazed at the astonished expression in Shen Wenjing's eyes, seemingly awaiting a response. He nudged the toast slightly closer, nearly brushing against Shen Wenjing's lips, presenting an invitation that was impossible to refuse, as if urging, go on, get a taste. Shen Wenjing felt his throat involuntarily constrict. Under the watchful gaze of a dozen pairs of eyes and countless viewers in the live stream, he, as if guided by an unseen force, slightly parted his lips. Then, he took a small bite. It was soft, imbued with a subtle sweetness of wheat, distinctly different from any food he had ever been compelled to consume in the past. You find soft toast quite delectable, don't you? Shen Wenjing inquired earnestly, resembling a student seeking companionship. In a hidden corner, Shen Wenjing's ears turned crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. He struggled to utter a single word from his throat. The sound was so faint it was almost inaudible. Yet, everyone heard it. Shen Wenjing appeared satisfied. He withdrew his hand as if he had merely accomplished an ordinary task, then leisurely returned to his seat, savoring the remaining toast in small bites. A light cough finally shattered the peculiar silence. It was Ji Ran. Adjusting his glasses, he resumed his genteel demeanor, raising his wine glass and smiling at the crowd. The dishes are getting cold. Let us all dig in and sample Baiyu's culinary skills. His words forcibly summoned everyone back to reality. Like waking from a dream, they mechanically picked up their knives and forks, commencing to cut the steak on their plates, yet their eyes involuntarily flitted back and forth between Shen Wenjing and Shen Wenjing. What the hell did I just witness? He fed him. He truly fed him. The barrage of comments exploded, mirroring the collective astonishment. They resumed eating, but no one could truly focus on their meal, stealing glances at the two instigators. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing seemed as if he had merely performed a commonplace act. After finishing the contents of his plate, He set down his utensils and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. Chapter 21. Is it time for your portion? The meal was nothing short of thrilling. The glistening plate of fish-flavored eggplant emerged as the most popular dish of the evening. It required no more than a ravenous appetite, allowing diners to indulge without the need for any eye contact. Lin Baiyu's expression returned to a serene and gentle demeanor post-meal, as if he had digested all previous discontent. Remaining the considerate and attentive Lin Baiyu, everyone knew. Has everyone enjoyed their meal? He inquired gently, setting down his utensils and dabbing at the corners of his mouth. Song Xiang was the first to chime in, letting out a satisfied burp. I'm full. Baiyu, your cooking is exquisite. Stuffed. Su Xintian nodded in agreement. Her eyes filled with admiration. Yes. That steak was absolutely divine. Lin Baiyu smiled, a hint of mystery in his expression. Don't rush to overindulge. I have prepared dessert as well. Before long, Lin Baiyu emerged with an elegant tray. On it rested several beautiful glass cups, each containing smooth, milky white pudding, adorned with a delicate layer of caramel and a few fresh raspberries atop. It was Italian panna cotta, splendidly presented, clearly crafted with considerable effort. Wow, susidan et golim donomatikas. Baiyu, you could do this too. It looks amazing. Lin Baiyu meticulously arranged the panna cotta before everyone, even placing a portion in front of Shen Wenjing, who had been slouched on the sofa. He offered a shy smile, his eyelashes casting shadows over his cheeks as he spoke softly. I just made it casually. I hope it suits everyone's taste. I thought a little sweetness might lift our spirits after a long day. His words were both humble and sincere, demonstrating his exceptional skill while also expressing genuine concern for everyone, as if he were the one who had endured hardship during the earlier commotion while remaining considerate of the greater good. Song Xiang was utterly captivated. He gazed at Lin Baiyu and said, Baiyu, you are truly wonderful. Su Xintian could hardly wait to take a small spoon. Scooping a bite of panna cotta into her mouth, her eyes squinting with happiness. This is so delicious. The milk flavor is so rich, not at all overwhelming. Song Xiang followed suit and took a bite, immediately giving a thumbs up. Really, it tastes even better than what you find in dessert shops. Xie Wenjing remained silent, not even glancing at the exquisite panna cotta, merely sitting there. Here comes the grand return of the tea art master. This plate of panna cotta, ha! Song Xiang, please just be quiet. Lin Baiyu, see? This is perfection. I am perfection. Just as Lin Baiyu was about to reclaim the spotlight with this dessert, Shen Wenjing, who had been uncharacteristically silent since dinner, suddenly stirred. He did not touch the beautiful panna cotta before him. Instead, he found the sweet aroma emanating from the dish quite cloying. I apologize, Lin Baiyu. It looks delightful. But I'm in the mood for ice cream, he stated, rising from his seat. All eyes, including the cameras, instantly followed him. Shen Wenjing walked to the kitchen door and opened the massive double-door refrigerator. The hum of the fridge's cool air mingled with the glow of the lights, enveloping him in an ethereal, chilling halo. He bent down and retrieved 2 boxes from the freezer, 1 vanilla and 1 chocolate. After shutting the refrigerator door, he returned with the 2 boxes of supermarket ice cream, starkly contrasting against the elegant tableware. The sound of the plastic packaging clashing against the wooden surface was sharp and jarring. Lin Baiyu's smile faltered. Could the store-bought ice cream possibly surpass his homemade creation? He glanced from the 2 boxes of ice cream to the panna cotta being enjoyed by 2 others, and the warmth in his gaze cracked ever so slightly. Shen Wenjing did not look at him. He didn't even acknowledge anyone else. He simply pulled out a chair, sat down again, and pushed the box of chocolate ice cream toward the side, directly in front of Xie Wenjing, who had been as unyielding as an ice sculpture throughout. Having completed all of this, he finally lifted his beautiful peach blossom eyes to gaze at the man beside him, who was now utterly frozen. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent, with only the hum of the refrigerator breaking the stillness. Then, Shen Wenjing spoke. His voice was soft, devoid of any fluctuation, akin to snowflakes landing upon a frozen lake. He inquired, would you care for your chocolate-flavored ice cream? Xie Wenjing, cough, cough, cough. He could no longer contain himself and choked on his water, covering his mouth as he coughed thunderously. Yet his fox-like eyes sparkled with uncontrollable joy. Gu Pan could no longer hold back either. She leaned against the back of her chair, her hands obscuring her face, but her violently shaking shoulders betrayed her. Qin Hao was left dumbfounded, his spoon clattering into the glass with a crisp sound. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses betraying an unreserved curiosity about the extraordinary situation unfolding before them. Su Xintian and Song Zhang were utterly bewildered, their mouths still filled with milk jelly as they glanced between Shen Wenjing, Xie Xuanxing, and the pale-faced Lin Baiyu, their minds struggling to process the surreal scene. At the center of everyone's attention was Xie Xuanxing, who felt a buzzing in his ears. He looked at the box of chocolate ice cream before him, then at Shen Wenjing's clear, untainted eyes, which seemed to be simply inquiring about a fact. He felt as though he were not participating in a romantic variety show. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Under Shen Wenjing's calm gaze and amidst the astonished stares of all present, Xie Xuanxing's throat constricted painfully. He parted his lips. Eat. The single word seemed to exhaust all his strength. Shen Wenjing received the answer and nodded in satisfaction. He tore open his own box of vanilla ice cream, took the accompanying small spoon, scooped a spoonful, and placed it in his mouth. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to look at Xie Xuanxing again. His expression clearly conveyed, "Why aren't you moving?" Xie Xuanxing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. He extended his hand, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to face death, and tore open the packaging of the chocolate ice cream. Are you really going to eat your chocolate now? Em dying, em dying, em dying. Shen Wenjing, you are my deity. This is madness. He has truly lost it. Lin Baiyu's milk jelly versus Shen Wenjing's ice cream. I declare ice cream the winner. Ha ha ha. Look at Xie Xuanxing's expression. Like a socially anxious child forced to go on stage to receive an award for being a model student. Helpless, resigned, and somehow a bit endearing. Lin Baiyu's expression evoked genuine sympathy for me. What a chaotic scene reminiscent of a dating reality show. I would aptly title it Shen Wenjing, the final showdown. In a mere moment, he transformed a meticulously planned date into an intimate world for the two of them. Truly remarkable. Chapter 22. A midnight heart-to-heart. The box of torn chocolate ice cream ultimately lay empty. Xie Xuanxing held the diminutive plastic spoon, mechanically scooping the ice cream into his mouth. One spoonful after another. His face remained expressionless, only revealing a slight curve as the spoon approached his lips. Yet, the faintly flushed ears and the taut jawline betrayed his inner turmoil. Everyone's attention was firmly captivated by this extraordinary moment in the annals of dating shows. The dinner concluded in this manner. Song Zhang and Su Xintian took on the task of clearing away the dishes, still in a state of mental disarray. Stealing glances at the two individuals sprawled at either end of the sofa, having finished their ice cream. Lin Baiyu, meanwhile, had regained his smile. In the living room, Gu Pan and Su Yi exchanged a knowing glance, both perceiving the 4 words in each other's eyes. Tonight was worthwhile. Cough. A staff member from the production team emerged at the opportune moment, clearing his throat and holding a sealed envelope. Esteemed guests, thank you for your hard work today. Now, we have a small late-night segment. He waved the envelope. To foster mutual understanding among everyone, we will conduct an anonymous Q&A session. Pairs will be formed to answer the prepared question cards on the terrace or in the living room, with a time limit. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Zhang, recovering from his shock, immediately raised his hand. Director, how will the pairings be decided? Can we choose freely? Qin Hao whistled, his charming eyes darting between Gu Pan and Su Xintian. Grinning playfully, I believe a random draw would add excitement. Indeed, Su Yi crossed his arms, coolly adding, the arrangement of fate is far more intriguing. As he spoke, his gaze subtly drifted towards Shen Wenjing, who was resting with his eyes closed on one end of the sofa, and Xie Xuanxing, who held his phone but had not absorbed a single word. The director smiled. Mr. Su Yi is correct. We have prepared a drawing box. A staff member brought forth an unremarkable cardboard box. Ladies first, Gu Pan, please. Gu Pan raised an eyebrow, approached the box, and casually stirred her hand inside, retrieving a blue ball. Number 3, she announced. Next was Su Xintian, who nervously fumbled for a while before producing a pink ball. I'm number 5. Then it was the boys' turn to draw. Qin Hao, number 4. Lu Yao, number 2. Song Zhang drew the same number as Qin Hao, also number 4. Su Yi, number 2, paired with Lu Yao. Ji Ran, number 3, matched with Gu Pan. Lin Baiyu, number 5, was paired with Su Xintian. As the drawing results unfolded one by one, the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly delicate. Soon, only the two individuals who had remained utterly still throughout the proceedings remained, Xie Xuanxing and Shen Wenjing. All eyes once again converged upon them. Teacher Xie, the director politely reminded. Xie Xuanxing set aside his phone and rose to his feet. Approaching the lottery box, he hesitated not for a moment before reaching inside and retrieving a small blue ball. He opened his palm, and all present craned their necks in anticipation. The ball bore a clear black numeral, 1. A moment of silence enveloped the living room. Then, Gu Pan's lips could no longer contain their upward curve, while Su Yi let out an outright laugh, quickly stifling it with a cough. Ha ha ha! I adore the directing team. You are my sole progenitor. Is this truly a lottery? This is predetermined. This is hilarious. There's no need to draw any further. Shen Wenjing is undoubtedly the last ball, paired with Xie Xuanxing. Wait, why do I feel that the pairings of Su Yi and Lu Yao, Ji Ran and Gu Pan are quite intriguing? Hey, don't lose focus. The crux is Xie Xuanxing and Shen Wenjing. Amidst the frenzied barrage of comments, Shen Wenjing finally made his move. He lifted his blindfold, his enchanting peach blossom eyes still hazy from slumber, and slowly stood up, walking to the box. He didn't even reach inside. Instead, he simply picked up the last solitary white ball resting within. Casting a glance at it, he opened his palm and stated flatly, I am also number 1. Gu Pan's brows shot up, her curiosity nearly spilling over. Su Yi promptly retrieved his phone, snapping a photo of the two dissimilar yet identical numbered balls, exclaiming, Look, this is the red thread of fate. Oh no, the blue and white thread. This has tied them together. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, smiling gently as he interjected. It must be that the production team prepared balls for pairs, differing only in color. The director quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes. The group results are in. Group 1 comprises teacher Xie Xuanxing and teacher Shen Wenjing. Xie Xuanxing felt the rapid throbbing at his temples intensify. On the late-night terrace, the autumn breeze whisked in a chill, causing the flame of the vintage lantern on the table to flicker gently. The production team arranged a small round table with 2 wicker chairs, alongside a black card box. Xie Xuanxing and Shen Wenjing sat opposite each other in silence. No words were exchanged. In the distance, the remaining groups were pressed against the floor-to-ceiling windows, akin to a gaggle of tourists observing rare creatures. Why aren't they speaking? Su Xintian Ritzba. Shu. Gu Pan gestured for silence, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Don't rush. A top-tier tension requires brewing. Su Yi lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, his smile unwavering as he watched the monitor, remarking, Look at Xie Xuanxing's posture. He's sitting as if preparing for military service. He must be wishing for death right about now. On the terrace, it was Shen Wenjing who ultimately made the first move. He extended his hand, grasping the black box on the table and opening it. Inside lay a stack of cards. He extracted a card and, illuminated by the dim glow of the lantern, softly recited the words, his tone as flat as a heartbeat that had ceased. Pray tell, when was the last time you felt your heart flutter? Upon finishing, he lifted his gaze, quietly observing the man across from him. The gaze was pure, devoid of any superfluous emotion, simply awaiting a response. Xie Xuanxing's throat involuntarily convulsed. His heart skipped a beat upon hearing the question. When was the last time his heart fluttered? His mind rebelled against contemplation, yet images surged uncontrollably. Was it in the supermarket, when that person, wearing a mask, tilted their face upward, meeting his with those clear eyes as they earnestly spoke of baguettes? Or was it just moments ago, when that individual stubbornly pushed an entire box of chocolate ice cream towards him, inquiring if he wished to indulge at that very moment? Or perhaps it was even earlier, on the day they first met, when he spotted that fragile yet beautiful silhouette, sitting quietly in a corner, seemingly isolated from the bustling crowd? No, it couldn't be. Xie Xuanxing's reason spiraled into disarray. He gazed at Shen Wenjing's face, which appeared almost surreal under the light, and finally managed to utter two words with great difficulty. "I forgot." Upon hearing this response, Shen Wenjing nodded, his expression inscrutable, as if this answer fell within his expectations. Then he noticed the words on the back of the card. An amused turmoil stirred within him as he coolly read aloud the rules inscribed there. Should the respondent refuse to answer or provide an invalid response, the questioner reserves the right to impose a minor penalty. Wenjing. He abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with Shen Wenjing's clear, peach blossom-like gaze. Shen Wenjing slightly tilted his head, observing him, the look in his eyes shifting from confusion to a sense of inevitability. As if to say, such are the rules. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I could hit the floor. To kill is to strike at the heart. Shen Wenjing, rules, understand? Wenjing. Am I too late to jump off now? Punish him. Punish him. Quick. I want to see his expression now. In the living room, he had already collapsed onto the sofa, laughing uncontrollably. Wenjing's career was doomed to encounter a Waterloo tonight. Gu Pan also found it utterly hilarious. She took out her phone and snapped a picture of Wenjing on the monitor, murmuring, "This is just too splendid, truly magnificent." On the terrace, Wenjing gazed into Shen Wenjing's untainted eyes, falling into a contemplative silence before hoarsely asking, what would the penalty be? At this, Shen Wenjing lowered his eyelids, long lashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. He seemed to genuinely ponder the matter. A few seconds later, he lifted his gaze once more towards Wenjing. He extended his fair, slender finger, pointing towards Wenjing, then directed it at himself, calmly proposing a request. How about performing a song for the camera as a form of compensation? The moment the words left his lips, the surrounding night air appeared to freeze. Wenjing regarded the tranquil face before him. Chapter 23. Failing to live while singing. Is it a punishment to sing before the camera? After a decade in the industry, with concerts attended by thousands and facing the most exacting critics, Wenjing had never felt his throat constricted as if filled with scorching sand. His mind was a tumult of confusion. Rationality told him this was merely a facet of the show. Yet, when he met those eyes, those peach blossom eyes under the dim light, resembling two fathomless lakes, clear yet reflecting nothing, he was ensnared by their purity. In the living room, excitement erupted. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He had leapt from the sofa, nearly crushing his phone, exclaiming, he actually said it. He genuinely said it. Wenjing is going to sing. What a treat. Is this what I paid for? Gu Pan looked equally astonished. Song Xiang and Su Xintian were utterly dumbstruck, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses betraying an undeniable intrigue. He observed Wenjing, whose back was taut as a bow, and chuckled softly. Fascinating, it seems Wenjing's ironclad defenses are about to crumble. In a live stream, the comments section erupted. I declare this the most extraordinary moment of a season. No contest. Folks, who understands? The aloof top-tier star is being coerced into singing for the audience. This is what red tomato literature looks like in reality. Wenjing's expression, haha, resembles a cat whose fate is gripped by the neck. He is both furious and frozen in place. Sing already. Hurry up and sing. I've been waiting long enough for the flowers to wither. I bet a pack of spicy strips that Wenjing will sing. He can't refuse. On the terrace, time trickled away second by second. The night breeze whispered a hint of coolness. Ultimately, amidst the silence, Wenjing closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the struggle and chaos within him had been subdued. He had relented, even uncertain of why he had done so. All right. The word emerged from his throat, raspy and strained. He did not choose a popular hit nor a poignant love ballad. Instead, he selected a lesser-known track from his debut album, titled Lost at Sea. Without accompaniment, only his clear, slightly trembling voice began to flow softly into the tranquil night. The lighthouse has extinguished its light. The waves sway me to and fro. I cannot find the north, nor see the path I came from. The world is an empty theater, and I am adrift at its center. His voice was enchanting, the kind that seemed destined for this vocation. At this moment, Stripped of all ornate techniques and embellishments, it laid bare the most primal emotions, tinged with confusion and fragility. He gazed into Shen Wenjing's eyes. Those eyes remained calm and untroubled, like a black hole, absorbing all his emotions, all his awkwardness, all his struggles. As the song concluded, Xie Xuanxing looked to Shen Wenjing, awaiting judgment. The final note of the song dissipated in the cool night breeze. Shen Wenjing gazed silently at him, refraining from immediate speech. He recalled the book he had perused as a manual, The Heartthrob Principles of Top Stars. Within its pages, an entire chapter had been devoted to deconstructing the almost miraculous voice of Xie Xuanxing. It was described as akin to a blade tempered in ice, or the divine illumination of a god, precise, resplendent, and impeccable. Yet, the book had failed to capture such a voice. It overlooked the almost imperceptible tremor concealed beneath its crystalline clarity. The Xie Xuanxing exalted upon the pedestal was distant, flawless, seemingly celestial. The person before him, however, exuded a more earthly essence. He comprehended the song's true meaning. The lighthouse extinguished, direction lost, adrift in solitude. This was not merely a performance. It was a cry for help. Shen Wenjing observed him for several seconds. Then, under the suffocating weight of his anxious gaze, he leisurely spoke. Tilting his head slightly, his tone bore the gravity of a diagnosis. You seemed rather unhappy at that time. There was no critique of the singing, no judgment of the song, only a singular, piercing conclusion that struck straight to the heart. Xie Xuanxing froze abruptly, his pupils constricting in shock. Had he truly been unhappy then? He was a myth of the entertainment industry, a man perched atop the pinnacle of success, possessing everything that countless individuals yearn for. Yet, why, upon hearing that statement, was his first instinct not to refute it, but rather to feel a sense of vulnerability, as if his very essence had been laid bare? All right, it's your turn. Shen Wenjing slid a card towards him, interrupting his thoughts. It was now Xie Xuanxing's opportunity to inquire. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to attain composure. He picked up a card, scarcely glancing at the question inscribed upon it. All he desired was to pry open the hardened shell of the individual before him and uncover what lay within. He set the card down, lifted his gaze, and with his profound eyes, posed the question, what do you regret the most? This query caused Su Yi, seated in the living room, to abandon his spectator's demeanor. Straightening slightly, he recognized that the true confrontation was just beginning. A flicker of the most subtle, nearly imperceptible stillness crossed Shen Wenjing's face for the first time. Regret? The question pierced him like a slender needle, unexpectedly penetrating the depths of his memories. The dim yellow light before him seemed to fade in an instant, transforming into the stark, blinding illumination of a hospital's operating room. The sharp cries of medical instruments, his sister's heart-wrenching wails, the frantic silhouettes of his parents, and the pervasive scent of antiseptic that lingered throughout the years, all surged back in a tidal wave. A familiar phantom pain gripped his heart. What did he regret? Was it being born with a fractured heart? Regretting the 20-plus years of youth spent languishing on a hospital bed? Regretting that he had never even finished a single novel? No, those were destinies beyond his control. What he truly regretted was that, until the very moment consciousness slipped away, he had never truly lived a day for himself. In those peach blossom eyes, perpetually devoid of luster, a veil of perennial mist seemed, at that very moment, to be shattered by some unseen force, revealing an unfathomable depth of profound sorrow beneath. This sorrow flickered into existence for but a fleeting second, only to be swiftly cloaked again by his indifference. He lifted his gaze towards Xie Xuanxing, and with a tone so light it seemed on the verge of dissipating, he slowly offered his response. I regret not having lived well. What does that mean? What does it mean to have not lived well? He gazed at Shen Wenjing's frail, pallid face, observing the fleeting glimmer of an unearthly desolation in those excessively beautiful eyes, a haunting stillness that seemed utterly inappropriate for one so young. A ludicrous yet terrifying thought surfaced clearly in Xie Xuanxing's mind for the first time. He had always assumed that Shen Wenjing's propensity to fall asleep at any given moment. His pervasive apathy towards everything was merely an act of feigned indifference. Perhaps it was not a facade after all. Chapter 24. A thrilling conversation in the living room. Everyone watched the scene on the terrace through the monitors, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama. For the first time, a blank expression graced Su Yi's face, which was usually adorned with sarcasm. He abruptly straightened on the sofa, fixated on Shen Wenjing's serene visage displayed on the screen. Damn it, he lost control. He muttered under his breath. What on earth did he just say? Regret not having lived well? Gu Pan also abandoned her spectator's demeanor, crossing her arms with a furrowed brow. That was no jest. It was not a fabricated tale for the sake of entertainment. The moment Shen Wenjing uttered those words, the overwhelming sorrow, seeping from the very marrow of his bones, was palpably genuine. My heavens, what has he endured to utter such words? It feels as though his entire existence is shrouded in gray. Cut the previous nonsense. I came here for amusement, not to be thrust into this emotional turmoil. I retract my earlier remarks about him feigning illness. I apologize. He appears to genuinely be burdened by life. On the terrace, Shen Wenjing felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, aching and suffocating. He yearned to inquire, to pursue the truth hidden beneath those words. Yet, before he could speak, the person across from him had already transitioned emotionally. That fleeting, abyssal sorrow vanished without a trace. Shen Wenjing lifted his eyelids, returning to his previously disinterested demeanor. He pushed the card towards the center of the table, his tone flat. Is it over? Next, as if the weighty, suffocating topic they had just broached was merely a procedural task to be completed. This stark contrast transformed the unfamiliar pang of compassion that had surged within Shen Wenjing into an absurd sense of helplessness. All right, time's up for Group 1. The director's voice resonated through the speakers, shattering the peculiar atmosphere. Shen Wenjing rose, his body still somewhat stiff. Shen Wenjing had already begun to walk back, his pace unhurried, resembling a robot that might shut down at any moment. As Shen Wenjing caught up to Su Yi, who was about to head towards the terrace. Su Yi suddenly turned his head, and in a voice only audible to the two of them, swiftly and chillingly uttered a sentence. Shen Wenjing, something is amiss with you. You might be in trouble. Shen Wenjing's footsteps abruptly halted. He did not turn back, but instead returned to the most inconspicuous corner of the living room. Sinking back into the sofa, the atmosphere around him heavy with tension. Soon, the heart-to-heart session of Group 2 commenced. Su Yi lounged in his chair, legs crossed, while Lu Yao sat upright, resembling a student awaiting instructions from a military instructor. When asked about his ideal type, Lu Yao scratched his head, contemplating seriously before looking at Su Yi with his clear, yet naive gaze and earnestly replying, well, it's someone who has agile positioning, advanced awareness, can provide support and output damage, and crucially, can initiate a team fight to protect the team. In the living room, Qin Hao, having just taken a sip of water, erupted in laughter. Ha ha, the thought process of these esports youth is truly unique. Translation, I like a sister who can elevate me and sacrifice herself for me. Su Yi rolled his eyes, nearly to the heavens, took a deep breath, and decided to move on, but recalled the punishment Shen Wenjing had just mentioned. He certainly did not want to face that fool of a brother. Clearing his throat, he nonchalantly stated, someone tall, long-legged, intelligent, and amusing. Next, the subsequent discussions varied in tone. Qin Hao regaled Song Zhang with tales of how he once rented an amusement park for a former girlfriend, leaving Song Zhang in stunned silence, while the comments flooded with proclamations of a playboy's lessons. Next, it was Gu Pan and Ji Ran's turn. When asked about her ideal type, Gu Pan smirked, unabashedly declaring, independent, not clingy, and leave me be. Oh, and physically fit. Sister, I can. Ha ha ha, Gu Pan. My internet spokesperson. Well said. Then, the question was directed at Ji Ran. The ever-genteel producer adjusted his glasses, his gaze subtly lingering on a corner of the living room for a brief moment. He smiled gently, and his words caused an explosion in the live stream. As for me, I prefer someone quiet, who seems like they need care, but is actually quite interesting. He paused and added, preferably someone who enjoys painting. Oh my gosh. Is he referring to Shen Wenjing? He must be talking about Shen Wenjing. A battleground. Is the real battleground about to unfold? The final pair was Lin Baiyu and Su Xintian. The atmosphere was as warm as a scene from a pure love idol drama, with Lin Baiyu tenderly answering every question with precision, while Su Xintian, like a little fangirl, gazed at him with starry eyes. Ultimately, when Su Xintian could not recall the last time she cried, Lin Baiyu gently imposed a playful punishment, asking her to fetch water for everyone. The heart-to-heart session has finally concluded, yet the explosive revelation shared tonight reverberates within each individual's heart, particularly for Shen Wenjing. He sits in a corner, his mind echoing those two haunting phrases, "You never truly lived, and it's over for you." An undercurrent of agitation compels him to ruffle his hair in frustration. He is uncertain of his own feelings, only aware of a tightness in his chest that brings on a sense of unease. The visage of that person, with eyes suddenly filled with a profound stillness, lingers in his mind like a scene captured in slow motion. Desperate to alleviate his discomfort, he feels an irresistible urge to take action. As others retreat to their rooms, Shen Wenjing finds himself inexplicably drawn to the kitchen. A few minutes later, he stands at the threshold of Shen Wenjing's room, clutching a white electric mug filled with warm milk. He gazes at the closed door, raising his hand, yet hesitating at the last moment before knocking. How should he articulate his feelings? Should he say, "I felt uneasy after hearing your words, so I brought you some warm milk"? The absurdity of it strikes him. Just as he grapples with his internal conflict, the door clicks open. Shen Wenjing emerges, freshly showered, wearing a loosely fitting white bathrobe, droplets of water cascading from his hair. The beads slide down his handsome jawline, disappearing into the open collar of his robe. His face, slightly flushed from the steam, appears more captivating than ever. He looks at Shen Wenjing, who stands at the door like a guardian, then glances at the electric mug in his hand, blinking in confusion. Their eyes meet, and the atmosphere grows tense. Finally, Shen Wenjing awkwardly extends the mug forward, his movements stiff and robotic. He turns his face away, unable to meet those excessively clear eyes, and manages to croak out two hoarse words. Sleep aid. Chapter 25. The arena of male selection after a brief silence. Shen Wenjing reaches out to accept the mug, his fingertips inevitably brushing against Shen Wenjing's. The chilling touch starkly contrasts with the warmth of the cup. Startled, Shen Wenjing retracts his hand as if burnt. "Get some rest," he mutters, turning to leave, the door slamming shut behind him. In the corridor, Shen Wenjing stands rooted, glancing down at the electric mug in his hand. The cup radiates warmth. He unscrews the lid, and a rich aroma of milk envelopes him. His typically indifferent peach blossom eyes blink in surprise, revealing a fleeting smile he himself does not recognize. Then, he closes the door, placing the sleep-inducing warm milk on the bedside table before turning, climbing into bed, pulling up the covers, and closing his eyes. The following morning, Lin Baiyu appears to be in high spirits, rising early to prepare exquisite breakfast sandwiches for everyone, his face adorned with a flawless, gentle smile. "Ziyang, I've added extra cheese to yours. Xintian, I've omitted the onions from yours." He attentively caters to each individual, as though he were the true host of the household. After a night of internal struggle, Song Zhang was evidently drawn back into the fold, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Baiyu, you are truly wonderful. You remember my preferences." Su Xintian chimed in with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Brother Baiyu." At the opposite end of the table, however, the atmosphere was markedly different. Ji Ran, holding a cup of coffee, sat diagonally across from Shen Wenjing, his gaze behind the lenses keenly capturing the faint bluish hue beneath Shen's eyes. With a smile, he broke the silence. "Wenjing, did you sleep well last night? You seem a bit out of sorts." Shen Wenjing yawned, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. His voice languid, "Not bad, I had a dream." "Oh, what was it about?" Ji Ran inquired, his interest piqued. "I forgot," Shen Wenjing replied, taking a bite of his sandwich, effectively concluding the topic. Shen Wenjing observed Shen Wenjing, then silently pushed the untouched cup of milk in front of him towards Shen, producing a soft clink. "Here it comes. The breakfast battlefield without smoke." Ji Ran, the smiling tiger, is going straight for the jugular. asking about sleep quality right off the bat. You must have seen Xie Wenjing deliver the milk. Xie Wenjing's gesture of pushing the milk is so childish, like a primary school student drawing a line. I'm curious whether the beautiful Shen actually drank that milk. Given his lethargic demeanor, did he or didn't he? Lin Baiyu, can you not see me? Can you not see the heartfelt breakfast I meticulously prepared? Hey! As these factions subtly vied for dominance, a staff member from the directing team clapped their hands, capturing everyone's attention. Good morning, esteemed teachers. The director, beaming, emerged with his task card. Following last night's profound heart-to-heart session, I trust everyone has gained a deeper understanding of one another. To foster further connections, today, we have prepared a special date activity. He paused deliberately, heightening everyone's anticipation. Today's date venue is an extreme sports theme park. As soon as the words left his mouth, gasps of surprise echoed in the living room. Wow, extreme sports. Su Xintian was the first to exclaim excitedly. Is it bungee jumping or a roller coaster? Qin Hao whistled, his peach blossom eyes sparkling. I love this thrill. Lu Yao's eyes also gleamed as he adjusted his glasses. Extreme sports? Is there rock climbing? Conversely, the expressions of several others were less than cheerful. Xie Wenjing's brows furrowed, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward Shen Wenjing upon hearing the term extreme sports. Shen Wenjing remained unresponsive, slowly chewing his food, only slightly furrowing his brow. He crossed his arms, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Gu Pan raised an eyebrow, glancing meaningfully between Shen Wenjing and Xie Wenjing. The director cleared his throat, unleashing today a second significant announcement. To embody the freedom and romance of our show, today's date groupings will be determined by the two female guests, who will choose their desired date partners. In an instant, all the gentlemen's gazes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, fixated on Gu Pan and Su Xintian. The atmosphere grew tense and exhilarating. Song Xiang instinctively straightened his back. Qin Hao cast a flirtatious glance at Su Xintian. Lin Baiyu maintained his gentle smile, yet within it lay a subtle hint of anticipation. Ji Ran leisurely held a cup of coffee, while his gaze discreetly drifted towards Shen Wenjing, as if weighing something. Meanwhile, Xie Wenjing was utterly tense. Oh my goodness! Here it comes. The most exhilarating segment of the dating show. Women selecting men. 8 men, 2 women. Ha ha ha. Director, you truly know how to entertain. A battlefield of emotions awaits. Hurry, hurry. Who will Su Xintian choose? What about Sister Gu? That's the real highlight. Do you think there's a chance they might select Shen Wenjing, taking a sickly beauty to partake in extreme sports? Ha ha. That image is too beautiful for me to bear. At that moment, the director turned to Su Xintian. Xintian, it's your turn. Which gentleman would you like to invite to challenge your heartbeat? Su Xintian's cheeks flushed instantly, nervously entwining her fingers. Her gaze flitted quickly over the men in the living room, ultimately settling on 2 individuals. Baiyu regarded her with warmth, a smile of encouragement gracing his lips, his eyes akin to the gentle spring breeze, instilling a sense of comfort. Though he said nothing, it felt as if he conveyed that any choice would be acceptable, as long as it brought her joy. This thoughtfulness warmed her heart, yet the excitement ignited by the director gradually subsided. On the other hand, Qin Hao, unlike the others who sat upright, lounged casually on the sofa with one arm draped over the backrest, exuding a nonchalant yet slightly aggressive charm. When her gaze swept over him, he did not shy away. Instead, he met her eyes directly, his captivating peach blossom eyes locking onto hers. A confident smile curving his lips. He even mouthed 2 words silently. Choose me, princess. The absence of sound proved more impactful than any spoken words. In that fleeting moment, Su Xintian's heart skipped a beat, then began to race like a drum. One was a gentle and secure haven, the other an adventure brimming with unknown excitement. After a few seconds, as if resolute in her decision, she lifted her head and whispered, I choose Brother Qin Hao, yes. Qin Hao snapped his fingers, rising gracefully and sauntering over to Su Xintian, extending his hand gallantly. It is my honor, beautiful lady. Su Xintian, blushing, placed her hand in his. I knew it. Qin Hao, the heartthrob, has struck again. My heart aches for Bai Yu, who has once more been left behind. This pair going for extreme sports feels like it could produce an idol drama. The first pairing was established. Now, all the pressure and attention shifted solely to Gu Pan. In the living room, 7 men remained, 6 pairs of eyes fixated on her. Teacher Gu, the director asked with a smile, what is your choice? Gu Pan did not rush to respond. Leaning leisurely against the back of the sofa, her red lips curled into a smile. Her bright eyes scanned each man present like a radar, relishing the thrill of commanding the room. Her gaze first fell upon Liu Yao, who was so nervous that he seemed at a loss for where to place his hands and feet. His youthful face flushed crimson, avoiding eye contact. Next, she turned to Lin Baiyu, who wore a gentle smile, and Song Zheng, whose expression radiated anticipation. Both mirrored each other's emotions. Following that was Shen Wenjing, whose face remained devoid of expression. Then there was Ji Ran, who regarded her with a smile, his eyes subtly encouraging her with a hint of mischief that suggested choosing him would be quite amusing. Finally, her gaze leisurely settled on the man who had remained an outsider throughout this entire ordeal, Shen Wenjing, who had just finished the last bite of his sandwich. He methodically wiped his mouth with a napkin, then raised his eyes to meet Gu Pan's gaze with an unruffled calmness. His eyes were tranquil, simply observing, as if to convey, it matters not whom you choose, just do not select me. Thank you. A deeper smile graced Gu Pan's lips. She understood all too well. She knew precisely how to choose to create an explosive effect for the show. I choose her. She extended the syllables, as everyone's heartbeats reached their throats. Her crimson lips parted to utter a name, Shen Wenjing. Liu Yao appeared utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Qin Hao glanced at Gu Pan, then at the seemingly clueless Shen Wenjing, his eyes filled with astonishment at how cleverly she had played the game. Lin Baiyu was perplexed, in terms of thoughtfulness and interaction. How could he possibly compete with a mere backdrop that only slept? Ji Ran, however, merely chuckled knowingly, sipping his coffee, his eyes behind the lenses seemingly affirming. As expected, Shen Wenjing was not particularly surprised either. Given Gu Pan's personality, selecting anyone other than Shen Wenjing would lack the same conversational allure. Ah, I knew it. I knew Sister Gu Pan would choose him. This is insane. This show has gone completely bonkers. A sickly beauty engaging in extreme sports? Sister Gu Pan, you are my idol. Shen Wenjing is laughing hysterically. Ji Ran is beside him, grinning like a sly fox. This is the kind of dramatic scene I wanted to witness. Lin Baiyu could no longer maintain his smile. He must be thinking, after all my preparations, I can't compare to someone who merely sleeps? Why, one might wonder. The director timely passed the microphone, voicing everyone's unspoken thoughts. Gu Pan tossed her long hair, stood up, and approached Shen Wenjing. She looked down at him from her elevated position, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint, and confidently declared, no particular reason. I just think taking him for something thrilling should be quite entertaining. The word entertaining caused half of those present to gasp in astonishment. All eyes turned towards Shen Wenjing, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Would it be panic, resistance, or a facade of calm? Ultimately, Shen Wenjing merely slowly lifted his eyelids, glancing at the enthusiastic Gu Pan before gently nodding and uttering a single syllable from his throat. Oh. His tone was as mundane as if he were inquiring about the weather. Gu Pan was thoroughly amused by his reaction, bursting into laughter, while the live stream erupted with hilarity. Oh, just a no, viewers exclaimed. Shen Wenjing understood. Next, Gu Pan, I want to take you on a thrilling adventure. Shen Wenjing acknowledged. Someone put me out of my misery. The chemistry of this duo is utterly bizarre, simultaneously amusing and delightful. The director, suppressing his laughter, cleared his throat and announced, all right, the first pair of date guests has been confirmed. For the remaining 6 gentlemen, we will draw lots to form pairs and undertake today's extreme challenge together. The staff brought forth the familiar lottery box once more. This time, the atmosphere was even more peculiar. Su Yi was the first to step forward, lazily reaching in and casually pulling out a small ball, revealing it to be white. Song Zhang, nervously approaching, fumbled for a while before extracting one of his own, which was also white. He lamented, "Brother Su-yi, we're in the same group." Su-yi shot him a disdainful glance. Next were Lin Baiyu and Lu Yao, both drawing gray balls. Lin Baiyu flashed a perfect gentle smile at Lu Yao, who simply nodded and stated, "Oh, then we are a team." Now, only Shen Wenjing and Ji Ran remained. There was no need for further drawing as the last two black balls lay in a box. Shen Wenjing approached expressionlessly, taking one, followed by Ji Ran, who took the last. They exchanged a glance, and it felt as though sparks crackled in the air. Su-yi and Song Ziang, hilarious. The team master and the naive son of a wealthy family. I bet a pack of spicy strips that today, Song Ziang's worldview will be transformed. Lin Baiyu and Lu Yao seem destined for a day of futile efforts. Haha. The pairings are incredible. Director team, come out. I owe you a salute. You know how to entertain. Minutes later, 3 vans arrived at the entrance of the heartfelt cottage. Gu Pan eagerly pulled Shen Wenjing into the first vehicle. What do you want to do? Roller coaster? Giant swing? Or free fall tower? Gu Pan inquired enthusiastically, leaning toward him. Shen Wenjing leaned against the window, gazing at the rapidly retreating landscape, pondering for a moment. Then his eyelids drooped, and he slowly closed his eyes. Gu Pan watched the man who could fall asleep without even a courteous word, feeling utterly exasperated, leaving her with nothing but a mix of laughter and tears. She took out her phone and stealthily snapped a picture of his serene, sleeping face. In another vehicle, the atmosphere had plummeted to an icy silence. Shen Wenjing and Ji Ran sat at opposite ends of the back seat, separated by what felt like a vast ocean. Shen Wenjing wore headphones, his gaze fixed outside, but the emptiness in his eyes betrayed that he had absorbed not a single word. Ji Ran was engrossed in a book, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Their live stream was sparse with comments. "Help! This car is so quiet that I want to switch channels. I'm off to see Gu Pan and the enchanting Shen." I remained behind, eager to witness whether these two individuals would eventually converse. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the destination, an extreme sports theme park. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Gu Pan nudged the person beside her. "Hey, wake up, we've arrived." Shen Wenjing's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. The remnants of slumber lingered in his gaze, which was hazy with sleep as he looked out the window. In the next moment, his attention was captivated by a towering structure in the distance. It was a colossal tower, soaring several meters high, with a slender walkway at its end where tiny figures akin to ants stood in line, one after another, resolutely leaping into the abyss below. The crowd below erupted in a cacophony of screams, a blend of fear and exhilaration. Shen Wenjing blinked, and the lingering drowsiness and lethargy were instantly swept away by this extreme visual stimulus. Thrilling. It certainly appeared to be exhilarating. A small pebble seemed to have been cast into his heart. Just then, an arm encircled his shoulder, and Gu Pan's vibrant face leaned in closer, tilting her chin toward the tower. "Sleeping Beauty, are you awake? Did you see that?" Her voice was brimming with uncontainable excitement and a hint of mischievous glee. "That's the first activity of our date, bungee jumping. Today, I will introduce you to the true essence of extreme sports." Meanwhile, other groups ventured off to different areas. Qin Hao pulled Su Xintian toward the longest and loudest roller coaster, while Su-yi and Song Zhang meandered toward the rock climbing zone. Chapter 27. Bungee Jumping as Anticipated. The director, with a face nearly in tears, hurriedly chased after them, accompanied by 2 staff members. "Teacher Gu, Teacher Wenjing." The director's tone was fraught with professional concern and a touch of genuine trepidation. "Isn't bungee jumping a bit too intense? How about we switch to something else? Perhaps the observation wheel? The view is splendid and it's safe." As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Shen Wenjing's pallid face, fearing that this ancestor might faint at any moment, thrusting their show into the headlines. Gu Pan crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow, ready to utter some diplomatic words. "No need," a clear, cool voice interjected. Shen Wenjing turned his head, regarding the anxious director with a seriousness that was rarely seen in his typically emotionless peach blossom eyes. "I'm not that fragile." He paused before adding, "Moreover, I've never tried it before. I want to give it a shot." "Give it a shot?" The director's cold sweat poured down. Brother, this isn't a roadside stall selling candied hawthorn. You can't just give a shot. Huh, director. I beg you. Please don't try it. My heart can't take it. Shen Wenjing, I'm not that fragile. Everyone. No, you're quite fragile. He actually expressed a desire to try it. Isn't he usually disinterested in everything? Why of all things is he so intrigued by bungee jumping? Not far away. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips as he leisurely remarked, "Young man, it is time to embrace new experiences." Xie Wenqing shot him a cold glance, remaining silent, yet the atmosphere around him grew noticeably heavier. Eventually, swayed by Gu Pan's grandiose promises of taking responsibility should anything go awry, and Shen Wenqing's insistence on indulging in the adventure, the director's team reluctantly acquiesced, dispatching 2 medical personnel to follow closely, ever prepared to spring into action should the need arise. "Let us go, beautiful," Gu Pan exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arm around Shen Wenqing's, half dragging him towards the bungee tower. "I'll take you to the skies." Shen Wenqing, though pulled along, offered no resistance, appearing rather languid, akin to a captive princess being forcibly whisked away. The queue was sizable, predominantly composed of thrill-seeking young couples and students. "Is that not Gu Pan and Shen Wenqing?" Someone exclaimed. "Goodness, they're real." Shen Wenqing is 1,000 times more stunning in person. His skin is as white as snow. Are they really going bungee jumping? Is that for real? Shen Wenqing's delicate frame could be swept away by a gust of wind. Will he not fall apart? What do you know? That's called contrast. A sickly beauty engaging in extreme sports. It's utterly captivating. The surrounding murmurs were just loud enough to reach their ears. Gu Pan listened with great amusement, leaning in to whisper to Shen Wenqing, "Did you hear that? The public deems my choice remarkably wise." Shen Wenqing ignored her, his attention wholly captivated by the small platform atop the towering structure. He could feel the robust heartbeat within this healthy body, rhythmically pulsing with vigor. It was not fear that stirred him, but an unfamiliar emotion known as anticipation. Meanwhile, other groups were immersed in their own exhilarating adventures. At the roller coaster, Qin Hao and Su Xintian had just disembarked. Su Xintian's hair was tousled like a bird's nest, her face pale, swaying as she walked. Yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Hao, exuding confidence, casually helped her smooth her wind-blown tresses, his gestures natural and affectionate. "How is it, princess?" He leaned closer, lowering his voice playfully. "Thrilling?" Su Xintian's cheeks flushed with warmth, her heart racing faster than during the ride, as she could only nod like a chick pecking at grains. At the rock climbing area, He had already nimbly reached the summit, perched like a gecko. He sat at the top, arms crossed, observing Song Zhang, who was still struggling at the first anchor point, his sharp tongue unleashed. "Song Zhang, are you a sloth? Are your hands and feet rented? Still unaccustomed?" Song Zhang's face reddened as he clung to the rock wall, on the verge of tears. "Burutu Sui. This stone is slippery." However, the most unfortunate were Lin Baiyu and Lu Yao. After waiting in line for ages, they finally reached a seemingly gentle, esports-themed carousel. Lu Yao sat inside the rapidly spinning spaceship model, not only unaffected by dizziness, but also exuberantly explaining the experience to Lin Baiyu. "Brother Baiyu, look, this maneuver. It's a classic serpentine dodge, perfect for evading attacks. Let us give it a try once we disembark." Lin Baiyu's complexion turned pale, his stomach churning tumultuously. Yet he maintained a gentle smile. "All right, as long as you're happy." At the bungee tower, it was finally time for Shen Wenjing and Gu Pan. The staff approached to equip them with safety gear, meticulously checking it multiple times. "Are you ready?" Gu Pan inquired, turning her head to Shen Wenjing, her eyes brimming with excitement. Shen Wenjing felt the weighty restraint upon him and nodded. Guided by the staff, he stepped to the edge of the platform. Several dozen meters above ground, the wind was far more ferocious than below, causing his clothes to flap wildly. The people and scenery beneath him appeared minuscule, like mere models. In his previous life, the highest view he had seen was from the rooftop of a hospital, where he could only glimpse the gray, square-cut sky obscured by towering buildings. Here, however, the vista was expansive and free. 3, 2, 1. Gu Pan screamed, pulling him along as they leaped into the void. The sensation of weightlessness seized him instantly. His body plummeted like a stone. The wind howled past his ears, a cacophony reminiscent of death's roar and life's fervent song. Everyone expected him to scream, to shut his eyes in fear, yet he did neither. Shen Wenjing kept his eyes wide open, observing the dizzying world around him. In that moment, the soul that had lain dormant for over 20 years seemed to awaken entirely. He did not shout or cry out. As his body reached the lowest point and was abruptly yanked back by the elastic cord, he even managed to curl the corners of his mouth into a faint, genuine smile. How wonderful it was! Living truly was splendid. Below, under the tower, Xie Xuanqing's pupils dilated in shock the moment they leaped. The voice of Ji Ran echoed in his ears, laced with an understanding smile. You seem even more anxious than he is. A few minutes later, Shen Wenjing and Gu Pan were retrieved by the staff below. Gu Pan's legs felt weak as she leaned against the railing, gasping for breath, her words tumbling out in a disjointed rush. It was incredibly thrilling. In contrast, Shen Wenjing appeared unnervingly calm, save for his hair tousled by the wind and a light flush across his face. His typically misty, peach blossom eyes sparkled with an astonishing clarity. How do you feel? Gu Pan asked, regaining her composure and full of curiosity. Shen Wenjing licked his slightly dry lips, gazing into the distant sky, and replied in his usual nonchalant tone. It was all right, though the cord was a bit constricting. In the live stream, what else can I say? I am utterly speechless. Is he really critiquing how tight the rope was? Is this how a normal person thinks? Oh my gosh, what did I just witness? He smiled earlier. He smiled when he jumped. One ethereal smile. I'm in awe. Just then, other groups began to gather around. The first thing they noticed was the figure standing in the sunlight, cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling like a constellation, Shen Wenjing. The momentary brilliance left everyone momentarily speechless. As Wenjing, Lin Baiyu found himself at a loss for words. My goodness, Jinga, did you really jump? Song Xiang exclaimed, his face filled with admiration. In the next moment, a figure rushed over. Xie Xuanqing forcefully pushed through the crowd to stand before Shen Wenjing, scanning him from head to toe, his deep-set eyes revealing an unmasked fear. He opened his mouth, ultimately managing to utter just a few words. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 28. Thank you for your hard work. Xie Xuanqing's voice was not loud, yet rendered the surroundings instantly silent. He stared intently at Shen Wenjing, as if attempting to bore a hole into him. Shen Wenjing felt perplexed under his gaze. He blinked his misty, peach blossom eyes, a result of the recent high-altitude descent, and earnestly pondered the question posed to him. Finally, he offered an exceedingly sincere response. I'm not reckless, he stated calmly. They tied me up quite securely. I checked. Xie Xuanqing felt as though a weight was lodged in his chest, neither rising nor falling, just as the atmosphere threatened to become tense. Gu Pan approached with a smile to ease the situation, patting Xie Xuanqing's rigid shoulder. Oh dear, Xie the top influencer, don't be so tense. Our Wenjing is in great health, right? She winked at Shen Wenjing. Receiving the signal, Shen Wenjing sensed that everyone appeared to harbor a significant misunderstanding about him, seemingly overthinking the situation. It was essential to clarify matters. He surveyed the concerned or entertained gazes of the crowd, cleared his throat, and, in his characteristic monotone, slowly began to explain, my health is not as poor as it seems. I was merely exhausted from pulling all-nighters to finish some sketches before my arrival. I hadn't had enough sleep. He paused, then added, and I tend to be a bit lazy. Thus, it wasn't that he was frail and sickly. It was merely a combination of sleep deprivation and laziness. Conclusion delivered. The air fell into an odd silence for 5 seconds after he finished speaking. Then, the live stream erupted. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard my neighbors called the police. Turns out he's not a sickly beauty, but a lazy beauty. Pulling all-nighters for work. That's me. Who understands? 3 nights without sleep. I could sleep until the end of time. Teacher Shun, I feel you. Xie Xuanqing. My heart was about to leap out for you. And you tell me you're just lazy? Am I the only one who noticed the key point? He admitted he's lazy. I'm crying, what an honest guy. Everyone, we all thought you were Lin Daiyu, but you're actually lazy sheep, right? Gu Pan was the first, unable to contain herself, collapsing on his Shen Wenjing and playfully hitting his back. I can't take it anymore. Shen Wenjing, you truly are a gem. Song Xiang suddenly enlightened. So that's it. I knew you didn't look that weak. Qin Hao whistled, his gaze toward Shen Wenjing now laced with curiosity. Only Xie Xuanxing, after a moment of astonishment, found the rigid lines on his icy facade slowly beginning to soften. Not poor health, merely fatigue combined with laziness? At that moment, the director, having thoroughly enjoyed the performance, emerged with a beaming smile, clutching his task card. It seemed that everyone had experienced a thrilling morning. Clearing his throat, the director's face radiated an uncontrollable excitement as he proclaimed that our afternoon rendezvous would be even more exhilarating. He deliberately built suspense, scanning the crowd before announcing, "We shall embark on a haunted house adventure." A gasp escaped Su Xintian, her face paling instantly as she instinctively grasped Qin Hao's arm, nearly clinging to him. Qin Hao, in response, wrapped an arm around her, whispering with a chuckle, "Fear not, princess. I shall protect you." Lu Yao, wearing a contemplative expression, mused. A haunted house. Is it the kind that employs visual persistence and claustrophobia to induce psychological pressure? What brand of sound and light system do they utilize? He rolled his eyes dramatically, folding his arms with disdain. How dull. What is so fascinating about a bunch of fake ghosts and monsters? Ji Ran maintained his usual poised demeanor, smiling as he remarked, "It sounds quite intriguing." The haunted house, nestled in the dimmest corner of the amusement park, resembled an abandoned hospital, its walls peeling and windows smeared with red paint, exuding an ominous aura from afar. At the entrance, two female college students staggered out, clinging to one another in tears. Why, it was terrifying. That chainsaw man chased me for 2 blocks. I'll never return. My voice is hoarse. Su Xintian felt her legs weaken, gripping Qin Hao's arm so tightly her knuckles turned white. "Qin Hao, can we not go in?" Qin Hao patted her hand reassuringly, his expression resolute. "Don't worry, I'm here." The group proceeded to the entrance as per their initial arrangement. The pitch-black opening loomed like the maw of a colossal beast, exhaling cold air and faint, eerie wails. "Now, dear teachers, please enter." The director beckoned from behind, relishing the moment. The group steeled themselves and stepped inside. The door slammed shut behind them, plunging the world into darkness. Su Xintian shrieked once more. "Fear not." Qin Hao's voice reassured her in the gloom. Instinctively, they all huddled closer together. "Su, you don't step on my foot." Song Xiang's voice quivered. "Shut up, you fool." Su, he snapped irritably. "Are you all right, Baiyu?" Lu Yao inquired straightforwardly. Lin Baiyu managed to maintain a semblance of calm, responding, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Gu Pan, though daring, felt a shiver creep over her in the impenetrable darkness and instinctively leaned closer to her companions. "Wenjing, where are you?" she whispered anxiously. A languid voice replied in her ear, exuding an uncharacteristic calm. Gu Pan asked, "Aren't you scared?" Shen Wenjing replied, "Why should I be afraid? It's all fake." Gu Pan found herself momentarily speechless. At that moment, they reached a narrow corridor adorned with tattered white cloth, the overhead lights flickering erratically, distorting their shadows grotesquely. The atmosphere was suddenly charged. Then, a scream pierced the silence. A lifeless body suddenly plummeted from the ceiling, dangling before Gu Pan and swaying frantically. Startled by this unexpected fright, Gu Pan instinctively took a step back, her heart momentarily skipping a beat, before she could gather her wits. A nearby hospital door burst open with a violent crash, and a ghostly figure in a disheveled white hospital gown lunged at her with a chilling shriek. The rapid and ruthless sequence of events unfolded before her, leaving her in a state of shock. "Ban Ban, Sister Gu Pan," came a few startled cries from behind. Gu Pan reflexively shut her eyes. However, the anticipated impact never came. Hesitantly, she cracked her eyelids open, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before her. Shen Wenjing had somehow positioned himself between her and the ghost. He extended a hand, slow yet remarkably precise, pressing it against the ghost's forehead, halting her advance. The ghost continued to flail her arms and emit hissing sounds, diligently maintaining her role. Shen Wenjing tilted his head slightly, observing the exaggeratedly made-up NPC before him. In the flickering light, his beautiful peach blossom eyes appeared strikingly clear. After appraising her for a couple of seconds, he spoke in an extremely serious tone. Your false eyelashes seem to be lifting on the left side. The ghost screech caught her throat. Shen Wenjing, seemingly oblivious to her rigid demeanor, extended his other hand and naturally pressed the wayward eyelash back into place. Then, like a benevolent older brother who had performed a good deed, he patted her shoulder. There we go. He withdrew his hand and, adopting a gentle tone that conveyed an understanding of the struggles of a fellow worker, added, You've had a tough day. The ghost NPC, Gupan, and everyone who had followed behind him were momentarily stunned, while the live stream audience erupted into uncontrollable laughter after a brief silence. Ha ha ha. Kill me. Do it now. I'm rolling on the bed laughing like a maggot. Ghost, I've been in this profession for 10 years, and I've never faced such humiliation. Shen Wenjing, don't be afraid, sister. I'll help you fix your eyelashes. Help. This is a dating show, not a comedy skit. Chapter 29. A heartbeat? What heartbeat? The ghost NPC, pinned by her forehead, experienced a moment of bewilderment in her professional career for the first time. Who was she? Where was she? Wasn't she supposed to terrify this handsome man to the core? Why was he now assisting her in fixing her appearance? She could even see in his clear eyes her own wide-open gaze, exaggeratedly adorned with decorative contact lenses, reflecting her disbelief. Are you all right? Gupan stifled a laugh, tentatively poking Shen Wenjing's arm. It seemed the lady was a bit frightened by you. Only then did Shen Wenjing release his hand and take a step back, contemplating the still rigid ghost with utmost seriousness until realization dawned upon him. Oh, my apologies, he said apologetically. It's a professional habit. I can't help but want to straighten things out when I see something askew. The ghost NPC. She no longer wished to continue. She simply wanted to clock out. Laughter echoed through the air as the specter exclaimed, Thank you. I spent 2 hours perfecting my ghostly makeup only for you to adjust my false eyelashes. The audience was entertained as the MVP of this haunted house reality show was declared to be Shen Wenjing, not here to play, but to conduct a quality inspection. In the monitoring room, the atmosphere had plummeted to a chilling silence. Incompetence. Utter incompetence. A middle-aged man wearing a cap, presumably the supervisor, seethed, nearly crushing the walkie-talkie in his grip. I paid a fortune for a professional team, and this is what I get. Next to him, a young staff member trembled. Sir, it's mainly this Shen Wenjing. He doesn't follow the script. I don't care. The supervisor slammed his palm on the table. Release the entity in Area A. I refuse to believe that we cannot scare him into submission today. Our theme park's reputation is at stake. At the end of the corridor, the iron door, marked as a morgue, creaked open, releasing a pungent wave of formaldehyde mixed with the scent of blood. Goodness, that odor is overwhelming. Song Xiang pinched his nose. Lin Baiyu's complexion paled further as he instinctively shrank back into the crowd. In the darkness, heavy footsteps and the sound of chains dragging across the floor grew louder. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, muscular and clad in a grotesque pig mask, emerged, wielding a menacing chainsaw that buzzed ominously, streaked with blood, casting a terrifying shadow in the flickering light. Su Xintian was genuinely terrified, her scream nearly shattering the roof. Don't be afraid. Qin Hao shielded her protectively. Even Su Yi frowned and muttered, What an unnecessary display. The chainsaw-wielding behemoth had a singular target, ignoring the panicked crowd as he charged directly at the calmest among them. Shen Wenjing. Wenjing, watch out. Geu Ban cried. Xia Xuanxing instinctively moved forward. But Shen Wenjing's response was swifter than anyone else's. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, evading the chainsaw's path with a deft sidestep. Before anyone could react, he lifted his foot and deftly hooked the iron chain dragging on the ground with the side of his canvas shoe. Bang! The intimidating figure stumbled over his own chain, his massive body losing balance as he toppled forward, landing face first on the ground in a most undignified manner. The buzzing chainsaw flew from his grasp, crashing against the wall with a sharp, cracking sound. Shen Wenjing stood there, gazing down at the sprawled NPC who hadn't yet risen, offering a courteous reminder. Watch where you're walking. In the monitoring room, the supervisor's vision blackened, and he slumped into his chair. It was over. Today, they would undoubtedly lose their reputation. I am weary. Truly, I am fatigued from laughter. The heart of the killer pig has been pierced, yet it is no more than Shen Wenjing's doing. The chainsaw man lamented. I feel as though my existence has been irrevocably shattered. The sight of Xie Wenjing preparing to charge forth was utterly hilarious. He lifted his foot, only to witness the boss incapacitate himself. Xie Wenjing remarked, "Oh, I am no longer needed." As the group finally emerged from the haunted house, dusk was upon them. Su Xintian and Song Xiang's legs felt like jelly, and Lin Baiyu's complexion was far from favorable. Only Gu Pan and Qin Hao appeared relatively unscathed. As for Shen Wenjing, he even stifled a yawn. The director, having enjoyed enough amusement, finally suppressed his laughter and approached with his task card held aloft. Ahem, esteemed teachers, your efforts are commendable. After a day filled with bungee jumping and haunted houses, I trust your hearts have raced with excitement? His gaze swept ambiguously among the crowd, attempting to steer the conversation toward a more romantic avenue. Now, I wish to inquire, aside from the fright, was there a moment when your heart raced due to someone special? Did you feel a flutter? Qin Hao seized the opportunity, draping his arm around Su Xintian's shoulders, grinning like a cat that had stolen a fish. Indeed, my heart has been racing nonstop today for our princess. Su Xintian's face flushed crimson. Gu Ban, with a mischievous glint, turned her gaze towards Xie Wenjing. Someone appeared quite pale beneath the bungee tower. I wonder for whom your heart raced? Xie Wenjing, maintaining a stoic expression, retorted, I did not. The director, pleased with the atmosphere, pressed on, extending the microphone toward the very subject in question. Teacher Wenjing, did you experience any increased heart rate today? Everyone held their breath, eager to hear what audacious remark Shen Wenjing would unveil this time. He lifted his eyelids, surveying the expectant director and the gossiping crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, in his cool, unfluctuating tone, with a logically impeccable answer. Heart rate? If it is not beat, does one not perish? The director's smile instantly froze, then shattered into a myriad of cracks. I did not mean it that way. Never mind. I cannot contend with you. Shen Wenjing, a man committed to extinguishing conversations with the most innocent expressions. Laughter erupted. I declare, the logical genius Shen Wenjing, the king of conversation enders. The director lamented, I truly tried. I cannot keep up. Fluttering heart? No, it is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Nearby, someone stifled their laughter so hard that their shoulders shook. That evening, the production team reserved a luxurious rooftop restaurant in the heart of the city. The restaurant's decor was understated yet opulent, and through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling nightscape of the capital unfolded, resembling a celestial river cascading down to earth. Once everyone was seated, the restaurant manager personally came to attend to them. A man, clad in a meticulously tailored suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of elite competence and propriety with every gesture. Good evening, Director Zhang and esteemed teachers, he greeted, the manager surnamed Chen, first offering a polite smile to the director before casting a courteous glance over each star present. When his gaze settled on Xie Wenjing, there was a subtle yet unmistakable respect mingling with his professional smile, all while maintaining an appropriately measured distance. Teacher Xie, Manager Chen inclined his body slightly, his tone markedly more courteous than with the others, yet careful not to seem overly familiar. I hope the dishes tonight will suit your palate. The kitchen has been specifically instructed. Xie Wenjing merely nodded faintly, emitting a soft from his nasal passages. Ji Ran, holding a wine glass, cast a contemplative glance at Xie Wenjing. Gu Pan raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with amusement, as if to convey, just as I thought. Xie Wenjing remained unperturbed by the manager's demeanor, simply responding with a muted before picking up a serving chopstick and delicately placing a tender-looking Longjing shrimp into the plate of Shen Wenjing beside him. Do eat more, he managed to articulate after a moment of hesitation. Shen Wenjing blinked at the unexpected addition of shrimp in his plate, then, without hesitation, picked it up and savored it. This shrimp is quite good, very springy, he remarked. The Longjing flavor is a tad faint, but the cooking was just right, not overdone. After commenting, he turned to Xie Wenjing, his charming peach blossom eyes blinking naturally as he asked, "Is there more?" Xie Wenjing, without uttering a word, silently, albeit somewhat awkwardly, picked up the serving chopsticks once more and added another portion of shrimp to Shen Wenjing's plate. Puffed. Su nearly spewed his red wine, hastily diverting his head, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Gu Pan rested her chin on her hand, her eyes crinkling with delight, evidently entertained by the spectacle. I declare, before the enchanting Shun, all layered scheming amounts to naught. His sole focus is on food. Help. When he asked if there was more, he resembled a kitten awaiting its next meal. Xie Wenjing's ears turned crimson. What a pure-hearted big dog. The dinner atmosphere shifted into a delightful and intriguing realm. Just then, two young servers tidying the tables nearby lowered their voices to converse. "Hey, have you heard? Tonight there's a special performance of the ink dance in Hall C. After our shift, we can sneak backstage. Is that true? The team that performed at the National Spring Festival Gala? Goodness, the tickets must be quite expensive." They believed their voices were hushed. Yet the crowd present was none other than the creme de la creme. Gu Pan's ears perked up immediately. She set down her cutlery, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Ink dance? I couldn't get tickets the last time I tried." Qin Hao, now intrigued, raised an eyebrow at Su Xintian. "Princess, would you like to see it?" Song Xiang had long forgotten his earlier fright, enthusiastically chiming in. "Let us go. Let us sneak a peek." The group quickly reached a consensus. Even the director deemed it a delightful surprise, promptly consenting with the sole request that the cameraman remain vigilant. A group of individuals stealthily followed the restaurant manager, winding their way to an exquisite second-floor viewing platform. From this vantage point, they could behold the entire stage in its entirety. As the lights dimmed and the music began, a magnificent scene unfolded on the colossal curtain, where ink-wash paintings melded together. Dancers clad in flowing robes glided gracefully through the interplay of light and shadow, their forms ethereal, reminiscent of celestial beings emerging from ancient scrolls. The spectacle was indeed grand and awe-inspiring. Lin Baiyu leaned against the railing, having positioned the camera perfectly, his profile softened by the stage lights. He softly mused, "It truly is dreamlike," as if witnessing the literary elegance of a millennium past. Beside him, Lu Yao, with a serious demeanor, studied intently. "Brother, observe the principal dancer's suspended moments, at least 0.5 seconds, showcasing immense core strength. Moreover, their projector boasts remarkable resolution and refresh rate. Gaming on it will be seamless," Lin Baiyu remarked. His flawless melancholic expression reveals a hint of vulnerability. "Ha ha, Lu Yao, the esports bro, adept at various T-arts." Lin Baiyu, "I genuinely appreciate it. The barrage of comments shields me. I feel as if I've unearthed a Barbie dream castle from sheer awkwardness. Look at the enchanting Shun. What is he up to now?" The camera panned to a corner. Shen Wenjing was completely oblivious to the stage, having somehow procured a small plate of complimentary fruit tarts from the viewing platform. Engrossed in tackling one with utmost concentration, he savored it meticulously, ensuring not a crumb fell. Meanwhile, Xie Wenjing stood just half a step behind him, also not watching the stage, his profound gaze fixated immovably on the obsidian glass of the viewing platform. The glass reflected Shen Wenjing's serene profile as he indulged in his treat. "Ah, em dying." He.S. gazing at him. He.S. looking at his reflection. "I'm shipping it. This is an exquisitely beautiful scene of secret admiration. My ship is real." While others enjoy the performance, Shun is relishing a buffet, and Xie is watching Shun. I comprehend this food chain. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, the editing room for the dating show was in utter chaos. Director Zhang, a young editor named Xiao Lu burst into the chief director's office like a whirlwind, his face flushed with excitement as he brandished his phone. "It's gone viral. Director Zhang, our show has exploded." Startled, Director Zhang, who was sipping tea, spilled leaves all over the table. Annoyed, he retorted, "Exploded? What nonsense! Are you out of your mind? Is the sky falling? It's even more sensational than that." Xiao Lu thrust the phone directly in front of him. "Director, look! Trending topics. Our show has made 5 trending lists. The hilarious moments from the dating show and the haunted house have soared to 3rd place on the overall chart. And this. Director Zhang squinted and leaned closer. On the phone screen, a topic named Sun Jing was rapidly ascending, with the latest entries already turning red hot. Upon clicking, he found a treasure trove of details unearthed by fans using a magnifying glass, including a gif of Shen Wenjing expressionlessly assisting a ghostly figure with false eyelashes. With a precise hook kick, he brought down the chainsaw man in slow motion. There was also a close-up of Xie Xuanxing beneath the bungee tower, her knuckles whitening with anxiety, her pupils constricted. A pin post had surpassed 100,000 shares. The eightfold mirror girl will never concede. Sisters, everyone indulge. The trending star served dishes to Shun Marin. He nearly cleared the entire plate. And, at the bungee sight, that expression of his, it was not merely for amusement. He was clearly on the verge of losing his composure. Moreover, the manager's demeanor towards Xie Xuanxing at the banquet reminded me of that old rumor. Supposedly, he is the young master of the Xie family in the capital. Savor this, ponder over it. This cannot be real. I would consume this keyboard on the spot. Below, there were high-definition screenshots in a grid layout, meticulously comparing and analyzing every detail. Director Zhang's eyes widened bit by bit. He snatched the phone, his fingers gliding swiftly over the screen, the smile on his lips stretching wider and wider until he suddenly slapped his thigh, producing a resounding sound. Damn! Director Zhang, exhilarated, stood up, pacing back and forth in the office, exclaiming that he had struck gold. This Shen Wenjing, he is our fortune. His face aglow, he pointed to Xiao Lu, issuing the highest directive. Quick! Immediately! Notify the post-production editing team. I want a new trailer edited tonight. For the main footage, increase their scenes to the utmost. All interactions, eye contact, subtle movements, not a single one can be missed. Do you understand? I want the entire nation to ship this couple. It was as if Director Zhang could already see the ratings and bonuses beckoning to him, his voice tinged with excitement. This summer, it would not only be the weather that would explode. Chapter 31. Stoking the heat? The production team had indeed invested heavily this time, not only renting a restaurant, but also securing a hidden hot spring hotel nestled in the mountains for the night. The convoy wound through paths shaded by bamboo, halting in front of a quaint and elegant Japanese courtyard. The air was suffused with the damp fragrance of grass and trees, mingled with a faint scent of sulfur, isolating them from the clamor of the urban sprawl. The director's team generously announced that, to reward everyone for their hard work today, each person would receive a suite with a private hot spring. Wow! Su Xintian instantly forgot her fatigue, her eyes sparkling. A private hot spring. She could soak alone. Qin Hao leaned against the doorframe, whistling at her, a teasing smile on his face. If Princess does not wish to be alone, my room is always open. Su Xintian's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she playfully glared at him. Gu Pan stretched widely, loosening her muscles, and said to Lu Yao beside her, "Let us go. Brother, back to the room to play games. Help sister rank up." Lu Yao's eyes instantly lit up. "Sure thing, Panjia. My new jungler is exceptionally smooth." Sui, carrying his expensive suitcase, glanced around at the design with a critical curl of his lip, but ultimately said nothing and headed straight to his room. The group dispersed in 2s and 3s, and Shen Wenjing took the room card, eager to immerse himself in the supposedly comforting hot spring pool. Just as he reached his room's door, he sensed a gaze resting upon him. He turned around and met Xie Xuanxing's gaze. The latter was also about to enter, residing right next door. Under the dim courtyard lights, those profound eyes held an inscrutable emotion. Shen Wenjing gave him a slight nod, a silent greeting, before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Xie Xuanxing lingered at the entrance for a few seconds, then withdrew his gaze and entered his own room. The room was spacious, adorned in a Japanese style. Upon opening the floor-to-ceiling windows, one was greeted by an outdoor hot spring pool, bordered with black pebbles. Steam wafting gently into the air, creating a scene of utmost comfort. Shen Wenjing casually tossed his coat onto the tatami mat, allowing himself to fully unwind. Health, freedom, and a soothing hot spring. What more could one desire in life? He let out a contented sigh, preparing to fetch a bathrobe when his phone, nestled in the pocket of his coat, vibrated incessantly like a harbinger of doom. The screen flashed the words, "Brother Wang." Shen Wenjing furrowed his brow and swiped to answer. "Wenjing, ah!" A shrill scream erupted from the other end of the line, Brother Wang's voice distorted with fervor, accompanied by the cacophony of keyboard clattering and colleagues cheering in the background. Shen Wenjing instinctively held the phone away from his ear, waiting for the sonic assault to subside before placing it back. "Brother Wang, could you lower your voice? I'm on the verge of deafness." "Deafness? What are you talking about?" "Wenjing, listen to me. You gone viral. Do you even realize it?" Brother Wang's excitement rendered him nearly incoherent, his voice cracking. Shen Wenjing's response was remarkably calm. He even moved to the window, examining the switch for the hot spring pool. Oh, that's all you have to say?" Brother Wang nearly gasped for air. "Do you have any idea how chaotic it is online right now? Quickly, check Weibo." "No, don't look. Let me tell you." Brother Wang took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and reported in a rapid-fire voice, suppressing his exhilaration. "You and Xie Xuanxing's pairing, Sun Jing, has exploded. A massive sensation. The super topic was established within hours, and fans surged from 0 to 300,000. The reading count for the topic Sun Jing has already surpassed 1 million while I'm on the phone with you, and it's still climbing. That gif of you helping the ghost in the haunted house with her eyelashes is being circulated everywhere. Not to mention the video where you trip the chainsaw killer. And Xie Xuanxing's look at you. It's all trending. Our production team's phone is about to burst from all the inquiries about your collaboration. My phone is nearly dead, flooded with messages for you. Wenjing, we've made it. This is an unimaginable fortune." Shen Wenjing finally located the hot spring as water inlet and turned it on, warm water cascading into the pool. "CP? Sun Jing?" Fragments of passages from the books he had read flickered through his mind. In the original narrative, the protagonist was Xie Xuanxing, while the other lead was Lin Baiyu. They were the official pairing. He, the mere supporting character, was a universally disliked backdrop, having attempted to compete with Lin Baiyu for Xie Xuanxing's affection, only to be harshly contrasted and subsequently blacklisted online, meeting a tragic end. Although he and T delved deeply into the story, he still retained this overarching knowledge. Pairing with the protagonist? Do you ever feel that life has stretched on for too long? Shen Wenjing merely desires to quietly serve as a backdrop, waiting for his contract to expire so he can collect his earnings and pursue a life of freedom, painting, traveling, and living his own quaint existence. He has no desire to become entangled in the chaos of this world. "Wang Gu," Shen Wenjing interjected amidst the stream of exuberance. "What is the matter? Are you so overwhelmed that you can't find your words?" "Haha, I knew it. Just wait. I'll secure you a substantial deal right away." "I'm not interested in that," Shen Wenjing replied, his tone devoid of inflection, as if stating an undeniable truth, too cumbersome. The exuberance on the other end of the line abruptly ceased. Silence. A prolonged 10 seconds of silence. Just as Shen Wenjing began to suspect a disconnection, Wang Ji's voice returned. Yet this time it was stripped of all joy, replaced by bewilderment and fury, as if doused with cold water. "What did you say?" Wang Ji's voice trembled. "Repeat that. You're not interested? Are you really telling me you're not interested?" "Yes," Shen Wenjing replied simply. "Not interested." "Wenjing!" Wang Gu erupted, nearly howling. "Have you lost your mind? Do you understand the magnitude of this opportunity? It's a chance that countless individuals would scramble for. Xie Xuanxing. That Xie Xuanxing, a legend within our circle. Associating with him means you'll never have to worry again. And now you tell me you don't want to? You find it bothersome?" Wang Gu paced furiously in his office, his voice reverberating throughout the entire floor. "Do you fancy yourself particularly noble, uniquely different? Let me tell you, this circle is rife with self-important artists like you. No fame, no fortune. What will you paint with? Will you feast on the winds of the Northwest? Have you forgotten how you were undervalued and had your resources snatched away? Do you think you're on this top-tier dating show by mere chance? It's because I worked tirelessly to secure this opportunity for you. Now, wealth and prosperity are literally at your feet. All you have to do is bend down and pick it up. And you dare tell me it's too much trouble? The more Wang Ge spoke, the angrier he became, culminating in a tone tinged with disappointment. Wenjing, listen to me. I would never steer you wrong. You don't need to do anything different. Just go with the flow as before. The producers want you to interact, so play along. Xie Wenjing shows a distinct interest in you. Capitalize on that momentum. Spend more time with him and respond to whatever he says, understand? Maintain the heat, and once the show airs, your worth will multiply 100-fold. By then, you can host any art exhibition you desire, and who would dare to scorn you? Shen Wenjing listened quietly, offering no rebuttal. He simply found the noise somewhat overwhelming. He removed his clothing, leaving only his shorts, and tentatively dipped a leg into the hot spring. The warm water enveloped his skin, relaxing all his pores. Wang Yi. He finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse and languid from steam. I'm going to soak in the hot spring now. Wang Ge continued to plead. Were you listening to me for? To soak in a hot spring? Yes, Shen Wenjing affirmed, placing his other leg into the water and sighing contentedly before hanging up. Without waiting for Wang Ji's reaction, he abruptly ended the call. The world has finally fallen into tranquility. Shen Wenjing submerged his entire body into the water, leaving only his head resting on the rock at the edge of the pool. Steam rose around him, rendering his surroundings hazy. He closed his eyes, reflecting on the words of Wang Ge, wealth, fame, and luxury. These were concepts he had encountered frequently in his past life. To extend his life, the Shen family had expended countless resources and sought the aid of many, only to see him perish on that frigid hospital bed. He was weary of living a life dictated by circumstances, whether ensnared by illness or the allure of fame and fortune. Chapter 32. The poker game. Tossing his phone onto the tatami mat, Shen Wenjing slid into the water, exhaling contentedly. The pleasantly warm spring water enveloped every inch of his skin, cleansing away the remnants of fatigue accumulated throughout the day. The courtyard was serenaded only by the rustling of bamboo leaves in the night breeze and the gentle lapping of the pool's water. High popularity and shipping. These words floated like steam above the surface, rising momentarily before dissipating, leaving no trace in his heart. At that moment, all he desired was to be a tranquil, salted fish, soaking in the spring water to rejuvenate himself. Alas, even a salted fish has its moments of being caught. Time slipped away, and just as Shen Wenjing was on the verge of slumber, a persistent knocking echoed from the wooden door. Wenjing, are you asleep? Come out to play. It was Gu Pan's exuberant voice, brimming with excitement even through the door. Shen Wenjing feigned indifference, unwilling to move. However, Gu Pan was not easily dismissed. Don't play dead. I just came from Lu Yao's room and saw your light still on. Hurry out. We're gathering for a game. With a reluctant roll of his eyes towards the ceiling, Shen Wenjing opened his eyes. Socializing was undoubtedly one of humanity's most tedious endeavors. He lingered in the water for another 5 minutes, but as Gu Pan's relentless knocking intensified, he begrudgingly emerged from the pool, slowly drying himself and donning the bathrobe provided by the hotel. Upon opening the door, he found Gu Pan leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, accompanied by an equally enthusiastic Lu Yao. Let's go. We've been waiting for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Pan seized his arm and led him toward the communal lounge. The communal lounge was already buzzing with activity. At a long, low table, Song Zhang, Su Xintian, and Lin Baiyu were gathered, seemingly engrossed in a game, with several sticky notes adorning Su Xintian's face. Song Zhang was holding up a note, laughing heartily as he attempted to stick it onto Lin Baiyu's face. Baiyu, you lost again. Ha ha. Lin Baiyu wore a resigned smile, allowing the antics to unfold while his gaze instinctively darted toward the entrance. Pon Yi. Upon spotting them, Song Zhang's eyes lit up as he waved them over. Gulme. We're playing truth or dare. That's a game for children, Gu Pan retorted with disdain, guiding Shen Wenjing to an empty cushion. Let us engage in something more skillful. How about Dodiju? Sounds great. Song Zhang immediately chimed in. Qin Hao, unbeknownst to him, had also joined the gathering. Fresh from a hot spring bath, His hair still damp and his bathrobe loosely tied, he cast a flirtatious glance at Su Xintian, declaring, "Count me in. It's a perfect opportunity for you to witness the prowess of a gambling master." Su Yi, standing a short distance away with his arms crossed, scoffed at the notion, remarking, "You don't end up losing your shorts." Nevertheless, he pulled over a cushion and elegantly seated himself, evidently intrigued by the unfolding events. Ji Ran smiled gently, expressing his intention to abstain from the gambling but willing to observe the proceedings. As the gathering settled, it became apparent that one participant was still missing. Gu Pan began counting heads, inquiring, "Where is Xie Xuanxing?" No sooner had she spoken than another door in the common lounge swung open. Xie Xuanxing emerged, clad in a bathrobe identical to Shen Wenjing's, his demeanor as aloof as ever, holding a bottle of mineral water as if he were merely passing by to retrieve it. "Teacher Xie, come join us for a game," Song Ziang enthusiastically invited. Xie Xuanxing scanned the room with his gaze, ultimately landing on Shen Wenjing, who was seated at the table with Gu Pan beside him. He paused briefly, twisted the cap off his water bottle, took a sip, and stated in a remarkably nonchalant tone, "I'm not very good at this. No waities. It's all about participation." Gu Pan interjected, pulling him over with determination, conveniently seating him next to Shen Wenjing. Thus, a game of do di zhu, glittering with stars and filled with hidden agendas, commenced in the depths of the hot spring hotel under the cloak of night. In the first round, Song Ziang experienced a streak of luck, claiming the role of a landlord and grinning like a child weighing 300 pounds upon unveiling his cards. Shen Wenjing displayed little emotion as he organized his hand, which was neither exceptional nor poor, merely mediocre. To his left sat Xie Xuanxing, and to his right Lin Baiyu. Song Ziang began with a formidable trio accompanied by a single card. "My hand is unbeatable," he triumphantly declared. It was Lin Baiyu's turn. He glanced at his cards, hesitating before softly shaking his head, saying, "I pass." Xie Xuanxing then eyed Shen Wenjing's hand before expressionlessly discarding a pair of wild cards. Song Ziang. "Gilpan? Qin Hao, what the heck? Brother, is this how you play? Is there anyone who willingly sacrifices themselves like that?" The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. "What on earth are you doing, Xie Xuanxing? Is it customary for a teammate to play the landlord this way, leading with a pair of wild cards?" He didn't even glance at Song Ziang's cards. He was solely focused on Shen Wenjing's. I get it. He realized Shen Wenjing couldn't handle Song Ziang's cards, so he intentionally played his high card to transfer the power to Shen Wenjing. What a self-sacrificing spirit. "Song Zhang, I thought of you as a brother, and you treat me as a stepping stone?" Indeed, Shen Wenjing could not counter the move, calmly stating, "I pass." Thus, the turn of play effortlessly transitioned to Gu Pan. With laughter that made her double over, she executed a sequence that left only 2 cards remaining in her hand. Song Ziang's aspirations of being the landlord shattered in that initial round. Staring incredulously at Xie Xuanxing, he exclaimed, "Brother Xie." Xie Xuanxing, seemingly unfazed, merely focused on his cards, the contours of his profile appearing particularly stern under the soft glow of the lights. Shen Wenjing remained oblivious to the farce unfolding around him. His attention was captured by the orange segments adorning the table, which appeared quite delectable. He reached out, pinched one, and placed it in his mouth. The flavor was a delightful blend of tartness and sweetness, with a generous burst of juice. Quite enjoyable indeed. He proceeded to sample another segment. The game resumed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. After several rounds, Song Zhang began to question his very existence. His face transformed into a painted visage resembling a large, whimsical cat by Su Xintian. Lin Baiyu's smile faltered as well. He attempted to engage in conversation with Xie Xuanxing multiple times, but the latter seemed entirely unresponsive, his focus solely on the card table, or perhaps elsewhere. At last, another round commenced. This time, Shen Wenjing found himself designated as the landlord. He had no desire for this role. It was merely that when Lu Yao inquired who wished to claim it, he inadvertently responded with a non-committal sound as he swallowed a segment of orange, thus being deemed the landlord. Gazing at his 3 base cards, Shen Wenjing fell into contemplation. The hand he held was atrociously dismal. The game began, and he casually played the smallest single card, a 3. His opponent, Qin Hao, promptly countered with a K. You big shot. It was now Xie Wenjing's turn. Sifting through his excellent hand, he ultimately adopted a look of resigned determination. I cannot play. The others at the table erupted in laughter, and the live chat was filled with amusement. Qin Hao, I feel my intelligence has been insulted. However, Shen Wenjing remained focused on his cards, calmly analyzing his predicament. He possessed 2 kings and a 2, but the remainder of his hand was disjointed and lacking cohesion. Victory was beyond his reach. Thus, he decided to embrace defeat. With 3 cards remaining, he laid his hand face up on the table. I surrender, he announced with serene composure. You have won. Xie Wenjing beheld Shen Wenjing's face, which, having been refreshed by the hot spring, now bore a rosy hue, yet was etched with relief at the prospect of conclusion. A sudden wave of frustration welled in his chest. The first to erupt in laughter was Gu Pan, who collapsed against Lu Yao in a fit of mirth. Su Yi, resting his forehead in his hand, could not suppress a grin, muttering under his breath, "This is utterly ridiculous." Ignoring the collective hilarity and the rigid gaze of a certain individual, Shen Wenjing stretched languidly, his tone light-hearted. Well, I've lost. Can I now retire to my slumber? He rose, yawning, and prepared to depart. The following day, after the game had dispersed, everyone languished in the fatigue that accompanied a night of revelry, rising a bit later than usual. Shen Wenjing was jolted from a deep slumber by a relentless barrage of phone calls. With his eyes still shut, he fumbled on the nightstand until his fingertips brushed against the cold surface of his phone. He swiped it open, only to be met with the exuberant voice of Brother Wang, shattering the silence. Ancestor, my god of wealth, you finally answered. Get up. Tremendous news awaits. Shen Wenjing tossed the phone aside, rolled over, and buried his head under the soft quilt, his voice muffled. Let the world collapse. I shall awaken when I am ready. Awake? Money is piling up like a mountain, ready to crush you, and you still wish to sleep? Brother Wang's voice was a mix of suppressed euphoria and exasperation. The heartbeat signal has exploded. You and Xie Wenjing's pairing has exploded. Now, a fast-moving consumer goods brand has directly approached you, specifically requesting that both of you film a short advertisement. The shooting is scheduled for today. The remuneration is in 6 figures, and you will receive the lion's share. The person hidden beneath the covers froze momentarily. 6 figures? Shen Wenjing abruptly sat up in bed, his soft black hair tousled like a bird's nest. His enchanting peach blossom eyes were not yet fully open, still clouded with the haze of a hangover. Yet his mind became remarkably clear upon hearing that number. Money. In his previous life, he had squandered wealth with abandon, never regarding it with any significance. Yet in this life, it had become his sole lifeline to extricate himself from his dire circumstances. The original owner, a modest artist, had a bank balance that barely sufficed to cover next month's studio rent. This long-forgotten, suffocating feeling of powerlessness, gripped by financial constraints, returned with a vengeance. Address, he rasped, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable assertiveness. I knew it, Wang Gu exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. The car was already waiting for you at the hotel entrance. The director's team will handle all arrangements. My dear, you are my fortune. Half an hour later, all guests were summoned to a large conference room at the hotel. Director Zhang, beaming with vitality, held a thin proposal in his hand, the wrinkles on his face stretching into a radiant smile. Good morning, everyone. He cleared his throat, his voice resonant, as he announced some splendid news. Following the unprecedented success of our program's first episode, garnering both viewership and acclaim, the renowned domestic chewing gum brand FIPO has decided to engage in an in-depth collaboration with us to film a short advertisement. A wave of excited murmurs swept through the audience, barely contained enthusiasm bubbling to the surface. The theme for this advertisement is First Love. Director Zhang's gaze swept across the crowd, as if inspecting his prize creations, finally landing with precision and satisfaction on Shen Wenjing and Xie Wenjing, his tone brimming with favoritism. After careful consideration and in light of the enthusiastic response online, The brand has chosen our Wenjing and Wenjing to star as the dual male leads in this short film. Lin Baiyu's hands, resting on his knees, instinctively clenched, his knuckles paling. He maintained a gentle and harmless smile, yet his lowered eyelids concealed the rapid dimming of his light. He had prepared extensively for the program, believing he embodied the pure and innocent essence of first love. Yet, this unexpected opportunity had fallen into the hands of that frail individual, who was devoid of merit beyond his looks. Why was this? Su Xinchen wore a look that proclaimed her belief in their pairing, excitedly nudging Gu Pan with her elbow, whispering, "It's happening, it's happening. The official endorsement is practically compelling me to ship them." Gu Pan raised an elegantly arched eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corner of her lips. Xie Wenjing remained aloof and detached, his posture straight, as if everything around him was of no consequence. However, no one noticed that his fingers, resting at his side, curled slightly, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his palm. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Shen Wenjing appeared to be completely unfazed. He found himself momentarily distracted, his mind racing to calculate the six-figure remuneration, contemplating how much would remain after taxes and sharing a portion with Brother Wang. Naturally, the other guests also played pivotal roles. Director Zhang cheerfully reassured everyone, stating that we would divide into smaller groups for filming, ensuring that each person would have their moment in the spotlight. The makeup artists and stylists were already in position, urging everyone to prepare as we would commence shortly. The shooting location was set on a spacious lawn at the back of the hotel, where the sun shone just right, a gentle breeze caressed the air, and a scent of fresh grass lingered. Lin Baiyu and Song Ziyang were the first group. Lin Baiyu clearly invested immense effort into this shoot. He had meticulously chosen a pristine white shirt, fastened at the collar with precision, his hairstyle to be soft and voluminous, and his face adorned with delicate makeup that captured both youthfulness and innocence. Standing there, he embodied the unreachable, exemplary senior from a campus idol drama. Their script involved a scene at the library's bookshelf, where they accidentally reach for the same book, their fingertips brushing, leading to a shy exchange of glances. A classic moment, indeed, demanding a profound understanding of the fluttering heart. Action. Song Ziyang, adhering to the script, reached for the book with the characteristic boldness of a sunny boy. Lin Baiyu appeared from the other side, extending his fair, slender fingers gently to rest on the spine of the book. Their hands touched, causing Song Ziyang's cheeks to flush. He quickly withdrew his hand, sheepishly scratching his head, his reaction authentic and vivid. Lin Baiyu slowly lifted his gaze, revealing a shyness perfected through countless rehearsals, a smile that could only be described as flawless. His eyes resembled startled fawns, glistening with unshed tears, his lips slightly parted, as if on the verge of speaking. Every muscle movement, every angle of his gaze was executed with utmost precision, perfectly replicating the expressions of first love depicted in textbooks. Cut. The director, observing through the monitor, subtly furrowed his brows. He didn't express discontent, merely commenting in a neutral tone that it was passable, quite standard. "The next group, please." Lin Baiyu's smile faltered for a brief moment, but quickly returned to normal. He graciously bowed to the crew, thanking them for their hard work. Comments. "Feels like there's no soul." Comments. "Don't be overly critical. Our Baiyu brother is just being professional." A textbook example of expression management. Much better than some emotionless faces. Comments. "But isn't first love all about clumsiness and lack of control? This perfection feels inauthentic." It was now Shen Wenjing and Xie Wenjing's turn. When they emerged from the makeshift dressing room, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd, silencing even the most boisterous discussions. Shen Wenjing also wore a simple white shirt, yet unlike Lin Baiyu's rigid style, this one was crafted from softer cotton linen, with a slightly open collar that tastefully revealed a beautifully sculpted neck and delicate collarbones. The stylist, well-versed in the principle of minimalism, refrained from excessive embellishment, merely applying a thin layer of concealer to mask any signs of illness, allowing his skin to radiate a translucent quality akin to jade. The pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, now veiled by a layer of morning mist that lingers on the verge of dispersing, gazes over with an air of innocent indifference. He exudes a purity akin to an uncolored sheet of white paper. Yet those eyes radiate a breathtaking brilliance. Beside him, Xie Wenjing dons a soft, mint green, lightweight knitted sweater. The refreshing hue mitigates his usual aloofness, accentuating his fair complexion, while softening the pronounced lines of his jaw. Sunlight cascades upon him, rendering him akin to ice melting under gentle warmth, soft and amiable. Together, they stand side by side. One is cool as the moon, the other warm as spring. One is detached and indifferent, while the other is both severe and tender. The collision and fusion of their distinctly contrasting temperaments create a tableau so exquisite that it leaves one speechless. Ahem, Director Zhang, snapping back from his astonishment, hands the script to Shen Wenjing. Wenjing, your script is quite simple, just a line of dialogue and a few shots. You may interpret freely. Shen Wenjing receives the thin sheet of paper, which bears only the following. Scene, under the sunlight. Characters. A approaches B, inhaling his scent. A softly minty. After reading it, he remains silent for 2 seconds. Then, he raises his gaze, landing it upon Xie Wenjing. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon Xie's mint green sweater, making him appear to emanate a crisp, refreshing aura. Shen Wenjing glances down at the box of peppermint gum held by the staff, its packaging reflecting the same invigorating mint green. An idea strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He approaches Director Zhang, lowering his voice to convey a few swift and clear sentences. Zhang's expression transitions from confusion to surprise, then to a dawning realization, ultimately culminating in uncontainable elation. He slaps his thigh vigorously. Let's shoot it just like that. Genius. Absolutely brilliant. Quickly, prepare all cameras. Clear the set. Non-essential personnel, step back. Shen Wenjing returns to face Xie Wenjing. He extends his finger, not touching, merely gesturing lightly in Xie's direction. For now, do nothing. Just stand there, don't move. Xie Wenjing lowers his eyes, his thick lashes obscuring the emotions beneath. Though his Adam's apple betrays a slight, involuntary movement, the filming officially commences. In the frame, Xie Wenjing stands amidst gentle backlight, his posture erect like a pine tree, his expression still bearing his signature aloofness. Yet his ears, flushed crimson as if they might bleed, serve as an unrelenting testament to the tumultuous emotions within. Shen Wenjing slowly approaches him, each step measured, as if treading upon the heartbeat of every onlooker. He resembles not a languorous cat, but rather an artist nearing the completion of his magnum opus, advancing towards his muse. Instead of directly approaching as scripted, he halts a step away from Xie Wenjing. Lifting his chin slightly, he gazes upon the figure before him with an almost reverential, artful scrutiny. Sunlight acts as a brush, delineating Xie Wenjing's silhouette with soft clarity. Time seemed to stand still, the air filled only with the gentle rustle of the wind through the grass. Just as everyone anticipated him to utter his lines, Shen Wenjing made a different move. He extended his hand, his long, pale fingers delicately brushing against the cuff of Xie Wenjing's sweater without making contact with his skin. The soft knit fabric, imbued with the warmth of sunlight and a barely perceptible static charge, seemed to convey its essence through the lens. Then he leaned in slowly, his movement as light as a feather, embodying a cautious and almost sacred exploration. He averted his gaze from Xie Wenjing's eyes, fearing it would shatter the atmosphere of the moment. Instead, his focus settled on the taut side of Xie Wenjing's neck, tense with anxiety. The entire audience, along with those watching from screens, instinctively held their breath. Shen Wenjing's face drew closer, his nose nearly brushing against Xie Wenjing's warm skin. He closed his eyes as long, curled eyelashes casting a delicate, fluttering shadow in the sunlight. It was as if he was reverently inhaling the unique fragrance of an exquisite delicacy before tasting it. One could almost sense the almost imperceptible breath that would elicit a shiver across Xie Wenjing's neck. Yet, the kiss never descended. He halted just shy of a centimeter from Xie Wenjing's neck, feeling the powerful pulse beneath the skin. Gradually, He drew back and opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a spark of wonder and enchantment, akin to discovering a cherished treasure, flickered in his usually distant and weary peach blossom eyes. It was as if a child, unacquainted with candy, had just experienced the cool, exhilarating, and irresistibly sweet allure for the first time. He gazed at Shen Wenjing, noting the tension in his jawline and the flush of his ears, a barely discernible smile of satisfaction curving at the corners of his lips. In a voice only the microphone could capture, he softly uttered the line imbued with newfound significance. Mint-flavored. Cut! Director Zhang sprang up from behind the monitor, his face flushed with excitement, waving his arms enthusiastically, his voice cracking from sheer exhilaration. Damn! Perfect! Absolutely incredible! This is the feeling. This is it. After a deathly silence, the room erupted into thunderous applause and uncontrollable cheers. Meanwhile, at the center of the frame, Shen Wenjing remained rigid, akin to a statue under a spell of immobility. Only his increasingly red ears, nearly ablaze, betrayed his inner turmoil. That evening, the entry for mint-flavored boyfriend Shen Wenjing soared to the top of trending searches, accompanied by a bold red explosion emoji. Chapter 34. Reliable with the advertisement shoot concluded, the brand's representative, Mr. Li, beamed broadly, shaking Director Zhang's hand as if they were about to forge an unbreakable bond. Director Zhang, your vision is remarkable. These two were born for our product. The marketing department had already begun working overnight on a long-term collaboration plan, promising to remain in close contact moving forward. Zhang Dao, beaming with joy, firmly grasped his hand, his laughter deepening the creases on his face. Indeed, indeed. Rest assured, Mr. Li, our collaboration has only just commenced. After bidding farewell to the god of wealth, Zhang Dao promptly summoned the assistant director aside, lowering his voice yet brimming with excitement. Did you see that? This is the buzz. This is the money. Immediately contact the live streaming platform and inform them that tonight, all members of Heartbeat Signal will conduct an impromptu live broadcast. Strike while the iron is hot and fan the flames further. Meanwhile, in the office of the agency, Wang Gu had succumbed to a frenzied state of exhilaration. One hand clutched his phone while the other danced across the keyboard, shouting into the phone at the public relations team. Yes, that entry, Sun Jing, is genuine. Get me into the top 5. What? Too contrived and it might backfire? I don't care. I want traffic. I want exposure. Furthermore, contact several influential fans and have them disseminate the details of yesterday's card game and today's advertisement shoot. Yes. Especially those images of Shen Wenjing stealing a glance at Shen Wenjing's cards, and the ones where his ears are flushed crimson. Craft the copy to be as compelling as possible. Make sure to write that love cannot be concealed. Upon ending the call, he gazed at the rapidly increasing follower count on Weibo and the screen filled with ecstatic comments, as if he could already envision countless bills soaring towards him. He understood the rules of this industry all too well. Integrity cannot fill one's stomach. Only heat and association can elevate a person to the heights of success swiftly. Shen Wenjing's visage was as if heaven itself was providing him sustenance. If he did not seize this opportunity, it would be a disservice to his professional ethics. As for Shen Wenjing's willingness, Wang Gu scoffed. Once he saw a long string of zeros in his bank account, he would comprehend how right his current actions were. In a hot spring hotel, within the suite, Shen Wenjing was roused from slumber by the incessant vibration of his phone. He climbed out of bed, leaned against the headboard, and casually opened Weibo. Just a glance, and his brows furrowed. On the trending list, his name alongside Shen Wenjing appeared in various suggestive combinations multiple times. Clicking in, he was met with fans meticulously dissecting every interaction, accompanied by emotionally charged and explicit captions that sent shivers down his spine. He even spotted a screenshot from last night's card game, where he reached for a segment of orange. The caption read, "He is not merely reaching for an orange. He is delicately touching the love he dares not voice, and that plate of oranges represents his entire world." Shen Wenjing, expressionless. He set down his phone and remained silent for 3 seconds. Then, he dialed Wang Ji's number. "Ancestor, you're awake. Did you see this? How is my handiwork? Wang Gu's exuberance was cut short by Shen Wenjing's calm interruption, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Withdraw the trending topics. The voice on the other end fell abruptly silent. What did you say? Wang Gu thought he misheard. I said. Shen Wenjing shifted to a more comfortable position. His tone still unwavering. Cease all of that. Why? Shen Wenjing, are you out of your mind? Do you know what the situation outside is like? What do you think of Xie Xuanxing? Is he someone anyone can simply latch onto? Have you not seen the consequences of such actions? With that, Shen Wenjing abruptly ended the call. He silenced his phone and tossed it aside, sinking back into his bed, eager to resume his slumber. All he desired was a tranquil existence filled with painting, basking in the sun, savoring delectable treats, and enjoying this life he had stumbled upon. The clamor and entanglements surrounding him would only disrupt his plans. It was quite vexing. On the terrace of the adjacent suite, Jiran stood with a glass of red wine, leaning against the railing. The hotel's soundproofing was remarkable, yet he could still faintly perceive some commotion from next door. Jiran swirled the liquid in his glass, a playful smile gracing his lips. He refused to be commodified, displaying both intelligence and a disdain for being swept up in the tide of popularity. In his quest to preserve the sanctity of his artistic realm, he would readily discard fame and fortune within arm's reach, much like an unfinished masterpiece, where everyone yearns to add their stroke. He preferred to maintain its pristine emptiness. This extreme purity and clarity rendered him an anomaly in such a restless circle, yet it was irresistibly enchanting. That evening, an unexpected live-stream notification caught all the guests off guard. The hotel's Japanese tea room was hastily transformed into a broadcasting studio, with several cameras and lighting rigs set up, instantly altering the atmosphere to one of formality. Lin Baiyu sat in a corner, a meticulously groomed smile adorning his face, though his hands unconsciously clenched the hem of his kimono. Why was this happening? He couldn't comprehend why, despite being the one who diligently adhered to the rules. All the spotlight and conversation gravitated towards that lackadaisical Shen Wenjing. It felt profoundly unjust. Song Xiang and Su Xintian, however, were brimming with excitement, resembling two elementary students on the verge of a spring outing. Su Xintian whispered to Gu Pan, Sister Pan, do you think there will be any explosive segments tonight? Perhaps a public confession or something of the sort. Gu Pan yawned languidly, yet her gaze was fixated with interest on the two central figures in the storm. Qin Hao adjusted his collar and subtly flashed a self-assured smile to the camera. Meanwhile, Lu Yao was earnestly scrutinizing the logo on the live-stream equipment, muttering to himself, this brand's camera has a subpar sensor. It tends to distort colors in portraits. Thank goodness Sister Pan and the others are so photogenic. Su elegantly crossed his legs, holding a cup of tea like a lady of leisure preparing for a performance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of two staff members engaged in hushed conversation nearby. Goodness, Shen Wenjing looks even more appealing in person than on screen. His skin glows with radiance. Indeed, look at Xie Xuanxing. Since he sat down, his gaze has not strayed from him. My word, this is too delightful. Su Yichak softly, taking a sip of his tea. This was merely the prelude. Far more thrilling moments lay ahead. As the live stream commenced, the screen was instantly inundated with comments. The director, playing the role of host, cheerfully posed a few inconsequential questions before finally revealing the true purpose. All right, we see that our online viewership has surpassed 5 million. We sincerely thank everyone for your enthusiasm. The director held up the cue card, grinning like a cunning fox. Now, let us address a question that has piqued the interest of many netizens, directed towards our very own Shen Wenjing. In an instant, all eyes, along with several cameras, were fixed upon Shen Wenjing, who was lounging on a beanbag, nearly blending into the background. Xie Xuanxing's back, unseen by the cameras, subtly tensed. Wenjing. The director elongated his tone, articulating each word. A netizen inquired, the chemistry between you and Xuanxing in the advertisement is astonishing. Everyone wishes to know, in your heart, what kind of presence does Xie Xuanxing hold for you? Shen Wenjing pondered earnestly for a moment. He tilted his head slightly, and, in his characteristic tone devoid of emotional fluctuation, provided an unexpected answer. He is quite a reliable person, I suppose. Chapter 35. The other side of the persona, the live stream room, erupted into a subtle frenzy at the mention of the word reliable. The barrage of comments went wild, while Shen Wenjing, akin to a mischievous child who had just tossed a bomb, reclined peacefully back into the sofa, his gaze becoming unfocused, as if he could slip into meditation at any moment. Director Zhang's smile froze for a full 5 seconds. Reliable? What was this? A statement for middle-aged officials? He craved a sensational moment, an air of ambiguity, something that could fuel the fans' fervor. Yet, he was indeed a seasoned director, possessing top-notch camera sense and crowd control abilities. He swiftly chuckled, attempting to steer the conversation back. It seems our Wenjing holds Shen Wenjing in very high regard. Reliable is the highest compliment among men, proving that Shen Wenjing is indeed a cornerstone of our team. He quickly flipped through his cue cards, deciding not to delve deeper into this abyss. All right. Chatting endlessly is rather dull. We have received numerous messages from fans eager to see our guests' multifaceted talents. Today, we shall indulge in a talent showcase to fulfill everyone's wishes. Director Zhang's gaze swept across the faces in the room, finally landing on Lin Baiyu. This was a splendid opportunity to divert the topic away from the unruly CP. Lin Baiyu immediately grasped the cue. He had been quietly sitting there, seemingly indifferent to the world, yet only he knew how long he had awaited this chance. He smiled gently, displaying just the right amount of bashfulness, and said softly, "Then I shall embarrass myself a bit. I will sing and play a folk song for everyone." A staff member promptly handed him a wooden-colored guitar. Embracing the instrument, Lin Baiyu's entire demeanor transformed. He lowered his gaze, fingers lightly strumming the strings, and a melodious prelude flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. He sang a somewhat melancholic campus folk song, his voice pure and clear, akin to a stream in the mountains. Each chord he played was precise, every tremor perfectly timed. His face adorned with an engrossed, wistful expression, complemented by his gentle features and the warm yellow lighting behind him, creating a scene as enchanting as a meticulously crafted music video. In the comments section, his fans immediately flooded in. "Whoa, Baiyu is truly the epitome of a gentle youth. So tender. This level of talent is worthy of releasing a single. Not only is he handsome, but he is also remarkably gifted. Brother, keep it up. You are the best." However, in the eyes of professionals, the scene tells a different story. In a corner, Ji Ran gently swirled his teacup, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Beside him, Su couldn't be bothered to disguise his disdain, rolling his eyes and murmuring to Ji Ran, "The craftsmanship is too heavy. He sounds like a programmed robot, each note flaunting technique devoid of emotion." Even the two lighting technicians behind them whispered among themselves. "The playing is impeccable, yet it induces a sense of drowsiness. Yes, it feels like listening to a standard piece, devoid of any surprises." As the performance concluded, Lin Baiyu, clutching his guitar, rose to bow. The live stream garnered a wave of applause, and a victorious smile graced his face. Although he did not ignite discussions like Sun Jing, he at least proved his worth and reclaimed a victory. To enliven the atmosphere, the director posed a question to Qin Hao. "Qin Hao, we all know you are a master in romance. Could you share a killer line for our audience?" Qin Hao instantly perked up, adjusting his collar with flair. He cast a self-assured gaze in Su Xintian's direction. Lowering his voice to a magnetic tone, he declared, "Darling, I don't aspire to be a good man. I merely wish to be the one in your heart." Su Xintian's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. The female fans in the live stream erupted in screams. Qin Xiao is so charming. This phrase is so cheesy, yet I adore it." Before Qin Hao could bask in his triumph, a cool scoff emerged from beside him. Su leisurely set down his teacup, regarding him with the gaze one might reserve for a prehistoric creature. "President Qin, where did you plagiarize that line from? A collection of cheesy pickup lines from the 1980s? It's enough to make one cringe." Qin Hao's smile froze. "What do you know? This is called retro romance." "Oh, sui raisit aneyebruk. All I smell is the stench of aged lard." "Xintian, steer clear of him. You might get splattered and at one tea washout. You, Dichirsu. You're my only spokesperson. Your precise jabs are utterly lethal. Qin Hao, I truly appreciate it. I ship this pairing too. Let us call them rivals, haha. Laughter erupted both in the venue and the live stream, instantly warming the atmosphere. All right, Director Zhang chuckled until tears nearly streamed down his face. Let us bring some interaction. Lu Yao, the fans are eager to see you play a game. Let us randomly select a lucky viewer for you to team up with. Lu Yao, who had been silent and nearly shrinking into the sofa, suddenly lit up at the mention of gaming coming to life. Sure, he replied succinctly. Soon, a fortunate fan was chosen, and as Lu Yao accepted the phone from the staff, his expression turned focused. Fingers dancing across the screen with such speed that they appeared almost ghostly. Moments ago, the boy who appeared to struggle with social interaction transformed entirely, now commanding his teammates in the game with a calm and confident voice. Support, follow me. Marksman, develop cautiously. Heed my signal to initiate the team fight. Ge Upan, seated beside him, observed the focused contours of his profile, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration and intrigue. This younger brother truly shines in his realm. In less than 15 minutes, a resounding victory flashed across the screen, concluding an exhilarating match. The barrage of comments was filled with accolades and praises for being the top jungler in the national server. Lu Yao garnered a depth of admiration far surpassing that which Lin Baiyu received during his melodic performance. As the live broadcast approached its conclusion, Gu Pan and Su Xintian engaged with the fans for a brief moment. They eschewed showcasing any talents, opting instead to respond to queries from the comments. When asked which male guest left the deepest impression, Su Xintian hesitated, her cheeks flushed, frequently glancing towards Qin Hao. In contrast, Gu Pan responded with poise, her gaze flitting between Shen Wenjing and Xie Wenjing, articulating with an enigmatic tone. They are all wonderful, especially our Wenjing and teacher Xie. Their presence evokes a sense of tranquil beauty. She deliberately emphasized the phrase tranquil beauty, inciting another wave of excitement among the shippers. The live stream eventually concluded, with the director making a point to clarify that the platform's tipping feature had been disabled from the outset, earning the production team a wave of goodwill. As the lights dimmed, the guests began to rise and depart in small groups. Shen Wenjing was the first to stand, yawning as he longed to return home for a bath and sleep. Lin Baiyu navigated through the crowd, listening to Song Xiang praise his guitar skills, a gentle smile adorning his face while a void lingered within. The response to his meticulously prepared performance paled in comparison to the banter exchanged by Su, Yi, and Qin Hao. Ji ran leisurely trail behind, watching Shen Wenjing's indifferent departure and casting a glance at Xie Wenjing, whose gaze seemed glued to Shen Wenjing. A glimmer of calculation flickered in his eyes behind his lenses. Meanwhile, Xie Wenjing remained motionless, seated in his place, watching the slender figure vanish at the door, the words a reliable person echoing repeatedly in his mind. The hand resting on his knee gradually tightened into a fist. Chapter 36. The Tea Party at the Xie residence in the Xishan Villa district of Jing City. Within a stately traditional Chinese residence, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with the stillness of the late-night exterior. The living room sparkled under the brilliance of a crystal chandelier, its light illuminating the polished rosewood floor. A massive high-definition television screen froze at the moment the live stream concluded, capturing Shen Wenjing's languorous yawn. Song Wan, Xie Wenjing's mother, adorned with an extravagant face mask, reclined elegantly on the sofa, clutching a Hermes cushion, her eyes sparkling with an incongruous glimmer of gossip. Oh, she sighed deeply, pointing at the now blackened screen. Old Xie, look at your son. While others are weary and ready to retire, he remains seated there. Seated upon a solitary armchair, Xie Jiansheng, adorned with reading glasses, perused a financial newspaper without lifting his gaze, emitting a casual grunt of disdain. What ambition is this? It is merely innocence. How rare. Tossing aside a cushion, Song Wan straightened her posture, her excitement nearly displacing her facial mask. Look at Wenjing, how exquisite. That complexion, those eyes, as if he has stepped out from a painting. Our son certainly has an eye for beauty. Yet his initiative leaves much to be desired. It drives me to distraction. At last, Xie Jiansheng set his newspaper aside, adjusting his glasses as he turned to his wife. Initiative? If he possessed even half of my youthful drive, he would have children of his own by now. Enough of that, Song Wan retorted without hesitation. In your pursuit of me, aside from sending flowers to my workplace daily, what else did you accomplish? You stood like a wooden post beneath my building for ages without uttering a word. Had I not taken the lead, you'd still be standing there. With his past laid bare, Chairman Xie's face flushed, and he attempted to salvage his dignity. That was depth. A strategy? Unlike this lad, blushing in broad daylight, utterly embarrassed. As he spoke, he gestured to Aunt Wang, who was approaching with a fruit platter. Lao Wang, play that commercial again. I didn't quite catch it. Aunt Wang, who had worked for the CF family for over 30 years, chuckled, her wrinkles easing with joy. Sir, this is the 8th time. She placed the sliced fruit on the coffee table and deftly operated the remote, bringing forth the peppermint candy commercial, which had been edited countless times by fans. As the scene unfolded, with Shen Wenjing's face inching closer to Xie Xuanxing's neck, eliciting a near-kiss moment, Song Wan once again let out a soft squeal. My heavens! He is so skilled. This child possesses such talent. She excitedly nudged Xie Jianqing's arm. Look at our son's stiff demeanor. He can hardly move his neck. It must be genuine emotion. Aunt Wang joined in the laughter. Indeed, young Master Xuanxing has always been averse to close proximity. For Mr. Shen to get so close, it clearly indicates genuine affection. Xie Jianqing's gaze settled on Shen Wenjing's eyes, which sparkled with satisfaction and surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with an almost scrutinizing tone, offering a fair assessment. This child has a remarkably pure gaze. This was not mere praise of appearance, but a deeper evaluation. Indeed, Song Wan immediately swelled with pride, as if Shen Wenjing were her daughter-in-law. I knew it. He is more than worthy of our son. But Xuanxing, that wayward child, insists on becoming an actor with such a reserved temperament. I wonder if he might frighten him away. He dares, Xie Jianqing grunted again, his tone imbued with a protective note he was unaware of. My son from a CF family could hardly fail to win someone over. If he proves so inept, I'll have his brother bring him back from Africa to toughen him up. Upon mentioning their eldest son, Xie Qingyan, Song Wan had a sudden idea. How about I call Qingyan? He has a knack for clever schemes. Perhaps he can offer some advice to his brother. No need. Xie Jiansheng waved his hand dismissively, resuming his reading of the newspaper, his tone reverting to that of an authoritative chairman. He must resolve his own matters. Let him encounter some obstacles. It might save him from perpetually wearing that indifferent facade as if the sky were falling. Song Wan observed her husband's feigned seriousness, curling her lips in amusement, fully aware of his true demeanor. Though he spoke harshly, she had seen the unmistakable upward curve of his lips during the advertisement clip. It was crystal clear to her. She picked up her phone and navigated to the trending topic titled Sun Jing is real, delighting in the various fan creations meticulously highlighted by the devoted followers. Satisfied, she signed in, retweeted, and commented in one fluid motion. Humph. With her son proving unreliable, as a mother, she must personally step in to lay the groundwork for him. As night deepened, the hot spring hotel gradually quieted. In Lin Baiyu's room, a dim bedside lamp cast a soft glow. He sat on the carpet, the tablet before him illuminated, displaying the myriad data analyses from the evening's live stream. The frequency and fervor with which his name was mentioned lagged far behind keywords like Sun Jing, mint candy, and reliability. The carefully prepared performance he had crafted garnered less discussion than a few playful exchanges between Su Yi and Qin Hao. He opened the comments praising his gentleness and talent, yet felt no joy. Those compliments resembled beautifully wrapped empty boxes, visually appealing but devoid of substance. He powered off the tablet, plunging the room into darkness. In that obscurity, the gentle and harmless smile on his face gradually faded, leaving only resentment and gloom. At the other end of the corridor, Gu Pan had just finished her shower and stepped onto the terrace in her bathrobe to enjoy the breeze. There was a gentle knock on the door. Lu Yao stood outside, holding a cup of warm milk, his gaze wavering, unable to meet hers. Pan, Sister Pan, drink some milk, it will help you sleep. He extended the cup, his fingers slightly stiff with nerves. Gu Pan raised an eyebrow, accepting the cup, the warmth radiating through her fingertips. She looked at this boy, who was a formidable presence in the gaming world yet adorably clumsy in reality, and suddenly smiled. "Thank you, little brother." Leaning against the railing, she took a sip of the milk, the night breeze tousling her long hair, carrying with it a delightful fragrance. Lu Yao's face flushed again. Scratching his head, he mustered the courage to say, You looked wonderful during the live stream." After uttering this, he dashed away as if he had accomplished a monumental task, leaving Gu Pan behind, watching his retreating figure with an ever-broadening smile. Meanwhile, the hotel staff had gathered, quietly reviewing the events of the night. "It's unbelievable. I just checked the back-end data. Our program's peak online viewership tonight has shattered the platform's record for the year," exclaimed a young planner, excitedly waving his phone. "It's all thanks to the Shen Wenjing couple." Another staff member responsible for promotions whispered, her expression one of giddy delight. The clamor and chatter festered in the late hours, akin to stones cast into a lake, creating ripple after ripple. At the center of these ripples stood a solitary figure on the terrace of his suite. Shen Wenjing had not turned on the lights. He bore no complex theories about couples, nor pondered what would trend tomorrow. He merely savored the resonance of those 5 words, a very reliable person. It is neither his charm nor his talent, nor the glamorous labels affixed to him by the media and fans. Instead, it is his reliability. This is a simple, straightforward, and even somewhat clumsy evaluation. Yet it serves as a key that precisely and uncompromisingly pries open the heart encased in layers of cold exterior. It instills in him an unprecedented sense of being needed and recognized, a profound grounding. Chapter 37. Painting after the storm of the live broadcast. They returned to the heartfelt cabin, welcomed by a rare, tranquil day. The clamor of the internet continued unabated, with various trending topics rising and falling. Yet all of it seemed to be isolated from the structure nestled on the island. The sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the airborne dust particles, imparting an air of languid ease. Of course, such ease belonged only to a select few. In Lin Baiyu's room, he was practicing his smile in front of a mirror. His agent had just called, barely containing his excitement, informing him that last night's performance had caught the attention of a seasoned music producer, who invited him to audition for a demo of a new song. "Baiyu, this is a splendid opportunity," the agent's voice echoed in his ears, emphasizing the importance of navigating this path with steadiness. "I've already posted on Weibo. The caption is quite humble. Remember to interact with fans in the comment section to maintain the momentum." After hanging up, Lin Baiyu's smile became somewhat mechanical. He opened Weibo, scanning the comments, praising his talent and heavenly voice, quickly responding with gratitude and promises of continued effort, yet he felt little joy within. This was merely a step in his plan, something he deserved, far from sufficient to soothe the imbalance in his heart. Not far away, Qin Hao was being particularly attentive, presenting 2 racing experience vouchers he had procured from somewhere to Su Xintian. "Xintian, are you free this afternoon? Shall I take you for some thrilling fun?" Su Xintian's cheeks flushed, and she let out a soft ah, her gaze evasive, yet she did not refuse. Gu Pan leaned back on the sofa, a script draped over her legs, not even lifting her eyelids, though a smile played at the corners of her lips. Beside her, Lu Yao, with headphones on, was swiping through his phone, recapping last night's game aloud, but every few minutes he would instinctively glance in Gu Pan's direction. Sui, seated in the far corner on a single sofa with a cup of hand-brewed coffee, was listening to the quiet discussions of 2 passing staff members. "Lin Baiyu is really working hard. I saw him memorizing scores in the corridor early this morning. Indeed, unlike some people who can trend just by lounging around, truly, some are fated differently." Su scoffed softly, taking a sip of his coffee. Meanwhile, the one who could trend simply by lying down was currently relishing this rare tranquility. Shen Wenjing discovered a glass greenhouse in the hotel's back garden. It was warm, quiet, and filled with sunlight and the scent of plants, an ideal place for daydreaming. He requested an easel, canvas, and a set of acrylic paints from the production team. When the staff delivered the items, they were somewhat astonished. They believed that he sought merely to strike an artist's pose before the camera, like many other performers. Yet, upon receiving the materials, Shen Wenjing became completely immersed in his own realm. He remained clad in his soft, white loungewear, the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing a pale wrist. He did not take a seat, but stood before the easel, one hand grasping a palette and the other holding a brush, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the blank canvas before him. He did not depict the extraordinary flora of the greenhouse, nor did he capture the distant mountains visible through the window. Instead, he stood in silence, as if preparing for a grand ritual. Then he moved. With a twist of his wrist, he blended ochre, burnt sienna, and ultramarine on the palette, creating a deep and intricate underpainting. His movements were devoid of hesitation. The brush met the canvas with a soft rustle. He painted swiftly, yet with precision, each stroke landing exactly where it was meant to be. This was not merely painting. It resembled a silent dissection. He tore apart the fragmented memories of the original owner, those suppressed, painful emotions, and unleashed them onto the canvas with a ferocity of color, applying them in a raw and unrefined manner. Twisted lines and large, almost dripping swathes of color filled the scene with conflict and tension, exuding a wild vitality. Sunlight streamed through the glass dome, casting a small shadow upon his lowered, elongated lashes. He was enveloped in a gentle halo of light, his expression focused and serene, as if he were conjuring an entirely new universe, indifferent to the cacophony of the outside world. Two photographers, carrying cameras and initially intending to capture a few empty shots, found themselves captivated by the scene, unwittingly halting their steps and forgetting to switch off their devices. "My heavens," whispered the younger photographer, his voice low and filled with astonishment. "He's not posing." "Of course not," replied the older one, eyes fixed intently on the monitor. "Look at those brushstrokes. If this were a performance, he would have already won an Oscar." In that moment, Shen Wenjing's aura of fragility and delicacy vanished entirely. He was simply an artist, an unwavering creator in communion with his own soul, powerful and free. Shen Wenjing was unaware of how long he had stood there. He had merely passed the corridor and caught a glimpse of the figure in the greenhouse, unable to take another step. He lingered in the shadows, behind a transparent glass barrier, observing quietly. He watched as the individual, once indifferent to everything, radiated an astonishing brilliance. This was not the glow of stage lights, but a vitality emanating from within, bursting forth from the depths of the soul. Suddenly, he comprehended the essence of that peppermint candy advertisement. As he approached, the gaze he directed towards her resembled that of an art connoisseur, cautious and tentative, as if longing to touch yet fearing to disturb. It embodied the surprise and intoxication of discovering a hidden treasure. However, the object of his admiration was not Shen Wenjing herself, but rather the fleeting moment that inspired an idea reminiscent of mint, an epiphany that erupted within his mind. His affection lay not with Shen Wenjing, but with art, inspiration, and the essence of beauty itself. Shen Wenjing merely served as the vessel for his creativity at that instant. This realization did not leave Shen Wenjing feeling disheartened. Instead, it ignited a fervent, indescribable thrill within her heart. She perceived it, the truth hidden beneath the languid facade, a genuine, talented, and profoundly pure soul that captivated her entirely. At that moment, those in the floral room seemed to sense something, pausing in their actions. Shen Wenjing gradually tilted his head, his peach blossom eyes, always imbued with a hint of aloofness, pierced through the glass and landed precisely on Shen Wenjing. His gaze was calm, devoid of surprise or annoyance at the interruption. He spoke not a word, merely inclined his chin ever so slightly towards her, a subtle greeting. Then, he turned back, refocusing on the vividly colored, unfinished painting before him. Yet, for Shen Wenjing, that understated gesture, hardly qualifying as a response, sent tremors through her entire world, transforming the silence of that moment into something monumental. Chapter 38, Vitality Simultaneously. The live broadcast of the dating reality show had erupted into chaos. The scene that had just unfolded was captured by the camera, transmitted in its entirety in high definition to millions of viewers. What on earth? Did he just look at him? He even nodded. What kind of divine gaze was that? One bathed in light, the other in shadow, separated by a sheet of glass. A single glance suffices. This surpasses any idle drama by 1,000-fold. Did you all see that? Shen Wenjing's gaze held no surprise or displeasure at being interrupted, as if to say, "Oh, you're here too. Damn, what is this sensation of being claimed? I'm losing my mind." Shen Wenjing stood there, motionless. Has he become paralyzed from the waist down? Shen Wenjing is real. I brought the Civil Affairs Bureau to you. Please marry on the spot. Ladies, artists, hurry and get to work. This moment has birthed 100,000 words of short stories and 800 fan illustrations in my mind. I shall title it Prisoner of Light and Shadow. Within the super topic of Shen Wenjing, the captured screenshot had been shared over 10,000 times within minutes, with countless fans flooding in, analyzing that gaze, that nod, that silent confrontation with the most exquisite of phrases. In the living room of the Heartbeat Cabin, the atmosphere was peculiar. A massive screen displayed Shen Wenjing's focused profile, while Lin Baiyu sat in a corner of the sofa, his phone screen revealing a recent post about being appreciated by a music producer. The comments section is filled with praise, with fans referring to him as a treasure boy, a beacon of hope for the future. He maintains a gentle smile, patiently responding to each highly rated comment. Yet from the corner of his eye, he catches a glimpse of the glaring, trending topic featuring Shen Wenjing. The curve of his lips momentarily stiffens, barely perceptible. Why? He has practiced through the night, meticulously prepared, only to receive an ambiguous opportunity, while Shen Wenjing effortlessly captures everyone's attention by merely standing there and painting. Beside him, Song Xiang stares blankly at the screen, a look of confusion on his face. For the first time, he realizes that the usually frail and disinterested Shen Wenjing possesses a captivating aura that draws the eye. Cool, Liu Yao exclaims, his eyes sparkling. He nudges Gu Pan beside him. Sister Pan, look at how he holds the brush. It's just as steady and precise as when we're ambushing in the game. Gu Pan rests her chin on her hand, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Lin Baiyu's face pales for a moment. Su Yi, arms crossed and lounging on the sofa, watches the live playback on his tablet, exclaiming in wonder, "Did you see that? This is what talent looks like." Just standing there, and the trending topic practically runs to him. Isn't that infuriating? Ji Ran remained silent, his gold-rimmed glasses shielding his expression. He repeatedly drags the progress bar, replaying the moment of their gaze lock at least 10 times. The warmth in his eyes has faded, replaced by a deeper, more profound feeling of scrutiny and possessiveness. He had always thought of Shen Wenjing as an intriguing prey, one to be slowly admired and seduced. But now he realizes that this quarry seems to be under the gaze of a more ferocious beast. The sensation of something he coveted being seized by another stirs a discontent within him. Even a slight displeasure is enough to disturb the calm surface of his heart. In the post-production room of the program, a different scene unfolds. Director Zhang, it's gone viral again. It's gone viral. Little Lu jumps around like a lively monkey. The number of online viewers has broken the platform's historical record. The server almost crashed. Director Zhang, cigarette in mouth, stares at the soaring figures on the monitor, his hands trembling. He takes a deep drag of his cigarette, then tosses the butt to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, his eyes alight with fervor. I knew it. He slams his thigh. This Shen Wenjing. He is not just a fortune god. He is my ancestor. Hurry. Position all cameras. Aim them at the flower room. Capture every angle, 360 degrees, without any blind spots. I want the entire nation to witness how my ancestor creates art. Indeed, Shen Wenjing is creating art. He hears none of the external clamor. He does not paint landscapes, still lives, or portraits. He paints a feeling, an expression of the yearning for life he felt while trapped in a sterile hospital room, listening to the incessant ticking of machinery and smelling the scent of disinfectant. He channels the fragmented memories of the original owner's dreams, those repressed, painful, and imprisoned emotions. The canvas bears a somber hue, a nearly obsidian blue reminiscent of the lightless depths of the ocean. Then a blinding, neurotically trembling crimson rips through the center of the canvas, akin to an unhealable wound. Within this wound, no blood flows. Instead, it brutally and frantically burgeons with sprawling, twisted lines resembling thorns. These lines are rendered in the most glaring shades of lemon yellow and fluorescent green, exuding an aggressive and ominous beauty. They intertwine, tear, and climb, as if striving to break free from the constraints of the canvas. The entire composition is rife with contradiction, despair and hope, death and rebirth, confinement and liberation. All intense emotions are forcefully nailed to the canvas with the most primal, unrefined colors. He paints with fervor, beads of sweat forming on his brow, a strand of black hair dampened by perspiration clinging to his pale cheek. He remains unperturbed, casually wiping his brow with the back of his hand, inadvertently smudging it with a hue of ochre akin to a dried bloodstain. Beneath that fragile facade lies a soul powerful to the point of ferocity. Shen Wenjing watches intently. He observes him painting, sweating, and the glaring pigment on his face. Suddenly, he realizes that all his previous perceptions of Shen Wenjing were erroneous. The notions of a cool, fragmented essence and a fragile, sickly beauty are mere fallacies. This individual has never been a delicate glass doll in need of protection. Within him resides a fierce, beautiful beast, untamable by anyone. He simply chooses not to reveal his claws. He possesses an astonishing vitality, strong, free, and pure. This force acts like a colossal magnet, irresistibly drawing Shen Wenjing closer. He yearns to approach him, not out of curiosity or pity, but from an instinctual, primal desire and possessiveness stemming from masculinity's attraction to beauty. He longs to step into that light, to stand beside him, and to personally wipe away the pigment from his face. Chapter 39. Audition. Lin Baiyu, after reporting to the director, settled into the back seat of the van, clutching his phone. The screen displaying the contact information of the music producer and the audition address. An hour ago, his agent had excitedly informed him that an opportunity had arisen. He took a deep breath, adjusting his facial muscles as he practiced the most humble, harmless smile in the reflection of the car window. He understood that this was more than just an audition. It was a testament. He aimed to demonstrate to everyone that he, Lin Baiyu, had not reached this point solely based on his looks and appealing persona. The audition took place in a top-tier recording studio, with soundproof doors as heavy as a bank vault. Upon entering, Lin Baiyu discovered the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. In the control room of the studio, besides the producer who had contacted him, sat two others. One was the art director of a leading domestic music company, while the other, seemingly younger and extravagantly dressed, bore a scrutinizing gaze. He represented the investors of the song. The atmosphere instantly turned somber. Lin Baiyu, is it? The producer adjusted his glasses, his tone decidedly formulaic. Have you listened to the demo? Please perform it for us directly. Certainly, sir. Lin Baiyu bowed deeply, adopting a posture of utmost humility. He stepped into the recording booth, donned his headphones, and the world around him faded into silence, leaving only the sound of his own heartbeat. As the prelude commenced, a captivating pop ballad melody filled the air. He closed his eyes, cultivating his emotions before he began to sing. His voice remained as pristine as ever, showcasing his refined technique. Each modulation and breath was executed flawlessly, akin to a textbook example. He sang with deep immersion, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression carefully crafted to evoke just the right amount of melancholy. He believed his performance to be nothing short of perfection. Upon completing the song, he removed his headphones and gazed expectantly towards the control room. The producer remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with the art director beside him, who subtly shook his head. The young representative from the investment side was even more blunt, pressing the call button and allowing his voice to echo through the speakers into the recording area, cold and cutting. Your performance is technically impeccable, yet utterly devoid of meaning. What I seek is a narrative that compels listeners to part with their money, not a mere technical report. The color drained from Lin Baiyu's face in an instant. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, all the while striving to maintain a polite smile. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I will continue to work hard. Well, await our notification. The producer concluded the conversation in an indifferent tone. As Lin Baiyu exited the recording studio, the brilliant sunlight outside fell upon him, yet he felt no warmth. He settled into the car, where his agent eagerly approached. "How'd it go? Did you succeed?" He looked at his agent's hopeful face, but a lump akin to a damp wad of cotton lodged itself in his throat, rendering him speechless. Instead, he retrieved his phone and opened the trending topics on Weibo. Sun Jing, eye contact, Shen Wenjing, divine art, mortal romance. A series of terms struck him like resounding slaps, harshly stinging his face. After meticulously preparing and exerting every ounce of effort, all he received was a promise of future notification. While that individual merely lingered in a flower room, creating an incomprehensible piece of art, effortlessly capturing everyone's attention. Why was that? A tumultuous blaze of jealousy and resentment surged within his chest, nearly threatening to consume him entirely. Within the city's most exclusive private club, Ji Ran held a glass of whiskey, listening to the jests of his friends. "I say, Ji, the esteemed producer, why abandon a peaceful life to participate in such childish dating shows? Are you seeking to experience life or to enlighten the masses?" The speaker was Zhou Fong, a scion of global entertainment who had grown up alongside Ji Ran. Laughter erupted around the table. Those in their circle understood that while Ji Ran appeared gentle and affable, smiling at everyone, he was, at his core, colder than anyone else. The exquisite beauty, wealth, and fame he lacked for nothing, yet finds himself devoid of any interest, living like a retiree who has prematurely withdrawn from the world. Matters of the heart seem entirely alien to him. Honestly, Ran, another friend, leaned in, raising an eyebrow mischievously. "Is there no sister or brother who piques your interest even slightly?" Ji Ran swirled his glass, the amber liquid tracing elegant arcs along the rim. Unbidden, a series of images flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on a young man clad in white loungewear, standing before an easel, a splash of paint adorning his face. His gaze both fervent and intense, radiating an ethereal glow. The smile at the corner of his lips seemed to momentarily crystallize. Zhou Fong, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed the shift in energy. He kept silent, discreetly retrieving his phone to send Ji Ran a WeChat message. "Zhou Fong, is there something going on?" Ji Ran picked up his phone, glanced at it, and with his slender fingers tapped out a reply. "Ji Ran, yes." Zhou Fong nearly spat out his drink. "Zhou Fong, what the hell? Who is this? What kind of divine being has managed to make this ancient iron tree blossom?" Ji Ran stared at the screen, the image of those always slightly distant, misty peach blossom eyes resurfacing in his mind. Ji Ran, an intriguing individual. "Zhou Fong, well, look at you. Your status has elevated beyond ours. What is your plan? To go all in?" Ji Ran's fingers lingered on the screen for a moment. What should he do? Should he throw resources at him, bind him with a contract, and mold him into his exclusive artist? No, that would be too crude. He preferred a more gradual approach, delicately weaving a web with the gentlest of touches, allowing him to willingly and actively step into his collection room. Ji Ran, there's no rush. A skilled hunter requires patience. He set his phone down and lifted his head again, his face once more adorned with an impeccable, gentle smile. As if the preceding moment had been merely an illusion, Shen Wenjing felt it was time for him to pack his things and leave. Despite having gained some inexplicable popularity online through a few interactions with Shen Wenjing, it was ultimately an unorthodox path. As a mere backdrop, neither proactive in promoting himself nor aligning with the script, he would inevitably be eliminated by the directing team. Once Lin Baiyu and Shen Wenjing's storyline fell into place, the mere control group would be honorably dismissed. He needed to accomplish something worthwhile before being shown the door. The payment for that mint candy advertisement had finally come through. A six-figure sum, and after taxes and his share to Brother Wong, a rather substantial amount remained. This was the first pot of gold he had earned on his own since arriving in this world. He requested a leave from the directing team, citing the perennial excuse of feeling unwell and needing a checkup in the city. Director Zhang now treated him like royalty. Upon hearing his request, he granted it without hesitation, even arranging a car and driver for him, showering him with concern as if he were a treasured deity, fearful of any discomfort befalling this cash cow. Chapter 40. Charity auction. Shen Wenjing did not head to the hospital. Instead, he instructed the driver to take him to the outskirts of the city. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of a somewhat dilapidated alley, beyond which it could not proceed. He alighted, his hands burdened with an assortment of items. Among them were the latest painting tools, boxes of milk snacks, and new clothes for each child. At the end of the alley stood a faded iron gate, bearing the words, "Sunshine Home." He pushed open the creaking gate. In the courtyard, a dozen or so children basked in the sunlight, clad in worn garments that had faded with time. The eldest among them was merely 10, while the youngest was still learning to walk. Upon his arrival, all the children froze in astonishment. Moments later, a little girl with horn braids was the first to react. She dropped the sandbag in her hands and, with her short legs in excited motion, rushed toward him. "Brother Wenjing," she exclaimed, her voice serving as a signal. The children erupted in a flurry, swarming around him with eager chatter. "Brother, you're back. You've lost weight. You look better on TV. Did you bring us any treats?" Surrounded by this lively throng, Shen Wenjing maintained a neutral expression, though his gaze softened unconsciously. He set down his belongings, crouched down, and gently ruffled the hair of the girl, named Daodu. "You've grown taller," he remarked. This Daodu was the very child from his fragmented memories, the one who had once asked him what color the sun was. Daodu lifted her small face, her dark, grape-like eyes sparkling as she said, "Brother, I saw you painting on TV. It was amazing, but I couldn't understand it." A spirited little boy chimed in, "Yes, yes. It was all dark, with reds and greens, like monsters fighting." The children erupted into laughter, seated cross-legged on the ground. Shen Wenjing took out a box of new colored pencils and, on the drawing paper he had brought, casually sketched a plump orange cat. "Not understanding is fine," he said as he handed the drawing to Daodu. "This one is for the adults. This one is for you." Instantly captivated by the adorable orange cat, the children craned their necks to get a better look. "Brother, why is it so fat?" Daodu inquired. Shen Wenjing replied nonchalantly, "Because it eats well, sleeps soundly, and is not bothered by anyone." Daodu, clutching the drawing, looked up earnestly and asked, "Brother Wenjing, are you able to eat your fill and sleep soundly now? Is anyone bothering you?" Children's questions are often so direct, piercing right to the heart. Shen Wenjing gazed into her clear, innocent eyes, pausing in silence. He recalled the oppressive emotions of his memories, the undercurrents of tense dinners, and the frantic roars of Wang Go on his phone. Annoyed, of course he was. Yet, that was all in the past. He raised his hand, instinctively touching his chest. His heart was beating steadily and strongly. The warm sunlight bathed his back, dispelling all lingering coldness and dampness. He could breathe freely, run unabated, and swat away those bothersome thoughts as if they were mere flies buzzing past his ears. This was a luxury he had once yearned for but could never attain in his previous life. The corners of Shen Wenjing's lips subtly curved upwards. He gazed at the youthful faces before him, brimming with hope, and his voice, though soft, carried an unprecedented sense of solidity. Yes, at this moment, no one could disturb my peace. The popularity of the romantic variety show bubbled with fervor, showing no signs of abating. Director Zhang, recently imbued with an invigorating spirit, wore a smile so broad it seemed capable of squashing a mosquito, greeting everyone with an air of buoyant joy. He mused to himself that fortune had been particularly favorable of late, although he had never engaged in any wrongdoing throughout his life. And perhaps his ancestors had amassed considerable virtue. The presence of Shen Wenjing, the living embodiment of fortune, was indeed a blessing. Yet when one drifts in thought, it is easy to ponder metaphysical concepts such as karma. On this day, Director Zhang summoned all the guests to the living room and, with a radiant face, announced a significant decision. "Everyone, the success of our program today is indebted to the support of our audience, as well as the unseen hand of luck." He cleared his throat, his words ringing with grandiosity. "Thus, I have decided we must give back to society. We shall organize an online charity auction. Each of you is invited to donate a personal item of significance, and I will personally contribute as well. All proceeds will be donated to children in the mountainous regions." A moment of silence enveloped the room, quickly followed by scattered applause. Lin Baiyu was the first to respond, smiling gently, his eyes reflecting a perfect blend of emotion and agreement. Director Zhang is absolutely right. It is our honor to leverage our influence for meaningful causes. Song Xiang chimed in enthusiastically. Exactly. Baiyu speaks wisely. Qin Hao, with a flamboyant toss of his hair, proclaimed, no problem. I may not have much, but I do possess a plethora of treasures. Su Xintian nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. However, a few individuals exhibited a differing demeanor. Su Yi cradled a coffee cup, using its rim to shield his nearly grinning mouth, and quietly remarked to Gu Pan, did you see that? They VE figured out how to monetize their fame and now wish to erect a monument. Gu Pan lazily flipped through her script, not even lifting her gaze. It's commendable. At least the money will genuinely be donated. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing, nestled in the corner of the sofa, dozed off, but at the mention of donations, his eyelashes fluttered. The most valuable asset he possessed was his visage. Surely, he couldn't part with that. Director Zhang's gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing precisely on Lin Baiyu. He cheerfully suggested, shall we begin with Baiyu? This was the very prompt Lin Baiyu had been awaiting. Rising to his feet, his expression shifted to one of solemnity as he carefully retrieved a small item wrapped in velvety fabric from his bag. In front of everyone, he unwrapped it layer by layer, revealing a guitar pick, worn to the point of obscuring its original color. This pick was purchased with 3 months' worth of my allowance when I first began to learn music. Lin Baiyu's voice trembled with emotion, his eyes glistening. During a difficult time, when I lived in a basement, subsisting on steamed buns, it was my companion through the most challenging moments. I wish to donate it, hoping to share the strength of pursuing one's dreams with more people. His heartfelt words resonated deeply, stirring the emotions of all present. Song Xiang was the first to be moved to tears. Baiyu, you have endured so much. Su Xintian's eyes were also red-rimmed. How touching. The livestream's bullet comments were instantly flooded with sympathy for Baiyu. Our Baiyu is truly an angel on earth. So kind-hearted. Brother has suffered so much to reach today. The haters have no heart. Subsequently, everyone began to present their donated items. Qin Hao donated a prestigious watch he had worn. Su Xintian hesitated for a while before offering a beautiful bracelet. Lu Yaoyan succinctly produced a mouse he had used during his retired competitions, adorned with a small signature. Gu Pan generously removed a pair of exquisite diamond earrings from her ears. Finally, all eyes turned to Shen Wenjing. Shen Wenjing yawned and slowly stood up. I don't possess anything particularly meaningful. I'll donate a painting. A painting? Everyone paused momentarily. Lin Baiyu's gaze flickered subtly. Director Zhang instantly perked up. A painting? That's wonderful. Artistic. Wenjing, what kind of painting? Shen Wenjing contemplated the piece he had set aside, the one imbued with oppression, pain, and a longing for life. May it offer him a favorable conclusion. A painting full of vitality, he stated softly. Chapter 41. Bidding that evening, the official website of the dating show launched a special page for the charity auction. Each guest's item was accompanied by a polished image and a narrative description. Beneath Lin Baiyu's plectrum lay a poignant 500-word memoir of his dreams, intricately written and emotionally charged, prompting fans to weep and generously contribute. Qin Hao's watch and Gu Pan's earrings also attracted significant bids. However, Shen Wenjing's auction page was notably minimalist. It featured a high-definition image of the painting, with merely 3 words as its title, Vitality. There was no backstory, no explanation, not even the artist's signature. The visual impact of the painting was striking, brimming with conflict and tension. Was it beautiful? One could hardly say. Yet, those who gazed upon it found it difficult to divert their eyes. An hour before the auction officially commenced, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The comment section of Shen Wenjing's painting suddenly erupted with a deluge of negative reviews. What on earth is this painting? Is it some kind of ghostly symbol? It looks ominous. Is this what you call art? My 3-year-old nephew could do better with his feet. Donating something like this. Who are you trying to curse? That's downright malicious. Honestly, it's the kind of thing that would scare a child if hung at home. These comments were harsh and cleverly angled, swiftly clouding the atmosphere surrounding the painting. Supporters of the Shen Wenjing couple, as well as some of his fans, attempted to rebut these criticisms, only to be drowned out by the overwhelming tide of vitriol. In Lin Baiyu's room, he gazed at the venomous remarks on his phone screen, a cold, triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then switched accounts and, under one of those comments, replied with a single line. Lin Baiyu remarked, "Art is subjective. Perhaps we cannot fully comprehend the creator's world. Yet every ounce of creative passion deserves respect. Wenjing's paintings possess a profound strength. Let's all extend more tolerance and kindness." Upon posting this comment, it was immediately elevated to the top of the comment section by enthusiastic fans. Baiyu, you are so kind. Even amidst this, you still defend him. Let us cherish our Baiyu. Don't stoop to the level of madness. Am I the only one who thinks Lin Baiyu is subtly critiquing Shen Wenjing's artwork? To the detractors, step aside. Our Baiyu simply has a good heart. Song Xiang promptly shared Lin Baiyu's Weibo post, indignantly adding, "Well said. If you cannot appreciate it, then keep silent." Thus commenced a silent yet fierce battle. At 8 o'clock, the auction officially began. In the cozy living room of the heartfelt cottage, a massive screen displayed the live auction page. As Lin Baiyu's guitar pick opened for bidding, the price soared as fans fervently rallied to support their beloved idol's dreams. Swiftly reaching an astonishing figure for a mere pick, Lin Baiyu wore a humble smile, yet felt a tinge of ennui. His gaze remained fixed on the upcoming auction for a painting. Finally, it was time for Shen Wenjing's vitality. Due to the previous wave of harsh critiques, the initial bidding was somewhat tepid. Only a few dedicated fans placed bids, and the price climbed sluggishly. Lin Baiyu's smile deepened, while an awkward tension hung in the air. Just as everyone presumed the painting might go unsold at a low price, an anonymous account suddenly placed a bid. 100,000. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The live chat exploded. What the hell? 100,000. Who asked the fool? Am I seeing things? Did I miscount the zeros? Shen Wenjing was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated the painting might fetch 1,000 or 2,000 to contribute to the orphanage's supplies. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, another account followed suit with a bid. This account was not anonymous. It bore a golden verification mark with the ID reading G Ran. G Ran declared, 200,000. If the previous bid of 100,000 was a bombshell, this 200,000 was a nuclear explosion. What the hell, G Ran? What kind of battlefield is this? Two big shots competing for a painting? Could that anonymous 100,000 bidder be Shen Wenjing? Oh my gosh, I'm losing it. This is exhilarating. In the living room, every gaze flitted between Shen Wenjing, Shen Wenjing, and the name G Ran displayed on the screen. Suivistlet. Reveling in the spectacle. This is fascinating, truly fascinating. Gu Pan nudged Lu Yao with her elbow. Did you see that, little brother? This is the arena of adults. Shen Wenjing's expression darkened visibly. He had indeed placed a bid. Upon reading those scathing reviews, he had wanted to block all the malicious accounts, but he couldn't. Therefore, he resorted to the most straightforward approach to convey the true worth of the painting to everyone. However, he did not anticipate that G Ran would emerge unexpectedly, and in such a flamboyant manner. This was undoubtedly a provocation. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Wenjing's eyes as his fingers swiftly tapped the screen once more. Anonymous user, 300,000. G Ran V, 400,000. Anonymous user, 500,000. The price soared as if propelled by a rocket, leaving everyone in stunned silence. This was no longer a charity auction. It was a blatant display of financial prowess. Lin Baiyu's pride in fan economics appeared fragile, reduced to a mere joke in the face of this monetary contest between the two. The audience in the live stream had descended into utter madness. Fight! Fight! Shen Wenjing for the win. See how the emperor spins lavishly for love. Teacher G is so bold. What a public display of stealing hearts. Am I the only one feeling sorry for Baiyu? How much did his pick sell for? Hey, can your brother's pick even compare to a work of art? This isn't how you provoke. Shen Wenjing's devoted fans and Lin Baiyu's supporters clashed fiercely in the comments, while the CP fans reveled in a chaotic celebration. Ultimately, when Shen Wenjing raised the price to 1 million, G Ran finally ceased his bidding. Instead of increasing the bid, he posted a new Weibo update. G Ran V. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish. Congratulations to the Heart Signal production team. This post was laden with meaning, propelling the trending topic to new heights. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish. G. Ran, CS Xuanxing 1 million Shen Wenjing's painting in the living room. When the auctioneer brought down the virtual gavel, declaring vitality, sold for 1 million, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixed on Shen Wenjing, who had maintained an air of nonchalance throughout. Shen Wenjing blinked, gazing at the glaring 7-digit figure on the screen, contemplating how many beds this sum could provide for the Sunshine home, how many new tables and chairs it could procure. He was wealthy. He lifted his gaze, meeting the complex expressions of the crowd, and caught sight of CS Xuanxing's particularly profound eyes. After a moment's reflection, he raised a glass of water before him and took a sip. He nodded slightly in CS Xuanxing's direction, a nearly imperceptible gesture of gratitude. Then, he turned back to the crowd, observing their varied expressions, and sighed softly within. Chapter 42. A new violin Bayou's guitar pick, laden with the tears and dreams of his journey, ultimately sold for 260,000. A remarkable figure for his fans, yet dwarfed in the presence of 1 million. It appeared utterly laughable. His pride in fan cohesion and the carefully curated persona he had built were crushed under the weight of sheer capital and blatant favoritism. The atmosphere in the living room had turned bizarrely tense. Lin Baiyu sat on the sofa, his back straight, a gentle smile still gracing his face, yet beneath the table. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Song Xiang glanced at Lin Baiyu's pale face, then at the glaring 1 million on the screen, opening his mouth to utter words of comfort, only to find himself unable to produce a single sound. In such moments, any form of consolation feels like mockery. He crossed his arms. The curve of his lips remained perpetually downturned. In a tone barely audible to anyone but himself and Gu Pan, he remarked, "TSK, did you see that? This is what we call a dimensionality reduction strike. While you're laboriously grinding low-level monsters in the novice village, here comes someone with a max-level character, effortlessly dispatching the boss with a single strike, too indifferent to even collect the loot." Gu Pan let out a languid yawn, her gaze flitting meaningfully between CS Xuanxing and Shen Wenjing, a knowing smile gracing her lips. As the storm brewed, the two focal points were CS Xuanxing, who sat expressionless at the farthest end of the sofa from Shen Wenjing, seemingly intent on dissociating himself from the identity of the anonymous user. Yet, the tension etched in his jawline and the intensity of his gaze, nearly burning a hole through the back of Shen Wenjing's head, betrayed the tumult of emotions he harbored. In stark contrast, Shen Wenjing appeared as a complete outsider. He was deeply engrossed in contemplation of the sum of 1 million, deducting the platform fees and taxes, pondering how much of the remaining funds could contribute to charity. The more he deliberated, the more he perceived the transaction as a lucrative bargain, lifting his spirits somewhat. At that moment, Director Zhang, brimming with cheer, clapped his hands, shattering the oppressive silence. All right. The auction has concluded splendidly. Thank you all for your contributions to charity." His gaze toward Shen Wenjing resembled that of an admirer beholding a walking gold ingot. To celebrate our program's new heights and to foster camaraderie in a fresh environment, the production team has decided our next destination will be Hongdian World Studios. The journey may be a tad lengthy, so let us all rest early tonight. We'll meet at the airport bright and early tomorrow. For Lin Baiyu, this announcement was akin to a timely gift in the midst of winter. Traveling to Hongdian hinted at the possibility of acting, or at least being involved in the industry. CS Xuanxing's breakout role was in a historical power struggle drama, a realm in which he excelled. If he could be grouped with Xie, countless opportunities to alter his current circumstances would arise. A flicker of hope reignited within him, and the smile on his face became more genuine. The following morning at the airport, to avoid inciting a commotion, the production team arranged for a VIP passage. All were mandated to don full disguises, hats, sunglasses, and masks, every item required. Qin Hao even sported a flamboyant fisherman's hat paired with a floral shirt, mistakenly believing himself to be inconspicuous, yet he stood out even more in the crowd. Shen Wenjing wrapped himself in layers, the oversized hoodie obscuring much of his face. With the mask concealing the remainder, leaving only a pair of lackluster eyes visible. He was not concerned about being recognized. Rather, he simply found this method a means to shield himself from the majority of social interactions, thereby alleviating his worries. However, they evidently underestimated the tenacity of their fans. Just as they prepared to pass through the security checkpoint, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil morning at the airport. Ah, it's Shen Wenjing. This exclamation was akin to a bomb dropped onto a calm lake, instantly drawing the attention of both bustling travelers and lurking fans, who surged towards them like sharks sensing blood. Brother, it's really him. Shen Wenjing glanced my way. The flash of cameras flickered erratically, and the sound of shutters resonated like a cacophony as a tide of people surged forward, overwhelming the security personnel. The scene teetered on the brink of chaos. Instinctively, Song Xiang and Qin Hao moved to shield the delicate figures of Su Xintian and Lin Baiyu. In the very first second of the turmoil, Shen Wenjing sprang into action. He exhibited not a hint of panic, not even a furrow of his brow. With remarkable composure, he sidestepped to position himself protectively in front of the sluggishly trailing Shen Wenjing. His swift movement bore an undeniable authority, as he effectively ensconced Shen Wenjing between himself and the wall, creating a safe nook. Are you all right? Do not worry. His deep voice cut through the clamor, crystal clear to Shen Wenjing's ears. When Shen Wenjing raised her gaze, she beheld Shen Wenjing's broad, unwavering back. The black trench coat he wore stood as a formidable barrier, shielding her from the surrounding tumult and blinding flashes. For a moment, she was taken aback. Then, Shen Wenjing removed his sunglasses, revealing his face, deemed a paragon of beauty in the entertainment realm, exposed unreservedly to the multitude of cameras. He wore no smile, his expression even bordering on icy. He merely raised a hand, signaling for calm. A miraculous transformation ensued. The fans, who had moments ago threatened to uproot the very roof, gradually subsided into silence upon witnessing his gesture, leaving only the sound of stifled sobs. Thank you all for your support, but please prioritize safety. Shen Wenjing's voice, though soft, resonated clearly enough for those around to comprehend and refrain from disturbing other passengers. With that, he donned his sunglasses once more, one hand discreetly guarding Shen Wenjing while the other rested in his pocket. He strode forward through the passage opened by the security, not once glancing back. The entire exchange unfolded seamlessly within the span of a mere minute. Lin Baiyu, squeezed at the periphery, observed Shen Wenjing's unhesitating dedication to another with an expression of sheer astonishment. Once aboard the aircraft, in the first-class cabin, the taut atmosphere finally began to ease. After an extended interval, the plane officially embarked on its journey. A young and enchanting flight attendant approached, her voice melodious. Mr. Xie, would you like something to drink? Her gaze lingered on Shen Wenjing, brimming with unabashed admiration and delight. Shen Wenjing reclined against the seat back, eyes closed, seemingly asleep, not even raising his eyelids. The flight attendant, feeling slightly awkward, dutifully turned her attention to Shen Wenjing. Sir, would you like a glass of warm water or a blanket? She inquired with genuine concern. Just as Shen Wenjing opened her mouth to express her gratitude and affirm her need, the slumbering figure beside her suddenly opened his eyes. Shen Wenjing straightened, bypassing Shen Wenjing to address the flight attendant. A blanket for me, please. The flight attendant hesitated but promptly retrieved a fresh blanket, handing it over. Then, under the watchful gazes of all present and countless others behind the cameras, Shen Wenjing, without removing the packaging, forcefully thrust the blanket, still encased in its plastic, into Shen Wenjing's arms. The action lacked tenderness, bordering on brusque. Cover yourself, he commanded, his tone resolute. Shen Wenjing gazed at the rigid plastic bag in his arms, momentarily at a loss for how to react. The barrage of comments in the live stream had gone wild. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. A typical male concern. Shen Wenjing. He cares, but not entirely. Does he really think a plastic bag can provide warmth? What a peculiar thought process. He asked, flustered. He got anxious seeing the flight attendant show concern for the beautiful Shen. Lin Baiyu, seated diagonally behind them, observed the scene unfold. As the plane landed, the group boarded the production team's bus, heading towards the film city. Hungjian Film City, often dubbed the Hollywood of the East, was adorned with green bricks and dark tiles. Intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding a profound sense of history mingled with the aroma of takeout meals from the crew. The bus halted in front of an imposing, ancient palace replica, the very site of the iconic snow-covered coup scene from Power Struggle. Director Zhang, brandishing a megaphone, stood at the bus door. Resembling a primary school teacher leading a field trip, his excitement palpable. Everyone, our theme this time is the revival of classics. We will be remaking the legendary scenes from our esteemed actor Xia's magnum opus, Power Struggle. Upon hearing this, most passengers instinctively gasped, their gazes converging on the silent man in the back. Director Zhang grinned like a cunning old fox, elongating his voice. We will have a quiz about Power Struggle. The highest scorer will have the privilege to choose their role first, starting from the top. Wait, Director Qin Hao interjected, removing his sunglasses with a look of disbelief. ISNT, that essentially preordaining to the first place for Brother Xia? Does he even need to answer? ISNT, the script practically his? Song Xiang chimed in, exactly. This is unfair. We've hardly seen it a few times. Only a smile remained on the director's face. Lin Baiyu, meanwhile, offered a gentle smile, subtly adjusting his collar. His eyes sparkling with determination. He had indeed seen the series, not just once, but having watched all 72 episodes, including behind-the-scenes footage and interviews, no less than 5 times. He recalled every detail vividly. This was his domain. Here, he aimed to reclaim all the lost dignity he had suffered previously. In contrast, Shen Wenjing leaned against the bus window, watching the ensemble cast dressed in costumes pass by, stifling a long yawn. Power Struggle? Never heard of it. A quiz? How tedious. Can I forfeit now and find somewhere to sleep? His sole desire was to make money and retire. He had no interest in these childish games. Chapter 43. Who cares about this ridiculous quiz? The quiz took place in an elegantly antiquated tea house. With intricately carved wooden windows, the gentle sound of flowing water. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance of tea and burning incense. Director Zhang has evidently invested considerable effort, striving to replicate the elegance and style found in the game of Power down to the minutest detail. The guests took their seats in succession, each before a cup of tea and an electronic buzzer. Lin Baiyu sat upright, his posture impeccable, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement and confidence. Today, he had donned an improved, understated hanfu, which accentuated his refined demeanor, resembling a dashing gentleman stepped straight from the drama. Xie Wenjing, clad in black, lounged comfortably in an armchair, his long fingers leisurely tapping the table, revealing no discernible emotion. The others displayed a spectrum of expressions, some anxious, others curious, and a few, like Qin Hao, merely present for the spectacle. Only Shen Wenjing remained in a distant corner, furthest from the main camera, nestled within the embrace of a broad chair, half of his face shrouded in shadow. Since the filming commenced, he had not changed his position. Director Zhang, holding a megaphone, cleared his throat and enthusiastically announced, "Esteemed teachers, our knowledge session on the game of Power officially begins. Correct answers will earn 1 point, and the individual with the highest score will gain priority in the casting choices for this remake." He paused, sweeping his gaze across the faces of the attendees, before adding with a knowing emphasis, "This priority is absolute and unconditional." Implicitly, it meant that even if one wished to portray the emperor, the top scorer would have precedence over Xie Wenjing for that role. The light in Lin Baiyu's eyes grew even brighter. Now, without further ado, let us proceed to the first question. Director Zhang's voice reverberated through the tea house. In episode 32 of the Game of Power, the third prince drinks alone in a pavilion to bolster his courage. What type of wine does he consume? Upon hearing the question, most attendees were momentarily taken aback. This query was rather obscure. Who would remember the type of wine a minor character drank in a single episode? Su Xintian Vawen. Qin Hao shrugged, while Lu Yao wore a look of utter bewilderment. Song Xiang instinctively glanced at Lin Baiyu, wishing to offer him encouragement, only to find a confident smile gracing Lin Baiyu's face. He knows. Lin Baiyu's heart raced. Not only did he know the answer, But he was also aware of the story behind the wine and the director's intention in including such a detail. He had meticulously prepared a 3-minute speech to establish his status as a level 10 scholar of the game of power with this first question. He took a deep breath, readying his hand to reach for the buzzer. But before he could lift it, Director Zhang, with a grin reminiscent of a cunning fox, interjected for this first question. Let us refrain from buzzing in. Instead, let's allow the artist in the corner to respond. Wenjing, what do you think? Shen Wenjing was jolted from his reverie by the mention of his name. He raised his head in confusion, his eyelashes still heavy with remnants of sleep. Blinking, he surveyed the room, feeling the weight of every gaze and the numerous dark lenses focused on him. What? What wine? Who drank it? His mind was a blank slate. Yet, Director Zhang continued to prompt him, a smile dancing on his lips. Wenjing? A wild guess will suffice. A wild guess. Shen Wenjing's mind slowly whirred to life, rummaging through his repository of knowledge to unearth a spirit he deemed most fitting. He licked his parched lips and, with a dreamy, ethereal tone, tentatively uttered 3 words. Erguotu? Inside the tea house, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, Su-Yi could no longer contain himself, and a mouthful of tea erupted from his lips, causing him to cough violently. This was swiftly followed by a crescendo of laughter. Qin Hao thumped the table in mirth. Gu Pan's laughter sent her into a fit, and even the usually solemn Lu Yao wore a broad grin on his face. The third prince, the snowy night. The fierce struggle for succession, such a solemn and tragic ambience paired with a bottle of over 50-degree Erguotu, painted a scene too beautiful to contemplate. In that moment, the comments in the live stream went wild. Is he a devil? Ha ha ha, Erguotu. Third prince, thank you. After this bottle, I'll take my sword and slay the emperor. What good is the succession? Help! I'm drinking water. My screen needs repairs. Shen Meiren, a man who utters the most absurd words with the most beautiful face. White Yu's expression, unable to laugh yet compelled to maintain a smile. I'm embarrassed for him. Am I the only one who thinks Shen Wenjing is being quite disrespectful? Everyone else is seriously competing. And what is he doing? To the nitpicker in front. Our darling is simply innocent and doesn't understand these things. Amid the chaos, a cold, clear voice pierced through like ice, instantly silencing the uproar. It is Tusu wine. It is Shen Wenjing. He did not even glance at the crowd, his gaze fixed on his fingers as he calmly explained, in ancient customs. Tusu wine is consumed at year's end to ward off plagues and drive away evil spirits. The third prince's act is a plea for an illusory omen in light of the impending palace upheaval. Concise, professional, and irrefutable. Director Zhang promptly applauded, declaring correct. Teacher Xia, you earn a point. The atmosphere returned to the competition-s track, yet the whimsical diversion brought on by Erguotu could not be righted. In the ensuing Q&A, Lin Baiyu finally regained his rhythm. What is the name of the chessboard most favored by the Grand Tutor in power struggle? Linglong board. What instrument plays in the background music when the female lead first meets the male lead? It is the sun. What is the name of the prize steed bestowed by the emperor upon the general? It is treading snow. He answered swiftly and accurately, leaving little opportunity for others. His score soared ahead, swiftly distancing him from the rest. Su Xinqian and Gu Pan also capitalized on their unique feminine memory to answer several questions regarding attire and makeup correctly. Others gradually answered 1 or 2 questions correctly. As for Shen Wenjing, having contributed the annual highlight of Erguotu, he completely abandoned any pretense of thought. He scooted his chair back further into the shadows, closed his eyes, and shut out all external sounds. This trivial cue, let those who wish to answer do so. In this vast world, sleeping reigned supreme. In a live stream, the tide began to shift. Did you see that? Now this is true prowess. Baiyu has truly etched this drama into his DNA. How remarkable. It feels as though he remembers it even better than Shen Wenjing himself. Song Xiang appears to be nothing more than a cheerleader who only shouts 666. How amusing. Is someone already asleep? Truly, just coasting through the day. Let us maintain some decorum. Our Jingjing is unwell and needs ample rest. Just as Lin Baiyu was about to secure victory, Director Zhang cheerfully raised his hand. All right, everyone, for the final question. This is also our risk question. Answer correctly, and you gain 5 points. Answer incorrectly, and you lose 5. Dare to play. 5 points. Conversely, a wrong answer will indeed result in a deduction of 5 points. Currently, Lin Baiyu has 7 points, Xie Wenjing has 3, and the others even fewer. This question could instantly reverse the situation, but is it worth the gamble? His heart raced, rising to his throat. Please listen to the question. Director Zhang's expression turned serious. In the final scene of Power Game, the new emperor ascends the throne, and the camera focuses on his hand as it caresses the armrest of the dragon throne. May I ask, what pattern is embroidered on the cuffs of his dragon robe? The entire tea house fell into a profound silence once more. This question was 100 times more challenging than the first one regarding wine. It was a fleeting glimpse, lasting no more than 2 seconds, with the focus entirely on the hand. Who would pay attention to the inconspicuous embroidery on the cuffs? A thin sheen of sweat formed on Lin Baiyu's forehead. He replayed that scene frantically in his mind, yet no matter how hard he tried, the golden dragon robe remained a blur. Was it mountains and rivers? Auspicious clouds? Or perhaps the most common dragon pattern? He dared not venture a guess. An incorrect answer would mean a loss of points. The others exchanged glances, even Xie Wenjing slightly furrowing his brow, as if trying to recall. This detail was so elusive that even he, the lead actor, could not remember it clearly. Does anyone know? Director Zhang surveyed the room, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Time ticked by, and the tea house was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the water wheel turning outside. Just as Director Zhang was about to declare the question void, a figure in the corner, who had been isolated from the world, suddenly stirred. Shen Wenjing seemed to have been awakened by the overwhelming silence. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes half closed, as if still not fully awake, and unconsciously murmured a few barely audible words. Songhai Longyin. Chapter 44. I want to portray that treat Songhai Longyin. These 4 words, light as a feather yet as heavy as a boulder, crashed into the silence of the tea house. Everyone was stunned. The first to react was Director Zhang, nearly losing his grip on the loudspeaker, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the drowsy figure in the corner. His voice broke as he exclaimed, Wenjing? What did you just say? Shen Wenjing, startled by a shout, fully awakened. He looked around in confusion and repeated himself, his tone still laced with the hoarseness and uncertainty of just waking up. Did I say it was the Songhai Longyin pattern? He was entirely certain himself. In that excessive silence, he found himself, half awake and half asleep, seemingly recalling this drama from the original owner's memories, perhaps due to his sensitivity to patterns. He spoke unconsciously. Correct. Absolutely correct. Director Zhang exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his excitement causing the flesh on his face to quiver. It's the ocean dragon chanting pattern. At 5 points. Give Shen Wenjing 5 points. This confirmation was akin to pouring a ladle of cold water into boiling oil, causing the entire tea house to erupt. What the hell? Qin Hao's expression was one of utter disbelief. How did he know? Wasn't he asleep? Su Yi, with his fingers elegantly arched, covered his mouth and exchanged frantic glances with Gu Pan, signaling, "Did you see that? A revelation in dreams, a celestial being descending. We cannot comprehend." Gu Pan, stifling her laughter, took a sip from her teacup, her gaze flitting between Xie Wenjing and Shen Wenjing. This was intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. However, the person with the most dismal expression was Lin Baiyu. He sat frozen in his seat, having prepared for so long and ingrained every detail of the play into his very bones, relishing the attention of the crowd and the thrill of controlling the atmosphere. He was meant to be the sole, most dazzling victor of this competition. Yet, this moment of glory was effortlessly snatched away by someone who had been soundly sleeping throughout, in a manner that bordered on absurdity. The sensation was akin to having painstakingly climbed 99 flights of stairs, only to be thwarted at the summit by someone taking the elevator, who then tossed a banana peel down from the top floor. Even more unbearable was Xie Wenjing's reaction. Throughout the QA, he did not cast a single glance in Lin Baiyu's direction. From the instant Shen Wenjing uttered the answer, Xie Wenjing's gaze remained fixed upon him, devoid of his usual indifference, now brimming with inquiry, confusion, and a hint of an unrecognized fervor. How could Shen Wenjing know the details that even the lead actor had forgotten? The livestream's comments had escalated beyond madness. They were now in a frenzy. What the hell is this? This is absolutely supernatural. He can answer questions even while asleep. What kind of deity is this? I declare, Shen Wenjing is not a sickly beauty. He is the god of sleep. He wakes up and knows everything. Lin Baiyu's face has turned green. I can't help but love this mischievousness. Is there a possibility that Shen Wenjing is a decade-long fan of Xie Wenjing? Watching the play 100 times to the point of remembering every detail? That speculation is exhilarating. The seemingly indifferent yet fervently passionate fan. I'm all in. Xie Wenjing is genuine. He is not here for the play. He is here for this person. Amidst the chaotic revelry, director Zhang joyfully announced the final scores. All right, everyone, quiet down. I will now reveal the final rankings. He cleared his throat. In 5th place, Qin Hao Lu Yao and Song Xiang, each with 1 point. 4th place, Su Yi, Gu Pan, and Su Xintian, each with 2 points. 3rd place, Xie Wenjing, with 3 points. The esteemed director Zhang deliberately elongated his words, relishing the attention of the crowd. Our 1st place goes to Lin Baiyu with a score of 7, and our 2nd place, Shen Wenjing, with a score of 5. However, Shen Wenjing was oblivious to the announcement, lost in his own thoughts. All that occupied his mind was the notion that this tedious game was finally coming to an end, and he could soon indulge in a meal. Now, we arrive at the most exhilarating segment, the selection of roles. Director Zhang gestured grandly, and the staff promptly brought forth a long table adorned with intricately crafted character cards. According to the rules, Lin Baiyu, you have the privilege of first choice. You may select any character from the lineup. Baiyu, please proceed. In an instant, all eyes were fixated on Lin Baiyu. In the play The Power Struggle, featuring a multitude of characters, the most pivotal role undoubtedly belonged to the cunning and resilient third prince, who ultimately ascends to the throne. This was the role that would immortalize Xie Wenjing's legacy. Everyone anticipated that Lin Baiyu would undoubtedly choose this character. It presented the finest opportunity for him to prove himself and embrace the challenge. Indeed, Lin Baiyu was of the same mind. He approached the long table, scanning the character cards one by one, until his gaze landed upon the central card, embellished with golden dragon motifs. He extended his hand, performing the action with a hint of solemnity, and lifted the card. I choose the third prince, Xiao Jingyan. He raised the card toward the camera, his eyes reigniting with a spark of confidence. Teacher Xie is my senior, a figure I have always admired and learned from. I do not dare to claim to surpass him. I merely hope to interpret a different facet of this character through my understanding and to meet everyone's expectations. His words were meticulously crafted, both honoring Xie Wenjing and elevating himself. Sparse applause resonated in the living room. Next, it was Shen Wenjing's turn. He slowly emerged from the corner and approached the table. Besides the third prince, several other characters with significant roles lay before him. But Shen Wenjing merely glanced at them before moving on. The subsequent cards were comprised of eunuchs, palace maids, and guards, characters of lesser importance. He picked up the top card. Chief Eunuch, lines, 23. Actions, must perform a kneeling salute 3 times, including small runs and shuffling motions. Shen Wenjing emotionlessly placed the card back down. What a hassle. Memorizing lines and kneeling. My knees will hurt. He then picked up the second card. Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards, lines, 8. Actions, must stand with a sword for half an hour, including drawing the sword and confronting. Shen Wenjing returned this card as well. So tiring. Standing for so long will make my arms ache. He flipped through the cards, his frown deepening with each one. Why must every character require action and dialogue? Is there not one that allows for a leisurely performance? The audience in the living room and the viewers in the live stream stared in disbelief. What is he doing? Being so picky, what does he want? Look at that expression, utterly reluctant. Is he not taking this seriously? Those in front don't understand. Our Jingjing is not in good health, so of course he should choose something easy. My heart aches for him. just when everyone assumed he would forfeit. Shen Wenjing's eyes suddenly sparkled with newfound brilliance. It was as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. He reached into a pile of cards and extracted a small, inconspicuous one buried at the bottom. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. There was no portrait on the card, only an isolated tree, accompanied by 2 lines of text. Setting: a solitary willow in the snow. Dialogue: none action, none. Gazing at the card, an unprecedented, heartfelt ecstasy radiated from Shen Wenjing's beautiful eyes. Cradling the card as if it were a priceless treasure, he turned and, with an earnest and slightly excited tone, announced to the astonished Director Zhang, "Director, I choose this." Director Zhang's mouth fell open in disbelief, unable to close for a moment. "Huh? Wenjing, what are you selecting?" "This." Shen Wenjing raised the card before him, pointing to the willow tree, articulating each word clearly. "I want to portray that tree." Director Zhang, along with everyone else, was rendered speechless. Moments later, Director Zhang's voice echoed throughout the film studio, filled with despair. "No, absolutely not. This is a backdrop. How can a backdrop be portrayed by a person?" Shen Wenjing tilted his head, his expression innocent yet justified. "Why not? There's no need for dialogue or movement. Simply standing will suffice." He regarded the crowd, calmly presenting his rationale, tranquil and effortless, perfectly suited to himself. Chapter 45. The limited return of the beautiful sickly. At this moment, Qin Hao nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped through his nose. Director Zhang clutched his chest, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe. He could envision the headlines if Shen Wenjing were to play a tree, the first person in dating show history. Shen Wenjing portrays a plant. If this were to circulate, would he ever live it down? The comments in the live stream had spiraled out of control, an avalanche of laughter threatening to drown the screen. "Help! He is so earnest. He is genuinely fighting for a role as a plant." Director Zhang: "I merely intended to create a gimmick, not a species crossover." Shen, the beautiful man devoted to elevating the art of idleness to a performance art. "I declare this the funniest variety show moment of the year, bar none." Lin Baiyu's smile had frozen on his face. He was undoubtedly pondering. Why on earth am I competing with a tree? Having meticulously prepared and exerted every effort to secure the highly coveted role of the third prince, he found himself rivaling a willow tree. The sensation was more stifling than losing a competition. Just as Shen Wenjing seemed poised to argue further, Director Zhang dashed forward, almost snatching the card from his hands and swiftly returning it to the depths of the table. "No means no." Director Zhang's demeanor was uncharacteristically resolute, yet he soon adopted a conciliatory, almost pleading tone. "Wenjing, you see, this is making it difficult for the production team. Your fans surely wish to see more of you on camera, do they not?" As he spoke, he swiftly rummaged through the remaining cards, his eyes scanning like radar. He produced a card that had garnered little attention and presented it to Shen Wenjing like a prized treasure. "Look at this. This is splendid." Director Zhang's voice brimmed with temptation. "The seventh prince. Weak and ailing, confined to bed for years. The dialogue consists of merely 3 lines. Cough, cough. Help me up. I feel dizzy." Throughout the performance, he would primarily be lying down or seated, occasionally requiring assistance to take a few steps. What do you think? Is this not far more comfortable than standing like a tree? Shen Wenjing lowered his gaze to the card. Character: seventh prince. Character design: frail, transparent, indifferent to power struggles. Dialogue: 3 lines. Actions: Bedridden, coughing, being supported. After a moment of contemplation, he mused. Standing causes leg fatigue. Lying down allows for a chance to sleep. This transaction seems rather advantageous. Thus, under the breathless gaze of the audience, Shen Wenjing slowly nodded. Very well. Director Zhang let out a long, deep sigh, feeling as though he had just emerged from the gates of hell. This living bodhisattva had finally been properly appeased. Ha ha ha! The sickly beauty limited edition skin is back. I knew it. Director Zhang: I am truly an unremarkable genius at serving others. Shen Wenjing: I am weary. Let all be destroyed, I shall lie down. I remember the character of the seventh prince. In the original work, he is but a pitiful soul, dying shortly after a few episodes. Yet he has a beloved physician brother who cares for him deeply. Ah! Stop. Do not say anymore. My DNA is reacting. So who will play the physician? Naturally, all eyes turned to the remaining candidates. Now, it was Shen Wenjing's turn. He stood from his chair, striding leisurely to the table. The remaining cards included those of the commander of the Imperial Guards, the Grand Tutor, and the Chief Eunuch, all substantial supporting roles. Everyone presumed he would choose the commander, with whom he would have the most scenes. However, Shen Wenjing's gaze merely brushed over the gilded cards, ultimately selecting the most inconspicuous one. He did not even glance at its contents, directly addressing Director Zhang. This one. The camera zoomed in promptly. Character: Chief Physician of the Royal Hospital, Lu Shi. Character design: skilled in medicine. Cool and taciturn. Dialogue: 15 lines. Notes: features and scenes with the Seventh Prince, after 3 seconds of silence in a live stream. The chat erupted into screams akin to a nuclear explosion. Aha! It's him. It's really him. The beloved physician brother, Lu Shi. He chose. He truly chose. He is here for our sickly beauty. This cannot be real. It must be a dream. How could Shen Wenjing possibly take on such a peripheral role? Wake up, fans. Your idol's romantic brain has taken over his mind. He is not here to act. He is here to pursue love. Sun Jing, I am prepared to perish here today. No one can stop me. In the living room, Su Yi, with his elegant fingers arched like orchids, concealed the corners of his mouth that were threatening to stretch to his ears with a fan. Leaning towards Gu Pan's ear, he whispered in a breathy tone. Did you see? This is what we call precise poverty alleviation. You fall ill, and I shall be your remedy. Gu Pan, languidly casting him a sidelong glance, lifted her teacup, her eyes sparkling with concealed mirth. My dear brother is still too young. This isn't poverty alleviation, it's guardianship. One must be wary that this frail figure does not get snatched away by some careless wolf. As the roles were being assigned, the selection process accelerated. Gu Pan claimed the role of the powerful Empress Dowager, while Su Yi chose the formidable Grand Eunuch. Qin Hao took on the ambitious commander of the Imperial Guards, and Su Xinqian became the gentle and kind personal maid of the Empress. Lu Yao was assigned a devoted bodyguard, whose only line was, at your service. Song Xiang became the vice-general under Qin Hao, responsible for rallying the troops. With the roles firmly established, Director Zhang clapped his hands, a triumphant smile returning to his face, exuding an air of strategic mastery. Now that we've completed the casting, allow me to introduce our behind-the-scenes dream team. He elongated his voice, directing it towards the entrance with robust enthusiasm. Please welcome Best Director of the Golden Statue Awards, Li Anbang, the foremost producer of historical dramas, Master Chen Mo, and our chief stylist, the illustrious Wang Lin, just returned from Hollywood. As his words echoed, the tea house door swung open. 3 figures entered. At the forefront was a man in his 50s, clad in a simple jacket, unremarkable in appearance. Yet his piercing eyes shone like an eagle's. None other than the tempestuous Li Anbang, renowned for directing countless classics. Following closely was a middle-aged gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant demeanor. The celebrated producer Chen Mo. Lastly, a fashionably dressed woman exuded a commanding presence, carrying an enormous makeup case. The atmosphere in the living room shifted palpably. If everyone had initially regarded this as a light-hearted affair, the instant those 3 titans appeared, it became abundantly clear this was a serious endeavor. Qin Hao's playful smile faded. Song Zheng nervously rubbed his hands together, and even Su Yi and Gu Pan straightened their postures. This was no mere variety show. This was a production of cinematic caliber. What the hell? Liang Ban. Is that the tyrant director who has brought half the entertainment industry to tears? Has the production team gone mad? They've invited this deity? It's over. Now the real drama begins. Director Li does not care if you're a top-tier star. If your performance falters, he will tear you apart mercilessly. My heart aches for Lin Baiyu for a moment. He just declared his intent to challenge the classics, and now the classics' father has arrived. I couldn't be more thrilled. Hurry, let the trials begin. I want to see how the tyrant director trains this motley crew. Director Li Anbang's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd as if assessing a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. When his eyes finally settled on Xie Wenjing, his demeanor softened slightly, and he nodded. "Xie Wenjing, good to see you again." "Good day, Director," Xie Wenjing replied, rising with an attitude that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Lianbong cast a brief glance at Lin Baiyu before diverting his gaze, emitting a nonchalant devoid of any expression. Lin Baiyu had prepared an array of humble pleasantries, but they lodged in his throat, leaving him in a state of discomfort, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white. The director's imposing presence was overwhelming. Eventually, Lianbong's attention settled on Shen Wenjing, who appeared to be lost in a reverie in the corner. He furrowed his brow. This individual possessed an otherworldly beauty, so exquisite that he seemed more like a celestial being than a mere mortal. Such a visage could easily appear artificial under the lens if not handled with care. "You will portray the seventh prince?" Lianbong inquired, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Shen Wenjing slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with the director's piercing gaze. He nodded in affirmation. Lianbong scrutinized him for a full 10 seconds, a duration long enough to elicit concern for Shen Wenjing from the onlookers. Then he suddenly addressed his producer, Chen Mo, saying, "Is there a scene in the original script where the seventh prince drowns?" Chen Mo paused momentarily, quickly flipping through the script before confirming, "Yes, Director Li. There is a scene depicting his frailty as he struggles in an icy lake." "Cut it," Lianbong declared decisively. "Replace it with a scene of him coughing blood in the snow. Ensure we employ the finest blood effects specialist, one who can create a visually appealing splatter." He returned his gaze to Shen Wenjing, examining him with the scrutiny one might reserve for an item for sale, appraising him from head to toe. This face, Lianbong concluded, was ill-suited for struggle. It would appear too disheveled. His role was merely to embody the shattering of innocence. With that, he ceased looking at anyone else and turned to discuss camera angles and set design with the assistant director. The entire living room fell into a profound silence, leaving only Shen Wenjing to ponder the character card of the seventh prince in his hands. Drowning implied entering the water, resulting in wet clothing and cold. Coughing blood merely required lying down and opening one's mouth. He mused that this seemingly fierce director might possess a kind heart. Chapter 46. The arena escalates across the ocean. In a penthouse suite, Ji Ran lightly tapped his fingertips to turn off the playback of an absurd yet captivating live broadcast. The vibrant cityscape outside glimmered with life, yet the depth of his gaze surpassed the brilliance of the night. Reclining on the sofa in a relaxed posture, a familiar, gentle smile graced his lips. He recalled the various antics of Xie Wenjing from the dating show, as well as the childish yet assertive anonymous bidding. And now he observed Xie's unhesitating choice of a peripheral physician role. It was too evident, akin to a lion declaring its territory in the most clumsy manner, asserting dominance over all. Ji Ran lifted a glass of red wine, swirling it gently. The ruby liquid clung to the sides of the glass, forming beautiful arcs reminiscent of his current mood, intrigue yet tinged with a subtle chill. He had initially believed this game could unfold leisurely. He relished the experience of observing from the shadows, watching as his prey stepped unwittingly into the tender trap he had laid. Yet Xie Wenjing, the most significant variable, clearly lacked patience. He was far too eager. In a state of anxious urgency, Ji Ran murmured softly to the air, "I can no longer allow you to perform a solo act." He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. "It's me," he said, his voice still warm, yet the content brooked no argument. "Please book the earliest flight home for me. Additionally, inform Director Zhang that I am quite interested in power play and wish to participate." After ending the call, he opened a high-definition image of Shen Wenjing's painting titled Vitality. He gazed at the intertwining lines filled with contradictions and anguish, contrasting sharply with his own cold, detached demeanor, as though he might shatter at any moment. How intriguing. Ji Ran's smile deepened. At the Hongyan Film City, the atmosphere in the temporary makeup room was unusually tense. Director Ong Li moved through the space like a low-pressure system, chilling the air wherever he went. Everyone had donned their costumes. Lin Baiyu, dressed in elaborate prince's attire embroidered with gold thread, appeared even more noble. He practiced a look of restrained sorrow, tinged with indignation, in front of the mirror, determined to perform flawlessly before Ong Li. Qin Hao, clad in military garb with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, struggled to project an air of authority. But the playful smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his efforts. The Empress, adorned in resplendent makeup, was leisurely having her assistant peel an orange, her peripheral vision keenly observing the subtle movements of those around her. At the center of this storm, two figures remained remarkably calm. Shen Wenjing, dressed in a simple, serene robe of pale blue, exuded an otherworldly chill. He reclined in a chair, eyes closed, his fingers gently tapping on the script as if contemplating his character. Yet, at the slightest stir from Shen Wenjing, his eyelids would imperceptibly flicker. Shen Wenjing was receiving the utmost care, reclining on a specially prepared soft couch, enveloped in a thick blanket. Teacher Wang Lin, accompanied by two assistants, meticulously applied his sickly makeup. Yes, make the lips a bit paler, capturing that essence of blood loss. The under-eye area should have a hint of blue, but not too dirty. Just that fragile appearance of having stayed up all night, you understand? With his eyes shut, Shen Wenjing surrendered to the cool brushes sweeping across his face, his mind fixated on a singular thought. This director is truly a good person. This character is genuinely a good role. Is there any job in the world more delightful than being paid to lie down and sleep? Amid this harmonious atmosphere of preparation, Director Zhang burst in, drenched in sweat, his face wearing a smile more sorrowful than tears. "Excuse me, esteemed colleagues, I must interrupt. There is something." As he spoke, all eyes turned towards him. "This is our program." He wiped the sweat from his brow, striving to sound pleasantly surprised. "We have a guest who will be joining us at the last minute." Upon hearing this, the makeup room erupted in confusion. "Who is it? Who joins at this time?" Qin Hao was the first to furrow his brow. Song Zhang looked bewildered. Who else could it be? Lin Baiju's heart sank with a sudden thud, an ominous premonition creeping over him. Shen Wenjing opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of cold light flickered within his deep, dark gaze. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome back our esteemed teacher, Ji Ran. As Zhang Dao's words faded, Ji Ran stepped through the doorway. He was clad in a meticulously tailored beige trench coat, paired with a simple white turtleneck, emanating an air of warmth and freshness. A perfectly measured smile adorned his face, and his stride was composed, as if he were not entering a tense filming set, but rather attending an elegant afternoon tea. "Apologies, everyone, for my tardiness due to personal matters." He inclined his head slightly, allowing his gaze to linger on each face for a moment, ultimately resting on the figure on the soft couch who had just awoken. At that instant, the barrage of comments in the live stream had come to a complete standstill. "Ah, Ji Ran. He has arrived, bringing his gentle blade with him. What a dramatic scene. This is the very scenario I've dreamt of witnessing. The main character is making a grand entrance. Look at Shen Wenjing's face. It's as dark as the bottom of a pot. I feel like he might draw his weapon any second now." Lin Baiju's expression management has completely unraveled. Ha ha! His mind must be racing. This script is all wrong. Raise the flag for the Ran Jing CP. The warm, charming producer x the cool, fragmented artist. What a divine pairing. I shall indulge in this. You in front, step aside. Sun Jing is the real deal. Doesn't he, the loyal dog, actor smell better than the cultured rogue? In the makeup room, the atmosphere had become exceedingly peculiar. Su Yi concealed half of his face with a fan, revealing only his eyes, which sparkled with mischief. As he silently mouthed to Gu Pan, "Fight now." Gu Pan elegantly rolled her eyes, popping a segment of orange into her mouth. The first to shatter the silence was the tyrant, Li Onbong. Frowning, he regarded the uninvited man with palpable annoyance. "Zhang Dao, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't the casting already finalized? What is he here to perform? The stone lion at the entrance?" This remark caused beads of sweat to cascade down Zhang Dao's forehead. "Director Li, you see, it is quite a rare occasion for teacher Ji Ran to be here. We cannot. I am open to any role." Ji Ran interjected with a smile, turning his gaze toward Li Onbong, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant. I have long admired your work, Director Li. Even if it is merely to learn, it is an honor. His words were impeccably delivered. Li Onbong scrutinized him for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the visibly displeased Xie Wenjing and the perplexed Shen Wenjing. A spark of intrigue flickered in his hawk-like eyes. As a director, he despised unforeseen events, yet he relished the drama of conflict. Very well, Li Onbong suddenly gestured, instructing the scriptwriter beside him, "Bring me the script." He received the script and swiftly added a few strokes with his pen. Originally, a character had been excised to heighten the tension of the power struggle. Li Onbong's voice resonated in the quiet makeup room. A musician from the western regions, whose melodies serve as medicine, is here to tend to the health of the seventh prince. Proud by nature, he only heeds the summons of the chief physician. He extended the script forward. The lines were few, but there were several scenes featuring the court physician and the seventh prince. Li Onbong lifted his gaze towards Ji Ran, a barely friendly smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Well then, musician, do you dare to perform?" The makeup room fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping everyone present. The implication was unmistakable. This role was precisely positioned between Xie Wenjing and Shen Wenjing. On the surface, he was beholden to the court physician, Xie Wenjing, yet in reality, he was there to tend to the ailing seventh prince, Shen Wenjing. The dynamics were exceedingly delicate. Xie Wenjing's nails threatened to puncture the pages of the script. However, Ji Ran's smile grew ever more gentle. He stepped forward, accepted the hastily revised script, and without glancing at it, bowed slightly to Li Onbong. "Thank you for your guidance, Director Li." He then turned and walked directly to the soft couch where Shen Wenjing reclined. Amidst the penetrating glares from everyone, especially Xie Wenjing, whose eyes seemed capable of murder, he leaned down, whispering in a tone only the two could hear, "It appears I shall require your highness's guidance in the future." His breath was warm, imbued with a subtle woody fragrance, brushing against Shen Wenjing's ear. Finally, Shen Wenjing was pulled back from his reverie. He turned his head, gazing at the enlarged, refined visage before him, his mind swirling with a singular, practical thought. Is this an expanded role? That should entail additional remuneration, right? Chapter 47. "You disturb me." Ji Ran's seemingly nonchalant remark about seeking guidance struck a precise nerve within Xie Wenjing. The already austere expression on Xie Wenjing's face darkened completely. The temperature in the makeup room plummeted several degrees, causing a nearby staff member adjusting Qin Hao's armor to tremble slightly. Xie Wenjing regarded Ji Ran as though he were a contaminant that should not be present. Yet, Ji Ran maintained his impeccable, gentle smile. Gu Pan paused in her task of peeling an orange, glancing at Su Yi, who was shielding his face with a fan, revealing only his bright, excited peach blossom eyes. He silently mouthed to her, "He has gone mad." Lin Baiyu's nails dug deeply into his palm. The carefully orchestrated plan he had devised now appeared utterly ludicrous. Ji Ran, the very person he had once sought to impress but had barely exchanged a few words with, now commanded all attention focused on the seemingly lifeless Shen Wenjing. Why was that? Why was everyone frozen in place? Time is precious. Do they think they are on holiday? Li Onbong's thunderous shout echoed like a clap of thunder, instantly jolting everyone back to reality. "Makeup, props, move it. In 10 minutes, everyone to stage 1 ready. Anyone who is late by even a minute need not return." At the tyrant's command, the makeup room sprang to life, functioning like a well-oiled machine. Li Onbong, holding the script, strode to the center of the stage. "Lin Baiyu, here." "Didactoli." Lin Baiyu jolted upright, immediately straightening his posture. Li Onbong scrutinized him from head to toe, his gaze as critical as one selecting a cabbage with wormholes at the market. The third prince, the battle for succession on a snowy night. At this moment, he embodies restraint, suppression, and a final probing before a leap into the unknown. It is not merely to stand here adorned in a dragon robe as a mere ornament. He rapped the table with a tube fashioned from script, producing a dull thud. "I want to see ambition in your eyes, a sense of discontent, an insatiable thirst for power. What do you possess in your gaze now? Merely colored contact lenses?" Lin Baiyu, prepared with a wealth of insights regarding the character, found himself rendered mute. Director Li, what do you mean by I? If you are confused, stand out in the snow. You may resume filming only when clarity dawns upon you. Lian Bong offered no opportunity for explanation. Turning his attention to Xie Wenjing and Ji Ran, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Lian Bong addressed Xie Wenjing, saying, "You are the royal physician and the sole support of the seventh prince. Your aloofness is not mere facial rigidity, but a deliberate detachment from others. You know more than I need to articulate. Do you understand?" Xie Wenjing nodded, his voice subdued. Understood. Lian Bong then focused on Ji Ran. "Musician, your melodies can heal, yet they can also poison. What do you feel for the seventh prince? Curiosity, pity, or perhaps ulterior motives? Reflect on it. I require tension between you and Lu Shi." A smirk of intrigue graced his lips, reminiscent of a rivalry intensified by proximity. Ji Ran adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Director, rest assured, I shall deliver." Lastly, Lian Bong's gaze fell upon Shen Wenjing, who had seemed perpetually detached. A collective breath was held by all. However, Lian Bong's tones softened considerably. "You," he pointed at Shen Wenjing, "have the simplest task." Finally, Shen Wenjing dared to open his eyes, a sheen of moisture evident within them. "Lie down." "All right. Soon, someone will administer your medication. You need only to drink. Oh, then, you'll cough up blood. Remember, do not struggle or exert yourself. Be like a flower, quietly and beautifully shattering. That will suffice." Shen Wenjing pondered this. The assignment indeed sounded rather effortless. He even found the seemingly fierce director to be rather amiable. Thus, he earnestly added, "Director, will there be an increase in pay?" Lian Bong replied, while Zhang Dao observed the makeup room descend into a 5-second silence. Only from a corner did Su Yi's stifled laughter punctuate the stillness. "Ha ha ha. He truly only cares about money. Ha ha ha. Director, I am discussing art, and you're talking about salary?" "Shen Wenjing, don't talk to me about dreams. My dream is to avoid working." Laughter erupted, as Lian Bong's expression resembled a meticulously prepared banquet dish sullied by a ladle of spicy sauce. Meanwhile, fans of Wenjing and Ranqing continued their quarrels, while our Shen Wenjing began contemplating his overtime compensation. In Studio 1, a colossal fan howled, sending a flurry of white snowflakes swirling toward the constructed palace set. Crimson walls and black tiles, adorned with intricately carved railings and jade, all enveloped in an atmosphere of austere elegance, heralding the impending storm. The first scene would showcase Lin Baiyu's soliloquy. He portrayed the third prince, standing alone outside his palace, amidst the swirling snow and wind. Action. With a commanding voice, Lian Bong signaled for all cameras to focus on the figure adorned in splendid attire. Lin Baiyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to recall Lian Bong's words. Ambition, dissatisfaction, yearning. He opened his eyes, gazing into the lens, attempting to craft an expression he believed was laden with intricate emotions. "Cut!" Lian Bong's voice blared through the speakers, laced with unfiltered irritation. "What is that expression? Constipated? Why are your eyes so wide open? Are you afraid others can't see the whites of your eyes?" Lin Baiyu's body stiffened. The crew held their breath, with only a few stagehands in the corner whispering among themselves. "This is it. It seems like we'll be here all night." Wasn't Lin Baiyu said to be quite skilled in acting? What is happening? In front of Director Li, one can discern a horse from a mule at the pull of a rein. Lin Baiyu, listening to the fragmented murmurs, felt a rush of heat and cold wash over his face. Gritting his teeth, he bowed deeply to Lian Bong. "I apologize, Director Li. I will try again." Again. Action. This time, Lin Baiyu restrained himself considerably, attempting to convey more subtle expressions. "Cut!" Lian Bong rose abruptly from behind the monitor, exclaiming, "You are acting, not playing a statue. Move. Your body, your fingers, they all convey emotion. What do you resemble right now?" "A freshly minted wax figure." "Director, perhaps you could demonstrate?" Lin Baiyu lowered his posture, even adding a hint of pleading. He thought that if he displayed sufficient humility, he might salvage some dignity. Lian Bong snorted derisively. "If I have to teach you everything, what need do I have for you actors? Understand it yourself. If you can't grasp it, Then don't waste everyone's time standing here. Lin Baiyu stood rooted to the spot. Snow cascading down upon him, yet he felt no chill, only the fiery sting on his face. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. Although he is in a dire situation, I can't help but laugh. The tyrant director lives up to his name. He can scold without resorting to foul language. Lin Baiyu's fans, stop defending him. This is a lack of skill. Isn't it? The persona of a skilled actor has collapsed, hasn't it? I feel for Baiyu. He is just too nervous, and Director Li's demands are too high. Enough chatter. Quickly look. The next scene, the battlefield of emotions, is about to unfold. After several unsuccessful takes, Li Onbong finally waved his hand in exasperation. Enough. Next scene, Lin Baiyu nearly fled from the set. The second scene unfolded in the 7th Prince's chamber. The set transformed into a warm inner sanctum, fragrant incense wafting through the air. Shen Wenjing lay upon a bed draped with thick brocade, covered by a quilt, revealing only a pallid face, with long eyelashes casting a bluish shadow beneath his eyes. He was on the verge of slumber. Shen Wenjing, portraying the physician Lu Shi, sat at the bedside, extending 2 slender fingers to rest upon his wrist, eyes closed in pulse diagnosis. Meanwhile, Ji Ran, cast as a musician from the western regions, sat nearby, a guqin resting across his lap. Prepare. Li Onbong's voice dropped significantly, as if he feared disturbing the scene before him. Action. Shen Wenjing slowly opened his eyes, retracting his hand and gently placing Shen Wenjing's wrist back beneath the covers. What do you think? Ji Ran inquired, his voice reminiscent of his piano melodies, chilling yet laced with an imperceptible allure. Shen Wenjing did not meet his gaze, his focus remaining steadfast on Shen Wenjing's face. His tone is frigid as the snow outside. The heart's pulse is chaotic, burdened with melancholy. Your music is of no solace to him, is it? Ji Ran's fingertips delicately plucked the strings, producing a series of crystalline tremors. I dare say, Your Highness's ailment lies not within the body, but within the heart. A heart's affliction requires a remedy of the heart. As he spoke, his gaze traversed past Shen Wenjing, settling upon Shen Wenjing's lips, pale as winter petals stripped of their hue. The physician's medicine is too bitter for His Highness's palate. Perhaps you might consider trying my method? This line was an addition by Ji Ran himself. Shen Wenjing's pupils constricted abruptly. His hand, resting on the bed's edge, turned white from the pressure. Impudent. He spat through gritted teeth, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, even catching the attention of Li Onbong behind the monitor. Excellent. That's the feeling. Hold on to it. Li Onbong exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. Zoom in. Give him a close-up. In the frame, the 2 men, separated by the slumbering Shen Wenjing, engaged in a silent duel of glances. One exuded an icy demeanor, possessiveness glaringly evident. The other, warm as jade, yet probing with an aggressive curiosity. The tension in the air was thick enough to ignite. At the eye of the storm, Shen Wenjing's long eyelashes fluttered suddenly. He seemed to awaken from the intensity of the atmosphere. Slowly and reluctantly, he opened his enchanting almond-shaped eyes, still veiled in the mist of slumber. He first glanced vacantly at Shen Wenjing to his left, then turned to Ji Ran on his right. Then, under the breathless scrutiny of all present, and in the presence of countless viewers and the tyrannical director, he parted his pale lips, uttering a phrase destined for the annals of history. In a dreamy whisper, so faint it was nearly inaudible, "You are disturbing my sleep." Chapter 48. Splashing water. All of Shen Wenjing's meticulously prepared silent assaults against Ji Ran were instantly obliterated by this utterance. He stared at the figure on the bed, just awakening and still heavy with sleep, his mind a blank slate. Every step Ji Ran had painstakingly orchestrated, every word spoken, was intended to provoke Shen Wenjing. Little did he realize, the latter cared only for the quality of his rest. Behind the monitor, Director Li Onbong's face, once flushed with excitement, darkened instantaneously. Moments ago, he had been elated to capture a dramatic conflict, only for one of the protagonists to dismantle the entire stage with the most innocent of remarks. In the corner, Su Yi's fan, which had been used to stifle laughter, clattered to the floor. He looked at Gu Pan, who elegantly held a cup of hot tea. though her slightly trembling hand betrayed the difficulty of suppressing her mirth. Sue retrieved the fan, mouthing fervently to her. "He is a deity." Laughter resounded. An exuberant declaration was made. "I hereby announce the most spectacular variety show effect of the year." One moment, a scene of bloody chaos. The next, a grand assembly of grievances. Shen Wenjing and Ji Ran exclaimed, "We're practically at our wits' end for you, and you dare complain about our noise?" Jingjing interjected, "What do you expect? You may bicker, but could you possibly engage in silent mode?" Director Li Onbong's blood pressure. How is it holding up? I could almost hear the grinding of his molars. "Please, give Shen Marin a close-up. That expression of bewilderment and slight irritation upon waking is worth 100 views." At that moment, Li Onbong's furious shout shattered the peculiar silence. Grasping the megaphone, he stomped his feet in frustration. "Who invited you to speak? Is that line even in the script? Shen Wenjing, get up this instant." Shen Wenjing, startled awake by the outburst, slowly sat up, the quilt slipping away to reveal his slender white nightgown, further enhancing his pallid complexion. He gazed at the enraged Li Onbong, his eyes brimming with innocence. "Director," he earnestly explained, "they were too close, it felt oppressive, and I couldn't sleep soundly." Li Onbong was momentarily speechless, nearly toppling over from disbelief. He had encountered prima donnas and script alterations, yet never someone who complained about their co-star's intensity affecting their slumber. Just as he was about to explode, producer Chen Mo hurriedly leaned in, pointing to the live, trending monitor, whispering a few words in his ear. "Director Li, look, Shen Wenjing's name is trending. It's gone viral. Our live viewership has doubled." Li Onbong leaned closer, his eyes widening in astonishment. Beneath that vividly trending topic were an array of peculiar associations. Shen Wenjing and Ji Ran, elementary school children quarreling, sympathy for Li Onbong, the importance of sleep quality. A tyrant he may be, but he was also a tyrant who understood the market. His keen, hawk-like gaze flitted between Shen Wenjing, Ji Ran, and Shen Wenjing, as the flames of his artistic ire were swiftly supplanted by a more primal fire: viewership ratings. Suddenly, he broke into a smile, a grin that chilled the studio more than the previous cold winds from the fan. "Excellent. Marvelous." Li Onbong set down the megaphone, not in anger, but rather clapping his hands. "This reaction is astonishingly authentic. It perfectly aligns with the character of the frail, sensitive seventh prince, who knows little of the world." His words left everyone in a state of shock. Even Shen Wenjing tilted his head, pondering, this director is quite adept at self-promotion. "Let us proceed with this feeling." Li Onbong waved his hand. The spirit of the director ignited anew. "Once more, you two, amplify that sense of pressure in your gazes. I want the kind of intensity that could jolt him from his dreams." And then, Wenjing, upon waking, deliver that line. It must convey greater annoyance, more impatience. Do you understand? Shen Wenjing and Ji Ran felt as though they were not merely acting, but rather participating in an extravagant beast-taming spectacle. Meanwhile, Lin Baiyu, having just ascended from the film set, stood in the shadows, fixated on Shen Wenjing, who was encircled by a throng of onlookers. Despite his utmost efforts, Lin was met with the merciless scolding of Li Onbong and the ridicule of the entire internet. In stark contrast, Shen Wenjing reclined comfortably, indulging in idle chatter, yet became the focal point of admiration, lauded by the director for his genuine acting prowess. Why was that? A sharp pang of jealousy gnawed at Lin's heart like a venomous serpent. As he observed the crew members carrying tea and snacks brush past him, a singular thought took root in his mind: a second chance. The second scene, a do-over. It was set to commence in 3 minutes. Shen Wenjing and Ji Ran swiftly recalibrated their states of mind. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, an unforeseen incident transpired. A brief gasp echoed through the air. Lin Baiyu, clutching a freshly poured cup of hot tea, was en route to the break area when he unexpectedly twisted his ankle, stumbling directly towards the bed where Shen Wenjing lay. The cup of tea arched gracefully through the air, splattering its contents across Shen Wenjing's pristine white costume. The warm tea quickly spread, leaving a ghastly yellow-brown stain on the fabric. What happened? Lian Bong's voice rang out, sending the entire set into chaos. Quick, fetch a towel. Teacher Wang Lin rushed over, her heart sinking at the sight of her meticulously crafted design being ruined. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Baiyu, collapsed onto the ground. Panic and guilt etched across his face. His eyes welled with tears as he scrambled to Shen Wenjing's side. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, Wenjing. I saw you looking unwell and wanted to bring you some hot tea, but I lost my footing. Clinging to Shen Wenjing's arm, he wept inconsolably, his sorrowful visage eliciting sympathy from all who beheld it. Baiyu, how clumsy can you be? Song Xiang felt a pang of concern for Lin Baiyu. Yet his greater worry lay with Shen Wenjing, laced with an unspoken reproach. Brother Xiang, I truly didn't mean it. Lin Baiyu sobbed, even harder, as if he had borne the weight of an immense injustice. In the live streaming room, Lin Baiyu's fans began to flood the chat. Our Baiyu had good intentions. He is just too kind-hearted. It's all the carpet's fault. My heart aches for Baiyu's fall. Shen Wenjing's fans are out of line. Our Baiyu has already apologized. What more do you want? Yet, Shen Wenjing, drenched in tea, remained remarkably composed. He lowered his gaze to the large, damp stain on his chest before raising his eyes to meet the tear-streaked face of Lin Baiyu. He felt no anger, not even a brow furrowed in annoyance. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, including Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ran, he spoke. His tone was as calm as one discussing the weather. It's all right. Lin Baiyu paused, looking up at him. Shen Wenjing continued in a serious tone. After all, I'll be coughing up blood shortly. So a dirty outfit aligns more closely with the character's state. Your proficiency in spilling tea is quite remarkable, the liquid landing precisely over the heart. Akin to an internal injury spilling blood without being properly wiped clean, saving the props team the trouble of sourcing blood plasma. And sparing Teacher Wang Lin the effort of aging the scene. He paused, gazing at the overturned cup, sincerely adding, such tea, it appears rather expensive. Its spillage is somewhat wasteful. The world around them fell silent. Lin Baiyu's tear-streaked face froze entirely. All his rehearsed lines, expressing guilt and pleading for understanding, as long as the other party remained unharmed, were stifled within his throat. Shen Wenjing completely disregarded his overtures, casually reclassifying a meticulously orchestrated emotional event as a mere cost-saving measure for the production team, while simultaneously critiquing the other's wastefulness. This blow landed softly like striking cotton, leaving him momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Su-Yi could not contain himself and burst into laughter. He approached, fanning himself, his fingers elegantly poised, surveying Lin Baiyu with a mockingly playful tone. Oh dear Baiyu, your acting has improved significantly since your earlier performance standing in the snow. The manner in which you fell and your teary display. If you were not to pursue a career in acting, it would indeed be a disservice to your talents. Gu Pan joined him, not directing her gaze at Lin Baiyu, but sighing at the flustered crew nearby. Surely, the costumes were rented at a hefty price? Soiling them could be quite costly. Baiyu, you must exercise more caution in the future. It would be unfortunate to delay the filming schedule, but even more so to incur financial liabilities for your company. Their banter nearly pinned Lin Baiyu to the shameful pillar of poor acting, unprofessionalism, and causing trouble for the company. Song Zhang, standing nearby, observed the pitifully weeping Lin Baiyu, then glanced at Su-Yi and Gu Pan, eventually settling his gaze on the ever-calm Shen Wenjing. For the first time, a string in his mind plucked with a gentle thud, signaling that something felt amiss. Xie Xuanxing's expression had turned icy. He swiftly removed his physician's robes and draped them over Shen Wenjing, effectively obstructing the unsightly tea stain and Lin Baiyu's gaze. His actions exuded an undeniable firmness. Ji Ran then approached director Li Anbong with a smile, his voice gentle yet piercingly insightful. Director, it seems that teacher Lin Baiyu's condition is not suited for high-intensity shooting. To avoid impacting the overall progress, might it be prudent to allow him some time to rest and adjust? This was tantamount to expelling him from a set. Chapter 49, Crossing Blood? That comes at a different price. Lian Bong surveyed the farce, his countenance as dark as a soot-covered pot. Yet, he did not erupt in anger. Instead, he fixated on the monitor, where Xie Xuanxing enveloped Shen Wenjing in his garment. Ji Ran stood by smiling. And Shen Wenjing wore an expression that suggested he could easily drift off to sleep. A fresh, more exhilarating and tension-filled scene began to form in his mind. No. Lian Bong seized the megaphone, his voice booming with undeniable authority. No need to change clothes. We will shoot just like this. He pointed at Shen Wenjing, exclaiming, "You, clad in this damp attire, draped in his robe." He then gestured towards Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ran. "And you too. Alter the script." The musician's melody is not only ineffective, but has exacerbated the seventh prince's old ailment, causing him to cough up blood. Then, Dr. Liu, upon witnessing this, in a moment of desperation, could only use his own mouth to transfer the blood from his lips, lest he choke on it. Lian Bong's voice echoed through the deathly silent studio. "Do you comprehend? Now, begin shooting." Everyone stood in stunned silence, particularly Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ran. Transferring blood with one's mouth? What a shocking declaration. Is the script veering too far into the absurd? In a corner, Suyi's fan was nearly worn out from his frantic waving. He leaned towards Gu Pan, his voice trembling like a sieve. "I can't believe this madman Lian Bong. He dares to film such audacity." Gu Pan sipped her hot tea, feigning calmness, yet the overwhelming joy flickering in her eyes betrayed her. It was exhilarating. She could only utter two words. Lin Baiyu stood in the shadows, resembling a forgotten statue. He gazed at the bed, where two prodigious talents flanked the seemingly oblivious Shen Wenjing at the eye of the storm. He felt his heart gripped tightly by a powerful hand, jealousy and resentment coursing through him like venom. Why? Why has this unexpected turn become a stage for others to shine? After 10 seconds of utter silence in the live stream, the barrage of comments erupted like a volcano, inundating the screen. "Oh my God! Transferring blood? With one's mouth? Director Lian Bong, do you harbor some unknown peculiarities? I'm losing my mind. Is this truly what I pay to watch? The official needs to intervene." Xie Xuanxing's expression is priceless. Ha ha. Ji Ran is equally astonished. He never anticipated such a turn of events. When the clam and the snipe contend, the director benefits. Am I the only one feeling for Lin Baiyu? He is still standing there, unnoticed, but that is fine. Hurry up. I can't wait. Camera crew, get a close-up. I want to see the leading actor's south lips up close. The atmosphere on set had reached a palpable tension. Lian Bong, evidently pleased with the chaos he had instigated, seized the megaphone like a battlefield commander, commanding once more. "What are you all dawdling for? Props team, blood plasma. Quickly." The prop master, trembling, approached with a small bowl of dark red plasma, a concoction of honey and food coloring, glistening viscously. Teacher Wang Lin observed the bowl, and then glanced at Shen Wenjing's pristine face, her heart aching. "Gome, Wenjing." Li's voice softened unexpectedly. "Open your mouth." Obediently, Shen Wenjing parted his lips. The prop master carefully scooped a spoonful of the sweet, sticky plasma and poured it into his mouth. A heavy, sweet sensation, tinged with the metallic scent of rust, instantly enveloped his mouth. Shen Wenjing's brow furrowed ever so slightly. How cloyingly sweet it was. Then he realized, isn't this what the director intended? Lian Bong, engrossed in the scene, instinctively responded, This, it seems, was not scripted. It would require additional funding. Lian Bong's face, previously flushed with excitement, rapidly transformed from a vibrant red to a deep, asphyxiated hue akin to liver. He pointed at Shen Wenjing, his finger trembling, unable to articulate a single word. It was Chen Mo, the producer beside him, who swiftly intervened, approaching Shen Wenjing with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Absolutely. We will certainly increase it. Rest assured, Wenjing, we will compensate you at the highest standard." He then leaned closer to Lian Bong, whispering while gesturing at the soaring statistics, "Director, look at this popularity. It's worth it. Invaluable. All right. Attention, all departments." Lian Bong resumed his position by the monitor, his eyes alight with fervor. 3, 2, 1, action. The studio fell into an immediate hush. Ji Ran's fingertips delicately plucked the strings of the instrument, the clear notes resonating with an undercurrent of menace, directed towards the figure by the bed. Xie Xuanxing's gaze was as cold as ice, fixed on Ji Ran, his lips pressed into a thin line. At that moment, Shen Wenjing, lying on the bed, coughed violently. He coughed softly, lacking strength, yet the visceral quality of his cough emanated a palpable sense of fragility. A trickle of crimson blood streamed from the corner of his pale lips, blossoming into a hauntingly beautiful flower on the pristine fabric stained by tea. "Your Highness!" Xie Xuanxing exclaimed, genuine panic and heartache evident in his delivery. Instinctively, he reached out to assist Shen Wenjing. "No!" Lianbong bellowed, "Cut!" Xie Xuanxing's movements froze. "You are a physician. Your initial reaction to witnessing him cough up blood should not be to assist him, but to ensure he does not choke. It's a matter of life and death. Understand? Where is your professional integrity?" Lianbong scolded. Xie Xuanxing took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the emotions within had significantly tempered. "Let's do it again." The prop master replenished Shen Wenjing's blood supply. Action. The music resumed, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Shen Wenjing coughed up blood once more, his frail form appearing as though it might shatter at any moment, tightening the hearts of onlookers. This time, Xie Xuanxing did not hesitate. He leaned down, placing his hands on either side of Shen Wenjing, enveloping him entirely within his shadow. "Your Highness," he growled, his voice raspy. Then, under the breathless attention of the entire crew and the piercing gaze of Ji Ran, he slowly, deliberately lowered his head. His face drew closer to Shen Wenjing's, diminishing the distance to 10 centimeters, then 5, ultimately 1. He could even catch the scent of Shen Wenjing's breath, a blend of the sweetness of blood and a faint herbal aroma. He could see the long, curled eyelashes quiver slightly as the other coughed. His heart thundered wildly, while reason screamed at him to cease, yet his body seemed ensnared by a spell completely beyond his control. The barrage of comments in a live stream had vanished. Every gaze was fixated on the screen, even breath forgotten. Just as their lips were on the precipice of meeting, Shen Wenjing's eyes, typically glistening with moisture, were strikingly lucid. He beheld the enlarged visage of Xie Xuanxing, whose lips trembled slightly from acute anxiety. At the very moment their lips were about to collide, Shen Wenjing's exceptionally clear eyes suddenly lost all their luster. His eyelashes fluttered, and then, as if all strength had been siphoned away, his eyelids gradually descended, his head tilting, collapsing softly to the ground. The motion was fluid and natural, imbued with a sense of irrevocable despair. His face, smeared with sweet, viscous blood, left an unerring, vivid imprint upon Xie Xuanxing's simple azure physician's robe. The area over his chest bore a large, sticky, crimson mark, resembling a sorrowful seal forcefully pressed with life itself. Xie Xuanxing froze entirely, his mind a blank slate. The sweet, metallic scent of blood intermingled with Shen Wenjing's unique, chilly essence surged through him like an electric shock, obliterating all reason. Moments ago, he had been exhilarated by the impending intimacy, and in the next instant, the person in his embrace had collapsed. Ji Ran's smile was nearly overflowing. Behind the monitor, Director Li Anbong stared intently at the screen, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. He remained silent, breath held tight. In a corner, Su Yi had forgotten to crack the seeds in his mouth, watching Gu Pan, who held a teacup, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as if witnessing a celestial being descend. This performance, no, it transcended mere performance. It was instinct. It was talent. It was as if the heavens had conspired to nourish him. After a prolonged 5 seconds of stillness, the live stream erupted into chaos. Is he unconscious? He really fainted? What a divine moment. If it had been just 1 second later, they would have kissed. This is a historic level of coincidence. So refreshingly unique. Executed with perfect timing. Xie Xuanxing's expression, "Oh my gosh," from a lovesick fool wanting to kiss his wife, he instantly transformed into a widower cradling a corpse. This emotional shift, even an acclaimed actor would struggle to endure. Ji Ran's smile has frozen. I saw it. His flawless facade has finally cracked. Ha ha ha. Shun beauty. A man who serves water with his very life. Am I the only one who thinks he might genuinely be unwell? Look at him. He seems so pitiable. To the sister in front, "You are too naive. Just look at Director Li Onbon's expression. He is so excited he might just stand up." In that moment, time itself seemed to come to a standstill. Shen Wenjing cradled the soft, silent body in his arms, his first instinct compelling him to check Shen Wenjing's breath. The anxiety in his eyes was palpable and could not be feigned. "Good." Li Onbong's thunderous shout resonated like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the entire studio. "Cut. Perfect." He surged from behind the monitor, his excitement causing the flesh on his face to quiver. He pointed at the scene displayed on the screen, bellowing at everyone. "Did you see that? Pay close attention. This is true acting. This is the pinnacle of fragility." He found himself utterly overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, completely crushed by its formidable tension. This silent, extreme vulnerability held more power than any spoken lines. Li Onbong gazed at the chaotic scene on Shen Wenjing's chest, satisfied as if beholding a masterpiece, exclaiming, "What a splendid bloodstain! A perfect finishing touch. That's a wrap for today." With the director's command, the entire crew exhaled in relief, hastening forward. "Cut. Good. Perfect." Li Onbong, exhilarated by the scene he witnessed through the camera, leapt from his chair, waving his arms. "This take is a success. That's a wrap." As filming concluded, the studio sighed collectively in relief. The crew promptly began to tidy up. Shen Wenjing was gently assisted by teacher Wang Lin, still wrapped in Shen Wenjing's blood-stained robe. He yawned and adjusted the robe, pulling it tighter around himself. Then, in front of everyone, he earnestly addressed Shen Wenjing, saying, "Teacher Xie, this physician's robe is quite nice, thick, and warm." "Thank you." Shen Wenjing, just emerging from a state of shock, stiffened at his words. Shen Wenjing, completely oblivious to the other's reaction, stroked the fabric of the robe and continued in a pure tone, "Is this for sale? It feels quite comfortable. I think it would make a lovely sleeping robe." At this, a young girl nearby, gathering props, couldn't help but chuckle, bursting out with a laugh. "Teacher Wenjing, that's not possible," she blushed and explained. "This was specially crafted by an artisan using ancient weaving techniques. It's a one-of-a-kind piece, our crew's treasure, and it's not for sale." Once again, the world fell silent. The viewers in the live stream, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into laughter, nearly collapsing from amusement. "Ha ha 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 ha! Tell me, why does he always manage to puncture every bubble of sweetness with such seriousness?" Shen Wenjing, "I am restless for you, breaking my own rules. And you only wish to use my robe as a sleeping gown?" Jing, a materialist lost in his own world. He truly lacks a sense of romance. I adore him. Chapter 51. Duck soup versus snow pear soup in the quiet corridor of the hotel post-filming. The software, the central air conditioning could be heard. Shen Wenjing stood at his room's entrance, clutching his phone, the screen displaying the last message from his assistant. "Xiao Chun, sent merely half a minute ago. The boss, I have seen the trending news. Do not worry. Our public relations team is already taking the lead. And now the entire internet is praising director Ong Li for his ability to unearth the potential of guests. Is it true that teacher Ji Ran has an interest in teacher Shen? I noticed something peculiar in his gaze." I specifically inquired, and it turns out the production team arranged for his room to be directly across from teacher Shen's. "Boss, you have a rival. I even had the kitchen prepare ginger duck soup for teacher Shen. Considering he has been in damp clothes for so long and has spent quite a while in the air-conditioned room, he certainly needs to ward off the chill." The subsequent words from Shen Wenjing went unheard. He immediately dialed a number, and as soon as Xiao Chen answered, he coldly uttered 2 words, "Shut up," before hanging up. Shen Wenjing irritably tugged at his collar. Leaning against the door, his mind was a chaotic mess. One moment, he pictured Shen Wenjing lying in bed, coughing up blood, and the next, he imagined him wrapped in a robe, earnestly asking if that outfit could be purchased. He wished to take both the person and the clothing away. Glancing down, he noticed the last message from his assistant. "I sent ginger duck soup for teacher Shen." Shen Wenjing's brow twitched violently. He almost instantly flung open the door and strode toward the service desk at the elevator. "Sir, how may I assist you?" The attendant inquired respectfully. "The ginger duck soup that was just delivered," Shen Wenjing replied succinctly. "Ah, yes, teacher Xie. The delivery person just left. They said it was for teacher Shen Wenjing, and we were just about to take it over. Hand it to me, Xie Wenjing stated, extending his hand to take the steaming silver thermos. The attendant hesitated for a moment, but dared not ask any further questions, merely watching as the acclaimed actor walked away with a meal that was intended for someone else. A few minutes later, Xie Wenjing stood at Shen Wenjing's door, holding the thermos. Then he froze. How should he express himself? Should he say he happened to pass by and took the liberty of bringing it? Too contrived. Should he mention he was concerned and brought it specifically for him? Too eager, not like him. Should he claim this was ordered by his assistant and that he was merely the delivery person? That seemed even more peculiar. After 28 years of life, Xie Wenjing discovered for the first time that knocking on a door required such intricate psychological preparation. The hidden cameras in the live-streaming room faithfully recorded the scene of the top-tier film emperor standing awkwardly in the corridor. Ha, he is panicking. He is panicking. He is pacing back and forth with a bucket of duck soup at someone's door, like a clueless high school student unsure of how to present a gift. Wenjing, how do I knock? Left hand or right hand? How many times? What should I say to appear both aloof yet caring? So adorable. I'm going to die from this contrast. Everyone calm down. The police uncle is him. Just as Xie Wenjing was embroiled in his intense internal struggle, a door behind him was gently opened. It was Ji Ran. He had changed out of his theatrical costume, now adorned in a soft, light gray cashmere sweater. With a pair of golden-rimmed glasses perched delicately on his nose, presenting a demeanor that was gentle and unassuming. In his hand, he held a small white porcelain bowl, filled with a translucent soup, elegantly garnished with a few vibrant red goji berries, the presentation akin to an exquisite piece of art. Upon noticing Xie Wenjing at the door, Ji Ran appeared utterly unfazed. He even offered Xie Wenjing a polite smile. Teacher Xie, what a coincidence. Xie Wenjing's body tensed instantly, like a lion whose territory had been encroached upon. His gaze turned icy as he regarded the bowl in Ji Ran's hands. What do you want? Today. Wenjing caught a chill from wearing wet clothes and the air conditioning. So I instructed the kitchen to prepare a bowl of snow pear and tremella soup for his throat, Ji Ran replied, his tone perpetually calm and refined. He gently shook the bowl in his hand, as if showcasing his prize. And what about you, Teacher Xie? Are you here to deliver something as well? His eyes fell upon the humble silver thermos that Xie Wenjing held, a deeper amusement gleaming in his gaze. Xie Wenjing felt the ginger duck in his hand suddenly lose its luster. I don't like sweet things, he managed to utter, squeezing the words through gritted teeth. The only direct assault he could conceive. Ji Ran chuckled lightly, as if he had heard something amusing. Is that so? I recall the last time at the Heartbeat Cabin. You consumed 2 servings of vanilla ice cream all by yourself. Teacher Xie, could it be that you are mistaken? Xie Wenjing's expression darkened. He was taken aback by Ji Ran's recollection. The air around them crackled with tension, mingling the sense of food and an underlying animosity that felt almost tangible. The live broadcast had spiraled into chaos. A battlefield. A fresh battlefield. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Duck soup versus snow pear soup. The domineering CEO versus the cultured scoundrel. Please stop fighting. Make it louder. Ji Ran is going wild. He is so good. Every word he utters strikes precisely at Xie Wenjing's sore spots. Wenjing is losing it, truly. His home has been robbed, and he remains oblivious. I bet a pack of spicy strips that Jing will choose the snow pear soup. After all, it looks more appetizing. At that moment, a click resonated as the door at the eye of the storm swung open. Shen Wenjing appeared, likely just out of the shower, clad in loose cotton pajamas. His hair still damp and lazily clinging to his forehead. His enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with clarity from the steam, albeit lacking in vitality. He yawned, rubbed his eyes, and then beheld the peculiar standoff before him, one holding a thermos, the other a bowl. The scene was undeniably strange. Shen Wenjing blinked, his mind momentarily stalling for 2 seconds, before his gaze landed precisely on the bowl of seemingly sweet and delectable soup in Ji Ran's hand. Ji Ran's smile deepened as he stepped past the rigid Xie Wenjing, extending the bowl forward, his voice dripping with warmth. Wenjing, it's freshly made. Would you like a try? Xie Wenjing's gaze pierced through Shen Wenjing like a blade, firmly affixed upon him. He fervently wished that Shen Wenjing would furrow his brow and utter a refusal, or simply close the door outright. However, Shen Wenjing naturally accepted the bowl, and before Xie Wenjing's eyes, he took the accompanying delicate porcelain spoon, scooped a mouthful, and brought it to his lips. The refreshing sweetness of the snow pear and the soft, glutinous texture of the white fungus melted instantly on his palate, the sweetness perfectly balanced, warm, and comforting. Shen Wenjing nodded in approval, offering a candid assessment. The taste was delightful. Those 4 words struck Xie Wenjing's heart like arrows. Before he could react, he met Shen Wenjing's innocent gaze, which bore a hint of genuine, unadulterated confusion. Teacher Xie, Shen Wenjing paused, as if striving to recall something. Then he tilted his head slightly. It's not that I dislike sweets. I merely find overly cloying flavors unappealing. Xie Wenjing felt as though his soul had floated away, watching Shen Wenjing innocently sip from the bowl of sweet soup, while his own heavy bucket of ginger duck seemed to mock his foolish sentiments. At that moment, he wished to hurl the bucket of duck soup out the window. The laughter echoed. Ah, this is a decisive blow. Teacher Ji Ranwen, the gentle scoundrel strikes back. Xie Wenjing, the most unfortunate male lead of the year, faced with a public humiliation while watching his beloved enjoy a dessert from his rival. How wicked, yet how delightful. Shen Wenjing, a culinary critic devoid of emotions. Whoever presents him with delicious food, he praises without fail. Xie Wenjing, have you learned anything? Xie Wenjing had not learned a thing. He felt as if he stood there like a sentinel. Taking a deep breath, he turned and strode away, his silhouette as desolate as a landscape painting marred by ink stains. Suddenly, Shen Wenjing called after him. Xie Wenjing hesitated, not turning back. Yet the tension in his back was palpable. What was he still anticipating? A prompt from this person asking, "What about your portion?" Then he heard Shen Wenjing's cool, distant voice echoing down the empty corridor. "Are you standing at my door for a reason?" Xie Wenjing did not respond. He squeezed 2 words from between clenched teeth. "Just passing." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Shen Wenjing, observing the retreating figure, glanced down at the snow pear soup in his hand, contemplating seriously. Passing? Does one linger so long, holding a bucket, and wear a countenance suggestive of confrontation? He found it perplexing. Cradling the bowl, he turned and returned to his room, closing the door behind him. In the corridor, only Ji Ran remained, watching the direction Xie Wenjing had taken, then glancing at the firmly shut door of Shen Wenjing, a calculating glimmer flashing behind his lenses. It seemed that mere gentleness and consideration were not enough. Something more stimulating was required. Chapter 52. The pain in my waist, the silent skirmish in the hotel corridor, culminated in the utter defeat of Xie Wenjing, marked only by a bucket of neglected ginger duck soup, left to wither. The following morning, Director Zhang's boisterous announcement reverberated through the hotel's common lounge, imbued with a sense of triumph. "Good morning, esteemed teachers. Your efforts during yesterday's filming were commendable, and the production team has decided to grant a half-day off this morning. Feel free to explore and foster camaraderie." As the words settled, the crowd stirred. Qin Hao swiftly approached Su Xintian, his peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief. In a low, flirtatious tone, he proposed, "Xintian, I've heard the hotel's hot springs are delightful. Shall we indulge in some relaxation together?" Su Xintian's cheeks flushed crimson, and she nodded slightly, her voice barely a whisper. "All right." Meanwhile, the esports prodigy Lu Yao remained in a state of drowsiness until Gu Pan approached him, playfully ruffling his tousled hair. "Come on, little brother, let us head to the internet cafe. No, an esports room for some gaming. I'll show you what true skill looks like." Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly awake. "Really? Can you play StarCraft? I'm quite the assassin." Song Xiang, observing Lin Baiyu sulking alone in a corner, his pallor evoking a sense of protectiveness, approached gently. "Baiyu, are you all right? Would you like me to accompany you to karaoke for some cheering up?" Lin Baiyu looked up, his eyes rimmed with red, offering a fragile yet grateful smile. "Thank you, Xiang." Su Yi, with a graceful yawn and a delicate wave to the camera, declared, "A beauty's duty is to indulge in beauty sleep. I must return to my room for some rest. Please save me a ticket for any exciting events." With that, he pranced away, his movements elegant and fluid. Thus, the expansive lounge was left with just 3 individuals, Xie Wenjing, Ji Ran, and Shen Wenjing, who was intently examining the embroidered patterns on the sofa cushions. An eerie silence enveloped the space. Xie Wenjing sat closest to Shen Wenjing, exuding an air of coldness, while Ji Ran lounged on the opposite side, leisurely flipping through a magazine, though his peripheral gaze never strayed from the individual at the center of the sofa. A sudden, ill-timed sound broke the peculiar equilibrium. Shen Wenjing, expressionless, clutched his stomach. 10 minutes later, in the hotel's buffet breakfast area, a scene more captivating than the previous day as filming unfolded at a table by the window. "Wenjing, try this shrimp dumpling. It's their specialty," Ji Ran said, delicately placing a translucent dumpling onto Shen Wenjing's white porcelain plate, his movements as graceful as a work of art. Xie Wenjing remained silent, merely pushing an entire steaming basket of crab roe shao mai towards Shen Wenjing, straightforward and unyielding. "Have some porridge, it's good for your stomach." Ji Ran smiled as he served a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge, sliding it across the table. Xie Wenjing furrowed his brow and placed a cup of warmed milk heavily on the table beside Shen Wenjing, producing a soft thud. Shen Wenjing glanced to his left, then to his right, and ultimately picked up his chopsticks, starting with the shrimp dumpling closest to him. The curve of Ji Ran's lips deepened, while Xie Wenjing's expression grew even darker. Not far away, 2 crew members responsible for filming were huddled behind a camera, whispering to each other. Have they lost their minds? This isn't breakfast. It's a sacrificial offering. What do you know? This is courtship. Just look at Xiangdi's grim face. TSK. And what about teacher Ji Ran? He.s. a refined rogue, a smile concealing a dagger, deadly with every strike. Just observe how Shen Marin falls for it. Which one does Shen Laoshi truly favor? Favor? He favors what he can eat. Indeed, after finishing the shrimp dumpling, Shen Wenjing leisurely began to savor the crab roe siu mai, punctuating his meal with sips of congee and milk, ensuring to distribute his attention evenly, offending no one. He immersed himself in the act of eating, seemingly untouched by the tumultuous world outside. The meal concluded amidst an atmosphere thick with silence and unspoken currents. Ji Ran wiped his mouth with a napkin and, observing Shen Wenjing, who was finally sated and beginning to feel drowsy, spoke with a smile. "Wenjing, since we have no plans this morning, how about we relax in a hot spring? It would be good for your health." Shen Wenjing pondered for a moment. Soaking in a warm spring, lying back, and perhaps dozing off sounded quite reasonable. He nodded, "All right." Ji Ran's smile grew even warmer. Meanwhile, Xie Wenjing's hand, concealed beneath the table, was clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The hotel's outdoor hot spring area had been partially reserved by the crew. The air was thick with steam, and the surrounding bamboo grove provided an elegant backdrop. Su Xintian and Qin Hao were in a nearby couple's pool, engaged in conversation, punctuated by Su Xintian's suppressed gasps and Qin Hao's deep laughter. In contrast, Shen Wenjing found himself in a different scenario, sandwiched between Xie Wenjing on one side and Ji Ran on the other, within a large circular hot spring. Both were clad in the program's standard issue yukatas, loose-fitting and revealing ample skin across their chests and collarbones. Shen Wenjing leaned against the warm wall of the pool, comfortably drowsy. Xie Wenjing maintained a stern demeanor, his body tense as a stone, mere inches from Shen Wenjing, his intense possessiveness almost tangible, weaving through the steam. Ji Ran leaned in closer, draping his arm over the edge of the pool behind Shen Wenjing in a semi-encircling posture, his voice laced with allure amidst the vapor. "Is the water temperature to your liking? Would you like something to drink?" Xie Wenjing shot him a cold glance, while Ji Ran smiled in return, igniting sparks between them. At that moment, the live chat exploded with fervor. What am I witnessing? This is a divine sight, a paradise of physicality. Look at Xie Wenjing's abs and Ji Ran's collarbone. I can't handle it. Help. They're about to sandwich Jingjing. Jingjing, run. No, let me go. The atmosphere was so tense that I felt hesitant to breathe. Would they actually engage in a scuffle in the water? Yet, at the center of this storm, Shen Wenjing remained oblivious to it all. He simply found his position uncomfortable and wished to shift slightly to the side. As he leaned against the pool's edge, he suddenly lost his footing. The bottom of the pool, perpetually soaked in hot spring water, had formed a layer of slick moss. Before he could react, Shen Wenjing found himself toppling into the water. Be careful, two voices exclaimed simultaneously. In the next instant, two hands grasped him firmly. Xie Xuanqing reacted with lightning speed, seizing his left arm and pulling him toward himself with great force. Ji Ran was equally quick, skillfully wrapping his arm around Shen Wenjing's right waist and drawing him in his direction. Thus, Shen Wenjing found himself in an exceedingly contorted position, pinned between the two men, who were unwilling to release their hold. The fierce duel of glances between them, shrouded in steamy mist, was 100 times more intense than the previous day's photography set. Shen Wenjing, caught between them, could hardly move, and the exquisite features of his face, now tinted with a faint blush from the steam, displayed a clear expression of pain for the first time. Furrowing his brows, he endured for a moment before finally letting out a resigned sigh. Are you too intent on breaking my waist? Chapter 53. A man on either side. Xie Xuanqing and Ji Ran, as if jolted by an electric shock, simultaneously released their grips. The tension vanished in an instant, and Shen Wenjing, deprived of support, slumped back against the pool wall, emitting a soft, muffled groan. With his eyes closed, he took a moment to gather himself, his thoughts lingering on one question. What is this, a tug of war? Quite symmetrical, with one on each side, neither at a disadvantage. Xie Xuanqing's gaze fixated on Shen Wenjing's wrist, where the area he had instinctively gripped left a vivid, glaring red mark. Against the skin, glistening like cold jade in the steam, the hue served as an undeniable testament. He swallowed hard, wanting to say something, to reach out and touch, yet he felt unworthy. I'm sorry, Wenjing. Ji Ran's voice broke the silence, laced with just the right amount of regret and concern. He leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Shen Wenjing's ear. I was too hasty, did I hurt you? As he spoke, his gaze flickered to Xie Xuanqing's face, infused with a subtle yet palpable provocation. Shen Wenjing finally regained his composure. He opened his eyes, his beautiful peach blossom eyes shrouded in steam, the corners reddened by the heat, and his pallid cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. With a neutral expression, he glanced at his reddened wrist before raising his gaze to the two men before him, each displaying distinct expressions. It's nothing, he said, leaning against the pool wall, attempting to shift toward the unoccupied corner, seeking distance from the two. However, as he moved, a figure silently followed, blocking his path. On the right, another figure seamlessly approached, effectively blocking an alternate path. Shen Wenjing felt as though he was not indulging in a hot spring, but rather engaged in a live-action game of pushing boxes. He was the one trapped in a dead end, flanked by two men acting as barriers. In that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream completely overshadowed the visuals. Ha ha, help! I could laugh at this scene for a year. Jingjing, you are so unfortunate yet so adorable. Did you see Xie Xuanqing's expression? It's filled with regret and sympathy, yet he can't yield an inch. Ji Ran is all smiles and concern, but he won't budge either. This is not a hot spring. It's essentially Jingjing's personal sauna, with two high-powered heaters on either side, leaving no escape. Even a sandwich isn't this cramped. I feel as though Jingjing's soul has left his body. His face screams. Who am I? Where am I? Why must I endure this? Gamera. Can we switch to someone else? I need a breather. If this continues, I'll be gasping for air. As if responding to the audience's unspoken desires, the camera finally shifted. On the other side, in a petite and exquisite couple's hot spring, the mist thickened. Qin Hao leaned against the edge of the pool, droplets of water adorning his bronzed chest. He gazed at the opposite side, where Su Xintian dared only to let her shoulders surface above the water, a wicked smile playing at his lips. Xintian, why is your face so flushed? Is the water too hot? And no, Su Xintian stammered, her nervousness rendering her speech clumsy, her eyes darting aimlessly. Oh, Qin how elongated his tone, leaning forward to whisper in her ear, is it too hot because of me? Su Xintian's face turned a deep crimson, as if it might bleed. In the esports room on the basement level of the hotel, the atmosphere was entirely different. A massive curved screen displayed the stunning battle effects of Starry Expedition. To your left, someone's flanking you. You fool. Gu Pan, with a lollipop in her mouth, pounded away at the keyboard with a rhythm that echoed loudly, her commanding presence radiating. Lu Yao, was that blink for a leisurely stroll? Hurry up, Lu Yao. The esports prodigy being berated was now drenched in sweat. Pan, your strategy defies tactical logic. He attempted to reason with his senior. Can logic win? Gu Pan executed a stylish shot, obliterating the opponent's head. I'm a logic. Lu Yao observed the screen, where a wild, unpredictable assassin danced about, and then glanced at the woman beside him, lounging with an air of arrogance. He felt as though the gaming worldview he had cultivated over the years was crumbling before his eyes. In a luxurious KTV private room in the city center, Lin Baiyu held a microphone, passionately singing a melancholic love song. The sound of falling snow echoed the sound of a shattered heart. Dressed in a white sweater, under the lights, tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes, embodying a fragile yet endearing demeanor that tightened Song Xiang's heart. Baiyu, don't be too sad. As the song concluded, Song Xiang quickly offered tissues and warm water. Director Li is just like that. He's strict with everyone. Don't take it to heart. Lin Baiyu accepted the cup of water and forced a pale smile at him, saying, Thank you, Xiang. I'm fine. I just feel so useless, like I'm holding everyone back. Not at all. Song Xiang immediately countered. You have been working very hard. Lin Baiyu lowered his head, his long eyelashes concealing a fleeting glimmer of calculating brilliance in his eyes. The scene shifted back to the hot spring area. The silent standoff continued. Shen Wenjing had given up struggling. He found a relatively comfortable position to lean against and closed his eyes. Time passed slowly, second by second. Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ran remained silent and unmoving, neither willing to speak first. This torturous hot spring experience finally came to an end with Director Zhang's announcement. Upon exiting the hot spring area and returning to the lounge, Shen Wenjing felt as though he had just fought a hard battle, his body feeling utterly drained. He slumped onto the sofa, utterly unwilling to move. Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ren still sat on either side of him in their single seats. Despite the slight distance between them, their piercing gazes felt as if they could pin him down. At that moment, a staff member carrying a tray passed by. On the tray were several drinks, among which was a glass of cola filled with ice, the deep brown liquid bubbling cheerfully. Shen Wenjing's eyes instantly lit up. All his fatigue, helplessness, and irritation vanished in an instant upon seeing that glass of icy cola. He sat up with unprecedented agility, and before Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ran could react, he was already in front of the staff member. Hello, he said. The staff member was taken aback. Ah, teacher Shen, is there something you need? Shen Wenjing pointed at the glass of cola on the tray, his tone unusually serious and expectant. Could you please give me a glass of that? He paused and added with utmost solemnity, make sure to add a lot of ice. Chapter 54. Cola is eternal. His beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with a brilliance upon seeing the icy cola that outshone all the lights in the studio combined. Get to me. No. Two voices rang out simultaneously. The one saying give it to him was Ji Ran, who adjusted his glasses. An understanding smile flickering in his eyes as he recognized the unfolding drama. He realized that when dealing with someone like Shen Wenjing, relentless pursuit was a poor strategy. Going with the flow was the best approach. The one saying no was Xie Xuanxing. Frowning, he stood up and walked over to Shen Wenjing, his tone unexpectedly rigid and tense. Your health isn't great. You can't drink something so cold. The staff member, caught in the middle, trembled as he held the tray, unsure of whom to heed. Shen Wenjing raised his head, first glancing at Xie Xuanxing's cold, disapproving face, then at Ji Ran, who was grinning like a fox. Without saying a word, he bypassed Xie Xuanxing and took the glass of cola from the tray. He didn't even look for a place to sit. Instead, in front of everyone, He tilted his head back and took a large gulp. Gulp! The icy, effervescent liquid glided down his throat. Its invigorating sweetness instantly soothing all the earlier irritations stirred up by the hot springs and the presence of man. Shen Wenjing felt a wave of comfort wash over him, his long eyelashes fluttering gently like a butterfly finally indulging in nectar. He felt rejuvenated. Or hot springs compared to this. Cola was the true elixir. Shen Wenjing observed the contentment on his face, feeling a surge of frustration ignite within him. He longed to express his displeasure, yet found himself at a loss for words when confronted with that visage. Just then, Song Xiang and Lin Baiyu entered the room. Lin Baiyu immediately spotted the standoff and Shen Wenjing's conspicuous cup of ice-cold cola. His gaze faltered momentarily before shifting to a look of concern and helplessness as he hurried over, speaking in a soft, almost timid tone. Wenjing, why are you drinking that? Aren't you? The doctor advised against consuming anything cold. His words were artfully crafted, conveying both care and subtly highlighting Shen Wenjing's disregard for medical advice. Song Xiang frowned in agreement. Indeed, Wenjing, your complexion isn't great as it is. Drinking this could exacerbate it. Shen Wenjing took another sip of cola before leisurely turning his head to Lin Baiyu. He scrutinized him from head to toe, then spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, as if inquiring for directions. Which doctor said that? Lin Baiyu was taken aback. Which doctor advised me to avoid cold substances? Shen Wenjing repeated the question, his tone calm, as if simply seeking information. My attending physician never mentioned that. Where did you hear it? Lin Baiyu's face turned pale. He had fabricated the story, merely seeking an opportunity to demonstrate his concern for Shen Wenjing in front of others. Little did he anticipate that Shen Wenjing would so directly demand the name of the doctor before everyone present. Seeing Lin Baiyu's pitiful expression, Song Xiang felt a pang of sympathy. Baiyu heard it from someone else. He's just worried about you. Shen Wenjing nodded in understanding. Ah, so it's merely hearsay. He then turned to Song Xiang, adopting an instructive tone, and earnestly remarked, in the future, refrain from believing unfounded rumors, especially when they pertain to someone's health. It is an irresponsible act that can lead to misinformation. Song Xiang felt as though he was not being admonished, but rather attending a moral education lecture. The livestream's comment section was in a frenzy of laughter. Ha ha! Shun beauty. A man engaging in the highest form of debate with the purest expression. Lin Baiyu, I just wanted to tease you. Shen Wenjing, please present your medical credentials. He has gone wild. He is not just critiquing tea. He is smashing the teapot and demanding compensation. Song Xiang's expression is priceless, like a student being scolded by the teacher for a mistake. Lin Baiyu stood frozen, feeling as though all eyes were piercing into him like needles. He wanted to cry, to flee, to find a crack in the ground to disappear into. As for Shen Wenjing, he had already settled into the farthest corner of the sofa, cradling his precious coke, comfortably cocooned, continuing to relish his divine elixir, as if the earlier commotion held no relevance to him whatsoever. That evening, a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of Su Yi, adorned in an ostentatious silk robe, a luminous facial mask gracing his visage, revealing only a pair of astute and beautiful eyes. In his hands, he carried a tray laden with various bottles and jars. Darling, Su Yi's voice, muffled by the mask, declared, I've come to provide you with a thorough nighttime treatment, and perhaps indulge in some gossip. Shen Wenjing, with an impassive expression, stepped aside to grant entry. Su Yi, well acquainted with the surroundings, strode into the room, placing the tray upon the table, and commenced applying those incomprehensible substances onto Shen Wenjing's face. Goodness, your skin is genuinely exquisite. Though it is rather parched, you must hydrate more, Su Yi remarked as he worked, seamlessly transitioning into the main subject. So tell me, what are your thoughts on today's grand spectacle at the hot springs? With his eyes closed, Shen Wenjing allowed the cool essence to spread across his face, responding candidly. My waist is nearly broken. Su Yi nearly spilled the essence into his nostrils from surprise. I meant your impressions of the two gentlemen. It was a celestial duel, darling. They were vying for your attention, and you felt nothing else? Shen Wenjing pondered for a moment. I did. Su Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and they both seem quite strong. If they were to participate in a tug-of-war, they should secure a commendable rank. Su Yi comprehended fully. It became evident that this individual was not simply oblivious to romantic matters. Rather, he lacked the very capacity for such emotions. My heavens, Su Yi sighed, feeling a sense of joy surpassing that of mere theatrics. You are truly a living bodhisattva. While they direct their energies towards you, you merely utilize them as generators. Shen Wenjing, though not entirely grasping the sentiment, felt an unexplainable appreciation. Very well, let us not speak of them any longer. Su Yi relinquished his intention to enlighten him. Shifting to a more serious tone, I must speak earnestly. Stay away from Lin Baiyu. Why? Shen Wenjing inquired. He is far from virtuous. Su Yi removed the mask, revealing a face both exquisite and acerbic. His tea artistry, in my presence, is as bland as plain water. Today, in a lounge, he deliberately remarked that you shouldn't drink iced beverages, aiming to appear virtuous before Shen Wenjing, while simultaneously undermining you, portraying you as irresponsible and immature. Shen Wenjing opened his eyes, clarity illuminating his gaze. I am aware. Su Yi was taken aback. You know, his acting is rather feigned, Shen Wenjing critiqued, and it lacks genuine emotional expression. He paused, as if in search of the precise term. I dislike the way he looks at me. What kind of look? Su Yi's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. A gaze. Shen Wenjing furrowed his brows, infused with jealousy, scheming, in an attempt to objectify me for valuation. Much like the scrutinizing eyes of buyers at an auction house. It is quite bothersome. Su Yi was left speechless. He had assumed Shen Wenjing was naive, untouched by such complexities. He never anticipated that this individual possessed such profound understanding. It was not that he could not see through things. Rather, he simply lacked the inclination to engage, to concern himself, for in his eyes, those people and matters were scarcely worthy of even a modicum of his energy. This was no living bodhisattva. This was clearly a transcendent being, observing the farcical antics of mortals with a detached gaze. My goodness! Su Yi, exhilarated, sprang to his feet, pacing the room fervently. Finally, he rushed to Shen Wenjing, grasping his hand with an intensity that was almost alarming. From this day forth, we shall be sworn brothers, though not of the same father or mother. Rest assured, if anyone dares to bully you, I shall be the first to rend their tongue. Su Yi decided, thumping his chest with fervent conviction. We are the indomitable alliance against pretentiousness and deceit. Shen Wenjing regarded him, quietly withdrawing his hand. Then, with utmost seriousness, he inquired, do you have any more of that facial mask? It works rather well. Su Yi felt he had discovered an ally, albeit one seemingly only interested in skincare products. Just as Shen Wenjing and Su Yi formed their bond over facial masks, within the smoky confines of the temporary screening room at Hundian Film City. Director Lian Bong and producer Chen Mo were ensconced in the editing suite, reviewing the footage from the previous night. The massive monitor displayed the day's shooting material in replay. Producer Chen Mo, cradling a thermos, cautiously observed the demeanor of the legendary director beside him. Leaning back in his chair, Director Lian Bong's brows knitted together in frustration as he pointed at the screen. Wei Qinhao and Su Xintian gazed longingly at one another in a hot spring. These two are exchanging glances so sweetly it makes my teeth ache. That smile of Qinhao's is slick enough to fry a dish. And what about Su Xintian? Apart from blushing and hiding her face, what else can she do? Chen Mo, attempting to placate, swiftly transitioned to the next segment. It displayed Lin Baiyu in a solitary performance amidst the snowstorm. Lian Bong merely cast a glance before rolling up his script and slamming it onto the table. Stiff. Too stiff. Does he think he's a statue? Standing there in that outfit. Except for his face, his body is as immobile as a wooden post. I asked for restraint, not paralysis. Chen Montag, per Spieling profusely. Hastily moved on. The screen now showcased the empress portrayed by Gu Pan, who sat peeling an orange. With a mere glance, an aura of inherent authority emanated from her. Cutting through the screen, Lian Bong's expression finally softened. This one is acceptable. She understands her role and brings vitality. Shen let out a sigh of relief. Clicking on the most controversial yet highly anticipated scene from the Seventh Prince's palace. Instead of becoming agitated, Li Onbong leaned forward, muttering to himself, "Yes, this is it. Authentic. So remarkably authentic." Shen, somewhat bewildered, asked directorly, "Is this authenticity?" "Of course," Li Onbong exclaimed, slapping his thigh, excitement causing his words to spill forth in fervent enthusiasm. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, pointing at Shen Wenjing's innocent visage on the screen as if it were an unparalleled treasure. Observing the director's frenzied demeanor, Shen finally felt a sense of relief settle in his stomach. He cleared his throat, leaned in, and wore a beaming smile. "Director Li, you're absolutely right. The internet is abuzz with praises for your directorial prowess and your ability to unearth the potential in actors. Moreover, I must report something to you. The snippet from a live broadcast where when Jing mentioned needing more money has gone viral. The largest sponsor for the dating reality show, the one selling sparkling water, has doubled their sponsorship fee overnight." Shen Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. "And the brand's director specifically requested that you and Director Zhang ensure that Shen Wenjing employs the same tone as today to film a creative interstitial advertisement for them." Leon Bong, upon hearing this, fell silent. He picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and took a deep drag, the swirling smoke obscuring his expression. Just as Shen anticipated a categorical refusal in the name of artistic integrity, Leon Bong flicked the ash from his cigarette and spoke in a voice as calm and incisive as his lens. "Very well. However, additional compensation is required." The following day, on set, Lin Baiyu was granted the coveted opportunity for a reshoot he had longed for. He appeared transformed, though the faint traces of fatigue lingered under his eyes, his gaze now imbued with a determined ferocity. It was said that his agent had summoned a professor from the drama department in Kyoto for an intensive one-on-one video training session until dawn. "Are you ready?" Leon Bong inquired from behind the monitor, his tone devoid of emotion. "Ready, Director Li." Lin Baiyu bowed deeply. "Action." The snowstorm resumed. Lin Baiyu stood before the palace. This time, he did not forcefully widen his eyes nor stand rigidly. As the snowflakes descended upon his opulent court attire, he raised his hand and, with a natural grace, brushed a flake from his shoulder. It was an action entirely absent from the script, subtle yet brimming with reverence and possessiveness towards the garment that symbolized authority. The repressed ambition within him awakened with that seemingly trivial gesture. Behind the monitor, Li Onbong's brow twitched. "Cut." He picked up the microphone, his voice still unwavering. "That was good." Next scene, though it was merely a single word, Lin Baiyu knew he had succeeded. He suppressed his inner ecstasy and bowed once more in the direction of the director, his eyes glistening with emotion. He nearly sprinted off set, where his assistant and Song Ziang quickly surrounded him. "Baiyu, you were incredible," Song Ziang exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Lin Baiyu smiled modestly, yet his gaze scanned the set until it finally landed on the corner resting area. Shen Wenjing was nestled in a recliner, draped with a Hermes cashmere blanket sponsored by Su Yi, cradling a hot water bottle, with a steaming cup of rock sugar pear tea on the small table beside him. He appeared to be on the verge of drifting off to sleep. Taking a deep breath, Lin Baiyu adjusted his collar and strode towards that direction. He intended to relish the fruits of his victory in front of everyone, particularly in Shen Wenjing's presence. Wenjing approached the edge of the reclining chair, his voice a perfectly tempered gentleness infused with a hint of joy akin to that of a survivor. "I just finished my scene, directorly approved it." One take was all it took. Shen Wenjing's eyelids fluttered, as if he were struggling to be pulled from the brink of slumber. Slowly, he opened his eyes, those misty peach blossom orbs focusing on Lin Baiyu's face for a fleeting moment. Then, he parted his lips slightly. Lin Baiyu held his breath, awaiting words that could be filled with surprise, admiration, or perhaps envy. However, Shen Wenjing merely furrowed his brow and, in a muffled tone laced with nasal resonance, uttered, "Oh, well, congratulations, Lin Baiyu." As Shen Wenjing spoke, he nestled deeper into the blanket, turning away from him, his voice muffled as he said, "Don't disturb my sleep. Not far away, Su Yi, who was rehearsing lines with Gu Pan, abruptly opened his fan, concealing the grin that threatened to reach his ears. Meanwhile, director Li Onbong's creative fervor had evidently ignited. Gome, Xie Xuanxing, Ji Ran, you two come here. Grasping the script, he made sweeping gestures, adding a few more lines. What's that a scene? Isn't the seventh prince ill? You two, one as a physician and the other as a musician, argue by the bedside. Argue over which medicine to use. I want to see the tension. I want to witness the two of you nearly throttling each other, yet still being mindful of the sickly figure in bed. Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ran exchanged glances, and an invisible spark ignited in the air. Shen Wenjing was pulled from the reclining chair and relocated to the familiar, opulent dragon bed that symbolized paid leave. Action. Ji Ran took the initiative, gazing at the dark concoction in Xie Xuanxing's hands, smiling yet speaking with an icy tone. Dr. Liu, His Highness's health is precious. This tiger wolf medicine of yours. If anything goes awry, who will bear the consequences? My medicine can save lives, Xie Xuanxing retorted succinctly, raising the bowl, ready to bring it to Shen Wenjing's lips. Ji Ran swiftly grasped his wrist. Why not listen to my music? Let the sound enter as medicine, gentle and nourishing, far better than your unknown potion. Get lost. Xie Xuanxing spat through clenched teeth. Good. That's it. Do eat do. Director Li Onbong exclaimed excitedly from behind the monitor. Xie Xuanxing, be more forceful. You want to feed him medicine? If he hinders you, just pry his mouth open and pour it in. You are the physician. You call the shots. Ji Ran, you're not just a bystander. Knock over that medicine bowl. The comments in the live stream erupted once more. Fight. Fight. Wow. Li Onbong knows what we want to see. That tension. That gaze. Ah, em dying. They really do resemble two dogs ready to brawl over their mate. Am I the only one noticing that Jing Jing is lying down again? He truly is fortunate. Sleeping is his daily work. Chapter 56. It stuck to me. Xie Xuanxing gripped the bowl of dark medicine with one hand while his other hand had firmly seized Ji Ran's wrist, who attempted to overturn the bowl. The veins on both their arms were prominently visible. Dr. Liu, why force someone into a dilemma? Ji Ran's face still bore a gentle smile, yet his words were like poison needles. Your Highness's body cannot withstand such torment. Leave. Xie Xuanxing squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth, his gaze icy enough to freeze shards of ice. He ignored Ji Ran entirely, and with swift determination. He grasped the jaw of the unconscious figure on the bed, attempting to force the medicine down his throat. Excellent. Yes, just like that. Behind the monitor, Director Li Onbong was ecstatic, gesticulating wildly. Shout louder. Engaging in a brawl over a sickly man. How dramatic. Ji Ran, stop merely talking. Smash the medicine bowl for me. Xie Xuanxing, administer the medicine. Meanwhile, at the center of this tempest, Shen Wenjing remained with his eyes shut, not even fluttering his eyelashes. He pondered that since the director had promised additional compensation, he ought to exhibit his professional spirit. If he was to have his jaw pinched, then so be it. If he was to have medicine forced upon him, then so be it as well. After all, the medicine was sweet, so it was not entirely a loss. This filming session proceeded remarkably smoothly. The tension between the two male leads was so palpable it felt as though it could ignite the very air. When director Li Onbong called cut, his voice was hoarse, yet his face radiated a gratifying satisfaction. Wrap it up. With the director's command, everyone on set sighed in relief. Several stagehands responsible for props huddled together, whispering in hushed tones as they tidied up. My goodness, I was terrified just now. I truly thought Xiangdi and Teacher Ji Ran were going to come to blows. Fight. Did you not see? That gaze, those movements, TSK, that was sexual tension. Do you not understand? I understand. One is domineering and assertive, the other gentle yet cunning, both vying for the ailing beauty. I wouldn't dare watch this on a paid site. Tell me, which one does Teacher Shen actually favor? Him? He favors clocking out. After the shoot, Shen Wenjing slowly rose from the bed, wrapped in a cashmere blanket generously sponsored by Su Yi, making his way toward the hotel. After being pinched and sandwiched between two towering men for an extended duration, he felt utterly drained and was in dire need of rest. As he approached the corner of the corridor, He overheard Qin Hao's distinctive voice, laced with a hint of boasting. Honestly, I tell you, when I was in the Maldives, I free-dived over 20 meters without even gasping for air. My lung capacity is no joke. He was animatedly bragging about his diving exploits to Su Xintian, who covered her mouth in awe. Wow, Brother Qin, you're amazing. As Shen Wenjing passed by them, he paused momentarily. Turning his head, he regarded Qin Hao with utmost seriousness, then offered his suggestion in a sincere tone. Given your impressive lung capacity, you should consider participating in a tug-of-war competition. Qin Hao's boast faltered momentarily, to shout commands for the team. Noticing his confusion, Shen Wenjing patiently elaborated. With your strong voice and presence, you could effectively boost our morale and intimidate the opposing side. You would be a strategic asset. Leaving a bewildered Qin Hao behind, Shen Wenjing continued on his way. After only a few steps, he encountered Gu Pan and Lu Yao, who had just emerged from the esports room. Lu Yao, with his head drooping like a defeated rooster, muttered to himself, "This shouldn't have happened. I had calculated his skill cooldown perfectly. How could I have been countered? My positioning and predictions couldn't possibly have been wrong." Gu Pan, leisurely scrolling through her phone, coolly chimed in, "Stop calculating, little brother. In the face of absolute skillful maneuvers, your so-called logic and data are utterly worthless." Lu Yao felt even more disheartened. At that moment, Shen Wenjing glided over, gently patting the messy hair of the esports prodigy. "It's all right," he spoke with a tone of worldly wisdom, as if he had seen through the trials of life. "Sometimes, lying low is a strategy in itself. It allows you to conserve your strength while effectively lowering your opponent's vigilance. When everyone believes you have given up, that is precisely the moment for your counterattack." Lu Yao abruptly lifted his head, and in his eyes, once dimmed by defeat, a spark of enlightenment ignited. "I understand the lying low strategy now. So this is the legendary feigning weakness." Gu Pan nearly burst into laughter at the sight, thinking it a travesty that Shen Wenjing hadn't opened a life philosophy workshop. Finally, Shen Wenjing reached the elevator. Just as he stood still, about to press the button, a shadow loomed from the left. Xuanxing had appeared beside him, clad in black, expressionless, like a silent guardian. On the right, another figure approached silently. Ji Ran adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, smiling gracefully as if merely passing by. Shen Wenjing found himself sandwiched between them. The elevator doors chimed open. Resigned, he stepped inside, followed closely by Xuanxing and Ji Ran, who flanked him, effectively cornering him in the back of the lift. Inside the cramped space, the atmosphere felt stifling, as if the air itself had solidified. The harsh overhead lights rendered their faces devoid of discernible emotion. Only the small hidden camera in the live stream faithfully captured this suffocating scene. "Help! This atmosphere. I feel like the elevator overload alarm is about to ring any second. This ISNT in elevator. It's a direct express to the battlefield. Look at Jingjing's expression. He has already given up the struggle. His face screaming for annihilation. Hurry! Quick! Someone say something. Anything at all. Otherwise, I might suffocate." As if responding to the audience's fervent pleas, the elevator, having run smoothly for a few seconds, suddenly lurched downward without warning, swaying violently. Ugh! Shen Wenjing, already standing unsteadily, was caught off guard, losing his balance and pitching forward. In a flash, a strong hand, swift as lightning, grasped his waist with precision, pulling him back into a solid and warm embrace. It was Xuanxing. Ji Ran had been a moment too slow. His hand lingered in midair, helplessly witnessing Shen Wenjing entirely pressed against Xuanxing. The smile on his face remained unchanged. Yet a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes behind the lenses, as he spoke words that cut like a honey-coated blade. "Teacher Xia, it would be wise to exercise caution with your movements. Wenjing's waist is so slender, it cannot withstand such force." Xuanxing paid him no heed. He merely tightened his embrace, drawing the person closer, lowering his head so that his heated breath cascaded upon Shen Wenjing's ear, whispering two words in a husky tone that only the two could hear. "Steady yourself." That voice, like a jolt of electricity, instantaneously struck the hearts of all the CP fans in the live stream. He embraced him. He embraced him. He said to steady himself, "My heavens! Shen Wenjing is for real. Teacher Ji is utterly defeated. A giant in words, a dwarf in action. Look at Wenjing's expression. Is he blushing? Is he shy?" Indeed, Shen Wenjing displayed an expression. His entire face contorted in a frown. It was neither shyness nor infatuation. He simply felt that Shen Wenjing's abdominal muscles were excessively hard. It felt as though he were not being held, but rather firmly pressed against a human-shaped washboard. After enduring the rigors of yesterday's hot spring tug-of-war, his poor waist was to face this torment once more. Thus, ensconced in Shen Wenjing's possessive embrace, under Ji Ran's meaningful gaze, amidst the shrieks of millions of viewers, Shen Wenjing slowly lifted his head and, in an exceedingly feeble yet utterly sincere tone, quietly complained, "You're digging into me." Chapter 57. A Rural Life? Shen Wenjing, as if shocked by electricity, instinctively released his arm and took a step back, creating a disconcerting distance. The elevator was enveloped in an eerie silence. Ji Ran adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a fleeting smile glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Shen Wenjing's inky expression, leisurely beginning to speak in a warm tone, each word piercing to the heart. Indeed, Teacher Xie's physique is quite suited for roles that involve close combat. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Shen Wenjing's delicate waist, adding, though perhaps not ideal for embraces, as it might lead to workplace injuries. Shen Wenjing's fist clenched tightly at his side. Finally freed from that rigid confinement, Shen Wenjing rubbed his aching waist, avoiding any glance at the two men, and made his way to the farthest corner of the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Shen Wenjing dashed out first without looking back, as if fleeing from a flood or a beast. I declare, Shen Wenjing's abdominal muscles are the greatest blunder of this dating show. Teacher Ji is ruthless. He is truly remarkable. Shen Wenjing's expression has transcended sadness. It is now one of existential doubt. Wenjing, thank you for the invitation. I just escaped from a construction site. Feeling as though my waist has been assaulted by rebar, please don't worry. The concluding scenes of the game of power were executed with remarkable swiftness. It seemed that director Ong Li had drawn sufficient artistic inspiration, and perhaps a touch of fright, from Shen Wenjing, as he hardly scolded anyone during the remaining shots, which proceeded smoothly. Once filming wrapped, director Zhang, alongside producer Chen Mo, rubbed his hands together with a smile, inviting Shen Wenjing into a nearby lounge. Wenjing, Director Zhang personally handed him a bottle of the sponsor's sparkling water, adopting a notably humble demeanor. "There is something I wish to discuss with you." Shen Wenjing twisted off the cap and took a sip, responding succinctly. "About your comment yesterday regarding additional funding, has it not sparked some excitement?" Director Zhang's face radiated enthusiasm. "Our principal sponsor, the brand in your hands, has doubled the sponsorship fee overnight. They specifically requested that you create a creative mid-spot advertisement to be placed in the heart of our short film." He raised 5 fingers in front of Shen Wenjing, gesturing insistently. "This amount. Just film one." In that moment, Shen Wenjing's typically listless peach blossom eyes finally sparkled with interest upon seeing the gesture. "All right," he replied with a decisive nod. Thus, a scene of almost magical proportions unfolded on set. The backdrop remained that of the 7th Prince's chamber. The actors were still Shen Wenjing and Shen Wenjing. The storyline revisited the blood-soaked exchange of fierce words. Action. Shen Wenjing bent closer to the face that troubled him so. His expression remained stern, yet a subtle flush could be discerned at the base of his ears, just as his lips were about to meet Shen Wenjing's. And everyone anticipated a repeat of the heart-racing moment from the previous day. Shen Wenjing suddenly opened his eyes. He reached beneath the pillow, producing a chilled can of sparkling water as if by magic, placing it directly between them, the camera zooming in for a close-up. Then, gazing intently at the proximity of Shen Wenjing, he spoke with an innocent yet earnest tone, clearly stating, "Blood exchange, 80. Drinking this," he shook the can in his hand, "will waive the fee and quench your thirst." Behind the monitor, Li Onbong chuckled heartily, while Ji Ran, standing beside him, observed Shen Wenjing's expression of amusement, his smile never appearing so genuine. This 2-day, shoot finally reached its official conclusion. The entire crew began to pack up, preparing to leave the film studio that had birthed countless memorable scenes and humorous moments. Just before departing, director Lian Bong called out to Shen Wenjing, who was about to get into a vehicle. The tyrant who had scolded half of the entertainment industry on set now wore a complex expression. "You." He appraised Shen Wenjing from head to toe, his tone unexpectedly softened, resonating with a hint of spirit. Upon hearing this, Lin Baiyu, who had not yet moved far away, froze, his complexion turning ashen. Lian Bong disregarded the others, retrieving a business card from his jacket pocket and handing it over. "If you ever wish to act, give me a call, even if it's just to portray a tree." Everyone stood in astonishment, gazing at the unfolding scene. Shen Wenjing received a tastefully designed business card, weighing it in his hand before delicately scraping his fingernail across the embossed golden lettering. He then sincerely nodded at Director Lian Bong, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Li. The material of your card is quite impressive." Lian Bong regarded Shen Wenjing's unblemished visage and abruptly felt that his decades-long career as a director had been far too smooth. Upon returning to the hotel, all guests were summoned to the Grand Hall. Director Zhang stood at the forefront, holding his signature megaphone, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few days in the film city, has it felt a tad tense, perhaps a bit exhausting? Have you grown weary of the steel and concrete of the metropolis?" He elongated his voice. "Do you not feel tired of the urban sprawl?" Qin Hao was the first to respond. "Director Zhang, just tell us straight, are we heading to the Aegean Sea next? My private jet is already arranged." "Incorrect." Director Zhang gleefully waggled his finger. "This time, we shall venture into something different. We are returning to simplicity." Clearing his throat, he announced in a melodious tone, "Our next destination is the serene countryside estate on the outskirts, where we shall experience a week of pastoral life." As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Liu Yao wore a perplexed expression. "A manor? Is it the kind where one levels up and acquires gear?" Su Xintian, covering her mouth, whispered to Qin Hao, "Are there luxury boutiques there?" Lin Baiyu's smile froze, as his meticulously crafted persona was about to be prematurely dismantled. Only Gu Pan and Su Yi exchanged a glance, finding a spark of excitement in each other's eyes, relishing the unfolding spectacle. As the program's bus slowly entered the expansive estate, all were mesmerized by the picturesque scenery before them. In the distance, undulating green mountains stretched across the horizon, while closer, well-planned vegetable patches and orchards flourished. A few plump sheep grazed leisurely on the grass, and a charming white cottage nestled at the center, accompanied by a grand garden brimming with colorful blooms. The air was infused with the refreshing sense of grass and earth. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing, who had been catching up on sleep since boarding the vehicle, now opened his eyes wide. His gaze traversed the vegetable fields and the grazing sheep, landing precisely in the garden beneath a sprawling banyan tree. There, swaying gently in the breeze, was a spacious white wicker swing chair adorned with plush cushions. The sunlight was just right, and a gentle wind caressed the scene. For the first time, a fervent light sparkled in Shen Wenjing's typically dull peach blossom eyes, akin to the thrill of discovering a substantial check. He had found it, the perfect outdoor mobile sleeping chamber he had longed for. "Darling," Su Yi's voice chimed in his ear, and following Shen Wenjing's gaze, he instantly comprehended. Fanning himself, he leaned closer to Shen Wenjing and seductively whispered, "That is the ultimate napping sanctuary. Come, let me take you to seize the advantageous position." Chapter 58. Self-sufficiency. As Su Yi's words trailed off, Shen Wenjing had already taken his first steps forward. His movements were unhurried, imbued with a distinct languor. Yet his objective was unmistakably clear. The white wicker swing chair nestled beneath the grand banyan tree in the garden. "Hey, wait for me, my beauty," Su Yi exclaimed. Fanning himself, while hastening to catch up, his voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper, as if engaged in some clandestine transaction. "I must tell you, in such places, location is everything." The swing faced the garden, backed by the towering tree, with flower beds to the left and a lush lawn to the right, forming an exquisite sanctuary for afternoon naps, infused with the essence of nature and the celestial bodies. Shen Wenjing remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Their movement instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Xie Xuanxing's gaze was magnetically drawn to Shen Wenjing's retreating figure. In Shen's eyes, he discerned, for the first time, a glimmer of desire that transcended mere material needs. Was it truly for a swing? Almost instinctively, he felt compelled to follow. However, just as he lifted his foot, a soft laugh emerged from beside him. Ji Ran had appeared at his side, his gaze equally fixated on the slender silhouette, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. His tone gentle, yet laced with subtle amusement. "Teacher Xie, are you also intrigued by that swing?" Xie Xuanxing halted, casting a cold glance in Ji Ran's direction. Meanwhile, Qin Hao scoffed, raising an eyebrow at Su Xintian. "Isn't it just a shabby swing? Why act as if it's a treasure? I'll have 10 installed in my backyard, and you can switch shares daily." Su Xintian blushed, murmuring, "It seems that Wenjing really likes it." Lin Baiyu stood at the back of the crowd, observing Shen Wenjing's unwavering focus, silently gritting his teeth. As Shen Wenjing moved, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted into a frenzy. "P.S. moving. The man who only rises for cola is making a move for a swing. Look at that gaze. I've never seen such determination. It's as if that swing is a bed leading to paradise. Wow, I want that swing too. It looks so inviting. Rich ladies, where can I buy one? Share the link. Wake up. It's not the swing you need, it's that estate." Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ran are locking eyes again. Ha ha ha. Upon arriving at the magnificent swing chair, Shen Wenjing did not immediately take a seat. Instead, he circled the swing, akin to a seasoned quality inspector. He then extended his finger to prod the thick, soft cushion, assessing its depth. Raising his gaze, he meticulously scrutinized the vines suspending the swing and the metal fastenings, seemingly calculating its weight capacity and safety. Finally, he gently pushed the swing, observing it sway smoothly and silently, devoid of any dissonance. His actions flowed seamlessly, exuding a professionalism that left onlookers in awe. Not far away, staff members from 2 production teams were hiding behind their cameras, mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg. What was he doing? Was he assessing? I have no idea. It's my first time witnessing someone so captivated by a swing. After confirming that the outdoor mobile sleeping pod met all his criteria perfectly, Shen Wenjing finally felt satisfied. Before everyone, he gracefully took a seat, adjusted his posture, and naturally curled up, resting his head against the soft cushion, his legs comfortably tucked in. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the banyan tree, casting dappled shadows upon his face. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the swing to sway lightly. Time seemed to stand still, peaceful and untroubled. Suddenly, Su-Yi could no longer contain his laughter, clutching his belly as he shook with mirth, nearly wearing out the fan in his hand. "Oh my heavens! I can't believe it. I'm in tears. He just wanted a place to sleep." Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ran remained frozen in place. They had envisioned countless scenarios in their minds, such as driving others away or gently inviting him to share the swing, even engaging in subtle rivalry over who would push him. Yet, he assessed, inspected, and enjoyed the experience all on his own, rendering their efforts irrelevant. This is unbelievable. I can only describe it as extraordinary. What does initiative mean? This is initiative. He even checked for safety. Truly kraien. He is so meticulous even about taking a nap. Xie Xuanxing and Ji Ran. We had our plans all set, and you show us this? Only Su-Yi laughed like a villain, or rather, like an enthusiastic fan of couple. Yijing is the ultimate good sister. Amidst this bizarre yet comedic atmosphere, Director Zhang's loudspeaker abruptly blared to life. Ahem, dear guests, welcome to the 5th station of our program, Heartbeat Signal, at the serene Great Manor. Director Zhang stood atop the steps of a small building, a mischievous grin adorning his face. For the coming week, we shall bid farewell to the clamor of the city and return to the countryside, experiencing a novel, self-sufficient lifestyle. Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Director Zhang, what do you mean by self-sufficient? It means Director Zhang cleared his throat and raised his voice to ensure even that nearly slumbering individual on the swing could hear. From today onward, the production team will no longer provide ready-made food or luxurious accommodations. Everything you see must be earned through your own labor. He paused deliberately, relishing the gradual shift in expressions among the guests. The first task of rural life is to work for an afternoon to earn the right to choose your accommodations for the night, as well as your dinner. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in uproar. Su Xintian turned pale. Labor? What do we have to do? Lu Yao looked bewildered. Does that mean we want to have food for dinner and will starve? Lin Baiyu's smile completely froze as he glanced at the expensive white designer casual pants he had chosen for the day, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Song Xiang wore a bewildered expression, exclaiming, "Is this for real, Director Zhang? Are we really doing this?" Only Gu Pan raised an eyebrow, a smirk of amusement gracing her lips. Director Zhang was quite pleased with the effect he had created. He picked up a megaphone and gestured toward the expansive vegetable fields, orchards, and sheep pens in the distance. The task list is right there on that little blackboard. Harvest corn, dig sweet potatoes, feed the sheep, and clean the sheep pens. First come, first served, and the more you work, the more you earn. The sumptuousness of your dinner and the luxury of your accommodations will entirely depend on your afternoon's labor. Now, the tasks begin. A wave of panic swept through the crowd, their faces displaying a mixture of resistance and confusion. In the farthest corner, forgotten by all, Shen Wenjing curled deeper into the soft cushions of the swing, turning away from the crowd. Chapter 59. The magical grouping the vast estate fell into an immediate hush, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional bleat of sheep from the distant pen. Qin Hao was the first to snap out of his stupor, disbelief etched across his usually charming face. Director Zhang, you cannot be serious. Clean a sheep pen? Do you have any idea how much this outfit costs? Su Xintian hid behind him, already conjuring terrifying images of being surrounded by sheep dung, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Director Zhang, I've never done farm work in my life. Lin Baiyu stepped forward at the opportune moment, his white casual trousers gleaming under the sun. He bit his lip, his voice tinged with just the right amount of vulnerability and distress. I'm afraid I might hold everyone back. Song Xiang immediately positioned himself beside him, frowning like a protective guardian. Indeed, Director Zhang, how can Baiyu wear white and undertake such laborious tasks? Lu Yao was still lost in a cyclical logic of starving without food. He stared blankly at the vegetable field, then at his own hands, murmuring to himself, "Do we dig sweet potatoes by hand?" Gu Pan, arms crossed, leaned against a nearby pillar, watching the unfolding chaos with keen interest. The grin on her face deepened as she savored the spectacle. Meanwhile, Su Yi was beyond mere breakdown. He felt as if his very soul was departing his body. Clenching his slender fingers, he faced the camera with a look of utter despair. Clean a sheep pen? These hands are meant for sketching the latest haute couture designs, not for shoveling waste. Director Zhang, you are committing an act of artistic murder. The live chat, after a brief moment of sympathy, quickly veered into hilarity. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. I'm dying, one moment in paradise, the next in hell. I shall call this the special edition of Transformations meets Heartbeat Signal. Qin Hao, my outfit is expensive. Director Zhang, your dinner will be expensive too. Lin Baiyu is at it again. Does he think that if he appears weak enough, the sweet potatoes will leap out of the ground? Un suis artistique mordef. Me, laughing until I crow. Only Gu Pan, with a demeanor of calm indifference, observed, embodying queenly composure. Director Zhang clearly anticipated this scene. He cleared his throat, his sly grin unwavering. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not be overly agitated. In the spirit of fairness and to enhance everyone's opportunity for interaction, let us first divide ourselves into groups based on luck. He clapped his hands, and the assistant director promptly brought forth a tray draped in crimson fabric. Within, a collection of colorful strings awaited. Those who drew strings of the same hue would become teammates. 3 or 2, the arrangement of fate. Director Zhang lifted the red cloth, revealing a tangle of vibrant strings. Now, let the moment to showcase your fateful bonds commence. The crowd exchanged glances, their reluctance palpable, yet they slowly approached. Qin Hao, taking advantage of his long reach, was the first to plunge his hand into the mix, randomly pulling out a string, red. Before he could bask in his triumph, he noticed Su Xintian cautiously extracting another red string. Wow, Brother Qin Hao, we're on the same team, Su Xintian exclaimed, her joy evident. The disdain on Qin Hao's face vanished, replaced by a signature peach blossom smile. It seems we are destined to be together. Soon after, Lin Baiyu extended his hand, seemingly hesitating for an eternity before closing his eyes and pulling out a string, as if in prayer. Red. Qin Hao's smile froze. Lin Baiyu opened his eyes, gazing at the red string in his hand, then glanced at Qin Hao and Su Xintian, wearing an innocent expression that suggested he hadn't intended to complicate things for them. Goodness, this grouping is nothing short of divine intervention. Qin Hao, what the hell? I was just preparing for a world of two. Why is there an extra light bulb? Lin Baiyu, the man who disrupts couples with sheer prowess. On the other side, Gu Pan decisively pulled a green string. Lu Yao followed suit, also drawing green. Before they could exchange words, Song Ziang cheerfully raised his own green string. Sister Pan, Lu Yao, we're on the same team, he exclaimed, looking rather pleased. Gu Pan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lu Yao and the seemingly gullible Song Ziang, thinking this farming venture might prove to be quite amusing. Now, only 4 strings remained on the tray, 2 blue and 2 yellow. Shen Wenjing and Ji Ran reached for the strings almost simultaneously. The air at that moment felt as if it had solidified. Su Yi stood nearby, his palms sweating with tension, muttering a silent prayer. Please don't let me be grouped with them. I would rather not work alongside such convoluted individuals. Ultimately, Ji Ran drew a blue string, and Su Yi also pulled a blue string. Su Yi gazed at Ji Ran's refined smile, dreading the future interactions that awaited him. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed on the final 2 individuals. Shen Wenjing stood expressionless, clutching a yellow string, while the other yellow string dangled from the swing, which had been deliberately overlooked by everyone. Shen Wenjing had awoken at some point. He remained seated, lazily extending a hand from the swing. The hand was as pale as jade, with distinct knuckles, now gently swaying the yellow string that represented the ties of fate. He has awakened. He has finally awakened. Sun Jing is Sun Jing, the yellow thread of fate. Lock it in place for me. I declare, this is the most amusing grouping I've seen this year. Every group is brimming with intrigue. Director Zhang inhaled deeply, forcibly redirecting the conversation. All right, now that the groups are complete, I shall announce your assignments. He picked up the loudspeaker and gestured toward the task board. Red team, Qin Hao, Su Xintian, Lin Baiyu. Your task is to clean the sheepfold and pig pen and feed the little animals. Qin Hao's face turned completely dark. Lin Baiyu swayed slightly, as if on the verge of fainting. Green team, Gu Pan, Song Ziang, Lu Yao. Your task is to gather all the vegetables and fruits needed for tonight's dinner. This task is relatively easy, and Song Ziang and Lu Yao both breathed a sigh of relief. Blue team, Yi Run Su. Your task is to handle the ingredients and prepare the main meal for tonight. Su Yi clenched his fingers, letting out a mournful wail. Ji Ran, however, smiled and nodded, appearing quite composed. Finally, yellow team, Shen Wenjing, Shen Wenjing. Director Zhang's voice was tinged with an uncontainable excitement. Your task is to chop firewood. Additionally, using the most primitive method, drill wood to create fire for tonight's dinner, igniting the first bonfire. As his words fell, all gazes turned sympathetically towards the 2 members of the yellow team. Chopping wood is a laborious task. Drilling wood to create fire requires skill. These 2 tasks seem utterly disconnected from those 2 individuals, especially from Shen Wenjing. Shen Wenjing glanced at the pile of firewood that resembled a small mountain. Then at the person still lounging on the swing, her brows furrowed in concern. Shen Wenjing slowly approached the pile of firewood, picked up a log, and weighed it in his hand. He then walked over to the seemingly unreliable fire drilling tools and kicked the stick with his toe. Raising his head, he looked at Shen Wenjing, his beautiful peach blossom eyes reflecting pure, earnest confusion. Chapter 60. Is this what you call an axe? Drilling wood for fire? He tilted his head slightly, his tone calm. Don't we have a lighter? Shen Wenjing. Not far away, Director Zhang nearly choked on his breath, gripping the loudspeaker. He shouted from afar, Teacher Wenjing, this is for the experience, to savor the joy of returning to simplicity. Oh, Shen Wenjing nodded in understanding. Then he slowly turned to Xie Wenjing, inquiring with a tone of contemplation. So, shall you drill, or shall I? Xie Wenjing looked at his hands, pristine and flawless. Even the nails impeccably trimmed, then glanced at the rough stick on the ground. Swallowing hard, he managed to squeeze out 2 words. I will. Huh. Understand now. The division of labor in the yellow team is Xie Wenjing is responsible for chopping wood, drilling, and creating fire. Shen Wenjing is responsible for staying alive. Wenjing, I will. Translated, that means you don't need to move, just stand there and let me observe for a moment. I have begun to anticipate it. Truly I have. I am eager to witness the scene of the film Emperor striking fire by friction. On the other hand, the atmosphere was far less harmonious. The trio from the red team stood before the sheepfold and pig pen, confronted by an invisible wall of scents, a blend of grass, earth, and some indescribable fermentation, which firmly barred their entry. Qin Hao watched in despair as a small pig scampered past his limited edition 6-figure sneakers, leaving a trail of damp footprints. He was on the verge of a breakdown. Director Zhang, he cried out in anguish, this is cruelty. This is a dual affront to my character and aesthetic sensibilities. Su Xinqian had already hidden behind him, clutching his clothing tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Brother Qin Hao, I am terrified of that pig. It just looked at me. Lin Baiyu stood at a distance, weakly leaning against the fence, his brow furrowed. Brother Zhang gazed longingly at the green team, who were already rolling up their sleeves in the vegetable patch. Song Zhang was about to rush over, only to be restrained by Gu Pan, who raised an eyebrow and directed a regal nod towards Lu Yao and Song Zhang. Do not concern yourselves with them. They one tea come to harm. Lu Yao, pick the ripe tomatoes over there. Song Zhang, you're strong. Go dig up the sweet potatoes. I will handle this corn patch. Let us regroup here in 1 hour. Understood, Sister Pan. Lu Yao and Song Zhang, as if finding their leader, immediately took their orders with enthusiasm and dashed into the garden. Gu Pan watched their retreating figures, then glanced at the trio by the pig pen, who were weeping, with Su Xintian being the primary weeper, a smile playing on her lips. This was not merely an experience of life. It was akin to participating in the chronicles of the useless. Meanwhile, on the blue team, Jiran and Su Yi were assigned to the kitchen of a small building, tasked with preparing ingredients and cooking. As the others had yet to return with the supplies, the two enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Su Yi was meticulously applying hand cream, 1 finger at a time, muttering to himself, "Oh, my hands, my poor hands, almost destined for mucking out. Amit Ba, may the Bodhisattva bless me." Jiran sat gracefully nearby, polishing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and casually remarked, "Teacher Su Yi, it seems you have a close relationship with Wenjing." Su Yi paused in his application, lifting his gaze, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his beautiful eyes. "Oh, does Teacher Ji wish to inquire about our lovely Wenjing?" Inquire might be too strong a word. Jiran smiled, replacing his glasses, his gaze deep behind the lenses. "I merely wish to learn a bit more." "You wish to learn, do you?" Su Yi set down the hand cream, gracefully pouring himself a glass of water. "Very well then. First, tell me, what brand and season do you think his linen shirt today is from?" A subtle stillness fell over Ji Ran's smile. "And by the way, which district in Paris is his favorite gallery located?" Sunontai Presidon. Ji Ran fell into complete silence. "Turcidade kuvvetleri, Suyi chocolate softly, fonding himself." His tone laced with unabashed sarcasm. "And you wish to know more about him? You're clueless?" Teacher Ji Ran, do not blame me for not warning you. Our beauty is not the person you presume her to be. Your tricks are no different from a monkey show in her presence. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, the smile on his face unwavering, yet a chill settled in his eyes. At that moment, the focus of discussion, Shen Wenjing, stood with Xie Wenjing before a pile of firewood resembling a small mountain. Xie Wenjing had resigned himself to the task, having removed his jacket to reveal a snug black t-shirt that showcased his well-defined arms. He grasped a seemingly precarious axe and attempted to swing. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing squatted beside him, idly drawing circles in the dirt with a small stick. Bang! When Xie Wenjing struck the wood, it remained unmoved, while the axe blade merely nicked the surface. CS Wenjing exclaimed. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard the neighbors might call the police. Is this axe made of paper? The production team is ridiculous. They must be doing this on purpose. I feel for my brother, coming to a dating show only to do hard labor with subpar tools. Shen Wenjing could no longer bear the sight. Rising, he approached CS Wenjing and took the axe from his hands, an implement that belonged in a museum, and weighed it thoughtfully. Then, he strode directly towards Director Zhang, drawing everyone's attention. Upon reaching the director, he dropped the axe to the ground with a resounding clang. Teacher Wenjing, is there something wrong? Director Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Shen Wenjing pointed at the axe on the ground and then at the pile of firewood. His tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. This will not do. Either provide a usable one. He paused, his striking peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, before leisurely adding the second half of his sentence, or increase the payment. The world seemed to pause once more. If Director Li Anbong were present, his blood pressure would likely soar to the heights of Mount Everest. Director Zhang's face turned an alarming shade of purple. He glanced at Shen Wenjing's rational expression and then at CS Wenjing, who, though silent, radiated an aura of discontent that promised a strike if the matter remained unresolved. Taking a deep breath, he forced the words through clenched teeth. Get him a replacement. A brand new axe, gleaming with a cold light, was swiftly delivered. CS Wenjing accepted the axe and swung it down. Crack! A piece of firewood splintered cleanly. Shen Wenjing nodded in satisfaction and quietly returned to his previous spot, resuming his circle drawing with the stick, concealing his contributions to the task. Meanwhile, over by the pig pen, Qin Hao, after numerous mental preparations, finally pinched his nose and ventured in with a hose, only to slip and fall, splattering mud everywhere, which elicited deafening screams from Su Xintian and the live stream audience. Lin Baiyu stood at a distance, watching the scene unfold, admonishing, "Be careful," Brother Qin, his face betraying concern. Yet his gaze uncontrollably drifted back to the two figures before the small building, one laboring diligently at chopping wood, the other lost in peaceful contemplation. The scene was harmoniously blinding. The white sleeve in his hand was crumpled for being tightly grasped. After an afternoon filled with chaos and undercurrents, the sun began its descent. Everyone, weary from the day's exertions, returned to the hall of the small building. The three members of the red team exuded an indescribable aura, their spirits visibly drained. The green team, despite their bountiful harvest, was equally exhausted. Although the blue team had not engaged in physically demanding tasks, they had spent the day in the kitchen, suffocated by the fumes, leaving Su Yi's hairstyle utterly deflated. Only the yellow team stood apart. CS Wenjing, drenched in sweat, wore a black t-shirt clinging to his physique, accentuating his sculpted muscles, radiating an intense aura of masculinity. In contrast, Shen Wenjing, aside from a slight numbness in his legs from prolonged squatting, appeared unchanged from his arrival. Even stifling a yawn, Director Zhang surveyed the disheveled group of guests before him, a devilish smile creeping upon his face. Dear participants, you have all worked hard. Now, it is time to determine your accommodations and dinner for the evening. Chapter 61. Is this what you call contribution? The afterglow of the setting sun cast a gentle golden hue over the estate, yet it failed to warm the increasingly stiff atmosphere in the hall. Standing on the steps with a familiar megaphone in hand, Director Zhang wore a chillingly satisfied smile. Esteemed teachers, your efforts this afternoon have not gone unnoticed. I have observed your toil closely, and it pains my heart. His voice was a melodious cadence, theatrical enough to warrant an award. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, "Hypocrite." Zhang feigned ignorance, clearing his throat to raise his volume. Now we arrive at the most exhilarating moment. Based on your labor this afternoon, I shall announce tonight's dinner and your accommodations. He deliberately elongated his words, savoring the anticipation and anxiety etched on their faces. First and foremost, let's congratulate the green team. Gu Pan, Teacher Song Xiang, and Teacher Lu Yao. The three individuals named instinctively straightened their posture. The green team has exceeded all harvesting tasks. Not only was their speed impressive, but the quality was outstanding. Zhang's approval was palpable, therefore. The production team has decided that you may take half of all the fruits and vegetables you harvested as your sumptuous dinner tonight. Furthermore, you will be staying in the estate's most opulent sunlit suite on the second floor. No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive screen illuminated, showcasing a spacious, well-lit room adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows and a private balcony. Wow! Liu Yao's eyes sparkled. He envisioned a feast and a comfortable bed, perfect for gaming. Song Xiang also exhaled in relief, his face blooming with a sunny smile. He instinctively glanced at Lin Baiyu, eager to share in the joy, but his smile faltered upon meeting the other's gaze. Gu Pan merely raised an eyebrow, exuding a calm demeanor as if it were all to be expected. Hoodie. Green team, all reliable members, especially you, Sister Pan. Your corn husking technique is more refined than my aunt's back home. Liu Yao and Song Xiang are just two lovable fools, clearly guided by Sister Pan. This room is fantastic. E.M. envious. Director Zhang was quite pleased with this auspicious beginning, and he subsequently announced, "Next, we have our blue team. Teacher Ji Ran. Teacher Sui." Su immediately straightened his posture, tightening his grip on the fan. The blue team was responsible for all the preliminary processing of ingredients and ensured that the kitchen was spotless, although there was no physical labor involved. The technical skill required was quite high. Director Zhang chuckled and proclaimed, "Thus, you shall enjoy a standard dinner of 4 dishes and a soup provided by the production team. You will be accommodated in a standard double room on the second floor." A clean and tidy room appeared on the screen, noticeably smaller than the Sunshine Suite. "Well, it's acceptable," Su muttered under his breath, "better than sleeping in a pigsty." Ji Ran smiled and nodded, adjusting his glasses, revealing no discernible emotion. "Huh." Su Yi's expression clearly conveyed it's acceptable. "I reluctantly accept." Ji Ran is so composed. It feels like he could smile even if the sky were to fall. Then, Director Zhang's tone shifted to one laden with significance as he turned his gaze toward the red team trio, exuding a complex aura. Qin Hao's countenance had turned grim. Red team, Teacher Qin Hao, Teacher Su Xintian, Teacher Lin Baiyu. There was a hint of barely contained amusement in Director Zhang's voice, considering that you have, well, essentially completed the cleaning tasks. He emphasized the word essentially. Therefore, your dinner is. He paused, and the stagehand timely presented a tray bearing 3 solitary white steamed buns and a small dish of dark pickled vegetables. Su Xintian gasped, unable to contain her tears. Qin Hao's face had transformed from a dark hue to a shade of deep blue. "Director Zhang, what do you mean? Is this all you're giving us? Are we being treated like beggars?" As for your accommodation, Director Zhang completely disregarded Qin Hao's fury and pointed to a small corner of the building. "It's over there. The storeroom on the first floor." The screen displayed no image, only a rudimentary arrow indicating the location. "I don't believe it." Qin Hao stormed over, flinging open the small door, only to be met with a wave of mustiness. Inside, there were merely 2 small army cots and a pile of clutter. "Damn it." Qin Hao kicked the doorframe in frustration. Lin Baiyu's body trembled. Unlike Qin Hao, he did not erupt in anger, nor did he cry like Su Xintian. Instead, he bit his lip, his eyes reddening, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'll let everyone down." As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Song Xiang of the green team, his eyes filled with grievance and helplessness. Song Xiang's heart tightened instantly, and without a second thought, he stepped forward. "Director Zhang, this is unfair." "Baiyu, stop." Gu Pan's cold voice interrupted from the side. She didn't even glance at Song Xiang, her focus solely on Lin Baiyu, a semblance of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "The task was for 3 people, and the outcome is for 3 people. What? Do you now wish to distribute the blame?" Song Xiang found his feet firmly planted in place. "Ha, what a dramatic scene. I love watching it. Lin Baiyu is at it again. Song Xiang has taken the bait." Gu Pan's single statement delivers a knockout. 3 steamed buns. What a hilarious sight. It is even more unbearable than death itself. Qin Hao's furious outburst, Su Xintian's tears, and Lin Baiyu's tea-sipping antics. Each member of the red team brings their own unique flair. He truly knows how to feign vulnerability in front of Song Xiang, exhibiting an understanding of psychological manipulation. Director Zhang surveyed the chaotic scene, a broad smile forming across his face, relishing the effect he had orchestrated. He seized the loudspeaker, cranking the volume to overpower the din. Now, let us unveil the remarkable achievements of our most diligent yellow team members, Teacher Xie Wenjing and Teacher Shen Wenjing. Instantly, all eyes gravitated towards the two eccentrics. Teacher Xie Wenjing. In a single afternoon, single-handedly, he chopped all the firewood prepared by our production team. This monumental task, this unwavering determination. On behalf of the team, I salute you. Director Zhang exaggeratedly applauded. Xie Wenjing remained expressionless, beads of sweat trickling down his sharp jawline, his black t-shirt clinging to his physique, exuding a potent, silent strength. His gaze remained fixed on the yawning figure beside him. However, Director Zhang swiftly shifted his focus to Shen Wenjing. We must not overlook Teacher Shen Wenjing's contributions. The room fell into stunned silence. Contributions? What contributions could he possibly have made? Circle drawing contributions? Qin Hao burst into laughter. Him? What did he contribute? A yawn? No. Director Zhang vehemently countered. Teacher Wenjing, at the onset of the task, astutely identified a significant flaw in our props. Through peaceful and rational negotiation, he secured more efficient tools for the team. What do we call this? Strategic contribution. Although he did not physically labor, he employed his intellect. He saved the team at least half the time and effort. Such strategic foresight deserves recognition. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Nearby, two camera operators crouched behind their equipment, jaws agape, as if they could fit an apple in their mouths. Did I hear that correctly? Playing tricks to obtain tools is termed strategic contribution. What do you know? This is called program effect. Just look at the director's excitement. He wishes Teacher Shen would negotiate every day. Ha 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 ha. Strategic contribution. I laughed so hard that the sweet potatoes in the ground thought there was an earthquake. Director Zhang, you are a genius. Shen Wenjing remarked. I simply could not be bothered to use a broken axe. To which Director Zhang replied, No, you are employing strategic foresight. Qin Hao's face turned green. He felt his intelligence had been insulted. Such a lethal blow to one's spirit is unparalleled. Lin Baiyu tightly clenched his sleeves, contemplating the aloof Shen Wenjing, and reflecting on his own efforts. He had exhausted his wits, portraying vulnerability to elicit sympathy, only to receive 3 steamed buns and a storage room in return. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing, with mere laziness, had become a strategic contributor. Why was that? Thus, Director Zhang announced loudly that the dinner for the yellow team consisted of meticulously prepared delicacies: braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, accompanied by an ample supply of rice. Their accommodation was a cozy room on the first floor featuring a spacious double bed. The screen displayed a charmingly decorated room, despite being on the ground floor, with a large double bed taking center stage. This outcome was neither lacking nor excessive. It was as if tailored specifically for them. A barely noticeable twitch crossed Xie Wenjing's brow upon hearing the words double bedroom. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing's usually listless peach blossom eyes sparkled momentarily at the mention of hearty dishes. He nodded and turned to Director Zhang, speaking in a tone that was pure and devoid of emotion. Can we go eat now? Director Zhang felt that the emotional buildup he had painstakingly crafted was abruptly dismantled by this single phrase. Chapter 62. Enjoying dinner during dinner time. The Hall of the Manor showcased a poignant tableau of disconnected joys and sorrows. 4 dining tables delineated 4 distinct worlds. The green team appeared to be celebrating, their table adorned with fragrant roasted sweet potatoes, golden corn, vibrant roasted tomatoes, and a generous platter of refreshing vegetable salad, resembling a bountiful countryside buffet. Song Xiang and Lu Yao feasted with greasy delight, while Gu Pan meticulously peeled a roasted corn cob, exuding an elegance befitting a formal dinner. In contrast, the blue team's table featured a standard 4 dishes and a soup, artfully arranged and portioned appropriately. Ji Ran and Su Yi dined with decorum, though Su Yi occasionally pinched his nose to waft away the faint air of lament emanating from the red team's side. At the tiny table of the red team, 3 solitary steamed buns and a small dish of dark pickled vegetables sat forlornly. Su Xintian had been quietly sobbing since she sat down, while Qin Hao's face resembled the bottom of a pot, clutching the bun as if it were a bitter enemy. Lin Baiyu sat quietly, grasping the cold bun, tearing it into small pieces, but unable to bring a single morsel to his lips. His eyes were reddened, long eyelashes glistening with unshed tears. Occasionally lifting his gaze to Song Zhang from the green team with a look of broken and helpless longing, as if to say, "I am so hungry and so aggrieved. Yet I cannot voice it. Oh, Baiyu is so pitiful. The production team is too much. How could they make him eat such things? He is truly kind-hearted, still blaming himself despite everything. Unlike some who only know how to throw tantrums. To the one ahead, if you are so kind. Why not share your food with him? The task was not completed by him. Who can you blame? Song Zhang, look at him. Your wife is on the verge of tears from hunger." In stark contrast to the sorrowful atmosphere on their side was the yellow team's table, laden with a large bowl of glistening, aromatic braised pork and a pot of bubbling chicken stewed with mushrooms, accompanied by 2 bowls of heaping white rice. Xie Wenjing hardly touched his bowl. He silently picked up the serving chopsticks and deftly extracted several succulent pieces of pork belly, perfectly marbled and tender from the pot of braised meat, placing them into Shen Wenjing's bowl. Then, he retrieved the most tender chicken leg from the chicken soup and similarly set it down. Throughout this entire process, he remained silent, his movements so natural that they seemed to have been performed countless times before. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing indulged in the moment, leisurely picking up a piece of braised pork and savoring it, his eyes squinting in delight. For him, nothing in the world mattered as much as the joy of a good meal. At that moment, Lan Yuisg Ran suddenly stood up. With an elegant stride, he approached the red team's table, holding his bowl of largely untouched soup. He gently placed the bowl before Lin Baiyu, his voice warm and smooth, imbued with just the right amount of concern. "It's chilly tonight. A bit of hot soup will be comforting." Lin Baiyu looked up abruptly, startled like a frightened deer. And as he met Ji Ran's gaze, tears instantly welled up and began to fall. "Thank you, Teacher Ji." "Not at all," Ji Ran replied with a smile, adjusting his glasses, though his gaze, seemingly casual, swept over the nearby Xie Wenjing and Song Zhang. "Oh my goodness, Teacher Ji is so gentle. Is he an angel? Now that's a true gentleman, unlike some, who only know how to watch the commotion. Wow, Teacher Ji's actions are on another level. He is a master." Ji Ran's gesture ignited Song Zhang's already restless heart. Watching Lin Baiyu, who was moved to tears, he felt a pang of sorrow as if his heart might shatter. Without a second thought, he grabbed the 2 sweetest roasted sweet potatoes from the table and filled a plate with vibrant red roasted tomatoes, rushing over like a whirlwind. "Baiyu, you should eat this. It's delicious. Sweet." He piled the food in front of Lin Baiyu, his tone urgent yet sincere. This continuous act of kindness became the final straw that broke Lin Baiyu's emotional dam. Unable to contain himself any longer, he buried his face in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably at the table. "Wow, Zhang, you're too kind," he exclaimed through his tears, prompting Su Xintian to join in the emotion, crying alongside him. Only Qin Hao, observing the sudden abundance of food on the table and the 2 individuals weeping heartily, wore a complex expression reminiscent of a color palette. Meanwhile, on the green team's side, Lu Yao watched Song Zhang's retreating figure, bewildered, and asked, "Did he just give our dinner away?" "Sure," Gu Painting interjected coolly, wiping her mouth with a napkin as she watched the unfolding drama. "Let him be. You see, a few sweet potatoes and tomatoes have earned them a genuine outpouring of tears. It's quite the bargain." Lu Yao nodded, somewhat understanding. A barely audible sigh floated over from the yellow team. Shen Wenjing finally set down his chopsticks. Xie Wenjing halted his task of picking fish bones for Shen Wenjing and looked up at him. "What if," Shen Wenjing pondered seriously, "we also send something over? Let us help him stop crying." Xie Wenjing gazed at him, his clear eyes reflecting the desire for a peaceful meal. After a few moments, he imperceptibly nodded in agreement. Upon that stern visage, there lingered a certain gravity that seemed entirely appropriate. He understood. Thus, under the scrutiny of all present, Xie Wenjing set down his bowl and chopsticks. He grasped the communal chopsticks and reached towards the fragrant pot of chicken stew with mushrooms. Everyone anticipated he would select a piece of chicken or a mushroom. However, Shen Wenjing's chopsticks deftly surveyed the pot, then decisively grasped the most laborious and least meaty chicken neck. He placed the neck into a pristine, empty bowl. Then, the chopsticks moved once more, retrieving 2 chicken feet that appeared to bear little meat. As if feeling this was inadequate, he added 2 pieces of chicken and some mushrooms. Having completed this task, he lifted the bowl, rose, and with an impassive expression, made his way towards the red team. 2 staff members, concealed behind the camera, clamped their mouths shut, their shoulders shaking as if in a fit of laughter. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted after a 3-second silence. "I'm laughing so hard my neighbors think we're slaughtering pigs. Ha ha ha. This is madness. The yellow team has truly gone wild. One devises the plan. The other executes it. A perfect match. Lin Baiyu. I've cried for so long. Only to be met with this? What a pinnacle of performance art. I shall dub it a treatise on how to conclude a green tea performance." Shen Wenjing approached the red team's table, placing the bowl gently before the 3 pairs of bewildered eyes. He offered not even a glance, merely stating in his deep, unfluctuating voice, "For you." Having spoken, he turned and departed with a decisive grace. The atmosphere at the diminutive red team table became peculiarly tense. A bowl of soup, a few sweet potatoes, a plate of tomatoes, and a bowl. Shen Wenjing regarded the now silent trio with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He resumed using his chopsticks, taking a piece of chicken leg that Shen Wenjing had placed in his bowl, savoring it with squinted eyes of delight. Then, in a murmur only audible to the 2 of them, he indistinctly commented, "Ah, much quieter now. We can finally enjoy our meal." Chapter 63, Midnight Horror Story Session. That dinner finally concluded. The green and blue teams departed, satisfied, while the 3 from the red team slumped like wilted eggplants. After being fed by several, their spirits stabilized somewhat. On the yellow team's side, Shen Wenjing quietly tidied the bowls and chopsticks, while Shen Wenjing, after finishing the last morsel of rice, let out a long sigh, feeling his labor-exhausted body rejuvenated with energy once more. He stood, his steps unsteady, heading towards the direction of his cozy bedroom, ready to embark on the most crucial agenda of his life, sleep. "Esteemed teachers, please hold on." Director Zhang's persistent voice resonated once more throughout the hall. Shen Wenjing halted, slowly turning back, his gaze tinged with the displeasure of a dream disturbed. Zhang, the director, stood upon the steps, adorned with that familiar, mischievous smile that hinted at mischief. "Everyone has worked hard today to foster camaraderie and enhance team cohesion. The production team has thoughtfully arranged a unique bedtime team-building activity." "What activity?" Qin Hao inquired, his tone laced with irritation as he regarded Zhang with a mixture of disdain and disbelief. "Refuse, suis intergested, finding herself languidly. My beauty sleep is upon me. Any team-building exercise that encroaches upon my slumber is a deliberate assault on my allure." Zhang's smile widened further, and he cleared his throat, announcing in a booming voice, "The theme of this team-building event is a midnight horror story session." As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of lamentations erupted. "No, please." Su Xintian's face turned pale. "I'm terrified of ghosts." Lu Yao looked perplexed. "A horror story session? Is it a competition to see whose tale is the most bizarre?" Shen Wenjing, with an impassive expression, turned on his heel and continued towards his room, his actions clearly stating his refusal. "No thanks, uncle. We shall not participate." "Wait." Zhang seemed to have anticipated this reaction, swiftly deploying his trump card. "The ultimate victor of this horror story session will receive a grand prize." Shen Wenjing's pace did not falter. Zhang shouted after his retreating figure. "The victor will gain the privilege of choosing tomorrow's menu. You can request anything you desire." As Shen Wenjing prepared to step into the corridor, his elevated foot lingered in midair for a mere fraction of a second. Gradually, he retracted his foot, turning around with a spark of intense enthusiasm in his eyes. Nearby, Su Yi, witnessing this transformation, snapped her fan shut with a decisive clap. This is going to be quite a spectacle. 10 minutes later, in a long-abandoned corner of the manor, an old warehouse had been meticulously arranged by the production team. A few candles flickered in the center, casting a dim, wavering light that elongated the shadows of the gathered individuals upon the weathered walls, creating an eerie atmosphere. Qin Hao, I'm so scared. Su Xintian clutched Qin Hao's arm tightly as she stepped through the doorway, nearly clinging onto him. Though Qin Hao felt a chill permeate the air, he resolved to maintain composure in front of the enchanting young woman. He cleared his throat and patted her hand reassuringly. Fear not, I am here. On the other side, Lin Baiyu appeared equally pale, his body trembling slightly as he instinctively moved closer to Song Xiang. Brother Xiang, it feels a bit cold here. Song Xiang immediately shed his jacket and draped it over Lin Baiyu's shoulders, his tone laced with concern. Should we inform the director? You need not participate. No, that is not an option. Lin Baiyu shook his head resolutely, biting his lip. I don't want to hinder everyone any further. Gu Pan and Su Yi stood by the entrance, exchanging knowing glances as they observed the unfolding drama between the two pairs. Meanwhile, Shen Wenjing remained indifferent to the chilling atmosphere and the antics of those around him. Upon entering, he surveyed the warehouse with a discerning gaze before striding directly to the most inconspicuous corner, where an abandoned wooden stool awaited. He approached, brushed off the dust with his sleeve, and settled down with an air of tranquility. As he settled into his seat, a shadowy figure draped in black took a place beside him. It was Shen Wenjing, who remained silent, quietly sitting next to him. The atmosphere was punctuated by laughter, with Jingjing jesting about her strategic positioning to evade any ghostly encounters, while Shen Wenjing assured her that his proximity would deter any spirits. Zhang Dao, pleased with the ambience, illuminated his face with a flashlight from below, casting an eerie glow as he announced the rules. We shall take turns sharing ghost stories, and, at the end, everyone will vote for the most terrifying tale. Additionally, I possess a heart rate monitor. Whoever's heart rate spikes the most during the storytelling will face a penalty. His smile was villainous as he added, and the nature of the punishment will be determined by the one who frightened you. I shall go first. Qin Hao eagerly volunteered, clearly wishing to impress Su Xintian. Allow me to recount a tale experienced by a friend, titled You in the Mirror. He stepped into the candlelight, lowering his voice as he vividly narrated a chilling story about a late-night apple peeling, during which the protagonist glimpsed another version of himself in the mirror. Undoubtedly, Qin Hao had a talent for creating an immersive atmosphere. His voice fluctuated in pitch, harmonizing with the eerie surroundings, captivating his audience. Su Xintian buried her face in his embrace, trembling with fear, while Lin Baiyu clutched Song Xiang's arm tightly. Just as the story reached its climax, with the protagonist's trembling hand reaching toward the mirror's reflection, a thunderous bang echoed as the warehouse's iron door was forcefully kicked open from outside. Su Xintian's piercing scream shattered the silence, causing Lu Yao to drop his game console in fright, and even Su Yi shuddered. Qin Hao chuckled triumphantly, signaling to the doorway, clearly in collusion with the staff. Only in the corner, Shen Wenjing furrowed his brow at the commotion, while beside him, Shen Wenjing instinctively shifted closer, shielding him from the entrance. Zhang Dao observed the heart rate monitor with glee, exclaiming, "All right, Teacher Qin Hao, congratulations on successfully frightening Teacher Su Xintian. You may now impose your punishment." He approached Su Xintian, gazing at her tear-streaked face with a mischievous grin. "Your penalty," he leaned down, whispering in an intimate tone, "is to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for me tomorrow morning." Chapter 64. The Impoverished Painter. Qin Hao's flirtatious punishment thickened the air in the warehouse with tension. Su Xintian's face flushed crimson as she buried her head in her arms, responding with a faint, nearly inaudible sound of agreement. Han girisi, su yi kuipit, using a fan to obscure the lower half of his face, revealing only his striking eyes as he silently criticized Gu Pan beside him. Geupan, with an expression that suggested she had seen through everything, coolly retorted, "The soil may be a bit coarse, but it is precisely what is needed." Su Yi rolled his eyes elegantly. The barrage in the live-streaming room, spurred by this greasy spectacle, divided into two factions. Qin Hao is so skilled. What a domineering punishment. I'm totally shipping this. Wake up, you. Isn't this just using the game to act lewdly? It's utterly distasteful. Sister Xan Tian seems to be quite into this, It's a case of mutual consent, which is rather delightful. I just want to know, when they cook breakfast tomorrow, will they blow up the kitchen or scatter dog food all over the estate? Amidst this pink and oily atmosphere, a faint voice emerged. It's my turn. It was Lin Baiyu. He stepped out from behind Song Zhang, his face appearing even paler in the dim candlelight, a hint of nervousness in his gaze. I'm not very good at telling stories. If I do poorly, please don't laugh at me. He bit his lip, his anxious eyes scanning the faces of the crowd before landing precisely on Song Zhang, as if seeking encouragement. It's all right, Baiyu. We will enjoy whatever you share. Song Zhang immediately took on the role of a loyal knight, cheering him on loudly. Lin Baiyu smiled gratefully at him. He walked to the center of the candles, took a deep breath, his voice slightly trembling. Let me tell you a story about shadows. Legend has it that everyone has a shadow that faithfully mimics our every move. But has anyone ever considered what would happen if one day your shadow no longer wished to imitate you? This intriguing beginning captivated the audience. Seeing their interest, Lin Baiyu continued. There was a very lonely girl who had no friends. The only companion she spoke to each day was the shadow on the wall. She named her shadow Xiaojing. She told Xiaojing, "We will always be the best of friends, never to part." However, one day, the girl fell in love. She no longer spoke to her shadow, spending every day with her boyfriend, blissfully forgetting the shadow she had left behind, which grew fainter by the day. As Lin Baiyu recounted this, his own emotions began to dwindle. He lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath them, embodying a figure abandoned by the world, stirring a pang of sympathy in Song Zhang's heart. Finally, on a stormy night, the girl quarreled with her boyfriend, crying as she ran home and locked herself in her room. Gazing at the indistinct shadow on the wall, she sobbed, "Xiaojing, are you the only one who will never leave me?" Lin Baiyu lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes. His voice tinged with sorrow as he brought the story to its climax. At that moment, the shadow on the wall suddenly stirred. It ceased to mimic the girl's movements and slowly, gradually rose from the wall, presenting her with an eerie smile identical to her own. Then it spoke, its voice mirroring the girl's. "Indeed, I will never leave you." Because it pointed at the girl, "I wish to become you." The story concluded. Lin Baiyu covered his mouth, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if still ensnared in the terrifying ambience he had conjured, unable to extricate himself. The warehouse lay in utter silence. After a few moments, Director Zhang glanced at the heart rate monitor in his hand, a smile more grotesque than tears spreading across his face. "Ah, Teacher Baiyu, your story was captivating, and the emotions were profound." He cleared his throat and remarked in a rather tactful tone, though it seems no one was particularly frightened. He shook the monitor in his hand. Everyone's heart rates are remarkably steady, with even two of them fast asleep. He referred to Lu Yao and Shen Wenjing, nestled in the corner. All his build-up, emotions, and performances had rendered futile in the face of those 5 words. Song Zhang, observing his nearly shattered demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reassured. "It's all right, Baiyu. I think you did exceptionally well. It's just that they are far too brave." "All right, next." Director Zhang clearly wished to avoid lingering on this awkward topic. He brandished his flashlight, sweeping it around the warehouse, and ultimately, that beam of light precisely landed on the most secluded corner. "Teacher, Shen Wenjing, it's your turn." The figure in the corner stirred slightly. He glanced at Director Zhang, then surveyed his surroundings, seemingly still trying to comprehend the situation. Su Yi leaned closer, whispering in a voice only they could hear, akin to a devil's murmur, "Darling, it's your turn to order." In an instant, Shen Wenjing snapped to attention. He did not rise, nor did he even alter his posture. He remained languidly leaned against the wall, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, as if reciting a mundane grocery list. "Then I shall tell a story, a tale of a painter." This opening was as unremarkable as a glass of plain water. Qin Hao curled his lip. Su Xinqian found it rather dull. And even Song Zhang thought it was certainly inferior to Lin Baiyu's narration. Only Xie Xuanxing, from the moment he began to speak, turned his head, his gaze intently fixed upon him. Once, there was a remarkably talented painter, yet he was impoverished. Shen Wenjing's voice remained monotonous, as if reading a tedious manual. He could not afford new canvases, so whenever he wished to create a new piece, he would simply layer new paint over his previous works. Day after day, year after year, he painted thousands of pictures, yet all were superimposed upon the same canvas. Eventually, the painter passed away, sick, destitute, and utterly alone. Upon his death, he left behind only one final painting, depicting a window with a gray sky beyond. At this point, Shen Wenjing paused, stifling a yawn. The audience teetered on the brink of slumber, save for Su Yi, who perceptively sensed a subtle shift. Later, a wealthy collector acquired the painting. Shen Wenjing continued in his hypnotic tone. The collector cherished the artwork, yet he always felt the paint was unusually thick. Consequently, he summoned the most advanced X-ray scanner to analyze the painting. At this juncture, everyone's spirits were suddenly invigorated. When the scanning results emerged, the collector was left astounded. Shen Wenjing spoke at a leisurely pace, and he discovered that beneath the window lay a dense and intricate array of over 1,000 paintings. The collector was ecstatic, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He devoted several months, employing the most advanced digital technology to meticulously peel away these layers of art. He beheld the artist's self-portrait, glimpsed the visage of his beloved, and observed still lives and landscapes. He witnessed the entirety of the artist's life. The atmosphere within the warehouse gradually grew heavy with anticipation. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final revelation. At last, he reached the last layer, the very first painting the artist had created on a blank canvas. At this juncture, Shen Wenjing paused, lifting his gaze. His typically lackluster peach blossom eyes sparkled under the dim candlelight. He scanned the faces of those present, his calm demeanor sending an unsettling shiver through the onlookers. Then, with a tone that was both matter-of-fact and eerily light, he unveiled the final secret. The canvas's deepest layer depicted the collector, suspended by a rope from the beams, his tongue protruding grotesquely, his expression one of horror. The date inscribed was the day after the collector had acquired the painting. A piercing scream shattered the warehouse's oppressive silence, a sound that emanated from Su Xintian, Lin Baiyu, and even Song Xiang, who involuntarily flinched. Qin Hao's face turned pale as he instinctively glanced at the warehouse beams. Gu Pan furrowed her brow tightly, while even Su Yi felt a chill race down his spine. Only Xie Xuanxing remained unperturbed, fixated intently on Shen Wenjing. Director Zhang observed the heart rate monitor in his hand, where several data lines spiked alarmingly, his excitement causing his hands to tremble. Chapter 65, Punishment. Yet not quite punishment. Song Xiang felt a chill surge down his back, instinctively glancing at the dusty beams of the warehouse. Qin Hao's expression was equally grim. He feigned composure, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Gu Pan frowned, while Su Yi's fan, usually a flutter of elegance, now hung motionless in midair. In the entire warehouse, only two individuals were exceptions. Xie Xuanxing's gaze was steadfast, seemingly glued to the corner where Shen Wenjing stood. After recounting the chilling conclusion, Shen Wenjing simply yawned, as if the eerie tale had not been his own, but rather a passage read from some trivial publication. Excellent! Excellent! How wonderful! Director Zhang's exclamation shattered the eerie stillness. Clutching his flashlight, his face radiated with excitement. As the heart rate monitor screen displayed several lines that danced erratically like a frantic electrocardiogram. Teacher Shen Wenjing, congratulations! You have successfully frightened our three esteemed guests. He announced in a tone reminiscent of an awards ceremony host, teachers Su Xintian, Lin Baiyu, and our very own teacher Song Xiang. Your heart rates in that fleeting moment have all surpassed the threshold of caution. Upon hearing this, the three individuals named exhibited a range of expressions. Su Xintian was still in a state of shock, while Lin Baiyu wore an incredulous look, unable to comprehend how his meticulously crafted tale of sorrow and horror had gone unnoticed, whereas Shen Wenjing's straightforward remarks wielded such formidable influence. Song Xiang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I was simply startled by that scream. Now, Director Zhang entirely disregarded their reactions, directing the beam of his flashlight once more onto the figure huddled in the corner, his voice brimming with an exhilaration of mischief accomplished. According to the rules, Teacher Shen Wenjing, you shall be bestowed with the power to punish these 3 guests. In the corner, Su Yi leaned close to Shen Wenjing, shielding his mouth with a fan, his voice barely above a whisper, like a cunning devil coaxing. Darling, did you hear? The power to punish. Don't hold back. Go all out. Just think of the sumptuous banquet awaiting us tomorrow. Shen Wenjing gradually straightened his posture, his languid demeanor reminiscent of a cat finally roused by a tempting morsel. He lifted his gaze, leisurely surveying Su Xintian, Song Zhang, and Lin Baiyu. Those under his scrutiny inexplicably tensed up. Lin Baiyu instinctively straightened his back, mentally calculating how to respond in the most delicate manner should Shen Wenjing propose any excessive demands, thus garnering the sympathy of others. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, curious to see what tricks Shen Wenjing had up his sleeve. Under the collective gaze of all present, Shen Wenjing finally spoke. He first pointed towards Su Xintian, still nestled in Qin Hao's embrace. You. Su Xintian shuddered, timidly lifting her head. You. Shen Wenjing stated in his characteristic, emotionless tone. Now, sing 2 tigers. Su Xintian, Hu. The entire warehouse fell silent. What sort of punishment is this? A kindergarten recital? Why? Su Xintian instinquito inquit. Shen Wenjing earnestly explained that this children's song, with its simple melody, steady rhythm, and uplifting lyrics, would aid in swiftly calming her emotions and allowing her to relax. Su Xintian, Ginhao, ha. I'm literally laughing so hard I could pound the ground. What kind of genius punishment is this? I shall refer to it as health-conscious punishment. Su Xintian, I thought you were going to humiliate me. Sen Benqing, no. I simply wish for you to be healthy in body and mind. A heartless ploy. He employs the most serious of reasons to execute the most absurd of actions. Qin Hao finds himself unable to act in his heroic rescue of beauty. Su Xintian stood frozen for an extended moment, and finally, amidst Qin Hao's complex gaze, she blushed and began to sing in a voice as faint as a mosquito, 2 tigers, running fast. Upon finishing, she realized that perhaps her fear had diminished. Shen Wenjing nodded in satisfaction, and then his finger pointed towards Song Ziyang. You. At that, Song Ziyang reflexively stood at attention. You. Shen Wenjing appraised his robust physique. Doten push-ups. Song Ziyang was taken aback, but chose not to inquire further, deeming the punishment a mere trifle. Why push-ups? Lu Yao inquired curiously. Although he had been startled moments earlier, his robust physique allowed for a swift recovery. Shen Wenjing continued his absurdly serious monologue, explaining that fright could cause a surge in adrenaline and a rapid heartbeat. Engaging in moderate strength training could promote blood circulation and assist the body in swiftly metabolizing excess hormones, restoring equilibrium. Upon hearing this, Song Ziyang's eyes lit up in realization. So that's how it is. It makes sense. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to the ground and began performing push-ups with impeccable form. 1, 2, 3. The resounding counts echoed through the eerie warehouse, creating a stark contrast to the atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Look at Song Ziyang, the lovable fool. He actually believed it, and he finds it quite reasonable. Jing, an unremarkable master of manipulation, targets Song Ziyang's intellect. I declare, Shen Wenjing is not here for a dating show. He is here to conduct a wellness seminar. After completing his push-ups, Song Ziyang felt invigorated. His gaze towards Shen Wenjing now infused with admiration. Only one person remained. All eyes turned towards Lin Baiyu, whose heart raced with trepidation. He had mentally prepared countless strategies, even concocting a scenario where, if Shen Wenjing commanded him to bark like a dog, he would feign a sore throat and dramatically collapse into Song Ziyang's arms. Shen Wenjing observed him, his face perpetually adorned with a fragile expression, appearing particularly pitiful under the flickering candlelight. After a moment of silence, he pointed towards the door that had been forcefully kicked open. You. Lin Baiyu's body tensed. Go outside and stand for 5 minutes. Why? He instinctively asked, a hint of unrecognized wariness creeping into his voice. The air here is poor, Shen Wenjing explained, gesturing to the swirling dust and the fumes generated by the burning candles. Prolonged exposure to this confined and polluted environment can lead to oxygen deprivation and adversely affect your respiratory system. The air outside is fresh, rich in negative ions, which can help you relax and alleviate tension. He paused for emphasis, adding earnestly, it's also good for your skin. All of Lin Baiyu's prepared lines and cultivated emotions were abruptly quelled by that last remark about skin. He felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. No, into a void of air with not even a sound to be heard. What could he possibly say? I refuse to go. I enjoy inhaling secondhand smoke and dust. You are humiliating me? Yet, it was evident that the other party was genuinely concerned for his health and skin. This punishment sounded more like a benefit. Lin Baiyu stood rooted for a few seconds, ultimately gritting his teeth and, amidst a plethora of complex gazes, silently strode towards the entrance of the warehouse. Standing at the threshold, the evening breeze brushed against his face, bringing a slight chill. He felt not punished, but rather liberated. In the warehouse, Jiren observed Lin Baiyu's desolate silhouette and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. A glimmer of profound admiration flickered in his eyes. He found Shen Wenjing to be infinitely more intriguing than he had initially imagined. Meanwhile, Xie Xuanxing regarded the now-reclined Shen Wenjing, preparing to continue his slumber. The austere lines of his face softened unconsciously. Xie Xuanxing thought that Shen Wenjing's earlier earnest nonsense was so endearing that he felt an urge to conceal him away. Gu Pan and Su Yi exchanged glances, each reflecting the same sentiment. This individual is extraordinary. Chapter 66. His mind is apt for storytelling. Lin Baiyu stood at the entrance of the warehouse, braving the cold wind for a full 5 minutes. Upon his return, the storytelling session was still in full swing. Ahem, next up, Teacher Gu Pan, Director Zhang announced, evidently still invigorated by the previous performance. Gu Pan rose gracefully. Unlike Qin Hao, who thrived on theatrics, or Lin Baiyu, who cultivated an atmosphere of emotion, she merely crossed her arms and approached the center where the candles flickered, adopting a casual tone as if sharing gossip. Let me share an anecdote from our production team. In the past, while filming a Republic of China drama, we shot in an old residence, rumored to be haunted as it was where a concubine of a wealthy family had hanged herself. During a night scene, a young girl was cast as a maid, and that evening, she was to lie still on the bed, pretending to be dead. When the director called for action, she remained utterly motionless. After the first take, when the director shouted cut, she did not rise. The assistant director approached her and gave her a gentle nudge, yet she remained unresponsive. Panic ensued as we feared something had gone awry, until we leaned in closer. Gu Pan deliberately paused, scanning the crowd. She had fallen asleep and was snoring quite audibly, so much so that it was captured in the audio recording. The audience responded with collective amusement. And then, Lu Yao inquired bluntly. Then, Gu Pan shrugged nonchalantly. The director berated her thoroughly, and she was subsequently dismissed. What kind of ghost story is that? It sounds more like a workplace safety lesson, someone remarked. Director Zhang glanced at the heart rate monitor, the reading steady as ever. He cleared his throat, preparing to announce the next participant. When Su Yi stood up languidly. It's my turn. He sauntered over to Shen Wenjing, plopping down beside him, and gestured with his fan towards Shen Wenjing. Casting a flirtatious glance at the audience, particularly Ji Ran and Xie Xuanxing. My story involves our beauty, he declared, igniting the curiosity of everyone present. Xie Xuanxing's body tensed instantly, and Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, his gaze deepening behind the lenses. Aren't you curious? Su Yi's voice lowered, laced with intrigue. How could our beauty concoct such unique tales? He leaned closer to Shen Wenjing, whispering in a tone meant for their ears alone. Darling, confess honestly, have you been secretly watching world's unsolved mysteries behind my back? Shen Wenjing did not even raise his eyelids. His thoughts drifted back to a past life. Most of his memories are intertwined with that bed, the incessantly beeping monitor, and the cold intravenous tubes. His sister, fearing he would grow bored, always sought to provide him with books to read. From classic literature to online novels, from a brief history of time to criminal psychology, from the classic of mountains and seas to the Cthulhu mythos. Those words became the sole hues in the pallid silence that enveloped him. He had perused an abundance of bizarre tales, so numerous that the plots and characters transformed into components readily available in his mind. The story he just recounted was merely a hasty assemblage of fragments plucked from his memory's repository. The artist's solitude was his own, and the layered canvases were remnants of some artist's untold narratives he had encountered. The secrets revealed in the X-ray were techniques gleaned from a detective novel. As for the conclusion, it was purely a dramatic flourish he deemed fitting to expedite the end of this tiresome game, allowing him to return to slumber. Just a whimsical fabrication. Shen Wenjing extricated himself from the chaotic thoughts and offered Su a succinct response. Just a whimsical fabrication? Sui éclamet dramatijai. Fanning himself and pointing at Shen Wenjing. Listen. Is this what you call a whimsical fabrication? Such a mind should not be wasted on mere screenplays. Darling, you did not come here for a romantic variety show. You came to deliver a crushing blow. Gupan nodded in agreement, believing that Shen Wenjing's thought process was even more terrifying than the ghost stories themselves. Ha. Su is our spokesperson. I want to ask too. The casual claims of a top student and the whimsical musings of a beauty are undoubtedly the two most untrustworthy statements in this world. I see, Shen Wenjing. A horror novelist sidetracked by painting. What on earth is in his mind? A black hole of the universe? All right. Teacher Su, what about your story? Director Zhang chuckled, urging him on. My story? Su shook his fan, rising to his feet, and with a flamboyant twirl, declared. My story is that I sit beside an utterly unremarkable young genius of horror storytelling, and I am awestruck by his talent. That's it. Director Zhang noted now. The only ones left to share are Xie Wenjing and Ji Ran. All eyes turned to these two individuals, eagerly anticipating the captivating tales they would unveil. Teacher Xie, would you like to go first? Ji Ran smiled and gestured invitingly. Xie Wenjing, expressionless, nodded slightly. He rose, his tall figure casting an imposing shadow beneath the flickering candlelight. He gazed at the individual in the corner who was beginning to feel drowsy. That person, for the sake of a priority in ingredient selection, had remarkably mustered his spirits and contributed such an enthralling story. He yearned for victory. This thought crystallized clearly in Xie Wenjing's mind. Since he wished to triumph, he could not allow that individual to lose. Clearing his throat, his deep, resonant voice resonated through the stillness of the warehouse. Allow me to share a tale, one woven around the theme of light. The opening resonates with an enchanting atmosphere. In the realm of cinematography, the primary light, fill light, and backlight constitute the foundational elements of Rembrandt lighting. The primary light is tasked with sculpting the principal form of the subject, typically positioned at a 45-degree angle to the camera. The fill light, on the other hand, serves to illuminate shadows, diminishing the contrast and rendering the details of the darker areas more discernible. Meanwhile, the backlight, also known as hair light, emanates from the rear side of the subject, delineating the edges and allowing the subject to stand apart from the backdrop. He commenced to expound upon the intricacies of film lighting with a tone that was devoid of emotion, akin to a lecture delivered in a professional setting. He traversed from the three-point lighting technique to the nuances of butterfly lighting, ultimately addressing the significance of catchlight. The entire warehouse succumbed to a silence that was even more profound than that experienced during a ghost story. Qin Hao appeared bewildered, while Su Xintian's eyes had morphed into spirals reminiscent of incense coils. Lu Yao, however, listened intently, occasionally nodding as if deciphering an arcane text. Lin Baiyu's expression was one of utter confusion and perplexity. Only in the corner, Su, Yi, and Gu Pan exchanged a glance, simultaneously employing their fans and hands to stifle the smiles threatening to spread across their faces. This was hardly a ghost story. It was, quite blatantly, a diversion. What am I watching? A dating show or an introduction to the art of film lighting? Xie Wenjing, are you serious? You dare to label this a ghost story? Even a ghost would hand you a copy of The Birth of Cinema to continue your lecture. He is doing this on purpose. He is undoubtedly doing this intentionally. He sees Jingjing is eager to win, so he deliberately chooses the most mundane topic to highlight Jingjing's story as the most frightening. I am utterly captivated. What an awkward yet profound affection. He doesn't even bother to disguise it. He is openly declaring, yes, I am here to support him. Shen Wenjing is indeed genuine. Not far off, two crew members tasked with following the action concealed themselves behind the camera, whispering in hushed tones. What is he doing? Is he publicly executing us amateurs? You understand nothing. This is love. Do you see? He is willing to sacrifice his own reputation to ensure others succeed. Finally, just as everyone was on the verge of drowning in a sea of knowledge, Shen Wenjing concluded his lecture. He returned to his seat, his demeanor unchanged, as if he had merely delivered a routine work report. Clearing his throat, Director Zhang offered a wry smile toward the last individual, Teacher Ji Ran, signaling that it was his turn. Ji Ran rose with a smile, opting not to venture to the center, but instead making his way to the open door. He gazed out into the night, the moonlight cascading over him, enveloping him in a gentle halo. His glance, seemingly casual, swept over Shen Wenjing before ultimately settling on the individual who was nearly dozing off. Then allow me to share a tale, one concerning sound. His voice resonated like that of a cello, warm, rich, and imbued with a soothing power. In my childhood, I resided at my grandmother's home in the countryside. On summer nights, the yard was often filled with countless fireflies. My grandmother would bring out a bamboo lounge chair beneath the grapevine, cradling me in her arms, singing an old lullaby. He began to hum softly, a soothing and tender melody that flowed through everyone's hearts like moonlight. My grandmother used to say that any lost child, upon hearing this song, would find a way home. As I grew older and ventured far from home, each time I felt weary and lost, I would close my eyes and gently sing this song in my heart. It served as a beacon, guiding me to moments of tranquility amidst the chaos of the world. He finished his tale. There were no ghosts, no horrors, nor even a ripple of tension, just an exquisitely gentle story. In the warehouse, the silence was so profound that one could hear the crackling of the candle flames. Su Xintian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she recalled her own grandmother. Song Xiang was equally moved. Only Shen Wenjing gazed coldly at Ji Ran's retreating figure, fully aware that this individual surpassed him in every aspect. While Shen Wenjing had released his emotions clumsily, Ji Ran had not only expressed himself freely, but had also crafted an image of deep affection and tenderness. The contrast was glaring. Oh, Ji Ran, you are truly cutting to the heart. If Shen Wenjing's emotional release was a raw physical assault, then Ji Ran's was a masterful display of magical prowess. He is simply too skilled. This story not only fails to terrify, but also presents him as incredibly gentle and deeply affectionate. This is a battlefield of emotions, one clumsily guarding, the other gently healing, all directed towards the same person. Jing, wake up. Your backyard is on fire. No, both sides are building houses for you. Suddenly, Director Zhang stood up with fervor, declaring that the late-night ghost storytelling session had come to an end. Undoubtedly, the ultimate victor was our esteemed teacher, Shen Wenjing. In the corner, the declared winner finally snapped back to reality. He stood up, approached Director Zhang, and extended his hand, his beautiful peach blossom eyes reflecting pure, earnest anticipation. Thus, he inquired, "May I place my order for tomorrow's menu now?" Director Zhang felt that the atmosphere he had meticulously crafted shattered into pieces before this single question. Chapter 67. The gourmet menu. He watched as Shen Wenjing's lips twitched slightly, before taking a small notebook and a pen from a nearby staff member, offering them to him. "Certainly. Teacher Wenjing, please." Shen Wenjing took the paper and pen, and without drafting a single note, the pen glided across the page with fluidity. Curious, the others leaned in closer. On that small piece of paper appeared elegant, yet somewhat relaxed handwriting. Appetizer: low-temperature slow-cooked foie gras with fig jam. Soup: French black truffle cream, mushroom soup. Main course: M9 grade sirloin, medium rare, served with red wine sauce. Pan-seared Hokkaido scallops. Staple: Italian sea urchin risotto. Dessert: lava chocolate cake, to be freshly baked. Beverage: hand-brewed rose tea. Once again, the entire warehouse fell into a silence more terrifying than any ghost story. Qin Hao's eyes twitched as he gazed at the menu. The menu at his restaurant is not this refined. Wenjing's brother, Su Xintian, whispered, "These dishes sound incredibly delicious." Indeed, they are more than just delectable. Su Yi, fanning himself, laughed so exuberantly that he resembled a blooming flower. Darling, are you intent on elevating our production team's kitchen to Michelin 3-star status? Director Zhang's complexion transformed from a sickly hue to a deep shade of purple as he gazed at the menu, feeling as though his blood pressure was scaling the heights of Mount Everest. Teacher Wenjing struggled to speak. Our manor has limited resources. Look at these ingredients. Oh, Shen Wenjing nodded in understanding. He picked up a pen, made a few marks on the menu, then handed it back with a tone full of empathy. Let us opt for a simplified version. Director Zhang sighed in relief, but upon glancing at the revised menu, he nearly fainted. The pared-down menu read, no foie gras? Let us use duck liver instead, cleaned thoroughly. No black truffles? Dried matsutake from Yunnan will suffice. No wagyu? Then let us go with the most tender sirloin of local yellow cattle. Don't overcook it. No king scallops? Fresh scallops from the market will do. No seaurchin? Surely we have crab roe? No geeksia? Then let us have 2 cans of ice-cold cola. Ha! A simplified version. I'm laughing so hard my neighbors might move out overnight. I'm in tears. He even kindly provided a plan B. Director Zhang, thank you. Thank your whole family. Where am I supposed to find crab roe now? Jing, I'm not challenging you. I'm testing your procurement skills. Only the final cola revealed his true aspirations. Director Zhang trembled as he held the revised menu. He looked desperately at the only person in the room who might be able to rein in Shen Wenjing. Teacher Wenjing, what do you think? CS Wenjing withdrew his gaze from the menu and directed it back to Shen Wenjing, his stern face betraying no superfluous emotion. In a matter-of-fact tone, he stated, if the production team cannot produce it. He paused before delivering the latter part of his sentence. I'll order takeout. Director Zhang felt as though he were being grilled by 2 individuals in 2 distinct manners. Let us do it. We will. He practically spat the words through clenched teeth. Snatching the menu and bellowing at the staff behind him, prepare everything immediately. If even one item is missing by noon tomorrow, you can pack your things and leave. After his outburst, he felt utterly drained. Grabbing a loudspeaker, he weakly announced, today's activities conclude here. Everyone rest early. Do not forget, the punishment remains in effect. With that, he hurriedly departed as if escaping a torrential flood. As night deepened, the atmosphere within the manor was a mixture of joy and despair. In the musty storeroom of the Red Team, the mood was oppressive. Qin Hao lay restlessly on a camp bed, tossing and turning. Su Xintian sat on another bed, hugging her knees and still shaken by the events of the evening. Only Lin Baiyu stood quietly by the window, gazing into the pitch-black night, his mind racing with thoughts he had pondered all night long. Once, whenever he displayed a feeble and helpless expression, someone would inevitably come to his aid, resolving all his troubles. Yet today, despite shedding tears and showing vulnerability, what did he ultimately gain? In contrast, Shen Wenjing, who had remained languid from start to finish, merely uttered a few words and garnered everyone's attention, along with a Michelin-level menu. It dawned upon him that in this realm, tears and weakness held little value. A change in approach was imperative. In the sunlit suite of the Green Team, an entirely different scene unfolded. Lu Yao had donned his headphones, immersing himself in the gaming world. Gu Pan, applying a facial mask, reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a script. After finishing his shower, Song Ziang emerged, towel drying his hair, and expressed his concern. Sister Pan, do you think you and the others can sleep well in such a room? Should we intervene? Gu Pan, without lifting her gaze, retorted, your overflowing sympathy could allow you to offer your bed for a night in the storage room. Don't involve me and Lu Yao. That is not what I meant. Song Ziang scratched his head. Then what do you mean? Gu Pan finally set down her script, fixing her gaze on him. Song Ziang, you're an adult now. Everyone must take responsibility for their choices and actions. They failed to complete their mission, and they must face the consequences. It is only fair. Rendered speechless by her words, Song Ziang could only mutter a subdued acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in the standard room of the blue team, Su E and Ji Ran had just finished their grooming. Su E remarked, applying toner before the mirror. Our beauty today is truly a force to be reckoned with. How do you feel, Teacher Ji? Seated on the edge of the bed, Ji ran, holding a book, looked up with a hint of smile in his warm eyes. Quite interesting. Just interesting? Sui raisit aneyebroch. No, Jiran closed the book, gazing earnestly at Sui. He resembled a riddle. Just when you thought you had grasped a fragment, he would reveal an entirely different facet the next moment. Very captivating. Of course, Sui proudly lifted his chin. Just look at whose friend I am. At that moment, the center of the discussion, the yellow team duo, stood at the entrance of their cozy bedroom. They pushed open the door. The room exuded warmth, with soft yellow lighting, a clean floor, and a small bay window. At the center, there lay an enormous double bed, at least 1 meter and 80 centimeters wide, a singular bed. Shen Wenjing's eyes sparkled upon seeing it. His life's pursuits, aside from food, revolved around sleep. This bed appeared remarkably inviting. He almost dashed into the bathroom for a quick battle shower and, without a moment's hesitation, flung himself onto the bed, rolling into the plush covers before cocooning himself snugly, leaving only his fluffy head exposed. "I'm going to sleep now," he mumbled, closing his eyes. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, like flowing water. Xie Xuanxing stood at the door, observing the individual who had wrapped himself into a bundle, utterly frozen. His mind had gone blank. "Ah, a bed. It's a bed. I love the production team. You are my one and only creator. Help." Xie Xuanxing has turned to stone. Observe his expression. He is entirely in sync with his limbs. Inner thoughts of Xuanxing. What should I do? What should I do? I am about to sleep next to him. Will he find me undesirable? Do I smell of sweat? Should I have taken another shower? Jingjing remarked. What a spacious bed. Such soft blankets. I shall sleep now. Xuanxing thought. A cosmic explosion has occurred in my mind. Not far away, 2 staff members concealed themselves behind the monitor, stifling their laughter. Oh dear, the esteemed actor CPU is about to overheat. Silence. Let us truly feel this chaotic state of innocence. Xie Xuanxing lingered at the door for a full 5 minutes, as though engaged in an internal battle of celestial proportions. He then hastily entered the bathroom for a quick shower. Finally, he took a deep breath, reminiscent of a soldier preparing for battle, and with a stiff gait, made his way to the other side of the bed. He lay down slowly, creating a chasm between himself and the slumbering figure beside him, a divide that could accommodate another person. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to calm himself. In his ears, he could hear the steady and gentle rhythm of Shen Wenjing's breathing. The air was infused with the scent of shower gel and a faint, delightful fragrance emanating from the other. Xie Xuanxing felt his heart race, as if it might leap from his throat. He was finished. Just as his thoughts spiraled, pushing him toward madness, the cocooned figure beside him, now deep in slumber, stirred slightly. Perhaps feeling warm, the figure nestled deeper under the covers, and a slender, pale arm emerged from the bedding, unconsciously and accurately resting upon Xie Xuanxing's waist. The warmth of that touch, filtered through a thin T-shirt, was unmistakable. The moment his body made contact with that hand, he froze in place. Chapter 68. A chaotic morning time seemed to stretch infinitely in that instant. He could distinctly hear the thunderous beating of his heart alongside the calm, shallow breaths of the person beside him. The two sounds intertwined, one frantic, the other serene. What should he do? Xie Xuanxing's mind descended into an unprecedented state of paralysis. Should he push him away? That would awaken him. How would he explain that? You are restless in your sleep, or I find you repugnant. Or should he simply allow it to continue? Would he still be able to sleep? He attempted to shift, ever so slightly, a mere centimeter towards the edge of the bed. The cocoon figure emitted a vague murmur, as if sensing the warmth beside him was retreating. That arm not only remained in place, but tightened its grip, drawing closer, with the head settling perfectly against Xie Xuanxing's shoulder. Xie Xuanxing surrendered entirely to the situation. He lay rigidly on the bed, eyes wide open, gazing at the dappled shadows of trees cast by the moonlight on the ceiling, resigned to his fate. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of shower gel, mingling with the indescribably clean and pleasant aroma of Shen Wenjing. Beside her ear, the rhythmic breathing of that person caressed his heart like a feather, gently sweeping over it, not a torment, but a slow torture. Why has the camera stopped moving? Is it stuck? Director, are you asleep? Turn around. Forget it. This is sleep time. We must protect the guest's privacy. I need no privacy. I simply want to know what's happening inside. I have already envisioned an entire 80-episode drama in my mind. Look at the breathing monitor for Shen Wenjing. The line is trembling as if he has Parkinson's. He must not be asleep. He is definitely in chaos. Jingjing remarked, he is sleeping so soundly. Shen Wenjing replied, a universe has exploded in my mind. On this night, some leaped between the realms of heaven and hell, while others tossed and turned in the mire of reality. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the small window of the storage room, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. Su Xintian, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, quietly climbed out of her military cot. She glanced at the still, slumbering Qin Hao and the wide-awake Lin Baiyu, who appeared lost in thought. Gritting her teeth, she stealthily slipped out to fulfill her sweet punishment. In the expansive kitchen of the manor, it was utterly deserted. Su Xintian took a deep breath to bolster her spirits and commenced her calamity of culinary arts. As she cracked eggs, half of the shell fell in. While frying bacon, the flame blazed too fiercely, instantly charring the edges. Toasting bread, she miscalibrated the timing, and when it popped up, it resembled 2 pieces of charcoal. When Qin Hao, yawning, was drawn to the kitchen by the overwhelming scent of burnt food, he was met with this scene. Su Xintian was flustered at the stovetop, her face smudged with soot like a calico cat. Before her lay a plate with 2 slices of blackened toast, a heap of scrambled eggs mixed with eggshells, and several pieces of charred bacon. This was hardly a heartfelt breakfast. It was undoubtedly a dark culinary disaster. Are you concocting elixirs? Qin Hao observed the dish, the corners of his eyes twitching. Upon seeing him, Su Xintian's nose tinged with emotion, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. I'm so sorry, Brother Qin Hao. I messed up. As Qin Hao gazed at her near-tears expression, the remnants of his morning irritability inexplicably dissipated. He approached, picked up a piece of burnt toast, and without changing his expression, took a hearty bite. Crunch. It sounded as crisp as if he were chewing on stones. He mumbled through the mouthful of charcoal. Not bad, quite crunchy. Su Xintian was taken aback. Qin Hao then forked a chunk of the scrambled eggs, shells included, and stuffed it into his mouth, flashing a cheeky grin at her. Just a little extra calcium. Su Xintian burst into laughter, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. Qin Hao, you devilish man. Why are you a bit handsome? He actually ate it. He really ate it. Even the eggshells. Dying. Don't be too moved. He might just be seeking a unique experience. What else with this couple? They're surprisingly delightful. In the kitchen, a comical idle drama unfolds, while the manor's courtyard is filled with an aura of strength and vitality. Shen Wenjing had scarcely slept a wink throughout the night, as dawn's light gently brightened the sky. He rose with a pressing need for release. He sought to subdue the tumultuous tsunami that had raged in his mind for hours through the primal and unadulterated exhaustion of his body. Sweat cascaded down his chiseled jawline, soaking his black athletic tank top, accentuating the sleek and muscular contours of his physique. Each breath he took bore an oppressive, silent intensity. Not far away, 2 early rising staff members huddled behind some equipment, whispering amongst themselves. What on earth has triggered Xie, the film emperor? This intensity. Does he intend to compete in triathlon? I don't know, but look at that look in his eyes. It's as if he is ready to commit murder. I wonder if they had a fight in their room last night. A fight? With that build of Teacher Shen? Xie could easily pin him down with a single finger. Not necessarily. On the second-floor balcony, Ji Ran held a cup of warm water, quietly observing the drenched figure in the courtyard. He adjusted his glasses, and a flicker of contemplation crossed his gaze. It seems he didn't sleep well last night, he murmured to himself. Not just poorly, came Su Yi's voice from behind. Clutching a small mirror, he checked for any fine lines at the corners of his eyes. He looks as though he has been drained of all vitality. TSK. The youth certainly has a fiery temperament. Jiran turned to glance at him, smiled, and said nothing. When Shen Wenjing concluded his self-inflicted morning workout and returned to the room, still glistening with sweat, the individual on the bed finally stirred. Shen Wenjing was roused by the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen, where the production team was preparing a simplified Michelin-style meal for him. emerging from beneath the covers, his hair tousled and his face still bearing the remnants of slumber. He inhaled deeply, accurately detecting the assertive sense of butter and beef in the air. Sitting up, he looked toward Shen Wenjing, who had just exited the bathroom. His eyes filled with pure anticipation. "Is breakfast ready?" Shen Wenjing paused in his act of drying his hair, gazing at Shen Wenjing's flushed face and those clear, food-focused eyes. The chaotic turmoil of the previous night felt utterly trivial in that moment. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all those jumbled emotions and resumed his aloof demeanor. "It's still early," he managed to squeeze out between clenched teeth. "Oh," Shen Wenjing's eyes visibly dimmed. He tossed aside the covers, intending to get out of bed, but halted when he noticed the pronounced crease on the sheets. On the other side of the bed, the linens lay smooth, as if untouched. On his side, the chaos was evident. The stark divide between them was as clear as a boundary, silently accusing him of his reckless, sleeping posture from the night before. Shen Wenjing blinked, then naturally lifted his foot to smooth out the crease. Well, that S no longer visible. Shen Wenjing. Chapter 69. Epic concurrence. Shen Wenjing was roused from his slumber by an overwhelming and rich aroma. He sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes. Outside the door, the staff of the program stood reverently at attention, akin to servants awaiting a royal banquet, pushing a small cart adorned with a pristine white tablecloth. On this cart was a scaled-down Michelin meal. The dish featured a perfectly seared beef tenderloin, its exterior crisp and fragrant, accompanied by several plump scallops, similarly sautéed in butter. A small serving of golden risotto, enriched with crab roe, sat alongside a bowl of porcini mushroom soup, exuding an enticing earthy aroma. Additionally, 2 chilled cans of soda, emitting wisps of vapor, were placed nearby. "Teacher Wenjing, your breakfast," one staff member announced, their voice tinged with the fatigue of survival. Wenjing nodded appreciatively and naturally seated himself at the small table, grasping the knife and fork. In contrast, the atmosphere at the dining table was starkly modest. The 3 members of the red team faced the program's offering of congee and pickles, finding it unpalatable. Qin Hao and Su Xintian were huddled together, whispering. Only Lin Baiyu sat with his head bowed, silently consuming his congee, his expression inscrutable. The green and blue teams were partaking in a standard farmer's breakfast, steamed buns, eggs, and millet porridge, which, though simple, at least satisfied hunger. At that moment, Shen Wenjing emerged leisurely from his room, holding a plate with over half of the beef and risotto remaining. He entered the hall, surveyed the surroundings, and placed the plate in the center of the dining table. "I cannot finish it," he succinctly explained before sitting down, popping open a can of soda with a satisfying hiss, and taking a hearty sip. Everyone was taken aback. Song Zhang gazed at the plate of meat, swallowing hard but hesitating to act. It was Gu Pan who raised an eyebrow, picked up the serving chopsticks, and placed a piece of beef into her bowl, smiling as she said, "Then we shall not be polite." With her leading the way, the others soon followed suit, quickly devouring the Michelin meal. "Ha ha ha, I get it." Jingjing ordered so much not because he can eat it all, but because he wants to sample everything. He truly is a little bodhisattva in the human realm, knowing to share even when he can't finish it. "Wake up, everyone." He is just too lazy to deal with leftovers. Look at Lin Baiyu's expression. He is about to snap his chopsticks in half. After an oddly tense breakfast, Director Zhang appeared with his loudspeaker, brimming with energy. "Esteemed teachers, now that you have feasted, isn't it time to engage in some activity?" A mischievous smile adorned his face. "To test your synergy and artistic flair, we are about to embark on the next team task. Telepathy. You draw. I guess." The victorious team will be awarded an exquisite afternoon tea set provided by our principal sponsor. On the screen, a series of tantalizing images appeared. A 3-tiered stand brimming with macarons, petite cakes, fruit tarts, and English muffins, accompanied by matching cutlery. Shen Wenjing's gaze lingered for an extra moment on a molten chocolate cake that looked as though it would melt in the mouth. The game commenced swiftly. Governed by simple rules, each team would send forth a member to draw while the others guessed, earning 10 points for each correct word. The red team took the stage first. Qin Hao volunteered to draw, and with a sweeping stroke, he sketched a crooked circle, adding a few tufts atop it. The sun. Su Xintian exclaimed, only to be met with a wrong. A light bulb? Came another guess. No. Qin Hao, in a fluster, was sweating profusely. It's something edible. Round. Furry. Lin Baiyu furrowed his brow and tentatively suggested, kiwi? Correct. Qin Hao sighed in relief. The three members of the red team scrambled to guess, their synergy practically non-existent. And after 5 minutes, they had managed a meager 30 points. Next up was the green team. Gu Pan stepped forward to draw, her style minimalistic, her lines precise. She illustrated a pig, accompanied by a nose, prompting Lu Yao to blurt out, a pig's nose inserted with scallions. Correct. She then drew a clock with the hands pointing at 3 o'clock, and a moon beside it. Song Xiang immediately grasped the answer. Midnight. The green team's cooperation was seamless, earning them 70 points. Then came the blue team, where Ji Ran and Su Yi delivered a striking performance. Ji Ran's drawings were so succinct that he needed only to depict a few key features for Su Yi to instantly deduce the answer. A musical note. A key. A secret that cannot be spoken. Su Yi fanned himself, responding with effortless ease. A broken bridge, an oiled paper umbrella, the legend of the white snake. Ultimately, the blue team scored a perfect 90 points, leading by a significant margin. At last, the much-anticipated yellow team was up. I will draw. Xie Xuanqing volunteered eagerly. Approaching the easel, he grasped the pen, and the first word appeared, achieving success with ease. Xie Xuanqing furrowed his brow, sketching a rectangle, followed by 4 matchsticks beneath it. He then drew a smaller, irregular triangle at one end of the rectangle, and at the other, a flowing tail reminiscent of seaweed. The room fell into a profound silence. Moments late, uproarios lautar arupta. Ha 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 ha. Qin Hao laughed so hard he pounded the table. What is this? Has the table come to life? Oh my! Lu Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Brother, are you drawing the mechanical warhorse from our game? Help! I'm laughing so hard I'm going to crow. Xie Xuanqing, this is your moment of reckoning. Is your drawing skill that of a kindergarten dropout? Is it a horse? It's clearly a stool with legs. Xie Xuanqing's drawing is the greatest blunder of this dating show. More disastrous than his abs. Behind the monitor, Director Zhang was laughing heartily, while the assistant director covered his mouth, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. It was over. The idle image of the esteemed actor had shattered more completely than a dumpling filling. Just when everyone thought this round was destined for failure, Shen Wenjing, who had been languidly reclining in his chair, suddenly spoke up. He gazed at the astonishingly absurd drawing, tilted his head, and in a calm tone inquired, "Are you drawing a horse?" Xie Xuanqing's ears turned crimson at a visibly rapid pace. Yet he maintained an impassive demeanor as he nodded. Oh, Shen Wenjing cast another glance at the drawing board and, in a tone that conveyed mere observation, proclaimed, "Success is imminent." The laughter that had filled the room abruptly ceased. He was correct. Director Zhang struggled to articulate 3 words between clenched teeth. Why? Qin Hao was the first to express his disbelief, exclaiming, "How could you deduce that?" Shen Wenjing pointed towards the artwork, earnestly elucidating. He initially sketched a horse. Although it is somewhat abstract, it possesses the fundamental structure of a horse. He then paused for an extended duration without adding any further elements, indicating that the focal point of the term lies within this horse. The 4-character idiom most frequently associated with horses, bearing the most auspicious connotation and most suitable for such an occasion. Isma, Dao, Chunggong, success is imminent. His logical analysis was coherent and compelling, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What? He guessed like this? He isn't merely guessing the drawing. He is engaging in logical reasoning. The world of top scholars is beyond our comprehension. What is this expression on Xie Xuanqing's face? He seems to be a bit proud. In the ensuing minutes, the audience witnessed the embodiment of an unspoken connection. Regardless of how absurd, abstract, or outrageously nonsensical Xie Xuanqing's drawings were, Shen Wenjing deciphered them with remarkable ease. He drew a circle with a cross inside and waves outside. Sen Benxing, no squeaming. He sketched a crooked line adorned with several triangles. Shen Wenjing, hanging out the laundry. He illustrated a stick figure holding another, even smaller stick figure. Shen Wenjing, Hold it high. The Huang team's score skyrocketed at an astonishing pace, swiftly leveling with the Lan team. The audience sat in stunned silence. Lin Baiyu observed the two individuals, one drawing in a grotesque manner, the other guessing with effortless grace, feeling the profound connection that was uniquely theirs pierce his consciousness. In the final round, the decisive moment arrived. As the term appeared, Shen Wenjing's expression became unusually grave. He took a deep breath and began to create his last and most intricate drawing. He first depicted a small figure, rendered with greater care than any prior, revealing a discernible outline. The figure wielded a long sword, from which something dangled. Opposite this figure stood a dense crowd of even smaller stick figures. These stick figures bore no weapons, yet before them lay a rectangle adorned with several small dots. That was a keyboard. The entire scene exuded an atmosphere of tense confrontation, reminiscent of an impending storm. What is this? Su Xintian Ponde, Utali Purpa. A brawl? Song Xiang speculated. No, Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, his gaze penetrating. This resembles a standoff. One side is a solitary hero, the other a collective. I've got it. Lu Yao suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "This is an epic dungeon. One person challenging an entire guild. The item dangling from that sword must be the ultimate loot dropped by the boss." The entire audience, all eyes turned to Shen Wenjing. This time, he did not respond immediately. He simply gazed silently at the painting, observing the small figure wielding a sword and the group of stick figures clutching keyboards. Seconds ticked by. Just as Director Zhang was about to announce that time was up, Shen Wenjing finally lifted his head. He looked at Shen Wenjing, and in his usually dim peach blossom eyes, there now lingered a thin veil of mist, clear yet filled with perplexity. Then, in a voice so faint it was almost inaudible, yet distinct enough to resonate in every ear, he uttered a statement that left the entire audience once again in a state of shock, conscience clear. Chapter 70, Wishing to Embrace and Spin Around. The answer was correct. Director Zhang gazed at the prompt card in his hand, then glanced at the serene Shen Wenjing, feeling as though his worldview was being repeatedly crushed by an incomprehensible force. No, how could this be possible? Qin Hao was the first to snap out of the stupor. Pointing at the artwork that could only be described as a poor example of childlike simplicity, his voice shifting in tone, "What on earth is this? A small figure with a fork skewering meatballs, fighting a bunch of bean sprouts? What does this have to do with having a clear conscience?" Lu Yao nodded in agreement, adding with utmost sincerity, "I thought it was battling a boss. Isn't that the boss's heart strung up on the sword?" Su Xintian whispered to Qin Hao, "To me, it looks like skewers." All eyes, like searchlights, converged sharply on Shen Wenjing, their expressions brimming with shared confusion and disbelief. Under such scrutiny, Shen Wenjing exhibited no extraordinary reaction. He merely lifted his eyelids, glanced at the painting, and spoke in a tone as flat as an instruction manual. Taking his time to elaborate, it is not difficult to comprehend. He extended a finger to point at the small figure on the canvas, which Shen Wenjing had rendered with particular care. "This is me." He then gestured to the throng of stick figures wielding keyboards. "These are the voices from the internet, the keyboard warriors." His finger then settled on the sword, as well as the abstract object strung upon it. This sword represents one's stance or principle. As for this, Shen Wenjing paused, seemingly contemplating how to aptly describe the abstract entity, which encapsulated the essence of his expression. A person, armed with their own convictions, faces countless doubts and attacks. This in itself is a confrontation. As to why it was having a clear conscience, Shen Wenjing's gaze returned to Shen Wenjing. The expression he wore while painting was serious, even somewhat aggrieved. This indicated that what he depicted was not a scene of triumph, but rather one of self-justification. What he sought to convey was not victory, but steadfastness. Thus, what hung from the sword was not a trophy nor skewers, Shen Wenjing concluded. His tone is calm, as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. It is his heart. A person lays bare their heart, openly displaying it for all to see. What he wished to convey could be encapsulated in those 4 words. The entire warehouse once again fell into a profound silence. If the previous silence was one of shock, the current quietude embodies a complex amalgamation of horror, the incomprehensible, and sheer awe. I find myself utterly bewildered, having thought I was indulging in a romantic variety show, only to realize I was witnessing a segment of Closer to Science on the telepathic exchanges of soulmates. This transcends mere understanding. It borders on the supernatural. Was the architecture of Shen Wenjing's mind? A supercomputer, perhaps? He has deciphered the subconscious of Xie Wenjing. I declare that Xie Wenjing's artwork is akin to an encrypted conversation, and Shen Wenjing is the sole key to its decryption. Did no one else notice the seriousness etched on Jingjing's face when he spoke of his creation, tinged with a hint of grievance? He has been observing him intently, with unwavering focus. Lin Baiyu feels as though his very soul has been siphoned away. He gazes at the two individuals, one whose artistry is breathtakingly divine, and the other who interprets with an apparent ease. The atmosphere is impenetrable, devoid of any outsider's intrusion. He had long believed that understanding could be cultivated and emotions calculated. Yet this scene brutally conveys the truth that some connections are innate. Meanwhile, a profound glimmer of admiration flickers in Ji Ran's eyes behind the lens. Su Yi and Gu Pan have relinquished any semblance of composure. Su Yi, stifling laughter that shakes his entire being, whispers to Gu Pan, "It's over, truly over. These two could wed on the spot. I'll double the gift money." Gu Pan nods in earnest agreement, her expression of amusement more sincere than ever. As Xie Wenjing listens to Shen Wenjing's explanation, he becomes oblivious to the reactions around him and the murmurs of those nearby. In his world, only Shen Wenjing's cool, clear voice and his penetrating, peach blossom eyes remain. He comprehends. He truly understands. He once believed no one could fathom his depths. Yet Shen Wenjing effortlessly articulates every unspoken emotion lodged within his heart, word for word. An indescribable surge of immense joy and excitement erupts from his core like a volcanic eruption. He yearns to embrace the individual who has shifted his gaze away. This thought surges uncontrollably through his mind. Ahem! Director Zhang's desperate cough finally brings everyone's attention back to the present. All right. I declare the game of heartfelt connection. You draw. I guess officially concluded. He raises the scoreboard, wearing a twisted grin of relief. The victorious team is the yellow team. Congratulations to teacher Xie Wenjing and teacher Shen Wenjing for scoring a perfect 100. You have won a luxurious afternoon tea package sponsored by our patrons. Wow. Upon hearing the mention of afternoon tea, Shen Wenjing's eyes finally sparkled with delight. He turns to Director Zhang and directly inquires, "Can we eat now?" Director Zhang's lips twitched slightly. "The chef is currently preparing your meal and will deliver it shortly." Clearing his throat, he continued to announce the results for the other teams. Blue team, teachers Ji Ran and Su Yi. You have scored 90 points. You will receive 30 points to exchange for ingredients. Su Yi raised an eyebrow at Ji Ran, fanning himself with a smile. "Not bad. We can have an extra meal tonight." Green team, teachers Gu Pan, Song Xiang, and Lu Yao. Your score is 70 points. You will receive 24 points. "That's wonderful," Lu Yao exclaimed joyfully. "Can we exchange for pork belly? I crave grilled meat." Song Zhang, feeling relieved, instinctively glanced at Lin Baiyu. Wanted to say something, but realized that Lin was not looking at him at all. Lastly, for the red team, Director Zhang's tone held an unmistakable hint of sympathy. Teachers Qin Hao, Su Xintian, and Lin Baiyu, you have scored 30 points. You will receive 10 points to exchange for flour or vegetables. 10 points. Scarcely enough to procure any meat. With the game concluded, some celebrated while others despaired. The staff swiftly brought forth a lavish afternoon tea on a charming little cart, presenting it before the yellow team. The three-tier dessert stand was filled to the brim. The top layer showcased strawberry tarts and macarons. The middle held an assortment of pastries and English muffins, while the bottom tier featured the much-anticipated molten chocolate cake, still steaming, paired with a small scoop of vanilla ice cream. Naturally, Shen Wenjing picked up a small spoon and scooped a portion of the molten cake into his mouth. The rich chocolate sauce melded with the cool vanilla ice cream, exploding on his palate in a delightful burst. He closed his eyes in bliss, resembling a cat that had just snatched a treat. Shen Wenjing did not touch the tea before him. He merely watched Shen Wenjing eat. His gaze filled with a tenderness that could almost be described as poetic. He felt a profound joy that surpassed any personal accolade he might have received. I swear, I almost thought Xie the actor was going to rush over and spin him around in a circle. What do you know? That is called restraint. Just look at the way he gazes at him. It's practically palpable. I declare, the Shen Wenjing pairing is undeniably real. What shall we do now? The other teams haven't yet figured out their dinner plans. Forget them. Let us capture this moment. The view of this divine afternoon tea will surely attract an audience. On the red team's side, the atmosphere had descended into a state of utter despondency. What could 10 points possibly achieve? Qin Hao irritably raked his fingers through his hair. Su Xintian whispered, should we perhaps plead with Director Zhang? At that moment, Lin Baiyu, who had been silent, suddenly lifted his head. The vulnerability that once graced his expression had vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor. Let us approach the green and blue teams, he proposed steadily. We can offer our labor in exchange for their points. Chapter 71. The labor spirit Qin Hao was the first to furrow his brow. Leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You want us to work for them? Lin Baiyu, are you out of your mind? I, Qin Hao, have never served anyone in my life. Would you prefer to go hungry then? Lin Baiyu calmly countered. Or would you rather continue to dine on plain congee with pickles? Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words. Beside Qin Hao, Su Xintian gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes still tinged with red. I found Lin Baiyu's reasoning compelling. We must take action. We cannot simply remain idle. Lin Baiyu's gaze shifted from Qin Hao's capricious expression to Su Xintian's indecisive visage. He understood well that within this group, Qin Hao was the greatest variable, while Su Xintian was the most easily swayed. This was not the moment for pride. Lin Baiyu's voice, though soft, struck with precision. The combined scores of the green and blue teams amounted to 54 points. If we could procure 10 points from them, we would dine on meat tonight. The mere mention of meat caused a crack in Qin Hao's proud demeanor. He recalled the tantalizing braised pork from lunch and contrasted it with a bowl of insipid rice porridge before him, his throat involuntarily constricting. Fine, he finally relented. Rising from his chair, an air of exasperation evident, as if he was prepared to embrace whatever fate awaited them. Lin Baiyu's plan had succeeded in its initial step. He led his two teammates toward the nearest green team. On the green side, Lu Yao was engaged in a fervent discussion with Song Ziang regarding the distribution of the 24 points. Meanwhile, Gu Pan leisurely sipped tea. Observing the two brothers who appeared as though they had never tasted meat, a wry smile gracing her lips. Sister Pan, Brother Zhang, Lu Yao, Lin Baiyu approached, his demeanor adorned with a polite smile. Is there something you need? Gu Pan raised her eyelids, her tone indifferent. To be direct, Lin Baiyu stated. We wish to exchange our labor this afternoon for some of your points. Oh, Gu Pan arched an eyebrow, intrigued. How do you propose to make this exchange? You may delegate any tasks you wish to avoid to us, Lin Baiyu offered humbly. For just 10 points, we will work for you 3 throughout the afternoon. This proposition was undeniably alluring, stirring the interest of Song Ziang and Lu Yao. Sister Pan, Song Ziang turned to Gu Pan, his eyes questioning. Gu Pan set her teacup down, appraising the Lin Baiyu before her, who seemed a different person from earlier. Suddenly, she smiled. That sounds feasible. She agreed with a briskness, extending a finger. For your 3, one afternoon's labor will cost us 5 points. What? Qin Hao erupted. 5 points? Are you jesting? Take it or leave it. Gu Pan dismissed him, uninterested, lifting her teacup to sip, embodying a demeanor of serene leisure. Lin Baiyu's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding at Gu Pan. Very well, 5 points it is. Deal. He seized Qin Hao, who still wished to argue, and turned to walk towards the blue team. Teacher Ji Ran, Teacher Su Yi. He called out. Su Yi lifted his eyelids, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his striking eyes. He fanned himself, grinning like a fox. Have you come a beg? Lin Baiyu reiterated his proposal to the blue team. After listening, Ji Ran adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and a subtle, enigmatic smile graced his gentle face. Very well, he nodded. Our blue team shall contribute 5 points as well. However, he swiftly changed his tone. directing his gaze toward Qin Hao and Su Xintian behind Lin Baiyu. I have no particular needs. He hesitated briefly before turning to Su Yi, understanding the unspoken cue. Su Yi delicately gestured with his fingers and leisurely began. As for me, I happen to require 2 assistants. One of them should meticulously clean the limited edition sneakers I brought, 1 pair at a time, using professional cleaning agents that won't damage the leather. The other. He fanned himself, obscuring half of his face while revealing only his smiling eyes. Please hand wash a few silk shirts for me. Remember, no washing machine, only cold water with specialized soap detergent, and handle them gently, understood? Qin Hao's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could drip ink. Cleaning shoes? Washing clothes? This was far more insulting than asking him to clean a pigsty. Ha ha ha, I'm going crazy with laughter. Ji Ran and Su Yi. Are you devils? The blue team's tactics are ruthlessly effective. Qin Hao, I feel my dignity being relentlessly ground down. Lin Baiyu, it's all right, as long as we can exchange for points. I de-wash shirts or even feet if necessary. While the red team and the other 2 teams engaged in arduous negotiations. The origin of the entire event, the yellow team duo, was blissfully savoring the fruits of their victory. Shen Wenjing had finished his slice of molten cake and was now reclining contentedly in his chair, sipping cola in small gulps, exuding an air of lazy satisfaction. Xie Wenjing held a cup of red tea, having eaten nothing, simply sitting quietly across from him, observing. His gaze was so focused that it seemed the entire world had narrowed down to just this person and the can of cola in his hand. Teacher Wenjing, Teacher Wenjing. Song Xiang hesitated for a long moment before approaching. Do you have any surplus points? We could. Before he could finish, Shen Wenjing looked up. He glanced at Song Xiang, then at the red team members nearby who were offering themselves up, contemplated briefly, and then seriously stated, our points are not available for loan, exchange, or circulation. He paused and added, they are reserved for future exchanges. Song Xiang. He felt as though he had asked an incredibly redundant question. Ha 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 ha. Wenjing, don't ask, no comment. Every point of mine has its own mission. Xuanqing's expression seemed to convey, yes, he is entirely correct. Song Xiang, an unremarkable conversationalist and a perennial underdog. The negotiations ultimately concluded with the red team successfully selling themselves, their afternoon of labor yielding 10 points. Thus, a scene of magical absurdity unfolded within the manor. Qin Hao, a wealthy heir, scowled as he knelt on the ground, cautiously polishing Su Yi's brilliantly white sneakers. Su Xintian sat on a small stool, a large basin before her as she washed clothes. Meanwhile, Lin Baiyu took on all the menial and laborious tasks, chopping wood, feeding pigs, and cleaning, working tirelessly with sweat streaming down his back. During afternoon tea, Gu Pan approached Su Xintian with a glass of juice. Su Xintian appeared despondent, her movements lacking energy. What's wrong? Gu Pan inquired, sitting beside her. Are you still upset about this morning? Sister Pan. Upon seeing her, Su Xintian felt a pang of sadness. I just feel so useless right now. I can't do anything right and only hold everyone back. You weren't like this when you first arrived. Gu Pan's voice was calm. Su Xintian was taken aback. On your first day, you wore that pink puff-sleeve dress and hopped in like a little rabbit, your eyes sparkling with curiosity and enthusiasm for everything. Gu Pan looked at her earnestly. Back then, you were quite adorable. But now, a hint of sharpness crept into Gu Pan's tone. You follow Qin Hao everywhere, tying all your emotions to him alone. Su Xintian. You came to participate in this program, to showcase yourself, not to be anyone's appendage. Look at Shen Wenjing. Gu Pan gestured toward the figure lounging leisurely on a swing not far away. He never concerns himself with others' opinions. He only cares about his own comfort, whether he eats well or sleeps soundly. And what is the result? Young lady, you must first love yourself before others will love you. Do you understand? Gu Pan's words struck Su Xintian like a heavy blow, resonating deeply within her. She glanced at the clothes in her hands, then at the carefree figure nearby, and at Qin Hao, who was working diligently. A flicker of understanding began to dawn upon her. Whoa, Sister Pan, you are my goddess. This passage deserves to be memorized in full. Sister Gu Pan, the epitome of clarity. Online teaching. Xinqian awakened. Indeed, loving oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. Stop revolving around that worthless man. Goodness, Sister Gupan has a way with words. I'm on the verge of tears. What do you know? Our dating reality show is becoming increasingly rich in elements. What about Teacher Shen? A staff member glanced at the almost asleep figure on the swing, pondered for a moment, and provided an astute definition. P.S. A mystic. Chapter 72. Is labor truly glorious? In the evening, the estate was filled with curling smoke. The afternoon-s labor enabled the red team trio to successfully accumulate a precious 20 points from the green and blue teams. These 20 points, after meticulous calculations, transformed into a generous piece of marbled pork, a few potatoes, and a handful of vibrant green chilies, though the ingredients were few. For the red team, who had subsisted on plain rice and pickled vegetables for 2 days, the pork shone like gold. I'll cut the meat, Qin Hao volunteered, rolling up the sleeves of his expensive shirt and brandishing a knife with determination. However, idealism met harsh reality. With his first strike, he failed to cut through. On the second attempt, the meat slipped, and on the third, he nearly chopped his own hand. Are you even capable? Beside her, Su Xintian was peeling potatoes and couldn't help but mutter softly. Had it been yesterday, Qin Hao would have erupted in anger. Yet today, he merely slammed the knife onto the cutting board and irritably said, "You do it." Su Xintian shrank her neck at his outburst, but still accepted the knife. Clearly inexperienced, her slices of meat were appallingly inconsistent, some as thin as paper, others as thick as bricks. Meanwhile, Lin Baiyu silently washed the peppers. He had done the most work that afternoon, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead, his complexion pale, yet his gaze remained remarkably tranquil. He observed his 2 clumsy teammates without uttering a word, simply passing the clean peppers over to them. In contrast, the green and blue teams were enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere. They had exchanged their remaining points for an abundance of ingredients. Song Xiang and Lu Yao, brimming with enthusiasm, were skewering meat for a delightful outdoor barbecue in the courtyard. "Sister Pan, bring more pork belly," Lu Yao exclaimed, holding up a gleaming skewer of meat, his face radiant with joy. Gu Pan leaned against a nearby wall, holding a bottle of sparkling water, chuckling as she shook her head. Ji Ran and Su Yi were preparing a pot of seafood soup, with Ji Ran handling the seafood, while Su Yi scrutinized various spices, directing Ji Ran to add this and that. The entire hall buzzed with a chaotic yet harmonious energy, except for one individual. Shen Wenjing lounged in his cherished wicker swing chair in the garden, covered with a light blanket, deep in slumber. The energy from the afternoon tea had nearly dissipated, and he needed to replenish his sleep in preparation for the impending dinner. Xie Xuanxing sat on a small chair beside the swing, holding a book that he had not turned a single page of all afternoon. His gaze uncontrollably drifted towards the defenseless sleeper, his mind replaying the scene from the afternoon's guessing game over and over again. This feeling of being completely understood was both foreign and addictive. Ha 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 ha. I declare this livestream room can be renamed to Other's Kitchen and Xuanxing's Secret Garden. Only the red team is struggling to survive for a bite of meat. Look at Qin Hao's expression, both disdainful and helpless. It cracks me up. This is the true essence of a transformation. Xuanxing's gaze, I am in tears. He has been watching Jingjing sleep all afternoon. He might as well be reading through the book. Isnt looking at the book. P.S. gazing at his beloved. Nearby, the staff resumed their daily gossip. Do you think the red team has grown? Perhaps. Look at Qin Hao. He didn't even lose his temper when confronted. Lin Baiyu seems like a different person, no longer causing trouble and focusing on his tasks. And Su Xintian? I feel like her gaze towards Qin Hao isnt as clingy today. Didn't you see what Sister Gu Pan told her this afternoon? That was sage advice. If she can take it to heart, it wouldn't be in vain. Sigh, this show is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Who do you think will end up together in the end? I have no idea. However, for the 2 members of the yellow team, if things did not go well, it will be challenging to conclude the situation. An hour later, after a series of chaotic events, the red team's dish of spicy peppers, potatoes, and twice-cooked pork finally emerged from the kitchen. The intoxicating aroma, a harmonious blend of meat and chili, instantly captivated the senses of everyone present. Oh my, it smells divine. Liu Yao felt his mouth water. Qin Hao, holding the plate, wore a complex expression, a mixture of exhaustion and pride that he was unaware of. "Dinner is served," he bellowed. Su Xintian, having prepared the rice, joined the two others around the small table, gazing at the hard-earned dish, momentarily frozen, none of them picking up their chopsticks. "What are you waiting for? Dig in," Qin Hao exclaimed, picking the largest piece of meat and, without a second thought, placing it into Su Xintian's bowl. Su Xintian was taken aback. "What are you looking at me for?" Qin Hao felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, and he quickly grabbed another piece, tossing it into Lin Baiyu's bowl. Only after doing all this did he finally serve himself. Yet, as Qin Hao savored the dish, he found it more delectable than anything he had tasted at Michelin-starred restaurants. "Wow." Su Xintian took a bite, and her eyes instantly sparkled. "It's delicious." Lin Baiyu silently enjoyed his meal, not uttering a word. At that moment, Song Xiang approached with a plate of freshly grilled skewers. Observing the joyful scene at the red team's table, he scratched his head and offered the plate. "Baiyu, would you like to try these?" Lin Baiyu looked up and smiled at him, the smile radiating purity, devoid of the previous fragility and dependence. "Thank you, Brother Xiang, but we have enough here." Song Xiang stood frozen, sensing that Lin Baiyu seemed somewhat different today. "Wow, Qin Hao, you, a man, actually serve food to someone. Is the sun rising from the west tomorrow?" "Woo, I'm a bit moved. They look like a family of three enjoying a reunion dinner." Lin Baiyu has changed so much. He is no longer timid. I'm surprisingly unaccustomed to it. He hasn't lost his timidity. He has simply changed his course. Have you not noticed? He now embodies an independent, resilient, and rational persona. Are you Lei Wenhook or something? Regardless, having meat to eat is a wonderful thing. Labor is the most honorable. Amidst the lively atmosphere in the hall, the rich aroma of the food finally roused Shen Wenjing from his slumber on the swing. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, sniffing the air, and slowly wandered into the hall, following the enticing scent. Xie Xuanxing immediately set down his book and followed suit. "Awake?" Gu Pan asked him with a smile. "Would you like to try our skewers?" Shen Wenjing shook his head, scanning the dining table before his gaze landed on Xie Xuanxing. His beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with pure curiosity. "What about our dinner?" The corners of Xie Xuanxing's mouth subtly lifted. In the kitchen, he led Shen Wenjing into the kitchen, where a pot of soup warmed on the stove alongside two exquisite side dishes. These were remade from the leftover ingredients of the pared-down Michelin meal from earlier that day. He served a bowl of soup to Shen Wenjing and brought out the dishes. The two sat quietly at the small bar in the kitchen, enjoying their dinner in serene silence. Outside, the clamor seemed to exist in an entirely different realm. Shen Wenjing took a sip of the soup, his eyes narrowing in contentment. He lifted his gaze to the window, where the sky had darkened completely, with a few stars scattered across it. "What shall we do tomorrow?" he suddenly inquired. Xie Xuanxing looked up, gazing at Shen Wenjing's softly illuminated profile, and quietly asked, "What do you wish to do?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Wenjing earnestly replied, "I want to paint." Having spent so many days here, indulging in food and rest, his mind had been vacant for far too long. The long-buried creative impulse within him had finally resurfaced. Xie Xuanxing's heart skipped a beat. "All right," he responded almost immediately. He yearned to witness this person standing before the easel, brush in hand. After finishing their meal, everyone gathered in the hall, savoring the rare leisure. Just then, Director Zhang appeared, brandishing his signature loudspeaker with a beaming smile. "Good evening, everyone." The moment the group saw his expression, alarm bells rang in their minds. "Director Zhang, just get to the point. What's the catch this time?" Qin Hao, lounging on the sofa, asked wearily. "Oh, how could you call it catch?" Director Zhang chuckled mischievously. "Our manor is steeped in history. Beyond its beautiful pastoral scenery, it boasts a rich cultural heritage." Qin Hao lazily lifted his eyelids. "Director Zhang, speak plainly. No need for theatrics. Every time you smile like that, it spells trouble." "Oh, how can it be trouble?" Director Zhang grinned broadly. "This is to enrich everyone's cultural life. Tonight's activity is Secrets of the Manor." He clapped his hands, and the large screen behind him flickered to life, displaying a black-and-white photograph of an ancient manor alongside a portrait of a cultured gentleman. Our task is to follow the clues and locate the Manor's first owner, Mr. Bai Shi, and the very precious manuscript of heart studies he left behind. Not interested, Su Yi said, fanning himself and yawning. Searching for books sounds too taxing for someone like me, who relies on looks. Don't be so quick to refuse, Director Zhang said, his smile growing increasingly sly. Clearing his throat, he announced in an enticing tone the grand prize. The team that successfully finds the manuscript will win a 3-day custom menu. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure sauntered in from the garden swing chair. Shen Wenjing, who had been preparing for a second round of deep sleep, awoke instantly at the mention of a custom menu. Su Yi snapped his fan shut and whispered to Gu Pan, "This game just took a turn." Director Zhang, pleased with Shen Wenjing's reaction, seized the moment to reveal the first clue. A line of elegant calligraphy appeared on the screen. What travels the world without legs? What speaks of ancient and modern without a mouth? Wind. Lu Yao was the first to buzz in, her thoughts uniquely creative. The wind has no feet. It can travel anywhere. The sound of the wind can convey messages, much like storytelling. No, that's incorrect, Director Zhang interjected, shaking his finger. Is it the internet? Su Xintian whispered, the internet has no physical form, yet it allows us to learn about the world. You're close, but still not right. Lin Baiyu furrowed his brow and pondered. It has no feet, but can traverse the globe, indicating that its vessel is humanity. It has no mouth. It can narrate the past and present, signifying that it records information. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, about to speak, when a cool, clear voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Books. Shen Wenjing leaned against the doorframe, his tone neutral. Correct. Director Zhang exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. It's books. Congratulations, Teacher Wenjing. Shen Wenjing showed no reaction to the exaggerated praise, merely nodding before stating with an air of certainty. The clue must be in the study. Without waiting for Director Zhang's confirmation, he strode purposefully toward the second floor. As he ascended the stairs, a tall figure silently and resolutely followed him. It was Xie Wenjing. The two moved in tandem, their objective clear, as if the villa were their own home. Goodness, Qin Hao remarked, watching the retreating figures. What is wrong with him? How did he come up with that? Let's hurry. Song Xiang snapped back to reality, grabbing Lu Yao and rushing upstairs. Ha ha, it's Team Huang again. Another dimensional strike. Jingjing, don't ask, it's just basic operation. Xuanxing, yes right. Lin Baiyu was just about to showcase his intelligence, only for Shen Wenjing to answer first. These two, one a cerebral powerhouse and the other a physical force, could easily compete in the strongest brain. Reality shows are beneath them. By the time the other teams surged onto the second floor, Shen Wenjing and Xie Xuanxing were already in the study. It was a spacious room, 3 walls lined with towering bookshelves, the air infused with the scent of old books and wood. The others were still floundering about like headless chickens, rummaging through the shelves. Is this the one? The history of manor construction? Mr. Bai Shi is an artist. Could it be hidden in the art book? Shen Wenjing, however, paid no heed to the grand tomes. His gaze swept across the study before he made a beeline for a corner bookshelf. There, he found an array of seemingly insignificant notes and essays. He extended his delicate, pale hand and precisely extracted a yellowed volume of Bai Shi's miscellany from the shelf. With little effort, he opened the pages and a small, folded note fluttered down from the crease. Found it, he said calmly as he bent to retrieve the note. Xie Xuanxing stood behind him, shielding him from the curious gazes of others. Wow, how did he find that? Nearby, 2 staff members responsible for filming were nearly agape. Haven't you noticed? Since entering, Teacher Shen has never taken a wrong step. The crowd quickly gathered around. Shen Wenjing unfolded the note, revealing the second clue, which was also a riddle in poetic form. Neither a Qin nor a Zheng. At first sound it stirs the entire assembly. The notes of the palace and the market do not depart, silent yet resounding. What instrument could this be? Su Xintian gazed at the poem, her expression one of bewilderment. Not a Qin, nor a Zheng, yet lacking strings? Su Yi stroked his chin, pondering the sound without strings. Abayankin. Once again that cool voice emerged, providing the answer while everyone else was still deep in thought. Upon hearing Shen Wenjing's words, Shen Wenjing instantly understood. He took a step forward, addressing the crowd to enlighten them. A biancan is an ancient Chinese stone percussion instrument, composed of stones of varying sizes, suspended on a wooden frame and struck with small mallets to produce sound. Its tone is crisp, and it is an essential component of ancient court music. His explanation was clear and professional, akin to a walking encyclopedia. Shen Wenjing observed him, barely perceptibly nodding in approval. "Ah," he explained. Shen Wenjing, who seemed to have never spoken, actually took the initiative to educate everyone. This isn't education. This is about saving face for his wife. She solves the riddles, and he handles the aftermath. Shen Wenjing, you two should head straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ji Rant's expression was one of strained smile. Ha! What a top-tier scene of drama. The crowd immediately surged downstairs, searching throughout the hall. Soon, they discovered a massive replica of an A biancan on the wall of the corridor leading to the garden on the first floor. The clue must be behind this. Song Xiang exclaimed as he reached out to strike it. Don't touch it. Shen Wenjing coldly halted him. If you break it, you won't be able to afford the damages. He stepped forward and began to carefully explore the enormous A biancan. Before long, he found a tiny protrusion on the back of the central stone piece. Gently pressing it, he heard a soft click, and the stone piece revealed a small hidden compartment. Inside lay an ancient key, glimmering with a bronze hue. Found it. The key. Yet a new problem arose. They tried the key on every visible lock in the building, but none matched. What a ridiculous game, giving us a key without a lock. Qin Hao, frustrated, tossed the key onto the table. Could there be other clues we haven't discovered? Lin Baiyu speculated. Everyone fell into a stalemate. Only Shen Wenjing picked up the bronze key and approached the grand portrait of Mr. Baisher in the center of the hall. Instead of attempting the lock on the frame, he held the key aloft, scrutinizing it carefully. What is it? Shen Wenjing inquired softly, stepping closer. Look, Shen Wenjing presented the key before him, pointing to a tiny, nearly imperceptible pattern at the top of the key. This cloud pattern. He then gestured to the cuffs of Mr. Baisher's elegant robe in the portrait. The cloud pattern on the key matched that on his attire. In an instant, Shen Wenjing's pupils widened. So, the lock is not external. Shen Wenjing's gaze fell upon the lower right corner of the portrait, where a vibrant red seal inscribed with the characters by Shi was situated. Grasping the key, he gently pressed it against the seal. The top of the key fit seamlessly into the groove of the seal. A faint, muted sound of mechanical movement resonated in the air. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the wall adorned with the portrait began to shift slowly to one side, revealing a dark, bottomless entrance to a hidden passage. The evening breeze surged forth from the passage, carrying with it a musty chill that spoke of subterranean secrets. What in the world is this? A hidden map? He dropped his exquisite sandalwood fan to the ground. For the first time, unmasked shock flickered in Ji Rant's eyes behind his glasses. Amidst the chorus of gasps from the crowd, Shen Wenjing calmly turned to his companion, Shen Wenjing, and whispered an explanation that only they could hear. Such ancient scholars delight in these sophisticated tricks. The key symbolizes status. Thus, its unlocking signifies authority. After a fleeting glance at the enigmatic entrance, he was the first to stride in, his expression unreadable. Shen Wenjing followed closely behind. I am utterly at a loss for words to describe my emotions, he lamented. The mind is a peculiar entity. Some use it merely for sustenance and slumber, while others wield it to dominate. He declared, Shen Wenjing is not here to partake in a romantic variety show. He has come to unearth tombs. While others remained entangled in novice puzzles, he had already toppled the final boss and unlocked the hidden plot of the second chapter. Director, are you all right? Do you need a respirator? The intricate puzzles you prepared were solved in mere 30 minutes. Chapter 74. Hidden map. Su Yi's delicate sandalwood fan clattered to the floor. He watched the figure saunter into the passage, glancing at the nearby group of stunned mortals, feeling as though he were not participating in a dating show. Get moving. Why are you still standing there? Qin Hao was the second to react, shoving aside the obstructive Song Xiang and rushing in, his face alight with the thrill of discovery. The others, roused from their stupor, hurriedly followed suit. In the hall, only a few bewildered staff remained, grappling with the unexpected turn of events, alongside a lone camera. In the control room, Director Zhang stared at the screen, displaying the vanished group and the continuous sounds of astonishment emanating from the microphone, frozen in shock. The assistant director swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Director, what do we do? Our cameras are all outside." After a brief moment of confusion, Director Zhang slapped his thigh, his wrinkled face breaking into an unprecedented ecstasy, akin to the discovery of a new continent. "What to do?" he exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch with excitement. "This is a providential opportunity. Quickly, bring me the smallest drone. Right now. Immediately. Follow them in. Adjust all cameras to focus on them, especially those two from Team Huang. I desire to capture every pore upon their faces. Ratings. Ratings. Do you comprehend?" The entire monitoring room was instantly thrown into chaos. The secret passage was not as ominous and damp as one might envision. Every few meters along the stone walls were ventilation shafts, and the stone steps were clean and dry, clearly indicating they had been meticulously designed and maintained. The corridor was narrow, barely allowing two individuals to walk side by side. Shen Wenjing walked ahead, his pace leisurely and almost casual, akin to strolling through his own garden. Shen Wenjing silently trailed half a step behind him, his tall figure nearly overshadowing Shen. The ventilation was poor here. Without turning his head, Shen Wenjing suddenly spoke, his voice resonating somewhat dully in the constricted passage. The air was thick with dust particles, making it advisable to breathe less for the sake of one's lungs. Shen Wenjing's footsteps faltered imperceptibly. Instinctively, he held his breath. Ha ha ha. I might just die laughing. Is he genuinely concerned for him? No, he is merely stating a piece of health advice. Shen Wenjing, he cares for me. He actually cares for me. Jingjing, in a confined space, be mindful of your health. It's basic common sense. You up ahead, what do you know? This is candy. It's sugar amidst the shards of glass. Let me indulge. After walking several dozen meters, the path abruptly opened up. A heavy stone door stood ajar. Shen Wenjing reached out and gently pushed it. The door creaked open with a long, drawn-out sigh, reminiscent of a lament from a bygone era. Beyond the door lay a vast, nearly circular room. The ceiling soared high, and at its center was a massive circular skylight, through which the cold moonlight poured down like mercury, illuminating the heart of the room. The air was saturated with a blend of turpentine and aged paint. The space was filled with easels, canvases, and an array of unidentifiable tools, all cloaked in a thick layer of dust. It was a studio sealed by time. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and gasps erupted from behind. Goodness, what hidden paradise! How beautiful this place is! The other guests followed suit, each face reflecting sheer astonishment. Lin Baiyu gazed at the art-laden studio, a flicker of complex emotion dancing in his eyes. Ji Ran adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across the art supplies. Deep in thought. Ahem, esteemed guests, congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the hidden map of this dating reality show, the Baisher Art Studio. Director Zhang's haunting voice echoed through speakers concealed in the corners of the studio. As a reward, and the final task of our journey through the estate, Director Zhang paused, then proclaimed in a grandiloquent tone, "Please, with the theme of infatuation, utilize all available materials in the studio to create an artistic masterpiece in any form you desire. The creation period will conclude by noon tomorrow. Ultimately, we shall evaluate the works based on their completeness and creativity to select the best couple of this estate journey." Infatuation? Qin Hao furrowed his brow, a look of irritation crossing his face. Drawing? I can't even draw a straight line. Su Xintian wore a pained expression as she lamented. I can only draw little rabbits. Lu Yao, however, was illuminated with excitement, rushing to a collection of paints and eagerly inquiring. Does this mean we can doodle with the colors freely? Just like the skin spray, paintings, and games? Song Xiang glanced at Lin Baiyu, anticipating his joy, only to find him standing there with his eyes downcast, lost in thought. Gu Pan and Su exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of witnessing an unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Ji Ran directed his gaze towards Shen Wenjing, who had remained detached throughout the entire affair. Shen Wenjing naturally approached the cleanest easel he could find. He took a cloth and meticulously began to wipe away the dust from the easel, piece by piece. Next, he selected the largest canvas available, ensuring it was spotless before setting it up firmly. After completing these tasks, he moved to the paint area, carefully choosing colors for Shen Wenjing and arranging brushes. Throughout the entire process, he remained silent, his movements focused and earnest. He's so talented. Truly remarkable. Shen Wenjing, you don't need to worry about anything. I will be your assistant. You merely need to exude beauty and unleash your talent. What an extraordinary partner. Clumsy yet considerate. I could cry. While others are troubled, he is preparing the world solely for him. However, the artist he had high hopes for showed no intention of beginning to paint. Shen Wenjing bypassed everything Shen Wenjing had prepared and walked to the large circular skylight, where a high stool awaited him. He sat down, tilting his head back to quietly gaze at the cold, round moon outside the skylight. The moonlight cascaded onto his face, casting an ethereal, soft glow over his already striking features. He seemed to drift into a state of reverie, indifferent to everything around him. As time ticked away, the others in the studio had begun their work. Qin Hao, under Su Xintian's guidance, diligently painted on his board. Gu Pan and Lu Yao experimented with splattering paint onto the canvas to create an abstract effect. Lin Baiyu finally found his inspiration, starting to sketch something on the canvas. Yet, Shen Wenjing remained motionless, sitting there, lost in the moonlight. Would he truly sit there until dawn? The assistant director in the monitoring room whispered a question, and Director Zhang appeared uncertain. Just when everyone thought he would succumb to his stupor, the figure on the high stool suddenly stirred. He leaped down and approached the easel that Shen Wenjing had prepared for him. He picked up the finest charcoal pencil, and, under the gaze of all, including millions of viewers in the live broadcast, he made his first mark. Chapter 75, Mechanical Heart. Shen Wenjing's wrist flickered slightly. The tip of the charcoal pencil left the first trace on the canvas, a faint, almost imperceptible line. Immediately following were the second and third strokes. As countless lines of varying lengths and angles began to intertwine and overlap upon the canvas. His movements were leisurely, almost languid, yet each stroke was executed with a precision that suggested meticulous calculation. There was no draft, no hesitation. Those seemingly chaotic lines, under his deft touch, appeared to be imbued with a mysterious logic, gradually forming an intricate and grand outline. He was wholly absorbed in the process. At that moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, focused like a still pool of water, absorbing all light around him. He was no longer the languid, sickly beauty languishing on the swing, but rather a sorcerer, conjuring an entirely new world within his domain. That tranquil yet formidable sense of control silently spread throughout the studio, rendering the atmosphere eerily quiet. Qin Hao unconsciously halted his idle doodling, gazing at the figure before him, and for the first time, he felt that this person named Shen was not entirely devoid of merit. Su Xintian was also mesmerized, clutching a paintbrush adorned with a little rabbit, her mouth slightly agape as she momentarily forgot her intentions. Wow, Lu Yao murmured to himself, unable to decipher what Shen Wenjing was painting. Yet he could grasp the aura surrounding him. It was the absolute confidence and focus that he and his teammates exhibited on the grand stage of the World Championship. Gu Pan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing the seemingly radiant individual with a knowing smile. She had said it before. This person was exceptional. Lin Baiyu stood at the opposite end of the studio, gripping his paintbrush tightly, as he watched Shen Wenjing, the center of everyone's attention. An indescribable feeling surged within him once more. Initially, he had thought Shen Wenjing merely a beautiful facade, fortunate enough to possess a modicum of cleverness. But now, gazing at that focused profile and the intricately evolving composition on the canvas, he understood. Shen Wenjing was no mere ornament. He never had been. He simply lacked the desire to engage. Ji Ran stood a short distance away, his gaze fixed solely on Shen Wenjing's face rather than the painting. He observed the faintly pursed lips, the shadows cast by long eyelashes, and the heightened vibrancy of his brows and eyes as he concentrated. He felt that this person before him was more enchanting, more deadly than any piece he had ever composed. Then, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the other side of the easel, where he spotted Shen Wenjing quietly standing there. He neither looked at the painting nor at anyone else. His eyes were solely occupied with one individual. That expression was focused and fervent, akin to a silent volcano, its depths swirling with magma, capable of incinerating all in its path. The smile on Ji Rant's face faded away. Wow, wow, wow. This atmosphere is absolutely incredible. The way he paints is just too handsome. What a celestial being. Em instantly captivated. This composition, having studied fine arts, I must say without a solid foundation, it is utterly impossible to render. This is not merely sketching. It is the very construction of a framework. Truly remarkable. To the sisters in front, please contain your excitement. Our Jingjing embodies the persona of a prodigious artist, a feat of fundamental prowess. So let us all sit down. Did only I notice the gaze of Shen Wenjing? He seemed as if he could pierce through Jingjing with a stare. That look, was it one of a desire to devour him? Teacher Ji Rant's smile vanished. He must have noticed as well. A battlefield of emotions. How I relish this. As time ticked away, the only sounds in the studio were the soft scratching of charcoal against canvas. Hours slipped by quietly. At last, the chaotic lines that had once been dizzying vanished, replaced by a painting that was strikingly clear, vividly tangible, and breathtakingly beautiful. At the center of the canvas lay a colossal and ancient heart, not fleshy and bloody, but intricately composed of countless precise, interlocking gears, springs, and bearings, like the most complex antique timepiece, dissected. Each component was rendered in meticulous detail, exuding a cold, mechanical beauty. Yet, this frigid mechanical heart did not emanate an aura of death. Within its depths, amidst the crevices of the gears, tenacious green vines emerged, thriving defiantly. These slender tendrils, brimming with vitality, entwined around the cold metal, emerging from the gaps between the gears, striving upward, culminating in small, sun-kissed white flowers. The juxtaposition of cold and warmth, silence and life, confinement and struggle, a myriad of contradictory elements found an eerie yet harmonious unity upon this heart. This painting portrayed not a single individual, yet it seemed to encapsulate every person. It embodied the very essence of a heartbeat, that uncontrollable, misaligned, intense throb. In the monitoring room, Director Zhang observed the close-up footage relayed by the drone, the heart pulsating uncontrollably. He seized the intercom, his voice nearly breaking as he frantically shouted, "Close up, zoom into the nearest detail." Yes, my heavens, my goodness. Back in the studio, as Shen Wenjing set down her brush and stepped back to reveal the entirety of the painting to the onlookers, everyone was rendered speechless, awestruck. This was no mere painting. It was a narrative, a poem, a riddle imbued with philosophical contemplation. Lu Yao gazed at the heart, then at the flowers. Was that mechanical heart sprouting grass? Fool! Gu Pan lightly tapped his head, her eyes reflecting unabashed wonder as she beheld the artwork. This was a true resurrection from despair. Ji Rant adjusted his glasses, murmuring to himself as he contemplated the painting. To be still is to provoke movement, to hear thunder in silence. So this is how it is. Only Shen Wenjing remained transfixed, his gaze locked onto the heart crafted from cold gears and the resilient vines, feeling as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped the heart. He recalled the first time in the heartbeat cabin, seeing Shen Wenjing reclining on the sofa, his expression transcending the mundane. He remembered the heartbreaking and vulnerable Shen Wenjing during their late-night conversations. Vivid scenes of Shen Wenjing from the film studio flooded his mind. He thought of the languid way he spoke and moved, and the sparkle that ignited in his eyes upon seeing a cold cola. Shen Wenjing's heart raced tumultuously. Shen Wenjing remained oblivious to all of this. He merely gazed at his own work, nodding in satisfaction. Then he turned and spoke, "I'm finished. May I go for a meal now?" Chapter 76, Moments of Warmth. At that moment, the painting acted as a colossal magnet, drawing the attention of all present. "Wow!" Lu Yao exclaimed, gazing at the heart constructed of cold gears intertwined with resilient vines, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He may not understand art, but he recognized its brilliance. Gu Pan crossed her arms, silent but captivated by the painting, her eyes radiating awe and admiration. Qin Hao and Su Xintian huddled together, whispering and pointing at the artwork, their expressions mirroring each other's astonishment. Lin Baiyu stood before his easel, casting a glance at the thinly outlined sketch on his canvas before observing the artwork in the distance that could already be deemed a masterpiece. Slowly, he placed his paintbrush down. He had lost with complete acceptance. Turning to see Ji ran beside him. He noted that Ji's gaze was not on the painting, but rather fixed intently on Shen Wenjing, his expression akin to Xie Xuanxing's, focused and fervent. Su Yi wore a smug expression, leaning closer to Gu Pan and whispering, "Did you see? Our beauty has just made a grand entrance." Ahem. Director Zhang's voice finally shattered the silence. "Since Team Huang has completed their work first, according to the rules, you may wrap up early." Delighted. Shen Wenjing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He turned to Xie Xuanxing and asked, in a tone of expectation, "What shall we have for lunch?" Xie Xuanxing observed his clear, food-focused gaze, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. "What do you wish to eat?" "Noodles," Shen Wenjing replied without hesitation, "hot, with soup." "All right," Xie Xuanxing agreed almost instantly. He removed his jacket and draped it casually over Shen Wenjing's shoulders, then took hold of his wrist, leading him out of the studio amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers. "Oh my goodness!" He held his wrist. Although it's just his wrist. What a divine scenario. One dazzles the crowd, while the other takes him for a meal. "Xuanxing, you've worked hard on the painting. I'll treat you to something delicious." While others are still competing, these two have already begun their lives together. Inside the studio, the remaining groups exchange bewildered glances. "Should we continue painting?" Liu Yao asked, perplexed. "Of course, we must paint," came the response. Gu Pan picked up the brush, gazing at Liu Yao and Song Zhang with a calm, yet resolute demeanor. Victory or defeat held little significance. What truly mattered was the completion of their artistic creations. Meanwhile, Lin Baiyu also resumed his painting. He stared at his unfinished canvas, took a deep breath, and a newfound tranquility flickered in his eyes. In the estate's kitchen, Xie Xuanxing exchanged surplus points from the production team for a small piece of pork, several eggs, and a handful of fresh greens. He washed his hands and began to slice the meat. Although his technique was not particularly refined, his earnestness was palpable. Shen Wenjing, having found a small stool, settled at the kitchen entrance, cradling a cup of cola while quietly observing Xie Xuanxing's efforts. Sunlight streamed through the doorway, casting a warm, fuzzy golden glow upon him. "Did you often cook before?" Shen Wenjing inquired, his gaze fixed on Xie Xuanxing's deft knife skills. "Not really," Xie Xuanxing replied without turning, his voice somewhat muffled. "I learned a bit while studying abroad." "Oh," Shen Wenjing nodded, taking another sip of cola. The kitchen was enveloped in the sounds of chopping and water boiling, and though neither spoke further, the atmosphere remained entirely comfortable. Before long, 2 bowls of steaming shredded pork and vegetable noodles were served, each adorned with a perfectly fried soft-boiled egg. Shen Wenjing, eyeing the bowl, felt certain it would be delicious. He picked up his chopsticks, lifted a portion of noodles, blew gently on them, and cautiously brought them to his mouth. A blissful smile crept across his face as he squinted with delight. Seeing his expression of satisfaction, Xie Xuanxing felt the weariness of the morning dissipate. He took his chopsticks, broke open the yolk of his soft-boiled egg, and naturally transferred the golden, oozing yolk to Shen Wenjing's bowl. "Eat more," he said. Shen Wenjing stared at the unexpected addition in his bowl, momentarily taken aback, then raised his gaze to Xie Xuanxing. "Don't you like egg yolks?" he asked. Xie Xuanxing replied, maintaining his composure while fabricating a response. "Oh," Shen Wenjing nodded, accepting the yolk and mixing it into his noodles without a hint of guilt. "Ah, I'm dying. I'm truly dead. What a daily life of an old married couple." "Xie Xuanxing, you liar. I remember during an interview, you said your favorite was soft-boiled eggs." He gave his favorite to his beloved. "I'm in tears." Jing, the little foodie, is completely oblivious. Ha ha ha. By the way, as Shen Wenjing savored his noodles, he casually asked, "Why did you paint a keyboard this afternoon?" Xie Wenjing paused momentarily in his actions. After a few seconds of silence, he replied softly, "It's nothing." "Is that so?" Shen Wenjing lifted his gaze, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with clarity amidst the rising steam. "I thought you wanted to express that sometimes words can wound deeper than swords." Xie Wenjing's heart fluttered, as if it had been gently nudged by something unseen. He gazed at Shen Wenjing, captivated by his eyes that seemed to penetrate the very depths of one's soul. In that moment, he felt that the hidden thoughts and feelings he had long concealed were laid bare before this individual, with no sanctuary to retreat to. Yet, rather than feeling violated, he experienced a sense of relief, as if being understood. He murmured softly in response. Shen Wenjing nodded slightly and resumed his meal, as if the inquiry was merely a casual remark. Xie Wenjing observed him, taking in the faint flush on his face from the steam of the noodles, and suddenly inquired, "What about you?" Shen Wenjing looked up, a noodle dangling from his mouth, his expression one of confusion. "What about me?" "That heart you painted," Xie Wenjing replied, his voice low and earnest. "Why did you depict it as mechanical?" Shen Wenjing paused, the act of chewing the noodle halting abruptly. He regarded Xie Wenjing, and for the first time, a flicker of complex emotion, one that even he was unaware of, sparkled in his usually impassive eyes. He remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Xie Wenjing to believe he would not respond. At last, he leisurely slurped the noodle into his mouth and looked at Xie Wenjing with a calm demeanor, as if recounting another tale, and softly articulated, "Because I believe a heart that does not ache is a good heart." Chapter 77. A clash of novices in the kitchen. The steam rising from the bowl of noodles lingered in the air. Xie Wenjing found himself frozen mid-motion, chopsticks poised in the air. He gazed at the individual across from him, observing the slight puff of his cheeks as he ate, along with those clear, bottomless eyes that spoke words of profound impact. That statement pierced directly into the softest part of Xie Wenjing's heart. It did not cause pain, but rather a poignant ache, a pervasive, inescapable bitterness that spread from his heart to his limbs, rendering even his fingertips numb. He began to grasp the essence of that painting. The heart, constructed of cold gears, intricate and complex, yet devoid of vitality, juxtaposed against the tenacious vines and blossoms that desperately emerged through the crevices. It dawned on him that what Shen Wenjing had created was never merely art. "Why aren't you eating?" Shen Wenjing asked, tilting his head curiously like an inquisitive cat when he noticed Xie Wenjing's stillness. Xie Wenjing swallowed hard, forcing himself to lower his head and shove the now-cold noodles into his mouth, chewing vigorously as if to crush the tumultuous emotions rising uncontrollably within him. "It's nothing," he managed to squeeze out between clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. The meal concluded in an eerie silence. Shen Wenjing finished, contentedly placing his chopsticks down, wiping his mouth, and standing up. "I'm done. I feel a bit drowsy. I'll head upstairs for a while." He yawned while speaking, lazily ascending the stairs. Xie Wenjing remained seated at the dining table, staring at the empty bowl and the chair pushed aside across from him for an extended time. Eventually, he rose to clear the dishes, making his way to the sink. He turned on the faucet, water cascading down with a rush. Grabbing a dishcloth, he began to scrub the porcelain bowl with fervor, each stroke an effort to wipe away the turmoil within. The force exerted was so immense that his knuckles turned pale from strain. The bowl, already scrubbed to perfection, was subjected to his relentless, mechanical scrubbing, as though he sought to erase the lingering warmth of another's presence. It appeared he was attempting to expel the heavy, unplaceable ache within his heart through this futile endeavor. What could he possibly do? What options remained to him? Should he convey to him that his heart is not a mere machine? It feels pain and beats with life? Or should he inquire what experiences led him to believe that a heart devoid of pain is a desirable one? He found himself powerless, ensnared by an overwhelming sense of impotence. "Be careful," a languid voice suddenly wafted in from the kitchen doorway. "Don't drop the bowl. We still need it." Xie Wenjing turned to find Shen Wenjing leaning against the doorframe, already clad in his nightwear. He must have been parched, having come down in search of water. After uttering his remark, Shen Wenjing strolled over to the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of water, opened it, took a sip, and leisurely wandered away. The kitchen was left with only Shen Wenjing and the sound of rushing water. He glanced down at the bowl in his hands, suddenly feeling a warmth prick at his eyes. My goodness, I dare not even breathe a moment ago. The atmosphere is suffocating. A heart that does not feel pain is deemed a good heart. I am utterly numb. What has Jingjing truly endured? Xie Xuanxing's defenses have crumbled. It is unmistakable. Just look at him washing the dishes. It seems he might tear the sink apart in the next moment. He loves him dearly. It feels utterly helpless. I can sense this powerlessness even through the screen. I am moved to tears. This couple, their sweetness is laced with shards of glass, and hidden beneath the sweetness is a blade. Crying while indulging in their story is driving me to the brink of madness. Enough said. I crave silence. As the atmosphere among the protagonists plummeted to a level capable of freezing the entire kitchen, the art studio buzzed with chaotic energy. Pig, are you painting a pig? Qin Hao exclaimed. What you've painted is a moldy potato. Su Xintian shouted, pointing at the unrecognizable object on the easel, her anger palpable. Qin Hao retorted, visibly irritated, heartbeat. A heartbeat is just a heart that beats. When a pig sees something tasty, its heart races too. But you cannot just paint a pig's head. Meanwhile, the green team was not faring any better. Lu Yao held a can of black paint, attempting to create a cool, lightning-embellished team logo on a canvas. What does that have to do with a heartbeat? Gu Pan leaned against the wall, a look of despondency on her face. It has everything to do with it, Lu Yao asserted, emboldened. Every time we win a match and our team emblem lights up, my heart races. Isn't that a heartbeat? Song Xiang timidly interjected. Pangia. I think it might have a point. Gu Pan felt her own heart quicken, not from excitement, but from being exasperated by this group of foolish younger brothers. In a corner of the studio, two very different artistic styles unfolded. Lin Baiyu's painting was nearing completion, showcasing a resplendent starry sky. Each star is perfectly adorned. The luminous band of the Milky Way flows with an artistry that is undeniably skilled. This is a breathtaking and dreamlike creation. Yet before Ji Ran lies a blank canvas, his fingers clutching a charcoal pencil, hesitant to make contact. His mind is filled with the image of Shen Wenjing, his focused profile while painting. The gentle contours of his face as he gazes up at the moon. These visions are vivid and intricate. He can compose the most magnificent melodies, yet he cannot capture even the simplest stroke of that individual. For he is at a loss as to which hue would adequately portray a being that is a spectrum unto itself. Su Yi wanders about the studio, fanning himself. As he passes by Qin Hao, he shakes his head disapprovingly. Qin Hao then drifts to Lu Yao's side, observing the team logo, and sighs, little one, I advise you to cease your painting and immerse yourself in gaming, for that is where your true realm lies. Lu Yao, seemingly unfazed, continues his work. Eventually, Su Yi pauses before Lin Baiyu's painting, taking in the flawless starry sky, and offers a nonchalant compliment as a form of critique. After his rounds, Su Yi approaches Gu Pan, exchanging a glance that speaks volumes. How is it? Gu Pan inquires. What else could it be? Su Yi replies, concealing his mouth with the fan, a bunch of amateurs pecking at each other. He pauses, surveying the room, before speaking in a soft yet assured tone. Look at this room full of people, each more boisterous than the last. Yet, only two truly take this matter of the heart to heart. One, he gestures toward Lin Baiyu, seeks to paint for the world. The other, his voice drops, his gaze drifting toward the studio's entrance, paints for himself. Gu Pan follows his line of sight, falling into silence. Alas, Su Yi suddenly sighs, tapping his palm with the fan, a rare touch of compassion gracing his demeanor. Look at that foolish Xie Xuanxing, he muses. Does he possess the ability to warm that heart? Chapter 78. The belonging of the best CP. The air in the studio, once mingled with turpentine and the complex emotions of the crowd, grew ever denser. The deadline for the final task approached with relentless urgency. Qin Hao had utterly abandoned his struggle, gazing at the contents of his canvas before casting his brush aside in frustration. I'm done. Let whoever cares care. Meanwhile, Liu Yao adorned his team logo with two wings, making it appear even cooler, yet straying further from the theme of heartfelt emotion. Song Xiang attempted to reason with him, but Liu Yao retorted confidently, "When I see our team emblem, my heart races. I feel as though I could take flight. Adding wings is entirely reasonable." Song Xiang was left speechless, turning to Gu Pan for assistance. Gu Pan, reclining nearby, leisurely scrolling through her phone, remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding. "Sister Pan, don't look to me," Gu Pan replied without lifting her gaze. "Let him paint. I'm quite curious to see what kind of monstrosity he ultimately creates." In the corners of the studio, a stark contrast of silence prevailed. Lin Baiyu's painting was now utterly complete. The starry sky above sparkled brilliantly, a testament to exquisite craftsmanship, with each star's position meticulously designed, while the luminous band of the Milky Way flowed gracefully. He stood before the easel, bearing a subtle yet perfect blend of fatigue and satisfaction on his face. He was convinced that no one could resist such a fantastical creation. Before Ji ran, the canvas was no longer a blank slate. He had begun to paint. There was no intricate composition, no flamboyant colors. With the simplest charcoal pencil, he rendered a hand, elegantly elongated, with distinct joints, gently cradling a cluster of small, white flowers that, illuminated by light, strove to bloom. The hand was depicted with remarkable realism, imbued with a sense of strength, while the flowers appeared somewhat ethereal, surrounded by a hazy glow. The entire scene, rendered in shades of black, white, and gray, inexplicably evoked an overwhelming sense of tenderness and cherishment. Su Yi strolled behind him, casting a glance at the painting before turning towards the door of the studio. A flicker of understanding passed through his ever-bright, peach blossom eyes. Without uttering a word, he lightly tapped Ji Ran's easel with his fan, signaling a greeting. "Time is up." Director Zhang's voice finally resonated through the speakers. "Please, esteemed teachers, set down your brushes. Our collection of works and online voting will commence shortly." Staff members entered the studio, carefully transporting everyone's artwork to the grand hall for display. Simultaneously, high-definition photographs of all pieces were uploaded to the official live-streaming platform of the dating show, within a specially designated voting channel. Here it comes, the moment of final judgment. I'm casting my vote for Lin Baiyu. That starry sky is simply breathtaking. It's both romantic and dreamlike. Isn't that the feeling of a heart fluttering? I choose Jingjing's mechanical heart. After seeing that painting, I barely slept the whole night. It was utterly shocking. Now that it's a true heartbeat, it's a struggle, a fight for survival. What is Teacher Ji Ran painting? A hand holding flowers? How gentle. Why does that hand seem somewhat familiar? Oh wow, now that you mention it, it does resemble something. What a subtly sweet surprise. What on earth is that pig-headed Qin Hao doing? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Liu Yao's team emblem is cool, but I really can't feel the heartbeat. In the hall, guests gathered around their respective artworks. The atmosphere charged with subtle tension. Lin Baiyu stood proudly before his starry depiction, absorbing the quiet admiration from those nearby with a confident smile. He cast a glance at Shen Wenjing's painting not far away, scoffing inwardly. How could an ordinary person possibly comprehend such art? Ultimately, art must possess beauty. After a brief respite, Shen Wenjing returned to a comfortable sofa, lost in thought. Xie Xuanqing stood behind him. All right, everyone. After half an hour, Director Zhang approached with a tablet, his face beaming with joy. Thanks to the enthusiastic votes from millions of our live viewers, the best CP of this heart-throbbing theme creation has been decided. Everyone held their breath, and Lin Baiyu instinctively straightened his posture. The recipient of this year's Best CP title is none other than Director Zhang, who intentionally elongated his voice, relishing the thrill of suspense. Huang Team, Teacher Xie Xuanqing, Teacher Shen Wenjing. This result, though unexpected for many, was, in truth, quite reasonable. Lin Baiyu's artwork is exquisite, yet Shen Wenjing's creation resonates with the soul even more profoundly. Impossible. Lin Baiyu's complexion drained of color in an instant as he gazed at Director Zhang, his tone shifting dramatically. How could this be? Song Xiang promptly steadied him. murmuring reassurances. Baiyu, it's just a game. Yet Lin Baiyu remained oblivious to his words, fixated on Shen Wenjing's direction. Upon hearing his victory, Shen Wenjing merely posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Oh, so what have we won? Teacher Xie Xuanxing, undoubtedly pleased, acknowledged that he and Shen Wenjing had been unanimously deemed the best CP. As for the reward, Director Zhang grinned like a cat that has stolen a fish, stating, "Before I address that, I'd like to inquire if our two teachers from Huang team remember that we left an ultimate task unfinished yesterday in the secret passage? Treasure hunting?" Shen Wenjing's memory was finally jogged. The exclusive 3-day customized menu. Of course I remember. Excellent. Director Zhang clapped his hands. Since you have won the best CP, the production team has decided to reward you with an exclusive clue regarding that ultimate treasure. As he spoke, he retrieved a neatly folded note from his pocket and handed it over. Xie Xuanxing reached out to accept it and unfolded the note. It bore no text, only a peculiar symbol, a shape akin to a circle, yet resembling an irregular ring. What is this? Qin Hao leaned in for a closer look, his expression one of bafflement. The others gathered around, murmuring about the symbol. Only Xie Xuanxing, upon seeing the emblem, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Instantly, he lifted his gaze towards the direction of the art studio. That symbol mirrored the enormous circular skylight atop the studio's dome precisely. Just as he was about to speak, a cool, clear voice interrupted. The clue lies in the skylight of the art studio. Let us go. With that, he set off towards the secret passage, and Xie Xuanxing followed closely. In the hall, a group of guests remained, still processing the unfolding events. Chapter 79. Awkward Tenderness in the Xie family mansion. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier illuminated the nearly 7-meter-high living room as brightly as day. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee, courtesy of Aunt Wang, wafted through the air. Yet the two individuals seated on the sofa had little inclination to touch the 2 steaming cups of Blue Mountain coffee. Song Wan, clad in a silk robe, bore a facial mask whose essence likely surpassed the cost of the yogurt her son consumed on the dating show. However, her expression clashed starkly with her opulent appearance. Her brow furrowed as if it could crush a mosquito. "Old Xie, look, you must see this," she exclaimed, pointing at the LCD screen on the wall. Her voice laced with exasperation. "He is simply a blockhead." Shen Wenjing has taken the initiative, and he is still trailing behind, too timid even to hold her hand. On the screen, the live broadcast freezes on the figures of Shen Wenjing and Xie Xuanxing entering the secret passage, one after the other. Xie Jiansheng lifts his gaze from the magazine, casting a glance at the screen, a muffled grunt escaping his nostrils. If he dares to act recklessly before the camera, I shall break his legs. What do you understand? Song Wan hurls her Hermes pillow aside, exclaiming, "This is pursuit. This is expression. Look at that child. Wenjing, so handsome and with such a unique personality. And him? He resembles a bodyguard, merely trailing behind. What else can he do?" She rolls her eyes at him and turns her attention back to the screen, her tone tinged with sympathy. "You know, Xuanxing was once lively and cheerful. He insisted on mingling in that entertainment circle, a place filled with chaos. Just as he began to gain some fame, he was splattered with mud, receiving all manner of vile accusations. At the mention of this, Xie Jianxing's expression darkens. Those baseless rumors are better left unspoken. Aunt Wang, who stands nearby holding a platter of sliced fruit, cannot help but interject, "Sir, madam, you needn't worry. From what I see, young Master Xuanxing is not dull. He is merely cautious. Just like how we tend to the most precious orchid in our garden, we are careful not to overwater it or damage its leaves." Aunt Wang's words provide some solace to Song Wan. She sighs, "This child has a heavy heart. Those past events, his brother suppressed them, and I've spoken to him, but he remains silent, bottling everything within. Since then, he seems transformed. He speaks less, smiles less, encasing himself like a fortress. Now that he finally encounters someone who stirs his heart, he cannot even utter a kind word. I feel anxious for him. What is there to be anxious about?" Xie Jiansheng resumes reading his magazine, his tone regaining the calmness of a chairman. He has chosen his own path. He must walk it himself. It is only through encountering obstacles that he will learn the pain. Despite his words, His gaze discreetly drifts back to the screen. In the secret passage art studio, as the crowd once again enters this time-sealed place, their mood is markedly different from before. Is there a clue in the skylight? Shen Hao tilts his head, observing the round skylight suspended in the center of the dome, his neck straining. It must be 5 or 6 meters high. How can we reach it? Lu Yao's thoughts are ever so unconventional. Shall we form a human ladder? I'll go. Gu Pan, exasperated, taps the back of his head. And then fall down? Our show will be renamed into the hospital. Lin Baiyu gazes at the lofty skylight, his brows furrowed as he contemplates the necessary tools. Meanwhile, Ji Ren adjusts his glasses, his eyes scanning the surroundings of the studio, seemingly searching for something. No need for such trouble. Xie Xuanxing's voice, though soft, successfully draws everyone's attention to him. He says nothing further, instead striding directly to the corner of the studio, where discarded canvases and dust-covered debris are piled. He bent down, dragging out a seemingly heavy, folding metal ladder from behind the clutter. The ladder is tall, and when extended, it stands firmly on the ground, its top nearly grazing the edge of the skylight. Wow, how could there be a ladder here? Song Xiang exclaims in astonishment. What is so peculiar about this? Suis remarqué lazily, Fanning himself. In such an antiquated manner studio, the skylights require regular cleaning and maintenance. Without a ladder, are we to expect the artist to soar up there? Ignoring the chatter around him, Xie Xuanxing stepped forward, tugging at the ladder to ensure its stability. He then removed his coat and handed it to Shen Wenjing. Shen Wenjing accepted it effortlessly, cradling it like a plush pillow. I shall ascend, Xie Xuanxing declared. Preparing to climb, his movements were swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Oh, a man of action. I adore those who take initiative. Xuanxing, quit the chatter. Allow me to do this. He gave his coat to Jingjing. He fears that dust from his coat might soil Jingjing as he climbs. What a remarkable detail. I am in tears. While others are still debating, he has already resolved the issue. Such impressive boyfriend energy. Teacher Ji Ran's expression. Xie Xuanxing's ascent was steady. He employed both hands and feet, swiftly reaching the top of the ladder. He was now in close proximity to the circular skylight, close enough to discern the thin layer of dust resting on the glass, illuminated by the cool moonlight filtering through. He extended his hand, feeling along the metal frame of the skylight. Found it. He extracted a slender object from an inconspicuous slot at the edge of the frame. Holding it carefully, he descended the ladder methodically, step by step. Everyone gathered around him. It was a gear crafted from some dark wood, about the size of a palm. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, with smooth edges and intricate, inscrutable engravings adorning its surface. Is this it? A mere wooden fragment? Shen Hao expressed his disdain. This is merely a part of a key, Ji Ran concluded as he approached, examining the gear closely. At that moment, Director Zhang's persistent voice echoed once again. Congratulations to Team Huang for discovering the first key to unlock the treasure. Now, esteemed teachers, please continue your efforts to locate the lock that corresponds to this key within the studio. A friendly reminder, the treasure lies hidden behind the lock. The studio erupted in excitement. Find the lock? In such a vast space, who knows where it could be? Perhaps it's among those easels? I suspect it may be inside one of those cabinets. Like a swarm of headless flies, the group began rummaging through the studio. Shen Hao even resorted to violently shaking the aged cabinets, only to be chastised by Su Yi, who struck his hand with a fan, causing him to wince in pain. Can you afford to pay for any damages, nouveau riche? Xie Xuanxing, holding the gear, furrowed his brow in deep thought. He attempted to align the gear with the various painting tools, but nothing matched. Throughout the commotion, one individual remained still, Shen Wenjing. Leaning against the wall, with Xie Xuanxing's coat in his arms, he resembled a beautiful backdrop, detached from the chaos. He observed the bustling crowd, his charming peach blossom eyes displaying a hint of languor and amusement. With a leisurely sweep of his gaze across the studio, he then ambled over at a relaxed pace. He approached the grand canvas, extending his slender, alabaster hand to point at the very heart of the artwork. There, nestled amidst intricate lines, was a diminutive, irregular indentation, almost obscured from view. He lifted his chin, signaling to Xie Wenjing to place it there and give a try. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Xie Wenjing hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. He carefully lifted the wooden gear in his hand and positioned it delicately into the spot indicated by Shen Wenjing. With a soft click, a barely audible sound resonated. The gear fit seamlessly into the recess of the canvas, as if it were destined to be a part of it all along. As astonished gazes fell upon the scene, the immense painting, along with its easel, began to slowly retract, eventually producing a gentle thud as it pressed against the wall. The space it had occupied revealed a dark, concealed niche, within which lay an ancient wooden box, quietly resting. I am utterly bewildered. I thought I was watching a romantic variety show, only to find it was a puzzle game. I expected a puzzle game, but it turned out to be a tomb-raiding narrative. I anticipated a tomb-raiding tale, and what I encountered was something fantastical. Shen Wenjing, you must be a deity. How could you possibly discover this? Are your eyes microscopes? I hereby declare this art studio as Jingjing's domain. Within his realm, he is invincible. Xie Wenjing stepped forward and retrieved the wooden box from the niche. The box was unlocked. With a gentle lift, he opened it. Inside, there were no jewels or treasures, just a line-bound ancient tome wrapped in blue cloth. The cover bore 4 elegant characters inscribed with a brush, manuscript of the heart. Congratulations. Congratulations to all esteemed teachers. You have successfully uncovered the ultimate treasure left by Mr. Baisher. Director Zhang's voice was brimming with excitement and fervor. To reward everyone's tireless efforts, the production team decided that from this moment until the conclusion of their time at the manor, all teachers would enjoy the privilege of a 3-day personalized menu. Moreover, he cleared his throat and dropped another bombshell. Considering the immense physical and mental exertion everyone had endured over the past 2 days, tomorrow would be a complete holiday. The production team would not schedule any tasks, allowing everyone to freely explore the manor and relish their leisurely time off. This news sparked even greater excitement than the discovery of the treasure itself. A holiday? Is this for real? How wonderful. At last, I can sleep in. What shall we do tomorrow? Lu Yao inquired. Do we really need to ask? Qin Hao exclaimed, waving his hand. Of course, we shall throw a party. Barbecue. Drinks. I wish to bask in the sunlight in the garden. Su Xintian murmured softly. I'm open to anything, Lin Baiyu added. Since we cannot reach a consensus, let us decide by vote, Ji Ran suggested timely. The results of the vote emerged swiftly. Qin Hao's party proposal garnered only his own vote. The others, after enduring the chaos of the past 2 days, unanimously opted for the most serene and leisurely activity, fishing. Fishing? Qin Hao gazed at the voting results, his expression one of incredulity. Have you all prematurely entered retirement? Gu Pan stretched languidly, embracing tranquility and rejuvenation. Su Yi, fanning himself, concurred. Perfect. Let me observe who among you possesses the finest fortune. Upon hearing the results, Shen Wenjing nodded in contentment. Fishing splendid.